Maybe you're attending. We hope you are. So we're going to do a ton on Brandon Graham today. A little bit on the Phils. Obviously, pretty good weekend by the Phils. They lost yesterday, which was annoying there in the end. But a pretty good weekend as they win 2-3. Good morning to you, 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hello there, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny. What up, man?
Abe Lincoln approved a balloon corps during the Civil War.
How about that? Like as a fighting force?
A Union Army balloon corps for reconnaissance. But before the war, these balloonists were usually carnival performers.
Wow.
And then Thaddeus S.C. Lowe demonstrated his ballooning skills to the president in 1861.
That's unbelievable.
Went, and delivered something and came back and said, hey, look what I did. That was with ballooning. And the president said, yeah, let's let this thing rip.
Yeah, that didn't go too far. It was almost like Brandon Graham's career until he picked it up. James, remember how much people, and I was one of them.
Oh, man.
Would dog him. You remember all the Earl Thomas talk?
100%. Yeah, we're all guilty.
Everybody's guilty. All right. So welcome to BG Day, guys. I mean, what a day this is going to be. Let me just tell you this before we go any further. Who are you going to hear today on WIP? How about this? How about Ray Didinger during our show, Mike Quick during our show? 9 o'clock hour is going to be as jam-packed as we've ever had an hour on the station. 9 o'clock, Jason Kelce in studio for the whole hour. Around 9:15, Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie. Around 9:30, Brandon Graham. Those three, might overlap. Kelce, Lurie, and Brandon Graham. So that's all part of the 9 o'clock hour. Later in the show, you're going to hear from LaShawn McCoy. In the day. LaShawn McCoy, Brian Dawkins, Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni, Chris Long, and more. Can be you. You got to join us at 215-592-9494. And I guess I'd give everybody this assignment right out of the gate. And yes, you don't like to think of an assignment. You're out of school. But I'm going to give you an assignment. Imagine Brandon's listening right now. He very well may be. This is his. I know this. If they had Joe Cameron down on WIP, I'd wake up as early as possible to tune in.
We know.
Okay? All right. Imagine Brandon is listening, boys and girls, and you get the chance to pay tribute to him. What do you want to say? 215-592-9494. John, first crack at it today. Brandon Graham, what do you want to say?
Brandon Graham, you are authentic. Brandon Graham, I don't know how on earth you got so much better. You might have gotten.
He did.
I don't know how to quantify how much better you got through your 15-year career.
How about this? From really bad to a legend? Is that a...
Maybe, yeah. Hey, let's...
I'm playing around a little bit, but not much.
We'll make no bones about it.
I mean, he was like a non-factor in the beginning.
15 years, and I actually thought his last two, he looked harder to block than a decade prior. So how on earth did he keep getting better? Brandon Graham, thoughtful yet insane. When you watch the clips from in-game, it's like, holy cow, this guy's really got a screw loose. It's amazing to watch the energy. It's really purposeful. And I don't know how many folks have tried yelling while physically active. Man, it's hard. It's much more difficult than you'd expect. Brandon Graham, somehow, that energy he brings to the team, that is irreplicable. Brandon, and by the way, he did this whole thing the hard way. He went the long route. He put the work in. And I think we all appreciate that so much. He worked his way into becoming a better player and a better leader. And he has become the quintessential Eagle as a result. The guy who, saved the day, essentially, when it was a dark moment in the Super Bowl. We needed a play to be made. Brandon Graham goes and gets that play. Sealed the deal for
Without
us.
that play, they really might have lost, Sean.
Sealed the deal for this team.
I know.
When it finally got over the Super Bowl hump, he is the quintessential Eagle. Brandon he's celebratable. He's celebratable regardless of how great he is at this sport. He's celebratable regardless of how great he is at football. He is great at football. And like I said, he got better and continued to improve his entire career here. He's such a good and kind person above all else. And he actually, I've never seen someone who smiles the way he smiles and actually means it the way he actually means it. Those smiles are for others. Those smiles are purposeful in many cases, and they make a difference. They make a difference to his teammates. They make a difference to everyone who meets Brandon Graham. And he's so unique and so appreciable, and so positive. You spend time with Brandon and you want to tell people about it. And
I agree with that.
He surprises you with his kindness. He surprises you with his sincerity. It's real.
Yep. That's exactly right. No, I love that. That's a great tribute, John. Look, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. By the way, during the show, we're going to play a lot of audio stuff through the years. I mean, there's so much, including your chance to weigh in. Seltzer, BG, what does he mean to you?
I mean, he's my favorite Eagle of my life, full stop. I think that when I think about him today, honoring him, like, I feel so incredibly grateful that the face of our franchise, the guy who's played the most games, the guy who made the most important play, the guy we look at and think of it represents an era, the best era ever of my favorite team's history, that it's also one of the nicest human beings I've ever met in my life. Like, are you kidding me?
Right.
Like, not just like nice for an athlete, like literally one of the nicest humans I know in my life. Like, we're so lucky that that's the guy who ended up having this story, who ended up representing our team, our hopes, our dreams, all that stuff. Like, I'm just so grateful that that guy ended up being our guy.
Ree, when I say BG to you, what do you say?
Well, I just know. So I haven't had a new jersey probably since B-Doc. It was probably the last jersey I bought, maybe when he was playing. And for Christmas, I asked for Christmas. And we didn't even know if he was playing. And like, I don't have a lot of jerseys that mean a lot to me. And so that one, of course, I forgot to wear it today. I literally got here to work. So I'm having the opposite. Normally, when you're a parent, you have to bring your kids' homework to school because they forgot it.
Yep.
He's bringing my jersey here because I forgot.
That's funny. So, 7 o'clock, 7:30?
Yeah, around 7:15.
Okay,
He'll be by
I
with
love
the jersey.
it. So we really want to hear from you and what you're thinking on BG Day. Here's what I'll say, and I can go in a million directions, but I'll try to keep it to this point early. He's Rocky, except he's real. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, Rocky is emblematic of us as a town. The overcoming obstacles thing, the occasionally we are a champion thing. Rocky was that, but he wasn't actually a real person.
No.
Brandon Graham was.
This is news,
I mean, exactly.
Joe.
Breaking news. Like, BG, guys, if you really view the BG thing here, it has to start, number one, with the disappointment of millions of us that he was drafted by the Eagles. Okay, no offense meant to him, but the reality is we wanted Earl Thomas. We did. And then those first couple years, two different things were happening in polar opposites. Earl Thomas was shooting to the moon, okay, with unbelievable skill. And Brandon Graham was a guy you didn't know if he's going to be around for year 4 or 3. He was rough in the beginning and injured, by the way. So when you consider how it started, and then what John said, and what James said, and what Rhea said, and where it went. I mean, guys, where it went, he became a Philadelphia sports legend, is and will always be. He made the play that many consider the most important in the history of the franchise. And don't kid yourself, guys. Without that play, they might have lost the game. Brady had over 500 yards. Pretty good chance he's going down the field. You don't know how much time he was going to milk. He might have milked that thing down pretty near the buzzer. So who knows how much time would have been left and Foles got the ball back. Bottom line is BG made the play. To the point James made and the point John made, and they're so good points. What a guy. For those of you that haven't met him, trust two things. One, what we're telling you. Two, what your instincts tell you. The guy you think he is, that's the guy that he is. What a guy. And then when you consider two other points, he got us. He got us. He was a part of us. He was ingrained with us. This wasn't
despite the fact that we weren't that cool.
Well, there were times. There's no question.
We did not make a good first impression.
That's right. Nor did he, by the way. I mean, this wasn't Ben Simmons passing through. This wasn't Ben Simmons passing through. This was a guy who his roots now are here. His family is here. He's part of WIP. Has been for years. And the other thing I'd say, and I know John as a player especially probably appreciates this, but for all of us as fans, this is a big deal. Because John knows what it's like to lay the body on the line, right, in ways that the rest of us can't. Think about this, guys. All the years, all the players, all the games, all the Eagles teams, all the seasons. Nobody has played in more games. Nobody has played in more seasons than Brandon Graham.
Nobody's won more championships.
That's true, too.
People have won as many, but no one's won more.
The man is a flat-out legend. Guys, we really want to hear from you today at 215-592-9494. It's your chance to pay tribute to Brandon. He very well may be listening, so speak from your heart, please. Coming up, we're going to get to a lot, including your chance to win a really cool prize today. We'll mix the Phillies in. We want to hear from you on BG. 215-592-9494. It is Brandon Graham day today. What Andy Reid said it was on Friday. On Thursday, we'll get to that. Ray Didinger, 7:35. Mike Quick at 8:25. Jason Kelce at 9 o'clock. Jeffrey Lurie around 9:15. And Brandon Graham, the man himself, around 9:30. Earliest in the show, early part, best chance to get in. 215-592-9494. Talk to us on 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you've made the decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You've talked to your doctor. You got a date set, and the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. There is a really important thing to know. Attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you've got your new replacement, you already know, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapists to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management because your joint replacement needs are unique. NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love. This is not a decision you came to lightly, so rely on the physical therapy provider you know and you trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy, before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies. You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair has got you covered. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Call them at 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. Visit GladHairMM.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Today, cloudy with some scattered showers around. High 71.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Big day with a big lineup here for BG on the WIP Morning Show and throughout the station today. Pretty action-packed in the 9 a.m. hour. The man, Brandon Graham, in studio, as well as Jason Kelce. And joining us on the phone will be the owner, Jeffrey Lurie. Meantime, the Phillies won their series with Arizona, but
Beeks delivers, swing and a hot shot to first, picked by Naylor. He'll run to the bag, and that will end the ball game. Kyle Schwarber smoked it, but on one hop, Josh Naylor takes care of it, and the Diamondbacks avoid the sweep with an 11-9 win in 10 innings today.
Scott Fransky, the calls, the Phils unable to complete the sweep. They were down 7-1 early after the rusty debut of Ranger Suarez, but the Phils did battle back to tie it, send it to extras, where they lost. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Scattered showers, high 71. It is currently 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is BG Day.
From the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank y'all.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ranger didn't pitch well, and that was the main thing. He really set him back, obviously.
But didn't have much of a chance because Rangers struggled the way that he did.
Correct. But I just did a weekend
brought
as
it back.
Well, they did bring it back.
I thought that was impressive.
It was.
Holy cow!
It was.
I didn't expect it to be not knotted up at 8. You know, going to extra innings. That's crazy.
Now, can I give you one?
Was admirable.
No, it was. I will give you the one negative to me, other than Ranger.
Oh, you only had one. I had several.
Well, I know. Said wrong. The one that bothered me the most. The one that bothered me. No. How does Trey Turner miss that ball in the 10th inning?
How does Trey Turner miss every single ball that gets
Thank you, John.
hit his way?
There's a
it
ball
really feels like this game.
I don't understand
every single defensive play he could mess up, he did.
Yeah,
that really felt like this set a new bar.
Irritating, man. Irritating. No, look, good stuff from the weekend. There was a lot. Nola pitched really well. Kepler's hitting home runs. Schwarber,
Kepler's really good.
Is hitting home runs, obviously.
Harper finally yesterday going yard. Yeah.
Yes. So,
but then some concern with the late game, the face thing going on again. Yeah.
All right. So
and bullpen for the most part has been better.
Yeah. I mean, Romano has gotten better. All right, but his ERA is still $5 million. But at least it's not $5
and he's still $5 million.
Yeah. All right. BG Day. Your thoughts, your calls. Also, Phil's over the weekend. What stood out to you? 215-592-9494. Really cool prize. How you can win it, we'll tell you shortly. Jeff in Phoenixville right now. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Brandon Graham Day.
Absolutely.
How are we all doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing great, Jeff.
Oh, it's going to be fun tonight, Joe. I'll see you there tonight. It's literally when I saw the tickets go on sale and I heard where it was going to be at, I'm like, how could I not go? Because the Colonial is literally 5 minutes from where I live.
Nice.
I can walk to it if I really want to tonight, so I don't have to worry about parking. I was telling James that the greatest thing with Brandon and the thing that I enjoy the most is when he's mic'd up, because it is a party. It's not nasty. It's not disturbing. It's just funny and goofy and just gets under the skin. And, you think back at, all the times you always hear people doing that. And then you even go back to that movie, The Program, with Alvin Mack, and he was nasty in that movie. But Brandon, it's just funny. And then he just won't shut up. And then the one video of Fletcher Cox saying he's going to do this all day. He must just get used to it. And then he still keeps going. And then the only person that could rein him in was Fletch. He would bark at him, and he'd be like, okay, I'm done. And he'd just walk back with his tail between his legs back to the line to the next play. So that's what I'm going to miss. And if they put a video out on NFL Films for like an hour or 2 hours of his whole of his whole, it would just be comical to watch. And that's just the enjoyment of him being able to play the game. And you can see how much he loved playing the game. That's what I'm going to miss, because you can see he thoroughly enjoyed it. And he never took it for granted, and now he's so beloved, and it's just, I cannot wait for tonight. I just cannot wait to see
Well, Jeff, I think you're really going to enjoy tonight, man. We got about an hour and a half carved out where it's going to be BG on stage telling stories, and we're going to really go through. It's going to be me and him. We're going to go through it. I mean, we're just going to go through. I prepared a lot over the weekend, and we're going to dive into all of it.
Yeah, you have like a book ready to roll.
Dude,
it's unbelievable, this thing. I couldn't believe it when I saw it this morning. I was like,
well,
are you
this
serious?
isn't all of it, because some of this is actually...
you've got more. Good.
Some of this is my actual book, like my actual book.
Good.
But the stuff, I'm going to... Well, no, that's in a couple years. The stuff for BG, though, specifically, so the YouTube folks can see this, this is pretty thick. These are all... Now, I did have to make the questions, John, big, so that I hopefully don't need my readers on stage. And
the one eye move on stage probably won't play well.
All right, Jeff, good call, buddy, out of the gate. But yeah, tonight is really going to be special. 215-592-9494. Speaking of special, music can be very special. And one of John's favorites is coming to town. How about it? John, how about this pair of tickets that we're giving away not only today on BG Day, but all week here on WIP, because it will be Metallica's M72 World Tour which, by the way, is coming up soon. Later in May, May 25th, at the Link. Tickets on sale right now, Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com to see one of John's favorite bands and obviously his buddies from Metallica. So you can win the tickets, though, also today on our program. Here's how. As we honor Brandon Graham today, and we do on 5-5, Brandon Graham Day, number 55, we ask you to give us a notable 5. Notable 5. A lot of ways to go, boys and girls. Put those thinking caps on and give us a 5 or a 55, which is double 5. John Ritchie, when you think of a notable 5, can be a jersey number, can be a group of 5, can be anything. It can be 5 guys. I'm taking 5 guys off the board, 1-1.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, 1-1.
1-1. 1-1.
All right, Richie,
okay.
and this goes for everyone, 215-592-9494, to win the Metallica tickets. John Ritchie, in honor of number 55, give us a 5.
Yeah, in honor of 55, his Michigan Wolverines, the Fab.
Oh,
5.
that's a big
Ian
one.
King, Juwan
That's
Howard,
really-
Chris Webber, Jalen Rose, and Ray Jackson.
So you guys lately have been really, I'm going to tell you, yanking a little too much off the board. I mean, I go fat, 5 guys, you go
This
fat.
is the irony here.
All right, it is. All right, Seltzer, a 5.
I'm just going to get out of the way. We know it'll be said. We know it's going to be played. Let's just do it right now.
Number 5 will always love you.
Absolutely. It was.
I mean, had to do it, right? It was going to happen. Let's just do it.
Well, the thing that was incredible was the first time in human history that number 5 was in the third person.
It was also the first time he ever did that. Like, he never called himself number 5.
He did it in the
locker room. Okay, with us at least.
Guys
For us, we
called
were like
him
5. What?
Yeah,
Ike calls
everyone
him
called
5.
him
Ike
5.
refers to him as 5.
Yeah, it makes more sense, the locker room thing after, but for us, we were like, okay, dude, cool.
It was weird. It was nice. He got a big ovation that night, but it was odd. All right, Rhea, give me a 5.
I am not going to take a haymaker.
Thank you.
I'm going to go 5 spot. $5.
Oh, $5. Yeah, $5. Okay. Yeah, when you said 5 spot, I got confused. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
A 5 spot, yeah. $5 makes sense. All right. Big answers abound. What do you got? Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the Metallica tickets. 215-592-9494. Your chance to pay tribute to Brandon Graham. Also, what Howie Roseman said on Friday on WIP about his relationship with BG. Really interesting answer. Howie on his relationship with Brandon Graham. That and more phone calls on all of this on a great day on 94 WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, you're always giving 100% of your focus to your pet. And as far as Cheney is concerned, that is never enough as well. In today's complicated world, we need all the help we can get. The lead dog, George Parante, will tell you the place to get not only help, but many solutions for your pet's needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. We got springtime here. It's time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. We're all spending a lot more time outside. Maybe you need a new toy. I definitely need a new toy for Cheney since he was running around with my sneakers yesterday. When it comes to food, the selection at Dogs and Cats Rules stores, it is second to none. Their large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Rules. They've got 7 convenient locations for you to go to. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Mapleton, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Today, Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie joins the WIP Morning Show at 9:15 for BG Day. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Verizon, we appreciate the sacrifices made by our military community. It's our honor to serve those who serve us. That's why we're offering a discount to military personnel and veterans. $15 off your monthly internet bill with a fast, reliable Fios 1 or 2 gig plan. Connecting you to what matters most is our way of saying thank you. Visit your local Verizon store today. For eligible military, approved verification documents required. One offer per account. Fios 2 gig and Fios 1 gig customers receive a $15 per month discount. $99 setup and other terms may apply. Availability varies. Subject to credit approval and may require a deposit.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to Mother's Day gifts, pretty candles and mugs, she's seen them all. This year, rather than something pretty, give her something pretty amazing. A moment to relax and recharge at Hand & Stone. Right now, get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. So no more mom gifts. Visit your local Hand & Stone or purchase at handandstone.com today. Offer valid at participating spas.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
and
Hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. BG Day here on 94 WIP, celebrating the 15-year career with the Eagles, which, of course, includes 2 Lombardi trophies. Brendan Graham will be in studio in the 9 a.m. hour, calling in to honor him in that hour. Jeffrey Lurie and BG's former teammate, Jason Kelce, will also be here. Phillies off after failing to complete a sweep of Arizona after nearly rallying from down 7-1 early. They would go to extras. Jose Alvarado out for a second inning was not optimal. Bryce Harper homered and reached base 3 times, but disappointed by striking out looking in the 9th, flied out in the 10th as the winning run.
Just frustrated for the fans, frustrated for my team. Even that last moment right there against Beeks, just not coming through, just super frustrated for that. So just want to play better, got to play better, make better at bats and all that kind of stuff. So just got to be a better ball player.
Guaranteed slot dollar multiplier every Monday in May at Borgata. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Scattered showers, high 71. It's currently 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
This is Brandon Graham.
May 5th is now BG Day.
94 WIP.
Boy, if the Eagles can come up with their one turnover of the game right here, that would be sealing. Brady back again. He steps up, he's hit, and falls forward. He fumbles the football, and the Eagles have it. It is recovered by Barnett. Barnett. Brady fumbles, and Barnett has the ball. They finally hit Brady.
What a moment. What a moment in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles. Really in our lives. I mean, in our lives, guys. What a moment. Good morning to you on Brandon Graham Day. BG Day here today on WIP. Your chance to weigh in and pay honor to Brandon. We also have a Twitter poll question of the day. And my answer until last week would have been no. I saw a picture in preparation for tonight's BG Live event we're going to do in Phoenixville that I saw this, and I had no recollection of it. Ray, I'm throwing this question to you. Let's see. So the Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Rhea, I will be incredibly impressed
Oh, God. Now you're
with
setting
your
me up.
Eagles knowledge and memory.
No, you're setting me up.
Well, you got a shot, but I didn't have this. All right,
Okay.
here's the question. Do you, and of course this goes for everyone at 214, I mean, it's a Twitter poll. Rhea, do you remember that Brandon's first uniform number with the Eagles was 54?
Well, yeah, I did remember he changed numbers.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, no, that I did
Good for
not.
you.
Oh, okay. Oh, God, you had me all stressed out here.
No, nothing to stress about. James, did you remember it?
So I remembered like that I knew he had a different number. I don't know that I would have pulled 54. I knew it was close to 55, so I might have guessed it, but I didn't know for sure it was 54.
Yeah, I might not have known the number, but I knew he started with a
Last
different
week
number.
I had no recollection of that until I saw a photograph. I mean, even then I didn't remember
That would have
but I
been a
saw
great
it.
hammer question.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I would not have won that week. All right, so the BG thing. Also, let's get to the window to the weekend, because obviously there was a lot going on this weekend. Window to the weekend brought to us by Gotta Door and Window. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. Call Gotta Door and Window. Call them today at 1-877-GO-GOTTA or visit GUIDA.com. Well, the weekend, couple things obviously stood out beyond just the Phillies, which we talked about earlier. John, it was music to our 76ers fans' ears.
Sure was.
Not only, two different things. Not only when the Clippers lost Game 7, did James Harden score a measly 7 points. 7! That's it! Ben Simmons did not play. Coach's decision!
DNP.
Which, I gotta tell you guys, leads to the possibility that his career could be over.
His career's been over.
Let me get down on my knees and say, dear Lord, please, dear Lord, no one give this man another
You're
contract.
really on your knees for this. This is
Let
great.
this man suffer and let Ben's career be over. Thank you, Lord. Getting back up.
Amen. Took a little sore from all your working out.
But John, how about James Harden? Yeah, I am. 7 points.
It is
Holy
musical
mackerel.
sounding.
Anyway, that
but
was
the
wild.
Ben Simmons, they're finally. I mean, they're finally sick of it. It
Well, he
only
just
took
wasn't. He
10
wasn't good
years.
enough. Game 7.
Has
You're
it
gonna
been 10 years of this?
well, about 10 years, maybe 10.
A decade of
Imagine
what
that.
would you even call that? Malingering.
The opposite
A
of
decade of malingering.
I'd call it the
Ben
opposite of Brandon
Simmons.
Graham. I'd call it the exact opposite. If Brandon Graham had Ben Simmons' heart, Wait, I said it wrong. If Ben Simmons had Brandon Graham's heart, he would have been Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
Like, for real.
Generational. By the way,
Yeah.
did you know that James Harden has now lost a Game 7 with 14?
Yeah, it's
4.
And he comes up small every time. All right, so obviously that stood out this weekend. The horse race with the Kentucky Derby, the Phils, the whole deal. By the way, Steph won last night. Congrats to him. He gets to the second round. There was a lot going on. Oh, and congrats to all of us that ran in the Broad Street Run yesterday. Well done by the
all of us?
Ran
all of us.
is ran
Well
the
done.
term we would use
Broad
here?
Street Run, baby. Yeah, that's how I did. Unless I didn't. You can figure that out.
Did you walk? Did you not participate?
I'm not going to say.
Did you just perpetrate a participation?
I may or may not have been in the Broad Street Run yesterday.
You would have been
Look
dead.
right there. Hey, I'm here.
Not here.
I got bounce back ability. Oh,
How far was
and I'm
it?
on steroids, by the way. I want to announce that for Spike, Ike, and Jack in this little event we're going to have this summer. Steroids have kicked in.
Good,
Right?
good.
All right, I
All
called
the
up.
help you can get.
I called up Balco, the cream, the clear, anabolic, whatever the hell I need.
How far was the run?
Well, it's the Broad Street Run.
How
Everyone
far?
knows. It's the Broad Street Run.
How far did you go?
Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. All right, BG Day today on WIP. Let's get to Rick and Easton. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. So what was really special about that Brady fumble is, if you listen to that again, Merrill Reese called for it, too. We needed
Yes, he did.
turnover here, and bang, there it goes.
Yes, he did.
So
By the way,
my
I'd like to say, just to clear the record, I am not on steroids. Just okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
We
I
needed
think
that
Raphael's on there.
clarification.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Broad Street Run, though, that one might still be on the table.
You don't appear roided out.
All right, Rick, what do you got on BG Day? What a play
I
that
think
was,
we
and what a
kinda- I
guy,
think
man.
we kind of believe you're not on steroids.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, no, it was just really a special moment, and we don't have many of them, and two-time Super Bowl winner and all the accolades. But, we have so much room in Lincoln Financial Field. Why don't we have a Ring of Honor? And how great would it be if this year we unveil a Ring of Honor and you start it with Brandon Graham?
Well, they essentially have one with the Eagles Hall of Fame, but I guess they don't have it around the stadium the way the Cowboys do, where they list all their names in a visible way. John, do you know of a spot in the link? I mean, I'm sure somewhere they list them. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I don't know, Rick. I mean, I got to imagine they're displayed somewhere, but it's not. Rhea, you probably go to the most games. Can you think of a spot where the Eagles Hall of Famers?
No, but there's got to be a location.
Somewhere, but it might be like in the concourse for all
the
we know.
Phillies have their, which you can go see.
Phillies have it. Is it? Out in center
Out in center
field,
field behind the wall.
Yeah,
There, yep.
behind the wall in center. Yeah, I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure where it is in the link, but they could make it more prominent.
I'm talking about a visible Ring of Honor where you see them all the time on the outside where you're in the I'm a season ticket holder.
It's a reasonable point. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Hey, Rick, give me an answer for a notable 5.
Jackson 5.
Big one.
Nice.
Knew that was going to be said early, and obviously has winning capabilities.
I was just watching the Michael Jackson special about the performance, the tour that he was going to do 9 days before he died. They were, recording and compiling the practices and everything. I think the movie is called This Is It.
Okay.
Or something like that. You got to check it out.
That's a weird name. It's called This Is It or something like that?
No. This Is It.
Gotcha.
And it was...
I can make jokes, too. You guys rip me for my athletic prowess and the such, which, obviously is a joke when you guys say that. Because, I mean, how do you rip this guy? I mean, a sculpted dude like myself? All right. By the way, I did quit golf this weekend. That part I will tell the truth on. I got out there, shot a 58 in the front 9, and said, I am out of here. So that was a really, 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 really
positive golf.
Really rough.
Yeah.
Really
Were you
rough.
golfing with someone else?
Well, I went out there by myself, but they got me out there with three random guys that showed up. Nice guys, by the way, young 20s, good dudes, baseball players at some college. I forget which one. Really good guys. And I was so bad, I just walked off after 9, which was horrible.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was not
Quitter.
good. Yeah, I was a
So
quitter.
you gave those guys a story. They always be like, remember that guy who just walked off while we were playing golf that time?
Exactly. All right, let's get to Howie Roseman. He told some stories late last week when he was on with Spike, Ike, and Jack, and one of the things he talked about, his relationship with Brandon Graham. Let's listen to Howie.
We've had a lot of these guys. I can't tell you that I have a favorite because, all of them mean an incredible amount to me. There'll be like picking a favorite kid, which I do have some days of the week. And I think that, it's just a special relationship that we've had, and just a lot of conversations, a lot of support for one another. Not only do I feel like I've had his back, but I feel like he's always had my back and been tremendously confident in what I'm going to do. I mean, you talk about that group of Kelce and Fletch and BG and Lane, and, throughout all those changes, they always believed. They always believed we would get it right here, and I never took that lightly. I always felt special that they believed in that, and felt an obligation to do whatever I could to make sure that they were as successful as possible. So, in terms of BG story, I got a lot of them. I'm not sure they're suitable for this call right at this moment, but let me think about that, and maybe on BG Day, I'll unveil one.
Love it. We're going to play more of Howie later in the show because he talked a lot more about a moment that was very special to him. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Eric in Middletown. Eric, good morning.
Morning, team.
What's up, Eric?
I had the pleasure of meeting Brandon Gamer about a month ago, and let me tell you what, this guy was as genuine as it gets. He made me feel like I had known him my whole life. My son and my nephew were tickled pink, man, and it was one of they considered their greatest day, as young as they are. But, in the words of the late Harry Callis, Brandon Graham, you are the man.
Yeah, that's right. Eric, John, I think used the word genuine earlier, or authentic, something like that. He really is and was just.
Yeah, there's no pretense.
None.
He's just flat out kind and good. And when he smiles, he's happy. And he also knows that it communicates something. Like, he is a guy who brings everyone else up to his level. Like, he is a leader, and you don't even know you're being led half the time.
Yeah,
he makes it feel like he actually wants to be talking to you.
Yeah, I agree
and is
with that.
interested. You know what I mean?
No
Where you can
doubt.
and think about, you meet like 100 people in a night. For all 100 of those people to not feel like you're meeting 100 people in a night is amazing.
I agree with that. Yeah, very special guy, Eric, to say the least. All right, give me a notable five.
Oh, it's got to be the high five.
Oh, the high five.
Very nice.
That's a big answer right there.
So I feel like you don't see the high five as much as you used to.
You don't have a kid.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Kids love high five still. Kids are super in on high fives.
I guess I was thinking in sports. So you don't see the low five ever anymore, John. That used to be a thing. Like I see Magic,
slow, right?
Magic Johnson would make a pass and he'd look at Michael Cooper and get the low five.
I think people still do. People still do.
Not
low
much,
fiving.
man.
Sure they do. I mean, you do it all the time, and like when you're passing off activities like little relays and stuff, slap the hand. This does happen.
I'm
Daily.
not saying it doesn't happen. I just don't think it happens as much. Let's get to Anthony in New Jersey on Brandon Graham Day. What's going on, Anthony?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
Super, Anthony.
Hey, man, I remember after the Tampa Bay loss, Brandon Graham came in the studio. Joe, you hammered them, man. You hammered them. And Brandon, he sat there like a man. He took it, and he told everybody that the guys was going to work harder, that we was going to get through this. Brandon was the only one sitting there. I'm not going to lie. At the time, I thought it was a dumbass smile. And how could you sit there like that, man? But Brandon really believed in himself, in the team. He put the work in. He worked hard, man. And a few months later, man, another Super Bowl. I just want to thank Brandon. Appreciate the Eagles' career he had, man. What a guy we're losing. Irreplaceable, man. Irreplaceable.
I agree with that. I agree with that entirely, except that part about me hammering him. I think I was more hammering the team. I can't hammer Brandon Graham.
Yeah, he was really hammering the team.
Yeah, exactly.
He sat there like a man and took it, man. And
well, that, Anthony, I'll say this, that was part of, when I referenced earlier, he got us, and I didn't mean us like WIP, although that's part of it. He understood the Philadelphia sports fan thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, he got that we put so much into it, millions of us as fans, and that sometimes we've got to vent. And I thought some athletes really struggle with how to respond to that. Scott Rowland, for instance, really struggled with it big time. Brandon got it. And that was something I really appreciate. And I think then when he's back up there on that podium, it's part of what makes you appreciate him even more, maybe even respect him even more, because he wouldn't wag the finger at us. Like Doc Rivers would wag the finger at us, not like the middle finger, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like Doc Rivers would scold us. Brandon Graham wasn't like that, but while maintaining positivity. It's a unique thing to balance.
Brandon Graham was the first player in the history of the University of Michigan to be a defensive player voted the most valuable player.
That's
twice.
hard to believe. Oh, twice. Yeah.
Yeah, most valuable player on the team twice, and defensive player. Just in order to do something like that, you're bringing more than just your play.
Yeah. Now maybe it was a down era, because when I looked up his career, you know what? I forgot that I didn't know he was a part of the Appalachian State loss to a 1AA team.
Oh God,
They were really good.
I think that was like his first year or second year, maybe something like that.
Appalachian State, they were legit that year. Who was?
Wasn't Daniel Jeremiah on that Appalachian State team? Maybe
he was.
I think so.
Maybe.
I know he
yeah.
played there. I don't know. I think he was. Maybe.
Anthony, give me a notable 5 in honor of our guy BG.
Notable 5, man. Somebody stole the Jackson 5, man. I'm gonna go with Abraham Lincoln and $5 bill.
So I need a ruling here. The $5 bill's already been said.
Yeah, I don't think that you could do it twice.
Yeah.
I said the 5 spot, but I didn't say Lincoln.
If he
on the
just
5,
said,
but
yeah. Look,
I don't think so.
we'll write him down for Lincoln, but I don't think it's going to win. But it's, you know. All right, let's get to but let's go to Neil right now, Northeast Philly. What's going on, Neil?
Hey, happy. Rhea, you did a sensational job getting Jeffrey Lurie, just like you did to Angelo all those years, booking guests.
Thank you.
And Brandon, the sports is very huge in this community, and Brandon Graham is definitely a leader of the community. With his strip sack in the Super Bowl, with being his final year a Walter Payton nominee, playing in over 200 games in the NFL, he's definitely, and what he's done, like even WIT with the Players Lounge and with Ava, with the pep rallies or whatever, he's an incredible human being and player.
Absolutely correct, Neil. Well said. Give me a notable 5, Neil.
He won the All-Star game, and he was a Philly in the 60s, Johnny Callison.
You got it. Johnny Callison sure did win that All-Star game, 1964 with a home run. Let's get to Dave in Wilmington. Dave, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Brandon Graham Day. Happy anniversary to my wife.
Ooh.
Wow.
That would also
Dave.
mean happy anniversary to you, Dave.
Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
How many years are you celebrating, Dave?
Well, we got together in 2009. We got married in 2018.
That's
and
awesome.
Good for you, man.
Congratulations.
So, John, you took some of my smoke because I was going to comment on how Brandon Graham, I was a big Michigan fan, and I was really high on Brandon coming out because I watched Michigan football nonstop. And you took the MVP, the team MVP thing from me.
Yeah, that's a leader. That's a leader right there.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, give me an answer, my man, for a notable 5. What do you got?
Episode 5, Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
I think so, for sure.
It's probably the
dislike
best.
that numbering. I
But
don't think of it that way at all. Empire Strikes Back to me is 2.
Yeah, but it is technically called 5.
I know.
And I'll say this, pretty good answer. I mean,
And
it's probably the
I
best.
love Empire.
It's better
I
than Rocky
love
5.
Empire.
Just a little.
Might be the best 5th, even though it's 2 movie ever, maybe.
Oh, it's the best 5th. I mean, movie-wise.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Movie-wise. Yeah. That's interesting.
I mean, what's even close?
I
There
don't
aren't
know.
many 5ths that are any
Fast and Furious, there were like 37, so
Right.
maybe 5.
That is the best one, Fast
that's
5
about
of the Fast and Furious. Is
Yeah, you got Tom Cruise.
Oh,
is,
really?
yeah, Mission Impossible. I think
How
the
do
5th
you
is
know
like
that?
Ghost Protocol, maybe.
How do you know?
How do
Rogue
you
Nation,
keep
one
all
of
that
those.
straight, man?
I don't know.
Harry
Jeez.
Potter 5, they didn't call it that, but there was
That's
a...
the
which-
Order of the Phoenix.
My God, James.
He is a dork.
The Rain Man of movies.
All right, BG, we honor him today. Your chance to weigh in. I'm sure he's getting up here sometime soon, which means you can pay tribute and hopefully have Brandon listening. 215-592-9494. Andy Reid, he paid tribute when he joined us last week. The part where we focused on Brandon with Andy Reid, you'll hear that next. Phone calls on all of this on a great day, BG Day on 94 WIP.
The bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phils fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app, tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right, with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. Don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here. Tomorrow, Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies have won it on a walk-off wild pitch.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Trying to find a way to thank Mom for all she's done, but having trouble deciding? Something handmade was nice when you were a kid, and chocolates and flowers are fine. But if you want to get Mom something unforgettable, get her a unique piece of jewelry from Cozy. Nothing beats Cozy's 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Stop in at Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom, and they'll help you pick out the perfect Mother's Day gift. Step up to the 5th C at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at CozyJewelers.com.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 11 years ago, Scotty Scheffler was a 17-year-old Dallas area high school senior playing in his first ever PGA Tour round at the 2014 Byron Nelson. Yesterday, at the 2025 Byron Nelson, the world number one tied the PGA Tour's 72-hole scoring record with a 253, winning by 8 strokes and cashing a first-place check worth $1.8 million. What a performance on Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to BG Day.
I just want to thank everybody.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, it sure is BG Day. As we honor the great Brandon Graham today. You can be a part of it by weighing in at 215-592-9494. Your memories of BG the player and BG the person. And, of course, we're giving away those Metallica tickets. We're looking for a great 5, notable 5. Doesn't have to be a great one, notable 5. Obviously, Jackson 5 already said big answer. Speaking of answers, you'll get answers later today from a lot of notable guests. They include Ray Didinger at 7:35, Mike Quick at 8:25, Jason Kelce, 9 o'clock in studio with us to honor Brandon. 9:15, Jeffrey Lurie will be on WIP for the first time in 31 years. To honor BG. We look forward to talking to the Eagles owner, Jeffrey Lurie, coming up around 9:15. And then at 9:30, BG in studio with us. It's going to be quite a day. Let's also tell you the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, do you remember that BG's first uniform number with the Eagles was 54? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. And by the way, you're not eligible to say yes, you remember it if you heard us say it last hour, right? Okay, that doesn't count. BG 54. I had no memory of that, truly, until a few days ago when I saw that. All right, we spoke to Andy Reid last week. Covered a lot of ground with Big Red, who was Brandon's coach when he was uniform number 54 for the Eagles. We talked to Andy about BG and more. Let's play the portion. It's about 5 or 6 minutes here of Andy on BG, one of his draft picks, obviously from near the end of his tenure. Here's Andy with us last week.
It's so cool to talk about Brandon with you today, Coach.
Yeah, let's do that, Andy. So BG, you brought him to town 15 years ago, and we'll kind of go through a few elements of it. Let's just start with the pre-draft evaluation of Brandon. What do you remember all those years ago when you were scouting Michigan's Brandon Graham? What enticed you to select him?
Yeah, first of all, I love Michigan players, and he was one of them, as was John at one time. So this guy was extremely quick, extremely strong, a great kid, and was just somebody in a position of need at that time. And for him to come in and do the things that he's done has just been spectacular. To play this long at that grunt position, man, that's a tough position to play, and to do it for all these years is something everybody, he had this thing, his arms were too short, or he wasn't tall enough or long enough, whatever the terms are that we all put on players and destroy great ones, with. So he didn't have the longest arms. He wasn't the tallest or longest guy, but he played with a big heart and played every snap. You're going to get an honest down from him. He has great athletic ability.
Coach, how rare is Brandon Graham's enthusiasm? I mean, that energy that he brought every day, how often do you see that in a guy?
No, you love that. And it was that way when he was young, and he carried that through when he was old. And sometimes guys kind of lose that stinger there as they age up, but he never lost that. And I was lucky enough to play against him, or have our team play against him the last couple Super Bowls here, and what a great, he still had that energy. And at the Super Bowls, you get to see the guys. You have different events that you have to go to as teams, and you're there together. And just to see him, and he about broke my ribs with a big hug. So he's just, if you can get me off the ground with a hug, you've done good. And he did that. So
he's got, he can dig deep like that. That is something.
Yeah.
But you're slender now. I mean, we all see that. So that is interesting. When you talk about preparing for playing against Brandon, you're one of the greatest coaches to ever coach the game. What extra stuff do you sprinkle on top when you're coaching a Kansas City offensive lineman to prepare to block Brandon Graham, having drafted and coached him for those 3 years?
Yeah, first of all, you got to know where he's at, and then wherever he's at, you got to make sure you have that extra guy there, whether it's an offensive lineman working to him, an extra offensive lineman working to him, or a back chipping him, or a tight end chipping him. But you got to know where he's at all times, and you got to do it for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Andy, one of the things that, was such a talking point when you brought him in 15 years ago was the fan base expected Earl Thomas, when you moved up, that was going to be an Earl Thomas pick. There was also a safety need at that point, and it ultimately worked out great. By the way, worked out good for Seattle, worked out great for the Eagles. Eagles won 2 titles. We've always wondered, how close did you come to selecting Earl Thomas? Do you remember? Was it between those two? Because we thought you were going to take Earl. You took BG. How close was that one?
Yeah, Earl was in the picture for sure. We kind of had our eyes set on Brandon. He had a great Senior Bowl, as I recall, and we needed a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
So we had gotten spoiled with Hugh Douglas, and we felt like we needed another guy and to fill in there, and Brandon was able to do that for us.
Andy, what did you notice? Because you coached him during the years he was really struggling. I mean, he got off to a tough start. What did you notice with how he dealt with the struggles? Because he turned into an all-time Eagle. I mean, the Eagles they might retire his number. I mean, he's a legendary Eagle. But you got him when he was struggling. There were some injuries. How did you sense he dealt with all that?
Yeah, he fought himself. He had this young enthusiastic makeup with him, and so not the word immature. No, not really immature, but the love of the game and his desire to be great and all those things. When he came up against a stiff competition that he had and wasn't used to, and you might play against one of these offensive linemen in a year in the at the college level. Now you come in and you're a high pick here, and you've got to come in and try to win every play. And if you don't, then you're going to have that media come down on you, and it's a tough deal. So I didn't think he handled that great when he was young, but he worked through it, and he was fighting himself there, and so that conflict ended up making him even stronger, and as he went on through through his career, but he overcame it. A lot of guys don't. They just collapse, fall apart, and they're done with the NFL.
Yeah.
There's a certain stigma that comes with being a high draft pick and expectation level, and sometimes it's not reasonable.
Andy, final thing here. We're going to play this audio for Brandon on Monday when he's with us in studio. But if you could just, whatever you've got from your heart, a message to Brandon to honor him. We're going to play this audio directly for him on Monday upon his retirement. What would you say to BJ?
Yeah, no, listen, I love Brandon Graham. He is one of the all-time greats for the Eagles. And not only was he a great player, but he's a great person. I call him a kid, but I mean, he's past the kid stage now. So he's just a great person. And that part and his work ethic are going to carry him through the second half of his life and career and our new career. And so, but listen, Brandon Graham's he's a great one. Love him.
Andy, we wish you the best.
Thanks, Coach. You are an unbelievable person too, and we love you and respect you a lot.
I appreciate you. Love you, my man.
Andy,
keep it rolling.
Stay
Thanks.
well, Andy. Our best to you, and maybe a trilogy next year in February. So absolute best of luck to you. Thanks for all you did for the Eagles and Philadelphia sports, and we look forward to catching up with you down the road. Thanks, Andy.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
That was Andy Reid with us on Thursday. That was really cool. You know what I liked at the very end, John, when he said to you, keep it rolling? It was a quick, 1 to 2 seconds of a coach being a coach.
I love that.
He was saying to you, that was a message directly to you. Proud of you, and he wants to see you keep going.
I appreciated that also.
Yeah.
And I felt that at the time. I mean, that is something that he would say when you catch a ball and you'd run down, 50 yards to the other end of the field as you're turning around to run back to the huddle. Keep it rolling.
Sure. It always strikes me that coaches and teachers are in many ways cut from the same cloth. And even when you meet a teacher that you had 30 years ago, there's a message that they will often impart to you.
Sure.
And anyway, it struck me.
You were teachers, Joe?
Well,
because you told us.
Some of my
heard stories.
Some of them. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, up ahead. Coming back to the calls, your messages and honoring of Brandon Graham on this notable day, BG Day. Also, Ray Dittinger, 7:35. The Diddy will join us, and some of the memorable pieces of audio of BG and stuff he did on the field and off the field through the years will pay tribute to Brandon. You're gonna love what we have prepared as we pay tribute to Brandon today. Phone calls on all of this. We'll touch on the fields a little bit as well on 94 WIP.
Temperatures are rising. The last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. But don't worry, call Horizon Services right now. You can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services here to keep you comfortable inside, even when it's hot outside, because you should always be relaxed and stress-free in your home. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll always work with you to make sure the work gets done on your schedule while helping you save money. And with Horizon Services, expert technicians, job's going to be done right the first time. So contact Horizon. Keep your home comfortable and worry-free no matter the season. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so do not wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Today, Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie joins the WIP Morning Show at 9:15 for BG Day. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules. Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. We will celebrate the 15-year career of Brandon Graham, which of course includes 2 Super Bowl victories today on 94 WIP. BG in studio in the 9 a.m. hour will be joined around then by the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, by phone, Jason Kelce. Also here, Ray Didinger coming up in shortly about 7:35. Phillies off after falling in 10 to the Diamondbacks 11-9. Unable to complete the sweep. Bills did rally from an early 6-run deficit. Bryce Harper had chances in both the 9th, swung at 2 out of the zone, and 10th, and flied out to center.
It's just a frustrating moment, just not being able to come through and, realizing I got to be better for my teammates and the fans, and they expect that. This organization expects that. I think I hold myself to a really high standard, and my teammates do as well, and everybody else. So I gotta be better.
Harper did homer and reach base 3 times. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at AA.com. Scattered showers, high of 71. It's currently 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is BG Day.
My love for this team and city will never fade.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, it sure is BG Day. Welcome to 5-5 on WIP in honor of number 55. The great Brandon Graham, of course, retired a couple weeks ago, and we paid tribute to him today. He's going to be in studio today. I got to tell you something, guys. If there has ever been a day, and I say this from time to time, I tell you, check out our show on YouTube. I tell you, hey, make sure if you miss a part, you go back on the Odyssey app. Like, this is the day. If you are driving to work right now and are going to miss the 9 o'clock hour, and I know some of you listening right now won't be able to listen live. James, some people have bosses that are jerks and force them to attend that meeting, right?
Not us.
Yeah, right, not us. But here's the deal. 9 o'clock hour alone, like if you have to miss it live, go back and watch it later today on YouTube or listen on the Odyssey app, because in the 9 o'clock hour, Jason Kelce live in studio for the whole hour. Jeffrey Lurie around 9:15 calling into the show. Brandon Graham around 9:30 for the remainder of the hour. It's going to be unbelievable. So make sure the Odyssey app, you know how to get to it, and obviously YouTube, our show on YouTube, where you can see all this great action if you don't get to see it live. All right, back to the phones in 1 minute. 1 minute as you pay tribute today, we all do, to the great Brandon Graham. You can at 215-592-9494. Hey, let me tell you this. Mother's Day is coming up. It's coming up soon now. It's almost upon us. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, your grandmother, whoever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course their service. I've been to their showroom many times. It is an amazing place, an extravaganza of jewelry. They really do an incredible job at Family and Company Jewelers. Junior and the entire squad, awesome people, awesome selection, huge selection of gifts that you can purchase for Mother's Day, of course, at every price point. So make sure you show your mom, your grandmom, your wife, your girlfriend, whoever it might be, show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers. They are, as always, South Jersey's diamond destination. 215-592-9494. Let's pay tribute to BG. That's what Mike in Northeast Philly's doing. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
What's up?
Talk about Brandon Graham. I just got this to say. I think they need to really statuize him and that famous hit on Brady in the Super Bowl, and replace it with that Doug Peterson, Nick Foles, talking about the Philly cheesesteak play.
Well, you went to Foles and Peterson out? If anything, you add. You don't replace, you add.
That's what I meant to say.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
It seems like he was mocking the Peterson Foles thing.
What, you went William Penn out on the top of City Hall? You going to remove Ben Franklin also if there's a statue of him? I don't know.
But the picture of Brady's look on his face, like that Oswald being shot,
This call just keeps getting better.
You know what I mean? And the statue of that.
So are you saying Brandon Graham Jack Rubied him like bang? Take that, Oswald! Like bang! Take that, Brady!
What's that famous picture on the front page? In the fake newspaper.
I know.
They should have instead of a wall of fame, also maybe a wall of passion. You know what I mean? For guys like, Dawkins and Graham and Seth Joyner.
Sure.
And, them kind of guys that, Waters, that play with passion.
Andre Waters.
The wall of passion.
A wall of passion.
John, you could be on the wall of passion.
I mean.
You brought the heat, man.
Definitely got the wall of passion.
You brought the heat.
I would love to be.
Hey, Mike, give me a big answer for a notable 5. You can win Metallica tickets.
That'd be cool. The first thing that came to my mind was Five Below, the store.
Okay, Five Below.
Not bad.
All right, not bad. I'll tell you what I think
like
is
Five Below a lot.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what I think is better.
Fun store.
It's okay. It's decent. Better is this Philly starting rotation. Now, it didn't look as much yesterday, obviously, with the the Ranger insertion.
The Philly starting rotation is better than Five Below.
Yeah. This 5, man's really good.
Hold on. Our starting rotation is part of the 5th highest payroll in all of baseball.
Yeah.
It better be better than Five Below.
For real.
Five Below is $5 and below.
I'm well aware. This rotation's going to get the Phils to the playoffs, I think.
I think so too.
So they win
but
2 or 3 of them.
sometimes
Yeah.
it's easy to lose track of that. We just won 3 series in a row. It doesn't really feel that way because of the way it looked at the end of that third game where Bryce was doing the face thing again.
Yeah, and
the body thing.
And ultimately, obviously, just not a well-pitched game and not a good defensive game by the Phils. Trey Turner's defense in the 10th inning. I mean, it's like,
it wasn't just the 10th, Joe. I feel like he's getting considerably worse. Like it's compounding. These defensive miscues are, leading to more in the future.
No, it's gotten worse.
Yes.
Now, to be fair, Stein,
so how long do we put up with this?
Don't look at me. Look at them. I'm serious. I mean, how long? At least the remainder of this year. That's the answer.
Why is that always the answer?
Because it's what it is.
The rest of this year.
Because it's what it is.
What if this team could be better
They could
configured
be,
if you move him to the outfield?
They choose not to.
Correct.
They choose not to.
Wow.
Period. End of story.
I just find it so. At this point,
it's frustrating.
When it continues to get worse and it continues to look like, hey, by the way, we know he's fast. We know he can run. I do think with adequate reps, he could actually judge those fly balls.
I'd like to think so, too. All right, so look, you can weigh in on the Phils from the weekend. Obviously, there was a lot going on. Most of it was positive. Nola was one of the big pluses of the weekend. Obviously, pitched a great game on Saturday. Phils win 2 of 3, and it's good to see the Phils beat the Diamondbacks, a team they could be battling with for the wild card spot. Right now, the Phils are a little bit up in a wild card spot, but obviously in a battle with the Mets and a whole bunch of teams as well when it comes to the wild card. So 215-592-9494. This segment we're gonna walk you through some of the great Brandon Graham moments through the years with some audio that will really tell the story of BG here in Philadelphia. Let's get to Fran right now in Wynwood on BG Day. Good morning, Fran.
Hi. How you doing?
Good, sir.
I'm an 85-year-old great-grandmom who has been listening to WIP from Ken Garland days.
Wow, how about that?
I want to tell you a beautiful story about, I might start crying. I went to a function where he was the guest speaker, and my grandson at the time was battling cancer, 35-year-old grandson. So I said to Brandon, I held his hand. I said, would you pray for my grandson? He's having surgery on Tuesday for cancer. He said, we're praying right now. Now, this is in front of about 60, 70 people at this function. So he bent his head, he bowed his head, and he started praying. He said, Heavenly Father, blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God. I couldn't believe it. So he hugged me, and he said, Kyle, my grandson's name is Kyle. He said he's going to be fine. And my grandson thank God, got through the surgery,
Wow.
and he is going to be fine. But, I mean, who does that? He didn't even know me from Adam, you know?
He's such a special person, Fran. And those of us that have met him, that includes, me, John, James, and Rhea, includes
Right.
you, includes many thousands. But let's be real. Brandon Graham can't possibly meet all the millions that are a fan of him. As I
Right.
said earlier, and you know this, Fran, the guy that you think he is before you meet him is who he is.
Oh, I
He's
can't
that
stop
guy.
thinking of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was just amazing. And I went to the parade with my son. I mean, I'm a real avid Eagles fan. And I love Brandon Graham. I always have. So
Such a good call, Fran, and a very special story that you shared. We appreciate that. Give us, in honor of Brandon Graham, give us a notable 5.
I'll have a great one. Chanel No. 5, the perfume, was released on May 5th, 1921.
No way.
Wow.
How about
And
that?
that's how it got its name.
Okay, I like it. Fran, good call, sir. Thank you
love
so
you
much.
guys.
Thank you, buddy. What
Fran,
a call.
that's my favorite perfume.
It's a good answer.
Chanel No. 5.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I didn't even think of that one.
That's good.
But I love
real
that
good.
perfume.
All right, I'll give you good. I'll give you something real good. A great story from Howie Roseman. Let's go back to when Howie was on with Spike, Ike, and Jack late last week, and he told a very cool story about when Brandon was, because he was in the throes of struggle early in his career. If you remember, it really took like 4 years for BG to turn the corner, and in the second year, things really were bad. Listen to Howie Roseman when he was on with Spike, Ike, and Jack, recounting a very interesting story from years ago.
In 2011, as he came back, there was a game that we played in Miami. And I want to say at the time we were 4-8, and he was inactive. And, him and I had a conversation in Miami, which was basically like, if you're going down, I'm going down too, and you and I are going to be in it together, because if you're not going to be successful, I'm not going to be successful. There's no way I'm going to be able to make it in Philadelphia without you being successful. And we shared a moment, and I guess that would be my story. And I'll never forget being in Miami, me and him eye to eye, and in typical BG fashion, he looked at me with a big smile and said, "I got you." I'm not sure I believed it at the moment. I was hopeful, but he did.
He sure did. Look, he really, and here's the deal. We want to hear from you, 215-592-9494, to try your best to sum up the BG thing. So, and he could be listening, guys, because he's going to be in here. He's obviously going to be driving in here in the next, hour or so. He's going to be with us around 9:30. So imagine Brandon's listening, because he very well may be. What would you want to hear him say? What would you want him to hear you say, is what I'm trying to say. What would you want him to hear you say? Here's what I would say. He's like Rocky, but he's actually way better because he's real. Like, that to me, there is an ethos to Philadelphia, and there's an ethos to Philadelphia sports. There's a type of person that we like and admire the most, and we love very, very talented guys, like the most talented. But we like the worker more. What we like the best is the really, really talented and the really, really hard worker. And when they put it, and that's what Ben Simmons was not, because Ben Simmons was really, really talented. He was. But he wasn't the worker guy. He wasn't the commitment guy. He wasn't the dig in guy. He wasn't the I'm going to improve guy. Part of why I love Brandon so much, and I want him to hear this if he's listening right now, is I remember when he wasn't very good. We all do. We all remember the calls for Earl Thomas. I mean, obviously that night when we all thought the Eagles were about, the commissioner was about to say, and with the blank pick, the Eagles pick Earl Thomas. Because remember, guys, this is an important part of the story. The Earl Thomas / Brandon Graham draft, that draft was 1 year after Doc had left. Can't overstate the importance of that element to this story. So Doc is gone in March of 2009. All-time Eagle, so beloved, true Hall of Famer, that whole thing. So then we lived through an 2009 football season. Not a bad season. They reached the playoffs. But we could tell the jokers they had back there, it wasn't working out. Whoever they all were, it just wasn't working out. There was such a safety need. And so then there's this draft, and it's like, wow, Earl Thomas, I think it's going to be Earl Thomas. And we're all geeked up and geared up for that, and then it wasn't. And then for like 2 or 3 or 4 years, Earl Thomas is an all-time safety, and Brandon was not.
And the Seahawks are going and winning Super Bowls and things.
Correct. And Brandon was in the throes of the criticism, and he was legitimately struggling. And by the way, tore his knee 1 year, so he was like seriously hurt. Such a big part of why I cherish the Brandon Graham thing here in Philadelphia is that he overcame that. How many guys, I'll put it this way, 99 out of 100 don't rise from the ashes of that. Not to become the player that had what many consider the most important play in the history of the franchise, win 2 championships, part of an organization that sustained excellence. Yeah, there was 2020. We get that. You're going to have those years from time to time. But let's be real, guys. Eagles have reached the playoffs 7 of the last 8 years. They got to the Super Bowl 3 times with him. They won 2. He ends his career with the most games ever played by an Eagle. He ends his career with the most seasons ever played by an Eagle. I mean, we're talking about a guy who went from the ashes to legend. And it's very similar to Rocky, except it's real. That's, for me, in my heart, the main thing I think of when I think of Brandon Graham. It's like the Rocky story, but it's so much better because it's real. Pay tribute to Brandon today at 215-592-9494. We really want to hear from you. John, what's on your heart when you think of Brandon Graham?
Brandon Graham is the ultimate quintessential Eagle. He is hard work personified. 15 years of work and smiling while toiling. He made himself a better player. I actually thought these last 2 seasons he had a renaissance where he played his best football.
He really played great.
And he was the coach on the field. He was the leader that they needed. He was the secret ingredient that somehow got Jalen and AJ over the top.
That was big. You're right.
There was so much that you can look back on and say, okay, that's this team figured out a way to make it work. And I think when you look at it that way, I think it's Brandon Graham and the leaders. I think it's Brandon Graham's ability to facilitate, to be a people person. That's social intelligence. How many forms of intelligence are there? There's like 17 or 27 or whatever. His social intelligence is so off the charts. And so many times in football, I mean, that is the least developed aspect of a guy's personality. Let's be honest. Mm-hmm. Brandon, somehow, that's a big part of why he's such an anomaly. Brandon is like the kindest, most generous, most authentic person that that I can imagine. Like the kind of person that you want to tell your kids, hey, grow up like him.
Yep.
Like do what he does. I want you to become Brandon Graham in the way he treats others. And I think that's a huge compliment.
I agree, John.
I want my kids to grow up to be like him, the way he treats other people. That I appreciate him so much for that.
It's really well said. And I'll say this, another thing that hits me, and you can weigh in 215-592-9494. I've always appreciated that he got us. He understood us. Us meaning the Philadelphia sports fan. We're a little zany. We go a little nuts sometimes. We get really, really, really happy when times are good. We get really, really down when times are bad. And he never wagged his finger at us in the down times.
And the thing that's crazy is everyone was so down on him. I mean,
big
down
time
on him more than most. How
big
many
time.
people, how many players have we as a fan base been down on more than Brandon Graham? I mean, it's like Ben Simmons.
Very, very few. Very, very few. So the BG story is an amazing one, and you can pay tribute today at 215-592-9494. And when I think of Brandon Graham, I'll say this. I think of him in the middle of all, I'm going to play one piece of audio. All this kind of, like him running out for Super Bowl 59 when we all thought he wasn't going to be able to play again, and you hear this right before it.
From the city of brotherly love, BG.
And then to see him run out of that tunnel, I mean, come on, man. That's special stuff.
Joe, all you need to know about Brandon Graham is we knew weeks before that he was playing in that game.
That he really thought he had a great shot.
Well,
yeah.
just because we knew he was going to work really hard,
Yeah.
but there was no, other than the first day when he was a little depressed
Well, for
about
sure.
it.
Yeah.
After that, every time he came in here, he had a smile. And I'm thinking, oh, God, that's great. Brandon, And then I started going, you're going to play. I go, it's unbelievable. It's all you need to know about him.
It is so awesome. All right, coming up in a minute, the Diddy, Ray Didinger, to pay tribute to Brandon Graham. That's up ahead in 1 minute.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earning the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
Well, Ray Didinger obviously saw all the games that Brandon Graham played for the Eagles and can give great context to his immense role in the history of Philadelphia sports. And Ray joins us right now. Ray, good morning, sir.
Morning, Joe. How are you doing?
I'm excited, Ray. I'm really excited. I'm fired up. I'm almost in like a football fired up mode. We don't have a game today, but we got a special day today, Ray. I mean, to honor BG, and he's going to be in studio with us around 9:30 today. I know you know him and know him well. You've seen all the games and all the plays. When I say to you, Brandon Graham, what comes to mind for you, Ray?
Persistence. With a capital P.
Yep.
That's it. I mean, it's a guy who came in under great scrutiny, didn't get off to a particularly good start, felt the wrath of the city just 2 years into his career, enormous second guessing and doubt, and rather than complain about it and sulk about it and let it defeat him, he used it to fuel a great career. And it's not many people that can do that. Look, all of us, Joe, you certainly, I think John has come to understand it. Philadelphia is a unique place. And if you're an athlete, it can be a great place. It can be the best home for a professional athlete anywhere. And there are guys who can bear witness to that in every sport that can come into this city. But there are other people whose experience here is totally different. And the way Brandon Graham's career started out, it could have easily gone that way. And it didn't because he didn't allow it to. He took all that and used it to drive him, And I think that, look, I've seen a lot of guys bow out and retire in this city, but I've never seen anyone do it with the grace and the self-awareness that Brandon Graham did in that final press conference. I mean, just starting with the fact that he walked into the auditorium and walked around the auditorium and shook hands with every media member who was there. That's how he started. And then when he got up to the podium, when he made his remarks, said, you guys, all of you, you helped me have the career I had because, for 15 years you held me accountable. And he understood that in a way that the vast majority of athletes who pass through here don't. And in addition to the Brady strip sack and in addition to playing in the final Super Bowl and doing what he did, that to me is one of the things that I'll remember about him because and you just said it, Joe, that he so got Philadelphia.
Yep.
And that was a big part of his story. And there aren't they could have gone so wrong in so many ways early, but he didn't allow it to. And good for him. I think that's one of the reasons why he's going to be beloved here long after he hangs up the jersey.
Ray, I'm so fascinated to hear your assessment of how Brandon improved over his career. You watching him, I wasn't focusing in on Brandon Graham when he first started as an Eagle. You were. I mean, you were taking notes on your legal pad, and you know exactly how he's changed and progressed. How has he changed and progressed through the years. I said earlier, I feel like these last 2 seasons, it's been like a Brandon Graham renaissance where his play has really elevated. But just how has he improved himself?
Well, I think that he was a great player at Michigan. I mean, he's the only player in the history of that program, and you were part of that program, so you know the history of University of Michigan football.
Pretty big deal.
A very big deal. I mean, he's the only defensive player in the history of that school to be voted the team's MVP twice. And you think of some of the guys that have gone through there. So, I mean, he was he wasn't just a good college player. He wasn't just a very good. He was a great college player at a great program. So when he came here, he came here as a pretty decorated player. Now, I know there was a lot of debate and a lot of head scratching about the fact that they chose him over Earl Thomas.
Absolutely.
And look, Earl Thomas was a tremendous player, and he came out at the time when the Eagles were looking for somebody to take Brian Dawkins' place. So to select him would have made perfect sense. But I had no problem with them selecting Brandon Graham. But I think what you're talking about, John, is what really, I think one of the problems that he had, and he, again, to his credit, he never complained about this. But you think about all the coaches he played for. I'm talking about defensive coordinators. I mean, he went Sean McDermott to Juan Castillo to Todd Bowles to Billy Davis to Jim Washburn to Jim Schwartz. I mean, and he went from all sorts of different configurations in that defense from the 4-3 to the 3-4 to playing. They moved him to an outside linebacker. They had him at defensive end. They put him at linebacker. Then they put him back to defensive end. And I mean, the poor guy's head was spinning.
Sure.
And I think that, and the thing was, he never complained about that. I mean, he never, when there was criticism, and there was criticism, he never blamed anybody. He never blamed the coaches. He never blamed anybody. He never blamed the situation, which he could have. That lack of continuity there. He just always put it on himself. I have to play better. It's up to me. And when they finally settled into the defense that they wanted to be, and they let him just play defensive end, then you just saw him. You saw the player that he wanted to be. Because the thing about him that was true, and listen, everybody remembers that it ended in glory, and good for him, and good for us. I mean,
right.
That's how it ended. But there were times in there when it did not. And there were some really rough seasons in there, and some seasons of extreme disappointment. And he never let that affect his play. I mean, this is a guy who was the definition of he gave you 100% win or lose, and that was true throughout his career. And to think that when you look back on it, that he played more games than anybody who ever wore an Eagles jersey, anybody that ever played for a team that has been playing since 1933, and has had a lot of guys that are in Canton have come through here in that time, and nobody played as many games as Brandon Graham did. And that's a remarkable achievement. And in this era of football, for somebody to come in and play 15 seasons in the NFL, that's rare.
Yeah.
But to play 15 seasons with one team, I mean, that's beyond rare. And that's one of the reasons why he's going to go down as one of a handful of the most beloved players in the history of the franchise.
Ray Didinger with us here. No question, Ray. Another big part of it, and you touched briefly on it, but let's do a deeper dive. I mean, the play against Brady, it's just an all-timer. That game was hanging in the balance, Ray. Brady had 500 yards. I mean, it really could have. This last one could not have gone the other way. The game was over in the first quarter, certainly by the second. But, Ray, that one was so close. Can you just try to convey your recollection of your reaction to Brandon Graham stripping the ball from Tom Brady?
I thought that, I remember it real well. And I think that when you talk about the history of the franchise, to me, it's one of how many snaps has this team had since 1933?
Hundreds of thousands?
Right?
Yeah.
Millions upon millions. To me, it's one of the two greatest defensive plays in the history of the franchise. The other, and you can rank them however you choose to, but the only other one that I think compares to it in terms of overall importance is the Bednarik hit on Gifford.
Sure.
Which
I thought you were going to say on Taylor, stopping him in the 60 title game. So you're going on Gifford. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm going on. Well, yeah, and the Taylor tackle too, because that closed out a championship game, which in much the same way that this closed out a championship game. So yeah, they're very comparable. But I'm talking about this is in the whole history of the team, one of the 2 or 3 greatest defensive plays in the history of the franchise. But what I remember about that play was that on that particular play, and they hadn't touched Brady all day.
Yep.
And you mentioned the fact that he threw for 500 yards. But on that particular play, they moved him from defensive end to defensive tackle, which I thought was interesting, because they hadn't done that all day. But on that particular play, they moved him inside. And they put him opposite a guard named Shaq Mason, who I think it was not an accident. I think what they knew was that Brandon's quickness was going to be a little bit more than they could handle, and if they didn't get a quick double on him, that he had a chance to get right in Brady's face right away, which is exactly what happened. That they had the presence of mind to move him inside on that play, to get a little bit of a different look, that maybe this one time we're going to get to Brady, and it's exactly what happened. He got inside on Brady, and he got inside on the block, and got in on Brady, and then knocks the ball away, and then Barnett recovers, and of course that's the one that kind of closes the door on it. But I mean, it was. I remember Graham during the week. He was very prescient when he said this. During the week, I saw one of his pressers, and he said the key to this game. Somebody asked him the old, "What's going to be the key to the game?" And Graham almost called it. I mean, he said, I remember his words. He said, "Hey, listen, the key to this game, we just got to keep coming. We just got to keep coming." I remember him saying that. And he said, "Look, it's not going to be easy. We all know what Tom Brady is. We all know what Tom Brady, how great he is. We all know how great he is in these games." He said, "And there's going to be some tough times, and they're going to move the ball, and they're going to score some points, but we can't let that get to us. We got to keep coming." And the key to that whole play was exactly that he just kept coming.
Yeah.
And he found his way to Brady and knocked the ball loose. And yeah, I mean that's the one that everybody will remember. But don't forget the fact, just the sheer volume of what it took to play 15 years and 206 games, in the NFL and playing in this city. I mean, the respect that everybody has for him now is it's universal. And part of it is what a terrific player he was, but part of it is what John was just saying just a few moments ago, was his personality, and how much he, through all of the difficulty and through all of the hardship early in his career, that he never let it turn him against the town or against the fans or against the situation, that he remained the same upbeat, "Hey, we'll be fine, guys," and that was characteristic of him right from the beginning, right through the tough times, right through some of the losing, all the way to the end. And then that final press conference that was just utterly brilliant, I thought. And his final statement about, "My life has been changed forever by this magical place." I mean, who ever thought to call Philadelphia sports community a magical place? We've called it a lot of things, but I can't remember a single athlete that ever walked out by saying this magical place.
Hey, Ray,
but
certainly
that was beautiful.
Certainly not Scott Rowland or Ben Simmons.
No, certainly not. Certainly not.
Well, Ray, a great tribute from you to BG today, and I'm sure everyone listening has truly enjoyed it. Ray, we look forward to talking in the coming weeks. There's so many other topics to get into with you about, but just great having you on today to talk about Brandon. Thank you so much, Ray.
Always a pleasure. Take care, guys.
That was
Bye-bye.
awesome.
Thank you, Ray.
You got it. The Diddy, Ray Didinger. By the way, speaking of that strip sack, that and more will be featured in the next about 10 minutes or so. We're going to play some audio, very notable pieces of audio through the years of Brandon. We'll get to that in the next couple of minutes. Your chance to weigh in on BG today. It's BG Day today here on WIP. It's also BG Live happening later tonight in Phoenixville at the Colonial Theater, a big old event we're going to have for about an hour and a half up on stage. Brandon telling stories through his career. But prior to that, what we're doing today with the show, in addition to your phone calls, relate to all these people that know him that are calling in. That includes Mike Quick at 8:25. That includes Jason Kelce, who's going to join us in studio around 9 o'clock. The owner of the Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, sometime around 9:15. By the way, Jeffrey Lurie's not been on WIP for 31 years. He was on it when he purchased the team back in 1994. Hasn't been on WIP since. James, you know what that tells me? Jeffrey Lurie really loves Brandon Graham.
Yeah, I think that's a good takeaway. Yeah.
You think you extrapolated that from that?
Oh, Rhea's got the BG jersey on.
There we go.
I like it. So the jersey has made, she forgot to wear it this morning.
Very dumb, but I called my son and he dropped it off. And,
That's great.
Luckily, he only goes to school 5 minutes from here. So
And it's Kelly Green.
That's exactly
Which
what
he
I
played
wanted.
a couple games in.
Yeah.
And then, so Jeffrey Lurie around 9:15, and then BG himself, the man of the day, the man of the hour, around 9:30 will join us in studio, and certainly you can talk to him. We'll try to get as many calls as we can. 215-592-9494 for you to pay tribute to BG today. Let's go to Eric. He's calling from Middletown. Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show as always.
Thanks, Eric.
Ray, you're the man. I just want to tell a quick BG story. My son played Little League football. He now plays for CB West, John.
Nice.
Anyway, we used to go to the NovaCare Center and, get to run around, get to walk through the NovaCare. He'd catch some balls. There'd be a couple rookies there, but there'd be a guy there, number 55, would always be there, sitting down. The kids could meet Brandon Graham one-on-one, no parents. And for 3 years in a row, my boy sat on Brandon Graham's lap like Santa Claus.
That's great.
And it was amazing. And the third year was the year after the Super Bowl. I said, "What'd you say to him?" And he said, "That's a great strip sack, man." Yeah.
You know, Eric, so I've been around BG a pretty good amount. I've never seen him big time anyone. I've never seen him not be kind. I mean, like as great a player as he was, I mean, I feel it is totally accurate to say even a better person. And we appreciate that and we admire that. Because you don't always get that. You know that.
He's a giver, not a taker. Yeah.
Wonderful. Hey, Eric, you can win the Metallica tickets. Give me a notable 5 in honor of number 55 on this BG day.
I guess Ray is my guy. I'm going to go Roman Gabriel.
Roman Gabriel. How about that? All right.
There's a name that made people cry here in Philadelphia.
So I was too young. Did you see Roman Gabriel?
I was too young, but my mom, was not.
Yeah, Roman Gabriel. How about that? All right, let's go to Pat right now, giving us a shout. Pat, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Pat.
What's going on, Pat?
Hi. I was just honored to have listened to this stuff today. It's just awesome. And we are so lucky to have Jason Kelce and Brandon Graham.
I agree.
It's amazing. Brandon, he's just a man, a true man.
I agree with that.
And
Well, I'll say this, Pat.
forthright.
When I think of guys like Kelce and Fletcher and Jason and Lane and others, but those four in particular, because they spanned kind of maybe the widest point of time, longest point of time. I mean, John, I think it's fair to say, as great as the early 2000s were in many ways, and they were, and disappointing in some ways, obviously, but a really tremendous collection of players that gave us some really good seasons. This is clearly this has been more recently the best era of Eagles football.
Sure.
Period. End of story.
2 Super Bowls in 7 years.
Right.
It's the start of something.
Well, start would be nice if they keep
historical.
it going. But I mean, they've made the playoffs 7 out of the last 8 years. I mean, name a time that's ever happened. And the answer is it hasn't. There's
Our organization.
never been a time that's happened before.
And just look around the league, man. There are other teams. Yeah, there are some powerhouses, but they got issues. The 49ers are, man, they
got
all
some trouble.
sorts of problems. Now they're trying to solve Brock Purdy. All these other teams, they've got so much drama with all the big contracts. Howie and Jeffrey, the way that they take care of business, the way that they plan ahead, the way that they've streamlined this whole process, our organization is so much less dramatic than the other ones in terms of signing the big name guys.
That's right.
It almost feels like they predict with just incredible accuracy which guys to sign, like at a level that's unprecedented, at a level that these other teams, they don't even try to sign them early like this because they don't have the capacity to get it right. So we really do operate at a completely different level.
Well, it's been a golden era of Eagles
Jeffrey
football.
Lurie down.
I agree. I totally agree with that. Hey, Pat, give me a big answer. You can win Metallica tickets. A notable 5.
Our quarterback.
Has already been said. Donovan's already been said. Roman Gabriel's already been said. Give me a different answer.
How about the Fab Five at Michigan?
Fab Five has already been said. You got one more shot.
Jeez. I can't think of anything off the top.
All right.
I just want to say one thing.
Yes, sir.
I hope all these young guys on our team look back at these guys, like you said, the four of them, because it only could be great if they just go with them.
Well, I agree with you, and Pat, I agree with that, and I'll say this. It's really cool for the Nolan Smiths of the world and all these dudes that they got to play for a year with Jason Kelce or 2 years with Brandon Graham or 3, depending on how old they are. I mean, John, it could be very consequential for Jalen Carter's career.
Totally.
And guys, don't kid yourself. Jalen Carter has a shot to be the best.
Jalen Carter
the
has
best.
to stay locked in.
He's got
on track, though.
Yeah, he does. He's got a legitimate shot to be the Eagles' best defender since Reggie White. Period. Now that means over Seth. Yes, that means over Doc. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying he's got a shot. It is great that he got to spend 2 years with Brandon Graham, and what that could do for his career.
Yes, and Brandon Graham is as stand-up a guy as they come. He is coach on the field. He definitely puts us in a more advantageous position with young guys. And Jalen Carter, there were issues when he arrived. We have not had issues at any point.
Well aware of both.
And I don't know if it's reasonable to expect that to continue.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope it does.
I sure hope he's grown up.
Yeah.
But I know that Brandon Graham had a big part.
Well, Brandon embraced the leadership thing.
Yes.
I mean, how many times did he say, James, on our show, he'd say, them young boys.
Oh, yeah.
Them young boys. We know when he says that, he's talking about his teammates that he's friends with, friendly with, but also mentoring.
Intentional.
Yes.
With those young players.
Yep.
He is setting the example. He is showing them exactly how to be a pro.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, it's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. On this great day, as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake Studio. Phils, of course, won 2 of 3 over the weekend. Unfortunately, lost the one yesterday. But a pretty good weekend, all things considered, by the Phils. And a fairly important series against the Diamondbacks. Team that they could, compete for a playoff spot with down the line this year. But today is really all about Brandon Graham as we honor BG on BG Day. Mike Quick, 8:25. Jason Kelce around 9 o'clock in studio. Jeffrey Lurie about 9:15 or so, calling in a WIP. 9:30, BG himself in studio. If you miss any of that, because I know some of you are going to have to get out of your car and go to work, that whole deal, go to school, that whole deal. I get it. If you miss it, this is the day that the Odyssey app is made for. This is the day our show on YouTube is made for. Both you can see or listen to live, Odyssey app, YouTube. But you can also go back later in the day, lunch break, driving home later tonight, whatever it might be. Check out those interviews from the 9 o'clock hour. It's going to be a crazy hour. It's going to be a great hour. But also later today on the station, 10:45, Jason Avant. 12:30, LaShawn McCoy. 1 o'clock, Brian Dawkins. 3 o'clock, Doug Peterson. I don't think we've had Doug on. I could be wrong.
Doug Peterson! Yeah, baby!
Yeah, baby.
Yeah!
I don't think Doug's been on since he got fired. I could be wrong, but I don't think he has. Doug at 3. Nick Sirianni at 4. Chris Long at 4:30. It's a great day. Really is a great day. All right, so YouTube and the Odyssey app to hear and watch stuff live or later on if you miss parts. 215-592-9494. Well, those of us old enough to remember it all didn't miss anything of BG's career. And we've put together some audio to chronicle it. We're going to break this up into 2 different parts. This segment, we're going to play sort of first half stuff of the career. First Super Bowl, if you will. Later in this hour, around 8:25, 8:30 or so, we'll play more because there's a lot. All right, let's start with a big win in 2017 during the regular season. You'll remember that early December game, John, it was devastating when Carson suffered the knee injury.
Yes.
A lot of us thought, still got parts of a really great team, but without the quarterback, hard to imagine, right?
No, I
hard to
was
imagine.
Positive it was done. I was positive this season, despite the fact that it was an incredible team. There's just no way you can go and win it without your quarterback.
It just seems implausible. Not impossible, but implausible.
Nick Foles had not been playing the way Nick Foles played those last 2 games.
Well, Brandon made the last play of the game. The Rams had the ball. They had a shot. And BG stepped in and shut that whole thing down.
Goff is back. He fires. He completes it. They go into the pitch, the razzle-dazzle. And now it's intercepted by the Eagles on the pitch, and in for the touchdown. It is Brandon Graham. The Eagles have won the NFC East. The Eagles have won the NFC East as Brandon Graham intercepted the lateral. The Eagles have won the NFC East, and they are again in control of their own destiny.
So if you remember, the Eagles and Rams were battling. The Eagles didn't have the NFC locked up or any of that kind of stuff. That got them the NFC East, but they were going for that 1 seed. And guys, we'll never know what would have happened. Like, if they didn't get the 1 seed, who knows? That would have been tough, man. All right, so big win that day. Let's go to February 4th, 2018. Let's go to the preeminent moment of Brandon Graham's career, the strip sack of Tom Brady.
Boy, if the Eagles can come up with their one turnover of the game right here, that would be sealing. Brady back again. He steps up, he's hit, and falls forward. He fumbles the football, and the Eagles have it. It is recovered by Barnett. Brady fumbles, and Barnett has the ball.
They finally hit Brady.
Absolute all-time moment. James, what's coursing through you when you hear that?
I can't imagine in my life there will ever be another play like that will feel the way that felt to me, to know in that moment that play was what was almost definitely going to win us a Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl.
They're closing in on it. They're closing in on it.
I just can't imagine I'll ever feel what I felt in that moment again. I can't imagine it.
That was the play. That was the play where it felt like, okay, we can exhale. Like this actually.
I wasn't exhaling. I wasn't exhaling, but I was. I've been on this long voyage. I'm Columbus trying to come to the New World, and I think I finally see land. I think we can get there. I see it. I feel it.
I just need to touch it.
It's really, 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 really getting close. So that was monumental. And by the way, we want your reaction when you hear all this audio because it's great stuff. Let's also get, of course, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes later. Because, Brady gets the Eagles get the field goal. Brady gets the ball back. He moves the ball down to midfield. Let's get to the final play of Super Bowl 52.
9 seconds left. Eagles by 8. Brady lines them up. He's back again. He steps up. He's hit. He stumbles. He is throwing it deep for the end zone, and it is batted around and incomplete. And the game is over. The game is over. The Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl champions. Eagles fans everywhere, this is for you. Let the celebration begin.
Well, it's just so special on BG Day to play all of this. I mean, my God. I feel like this is Guy Smiley, John. This is your life. I mean, this is our lives as sports fans. To know that finally happened. To know, by the way, it's happened again since. But the first one, it finally happened. It was all those years ago, and they got it done. And BG was right in the thick of that. And then, by the way, branding, and this for me was very special. I'm going to tell you why after we play this piece of audio. But for me, I'll say this was particularly special. Right after that, maybe 2 minutes after the game ended, roughly, Brandon Graham interviewed, listen to this, interviewed by Michelle Tafoya.
Well, I'm with Brandon Graham. Brandon, there had been no sacks in this game, but when Tom Brady got the ball back with just under 2.5 minutes, and maybe when it mattered most, you got there. How did you do it?
Just kept going. We said we needed to play. If we got one more opportunity, we're going to give everything we got. And I just so happened to get there. And, I'm just thankful because we got a team that's resilient. We're going to stick around for a long time because we world champs, baby. And it feels so good.
I saw the emotions on your face when I walked up. The first Lombardi trophy for the city of Philadelphia and for the Eagles. Your daughter, Abigail Emerson, turned 2 today.
Yes.
Your wife's birthday is tomorrow. What do you think that reunion with your girls is going to be like?
Hey, I guess that's one gift that I don't have to get because I had to play hard for this one. But, I'm just happy because we are world champs and we worked our butt off, and everybody that doubted us, we world champs, baby, and that's all I got to say.
Congratulations, Brandon.
Thank you. So the reason I'll say this, that interview for me was so special. I mean, all of us, obviously, but I just want to personalize it for a moment. So when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, when the moment happened, I'm going crazy. I'm jumping around like everyone in the Delaware Valley is. I was with my family at the time, my mom, my brother, my sister-in-law, nieces and nephews. I didn't cry immediately. It wasn't like an instant burst of tears. I cried and I waterfalled freaking tears, Niagara Falls, when I saw Brandon being interviewed. Like, we had been jumping around, whatever happened. And again, I don't know if it was a minute or two. It did not take long. Michelle Tafoya grabbed him. And you can hear he's still huffing and puffing. I mean, the game had just ended. And when I saw him and what he had at that point represented, forget all that it later became, but you can't know where it's going. Another Super Bowl, that whole deal. Legend, most games played in the history of the franchise, that whole thing. Knowing that he was Rocky personified, but real. Overcoming the obstacles, doubt it, like Rocky, but real. This is a real guy. And he did it, and he delivered. Oh, man, when I saw him interviewed, that was when I just burst out in tears. One more piece of audio I want to play for this part of his career, and it was a couple days later. It was at the Art Museum. It was the first of two parade speeches BG gave.
Tom Brady on the field. Eagles needed a stop. The defense rose to the occasion. Number 55, off the edge, Brandon Graham, the big play. The strip sack, please welcome Brandon Graham.
What up, though, baby? We got us a championship, baby. It took me 8 years, well, all my life for real, but I appreciate y'all, for embracing us, this year, because, we know we've been through some ups and downs, and we could easily gave it away, and gave up on each other, but we didn't, and we stayed together, and that's that brotherly love we talk about in Philadelphia, and we stayed together, and we made it happen. 2018 World Champions, baby, let's do it.
Brandon Graham, how cool is that? All right, he's going to be in studio with us in about an hour. Jason Kelce at 9 o'clock. Jeffrey Lurie later today around 9:15. And also Mike Quick coming up in about 20 minutes. A lot going on here. Your phone calls, 215-592-9494. More audio as we get to the latter part of his career. We'll get to that this hour and your calls on all of it. Pay tribute to BG. What a day, BG Day. On 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. Of course, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's the best place to find all of your favorite player props. So many different sports to go with these days, including the NBA playoffs and, of course, Major League Baseball as well. If you want to see a guy and how he's hitting and lock in on a dude, Major League Baseball player, hitting home runs. We got a slugger here in Philly, always near the leaderboard in home runs. Look, find the player or bets that works for you, player props and more, and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, you can always combine live props for same game parlays for a chance to win an even bigger payday. So the NHL playoffs available, NBA playoffs available, Major League Baseball available. It's all there, and you can get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a deal. A $5 bet. If you win, that's a real win-win, because if you win the bet, and you win what comes with the $5 bet. But you also win $200 in bonus bets. It's a spectacular, unique deal with FanDuel.com/hammer. Once again, that's FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Today, Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie joins the WIP Morning Show at 9:15 for BG Day. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives. Now it's your turn to give back with a timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, or an elegant diamond pendant. My mom would love a gift from Benari's extensive collection of David Yurman. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship. Just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Master, and Goldie is not dinner!
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Register to get your tickets for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink now.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and the MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99. In-store only, limit supply. See store for details. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people
just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Creating a new culture begins with seemingly insignificant details. New Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer moved the lockers of team leaders Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons next to each other. And when his players first sat down together, Schotty made them switch seats. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Mike Quick will be on the WIP morning show shortly as we celebrate the remarkable career, two-time Super Bowl champion Brandon Graham, who will be in studio in the 9 a.m. hour, around when owner Jeffrey Lurie will call into the show to honor BG's 15-year Eagles career. Jason Kelce also in studio. Phil's off after they were unable to sweep the Diamondbacks, falling in 10, 11, and 9. They rallied from down 7-1 to tied in the 9th. Couldn't finish the comeback, though. Bottom of the 10th. Runners on with Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber coming to the plate. Both did homer early in the game, unable to deliver in that spot. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds, specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and more. Must be 21 or older. Must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Scattered showers, high 71. Currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
What up, Philly?
BG Day.
94 WIP.
Well, what a day. BG Day. It all leads into BG Live. Big event tonight in Phoenixville, the Colonial Theater, where it's going to be about an hour and a half of BG. John, what do you want to ask I mean, we're going to have the segment with him in here today. But, I mean, tonight, hour and a half, man.
Hour and a half of intimate discussion.
Yeah. I mean, James, there's so much. Like the double doink. Like, I don't know how we're going to get all this in there. You know, like, there's a lot.
I think there's a lot that I don't know about Brandon. There's so much we don't know about Brandon. Yeah. We identify with Brandon as, everything we've seen on the field as an Eagle. There's a lot that came before that.
Absolutely.
There's a lot that's going to come after that. I mean, he's got so much right at his fingertips right now. This is a crossroads where he's about to adventure and venture out in all different directions. Really a massive opportunity for
Big
him,
time.
and we know he's going to make the most of it. This guy, he has what it takes
of
to
course he
get
does.
it done, and he's going to go out and strike some sort of adventurous path.
And
I'm
probably
really
broadcasting.
excited.
And hopefully, look, hopefully for him, and for us, it's like part national, part local. I mean, the way Jason transitioned to big-time national guy and also still totally involved in the local scene. With us here on WIP. So we'll do a ton tonight with Brandon at the event. About 600 people, I believe, got tickets to that. But obviously a lot coming up when he joins us in studio today around 9:30. Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox, Blazer, and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question. Do you remember that BG's first uniform number with the Eagles was 54? I had no recollection of that until I saw a photograph the other day. Yes or no? Be honest, because I would think most people don't remember. I mean, he had Trott's number. I don't remember that at all. By the way, most satisfying thing over the weekend, not Aaron Nola's start, although that was very good. Most satisfying thing over the weekend was James Harden scoring 7 points and getting his butt kicked in a Game 7. Oh, and by the way,
Wasn't surprising.
No, it really isn't. And Ben Simmons did not play coach's decision. James, how satisfying is it for us as Sixers fans?
It's glorious,
that his coach said you don't merit a minute.
It's glorious,
right?
Honestly, it's the best thing that'll happen this playoffs.
And James, it might be his last game ever. Might be.
If we're lucky.
Are we
Because this is the end of that contract.
An unnatural grudge?
No, but knock it off. Don't even unnatural grudge.
No, I hate
unnatural grudge my ass.
All right. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm holding it's the biggest grudge I have ever held against an athlete. Like, I know I'm holding it. I just want to know if it's okay.
I played dirty like that.
100%.
Good.
Can you give me your Doc impression?
Treasure is 0 minutes. Treasure the end of his career.
Let's go to the phones. All right, it's also the
Was that Doc on his deathbed?
I was losing it as it went on. All right, so it's BG Day here on WIP. Mike Quick will join us around 8:35. So we'll talk to Mike. Not 8:35, 8:25. I'm sorry. In the next 5 minutes, Mike Quick will join us. All right, let's go to Mike in Northeast Philadelphia right now. Mike, good morning.
Hey, let me get you on speaker. Hang on.
You got it, Michael. What's going on, buddy? All right, Mike you got it, pal. Talk to us.
So I got a good story. It was December 15th, 2019, Eagles comeback win Washington.
Great game.
Yeah, we were
Greg
down there.
Ward. Greg Ward with the catch.
Ward.
And Miles Sanders had that tremendous hands catch, that bullet Carson threw in the corner of the end zone. But go ahead.
That was a great catch.
So we traveled down, and then after the game, we went to the train station, and we walked up. Of course, who's there? Brandon Graham.
BJ.
So cool. Took a picture with us. It's funny because he's almost like such a good person. He's like a fan of the fans. That's the way I look at him. He'll do anything, picture, talk to you. Yeah. Doesn't matter what it is. He's just the coolest, one of the coolest guys out there.
Well, Mike, I'll sum it up this way because he is cool, but I'll sum it up this way. And I've said this before about a few people in Philly sports. There are some that are as nice. I know no one nicer. I mean that. I've never met anyone in Philadelphia sports that I would say is nicer than him. You know, you got that top line like Fran Dunphy. You know, you got that top line of quality human.
Jay Wright.
Yeah. Like Brandon Graham is on the top line. Can't be nicer.
Yeah,
just love the guy, man.
He's all about the fans. That's why what I just said. Like, he's almost a fan of us, too. He's a fan of the fans.
Yeah, he got it.
You know
all right, Mike, give me an answer in honor of BG number 55. Give us a notable 5. You can win Metallica tickets.
All right. Are we taking literally anybody? Does it have to be Philly sports?
No, anybody.
Doesn't matter?
Doesn't have to be sports.
We got to go Joe DiMaggio.
Joe D's a big answer right there. John, we might be in a Joe DiMaggio with the Fab Five versus the Jackson Five. Well, actually, Fab Five was said by one of you guys. But Joe DiMaggio is a big answer. Mm-hmm. All right, speaking of answers, we'll get some answers from Mike Quick, who obviously called every single game of Brandon's career. Mike Quick joins us coming up in 1 minute. Hey, isn't it time to invest in yourself? I certainly say it is. So how about you start with the great folks, true experts at PI Dental Center with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment. You know, I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slout, both sensational with what they do, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're not struggling, good for you, and use PI Dental Center for your maintenance. That's me. Good shape, hope to stay in good shape. That's why I go there. But for people that have major issues, major pain, or maybe you don't like the way you look, well, know that PI Dental Center can fix you up. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com. We're great. What a special day, Mike. I mean, you know the deal. We don't get these that often. By these, I mean players and people like Brandon Graham that lead to WIP stopping everything else and saying, today we're paying tribute to this one guy. What a great person and player to pay tribute to, Mike.
Hey, no Cinco de Mayo celebration. It's all about BG today.
That's right, man. You know it. So, Mike, what does BG mean to you?
So, I I mean, I can get in line with a number of people that he's just a very special man. And from my perspective, to see him come into Philadelphia when he first came here and watch him just grow as a person, as a man, as a football player. I've been fortunate enough to watch a lot of guys their entire career, but I don't know if I've really enjoyed and gotten to know any of the guys the way I've gotten to know and enjoyed BG. He's just a very special guy. And I'm in line with a lot of people that feel the same way, that he's just a very special individual, that it's not the everyday guy. The game that we love that he played it so hard. He was one of these guys that put it all on the line. Yeah, he talked a lot of smack, but at the same time, he was laughing with guys, having a lot of fun with it. There was no real malice, bad intent, other than to get a quarterback on the ground. But he just had fun with it. It's a game for young men where you have a lot of fun, and I don't think anyone did that any better than BG, having fun and playing the game the right way.
Yeah, that when we talked to Coach Reed, he said he played with a big heart and he never lost that stinger. He said he never lost that stinger. I thought Brandon played some of his best football when he was oldest, and I don't know how, Mike. I mean, that accomplishment, his ability not just to be a coach to the young guys, but to be an example of how to be excellent, like physically excellent, as well as emotionally excellent, as well as mentally excellent. He was a pro's pro on top of it all. How did he get so far, Mike? Because the way that he started, it was a mess.
John, I just think that he matured the right way. When he came into the league, although he thought he was ready, he wasn't ready. But he had his trials and tribulations early in his career. And once he started to understand the importance of taking care of your body, sleeping and eating the right way, and he's a family man. As he grew into his career, he became a family man. And I think all of these things contributed to the longevity and the fact that he ended his career the right way. Not just going out being a Super Bowl champion, but just in the way he handled himself. He took care of his body, and he was a mentor for a lot of the young players coming into the league. That's really what you want to see. You pass the torch when you're a national football. When you're in this league, when younger guys come in, that's what we do. We pass the torch to them. You teach them how to do the things that you did. Harold Carmichael taught it to me, and I in turn taught it to guys like Freddie Boynette and Calvin Williams. That's kind of what we do, and I don't think anyone did it any better than BG did it.
Did you ever have a chance? We know that you are an excellent basketball player. You're pretty good at pretty much everything you try. I saw Brandon ran track. Brandon ran a 10.9 in the 100 in high school. I didn't realize that. And I didn't realize he played basketball either. Have you seen him play basketball, Mike?
I have not.
Because that's hard for me to imagine.
I've seen him struggle on the golf course.
That is fast.
Yeah.
You've seen him on the golf course and he's pretty good?
I've seen him struggle on the golf course. But listen.
Most people do, Mike.
Listen, knowing what I know about him, in time, he'll end up being a good golfer as well.
He's going to have more time. Yeah, he's going to have more time now.
Yeah.
Mike,
if he chooses to master it, he will.
For sure. Mike, I was thinking earlier, that Eagles Hall of Fame room that you're in, and it's a great room. I don't know how many people there are, active and alive in it, maybe 15 or 20. It's going to get really crowded. I mean, when you consider who's still got to come down the pike from the 2017 group, this group that just won the Super Bowl, a couple others as well. That's going to be holy mackerel. I mean, make way for a bunch of guys, and BG is going to be a big. And you guys have what I've always sensed, Mike, is a cool fraternity. I mean, I've been around you at a number of events, and I sense that you guys really enjoy each other's company when you get together.
Yeah, that's a fact. And I think most times you look forward to those opportunities to get together with guys that you, even if you didn't play with them, that are part of that fraternity, just to exchange information and stories. And it's a fun time. And, sometimes you see these guys and they just take you back because they get into the stories. They start to get on one another. And, one of the things they do best is bring up things from the past that just make all of us laugh and just have a good time. So I look forward to moments like that. And you're right. There are going to be a lot of guys going into that Eagles Hall of Fame. Fortunately, it's not going to get crowded too fast because I think it's only one or two, maybe two players per year
Sure. Yeah.
that go into that Hall of Fame. So that that's a good thing. That will limit in the short term the amount of people that go in.
How close do you think he came to 16 years, Mike?
That's a good question. And I think if not for the injury or if the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl, if we had won that Super Bowl, I think BG would be gearing up for another season.
Yeah.
You know what's incredible, Mike?
sense.
We talk about, as fans, I do, wanting players to leave it all out on the field. I mean, think about this. He came back from an injury, certainly before he really was supposed to, but did it because it was the last game of the season. He plays a great game. Defense plays a historic game. And he literally gets injured on the final play that he's out there on the field the night the Eagles have this all-time ass-whooping to win the Super Bowl. I mean, it is the definition of leaving it all on the field. I mean, the guy literally left it all on the field.
Yeah, and that's kind of who he is. When the book is written, that should be a huge part of the book of his life. That's BG. He left it all on the field, and no better example than that play, that very last game of his career.
It's an incredible story, really is. Hey, Mike, thanks so much, my man, for being on the program today to pay tribute to Brandon. We truly appreciate it. Thanks, Mike.
Hey, man, I'm glad I had an opportunity to just say something about the guy because out of all the guys, he's certainly one of my favorites and just a very special man.
Awesome. Love it. Thanks, Mike. Stay well, bud.
All right, guys.
All right, there he is, the great Mike Quick. Let's get to Jeremy right now. Jeremy, good morning.
Good morning, team. Happy BG Day.
Happy BG Day, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
So in November of 2012, I went to my first Eagles game as a fan. Obviously, I don't live in Philadelphia.
Can I just say this before you continue? Rough month.
It was
my
very
God.
rough.
That was, if I remember right, when
Foles
Foles got in there and there was no offensive line. 4 of the 5 starters were out.
Well, and that's when they started 3-1 for Andy's, and then lost 11 of 12 or
The
whatever.
whole offense is
10,
injured.
11.
Yeah, the
11
whole
to 12?
John, they didn't win a
They
game.
went 4-12 and they started 3-1.
They didn't win a game for 70 days.
Oh, man.
It was, and then everybody was injured. I think like 8 or 9 of the offensive starters were out. Like they were all injured. Anyway, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, to make matters worse, my wife and I both attended the game in Nnamdi Asomugha jerseys. So it just got worse and worse and worse. But that weekend, we took a tour of the link, and we were talking to our tour guide, and I tried to find a different question than everybody will ask. So I asked our tour guide, because he had mentioned that he works at the stadium like full time. I said, who are your favorite and least favorite players to interact with? And you guessed it, his favorite player he ever interacted with was BG.
Wow.
Because of just his personality, everything that we talk about. And the things that have crossed my mind when trying to reflect on BG and what made him one of the greatest Eagles we've ever seen is his persistence in times of doubt, his determination to achieve greatness, his courage to be a leader that the Eagles need in tough times, and his character as a human that we need a lot more of in the world today. I'm super thankful to have been a fan that got to see all of BG's career.
Great tribute. I love it, Jeremy. Give me a big answer. You can win the Metallica tickets, a notable 5 on this May 5th honoring BG.
How about the Fifth Amendment?
Ooh, which one is it? Oh, the Fifth
like
Amendment.
plead the
Yeah,
fifth.
plead the Fifth. I'm such a dummy.
Wow,
You're going to need that one a lot.
Yeah, that I really. Your Honor, I plead the Fifth. I didn't know what the Fifth was, but I plead it. All right, 215-592-9494. You can win Metallica tickets. You got to give us a notable 5. Remember, the 9 o'clock hour is going to be wild. Jason Kelce around 9 o'clock in studio. About 9:15, somewhere in that range, Jeffrey Lurie calls into the show. And around 9:30, Brandon Graham in studio. Also, coming up next, prior to all that, we pay tribute to the second half of Brandon's career and the more recent Super Bowl victory and some of the great audio that accompanied that awesome season. That and more up ahead on 94 WIP.
May is officially here, and so are the rising temperatures. But beat the heat. Keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows.
During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. Wow, that's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when prices are rising. So how exactly do they keep prices affordable?
Well, it's pretty easy, John. Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all of their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
I can't wait to see how much I'll save on my utility bills. My new windows, my new Window Nation windows, they look phenomenal, and my house feels so perfect and cozy. Window Nation's semi-annual sale ends on May 31st, so don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles Training Camp. Chickies and Pete's.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Summer's better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers.
Calling Grandma for her recipe? No brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. On a sloppy Churchill Downs track, Sovereignty edged out favorite journalism, but winning his first ever Kentucky Derby was only one weekend highlight for owner Sheikh Mohammed. His horses also won the Oaks on Saturday and swept the two classics at Britain's Newmarket Racecourse. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Huge hour ahead of us here on the WIP Morning Show on BG Day. Brandon Graham in studio as we celebrate his 15-year career. That includes 2 Super Bowl victories. Jason Kelce will join his former teammate here in studio. Calling in, the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie. Fills off after taking the weekend series with Arizona, although they were unable to complete the sweep in 10 innings, falling 11-9. Bryce Harper spoke of his frustration.
Just frustrated for the fans, frustrated for my team. Even that last moment right there against Beaks, just not coming through. Just super frustrated for that. So just want to play better, got to play better, take better at bats and all that kind of stuff. So just got to be a better ball player.
Harper homered, reached base 3 times, but upset he did not deliver in the 9th and 10th. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Scattered showers, high 71, currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Only on Sports Radio 94.
A few months ago, my daughter, we went to Oaks, Pennsylvania, and my daughter was going to get autographs from Dallas Goddard and Brandon Graham. So I just waited off to the side, and she got Goddard's autograph. And then when she got out of line, she said, "Dad, you could have came up with me." So we got in line for Brandon. And as we got to the table, she took her football out of the box, and I had an underdog mask, that I had, back over there. I didn't pull that out at the time, so I just went up to the table, and then I said to Brandon, I said, good luck there, Brandon. And I didn't extend my hand. He extended his hand, and we shook hands. So, I'm not one for getting autographs, pictures, but that was a moment that I'll remember.
Yep.
And weeks after, I thought, he shook the hand that on February the 4th, 2018, separated the ball from Tom Brady.
That's so true.
And guaranteed the first Super Bowl for the Philadelphia Eagles. So, this guy, on April 3rd, I looked it up, in 1988, there was a little guy named Brandon Lee Graham that was born. And he wasn't who he was today. So we also should put a thanks out to his parents, who, instilled the values in him that he has today, as well as his wife, because you have heard it on that his retirement speech, how his wife was there behind him, and she had all the sacrifices and shared him for the 15 years he was in Philadelphia.
So well said, Joe. So well said, man. Love it. Hey, Joe, give me a big answer. You can win the Metallica tickets for a notable 5 in honor of Brandon Graham's 55.
Yeah, I'm not worried about winning anything, but number 5, our big rival was Paul Hornung of the
sure.
Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, the Golden Boy. Absolutely correct. All right, let's get to more of this audio, John, of BG back end of the career. And actually, all of this focuses on the final season of his career. So one of the more notable things, of course, was that he got injured. And at the time, that was probably going to be it for the season, which meant probably it for his career, which meant, probably never playing again. And he was extremely emotional when he came on our show the first time after getting injured in late November. Let's hear BJ.
Well, you know what? Hold on. I'm trying to keep it in. Man, I'm sorry.
Take a moment.
It's cool.
Take a moment,
Cool,
Brandon.
man.
Take a moment, man.
Hey, and I know I needed it, but boy, I just love what we've been building, and I just don't want to. I know I ain't letting nobody down as far as getting hurt and stuff, because I know I'm gonna bring that energy. I'm just more hurt of just on how we've been coming every week, trying to defy the odds and being with it, but being with them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be with them. I'm still with them. You know what I'm saying? I know that, but. Yeah, man, I just needed this right here. I needed to get this out. It's been a while since I cried, man, and I just, this one was the one right here. This was the one.
You know what really strikes me upon hearing that? The very end, this was the one. John, it remained the one. I think what he was saying is we have a shot to win a Super Bowl. This was the one. I was playing great. We were playing great. And I think he was fearful it was kind of getting derailed. This was the one. It wasn't derailed. Which is really special that he got to go out.
Wow.
Like Brent Selleck, final game, win a Super Bowl, but unlike Brent, win 2.
It's special that he was able to.
Holy mackerel.
He was able to. Really, he was superhuman.
It was unbelievable.
That he was able to muster.
Incredible.
I mean, his ability to come back. And he came back far too early.
Clearly.
He re-injured exactly the same way in the game. The guy is a boss.
And he made a real contribution in the Super Bowl. I mean, he really played well. The whole team did. Let's relive the concluding seconds of Super Bowl 59.
And Pickett will take the football and take the knee. And that's going to round it up. We will count down these seconds for you.
That'll do it, boys.
They are jamming the field. 18, 17, 16. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
Well, rejoice we did, obviously, the second time. And with that moment, Brandon Graham, Lane Johnson, Lovato, and Jake Elliott became the first players in Philadelphia sports since the Bobby Clark, Bernie Perrant, Bill Barber group to win 2 titles. A monumental accomplishment for those guys. Obviously, BG was right in the midst of all of it. And then a couple days later, he gave a speech the second time. We're going to play the first half here, and in the second half, a part of Brandon's speech from the parade a few days later.
What up, Philly? What up, y'all? I can't be up here without the greatness of others. And as you can see, man, look at and everybody, this team, this organization, I've been so thankful to been able to play and grow up pretty much here half my life. 15 years. Came here at 21. And now I'm about to be 37. You know what I'm saying? And winning my second 2-time Super Bowl. 2-time. Look, where my other one at? Put the other one right here. Where is that? Nah, but honestly, I just want to thank everybody. The fans, my wife. I want to first off thank God, because, man, without him, it ain't nobody in this world going to be able to make it through without him. And so I'm just so thankful for my kids, my family. I mean, it takes everybody, yo village. And right now, I'm so thankful to be here, so thankful that I've been a part of this organization, because y'all have molded me into the man that I am today, you know, with all the trials and tribulations that you go through in life. The stuff, the conversations that had to be had, you know, with people that helped me, not only them, but helped me too. And, you know, it's about serving one another.
So awesome. And that part when he said, bring me that other trophy, put that second one right here.
That is a flex.
Because it looks visually so cool. It was the first time any of us had seen 2 together. I mean, we're always dreaming of 1. All of a sudden we get 2. And there they were side by side. All right, one more piece of audio for you. BG, the way he ended his parade speech shortly after that.
I'm so happy that y'all didn't have to, you know, go through a nail-biter game. You know, we BTA, like CD said. And, you know, these boys, we worked too hard. We ain't had no victory Monday, so we took it all out in the end. You know what I'm saying? And we thankful for Coach, because sometimes you have to have that tough love in order to get where you trying to go. And I'm telling you, it's about us being gritty. We're going to stay gritty. We're going to stay working. I'm going to always be a part of Philly no matter what. You know what I'm saying? And I'm so thankful to have been here. And I love y'all. And y'all, we're from Philly. No one likes us and we don't care. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
I love it. That was BG, of course, about 3 months ago. We're going to get BG in studio during a portion of the 9 o'clock hour. Jeffrey Lurie is going to call in. Jason Kelce is going to be here for part of the 9 o'clock hour as well. You can join on the phone lines. Pay tribute to BG, 215-592-9494. It is, of course, BG Day. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie with James and Rhea. What an hour coming up. Stay tuned. What an hour it will be on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props. And right now, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double, well, get the latest stats right inside the app to see who is heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get really interesting because, of course, you can combine live props into a same-game parlay for a chance to win really big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. So get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins by placing a bet and signing up at FanDuel.com/Hammer. That's FanDuel.com/Hammer to join today. FanDuel.com/Hammer, whether it's the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs, MLB day by day. It's all there for you at FanDuel.com/Hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Tomorrow, Phillies, Braves. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies have won it on a walk-off wild pitch.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Arizona Cardinals killed it in the draft last week, and I'm very optimistic about them in 2025. Jonathan Gannon is a defensive mastermind, and I expect Kyler Murray to find Marvin Harrison Jr. off it in the end zone. The Cardinals to make the playoffs is plus 150. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the app.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub, the familiar faces it's filled with, and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dr. Glatt. Buckle up for a big hour ahead here on the WIP Morning Show. It is BG Day here at WIP, celebrating the great 15-year Eagles career. One Brandon Graham, a two-time Super Bowl champion. Jason Kelce will join BG in studio, and the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, will call in during the next hour. Middays, we'll have Jason Avant at 12:45, LaShawn McCoy, 12:30, Brian Dawkins at 1 p.m. Phillies are off today. They'll open a series at Tampa tomorrow. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgan Stern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Scattered showers, a high of 71. It is currently 64. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with the House of Windows. Plus pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is BG Day.
From the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank y'all.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I bought ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was
Boy, if the Eagles can come up with their one turnover of the game right here, that would be sealing. Brady back again. He steps up, he's hit, and falls forward. And he fumbles the football, and the Eagles have it. It is recovered by, it is recovered by Barnett. Barnett. Brady fumbles, and Barnett has the ball. They finally hit Brady.
How about that moment? How about it? Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. It is BG Day. And, John, you know what the beautiful thing about BG Day is?
BG?
BG. I mean, the day is good, but BG is better. And he's in studio. Brandon, good morning, pal.
Good morning, everybody.
BG! Brandon, this is for you today, man. You gave us so much for a decade and a half. We want to give back to you, my man, and the callers, everyone's showing you love today. Mike Quick calling in earlier, Andy Reid on the show last week, Howie Roseman on the station last week. We got all these other guys like Doc calling in later today.
Man.
How's it feel, Brandon? How's it feel to know people are showing you the love?
You know what? This time around, I'm really going to try to receive it and enjoy it because, like you said, man, I'm always in that service mindset trying to help others, and I know this moment right now is special, and I appreciate it. And just can't wait to reminisce a little bit. Definitely going to miss the game, but I'm excited for what's the future. Whatever it holds, I know we're going to be great at it.
Good for you, man. Well, we got so much to get to this hour. Of course, later tonight, we'll be on stage for BG Live, a big hour and a half. We'll go through the career, and there's a lot in there, man. So It's going to be Earl Thomas, by the way, special guest appearance.
Oh my God, you are so wrong.
You can show Earl.
He will be sporting 1 Super Bowl ring and not 2. Let's throw that out there.
That's crazy.
It's so good. So, all right, Brandon, right then when we came back from the commercial break, we played that audio, obviously, of the strip sack of Tom Brady, the play that many consider the most important in the history of the franchise. Walk our audience through as great in detail as you can what you remember. You're lined up inside.
Mm-hmm.
Take us through the nuts and bolts of those 5 to 10 seconds, and everything just went wild.
Well, every play, you just don't know what play is going to be in the game that's going to change it, but every play you have that mindset, I'm trying to get there. And you hope on 2nd and 2 that it's not a running play because he had to pass. He had us all out there, and I'm at the 3 technique. So,
3 technique, they
inside.
moved you from defensive end to defensive tackle, so you're lined up over the guard.
Over the guard. And I knew that Fletch was getting all the attention. So one-on-one, I told Chris, I'm going up. And that means I'm just going in the B gap, going inside, staying outside so that he can play off me. And I got through, and all I remember is one blink, look, I see him. Another blink, I closed my eyes, and then swiped it out. And, man, DB, when I opened it back up, DB had already had it in his hands. So, it was special.
But man, I look at that play, and that is an unbelievably opportunistic job by you, getting the opposite hand up, grabbing that ball. I think it was an unconventional, shocking hand usage by you that got that ball out. Tom Brady wasn't expecting that hand to flick that thing away from him. That really was unpredictable.
Yeah, you had to reach for it, Brandon. Like you weren't clobbering Brady.
No.
You were reaching for the ball.
I was reaching for the ball because I seen it, and that's what we practice all the time when we doing our individual drill. Always finish with a swipe or swipe at the ball. And so I went out there and I seen it. And, man, I couldn't believe that he still had it in his hand. And at that time, I was just hoping to get it. That was my main focus, and you secure the tackle after you strip the ball.
By the way, he pulled a real fast one. James, I don't know all the years we've done this show if we ever talked about it. He pulled a fast one 1 second later. He tried to act like, I threw the ball!
Yeah.
He puts the arm forward like, hey, ref, that was an incomplete.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? He tried to do the tuck rule thing.
He did.
Don't
you
even
remember
get
that,
me
right,
started.
Brandon?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was tough. That was a tough one.
I threw it! No, you
Of
didn't,
course.
Tom.
Hey, he got away with it once.
Yeah.
He got away with it in 19, whatever. I'm not even going to get
Brandon,
it.
because you guys, of course, then go off the field. Offense is on the sideline. Defense is going off. Offense is meeting defense.
Yep.
What do you remember about how your teammates greeted you?
Man, all I remember is my head just being a bobblehead, people slapping me right up top of my head. Bam, bam, bam. I'm like, oh, and it was so much fun. I mean, you don't feel those taps, but you just know your head is just getting hit every which way. And so I just went out there, man, and enjoyed it when I got on the sideline, because at that point, I was like, man, the offense get a first down, boy, we about to win it. That's all I kept thinking about. And when I sat down on the bench after all the hoopla and everybody was going crazy, I just remember sitting on the bench looking up at the score. I mean, at the, just at the clock, and just like, man, I stripped Brady. I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it.
Did that really happen?
Like, that happened. Wow. And all the stuff I went through that game, I had pulled my hamstring in the beginning of the game, and
you did,
and
wow.
we just heated it up and rolled it. And
Look who's walking in! Look at this guy!
What up? What's up, Kels? Oh man,
how about it?
How about it? Jason Kelce walks in.
I had no idea.
Yep, I had like it was like a light strain, but I remember, man, I ain't getting out this game. I gotta put the heat on it, and so we rolled it. Every possession, they was just rolling it for me, making sure they kept it hot. And, man, all I know is we made it, and the rest was history after that.
You made history that night. Of course, Brandon, a huge part of it. Jason Kelce, a huge part of it. Jason, good morning, buddy.
What's up? How we doing?
How are you, pal?
Very happy to be here. Am I all plugged in? Everything working right?
You're ready. Ready to rock.
No, excited to be here. I know we got a special day lined up for Brandon today. I just heard outside you guys thought about calling this Cinco de Gramo. That's pretty good. I like that name.
I know.
But Brandon Graham Day works just good. Yeah.
Jason, we were just talking about the strip sack.
Yeah.
Did you see it live? Meaning, like, were you? I don't know if you're focused on the next possession. Like,
So,
you know,
it's a great point. Typically in the games, you're with your position groups, right? At that point, the game was kind of in a situation where that so much relied on that possession that those are the type of possessions where the entire team is really watching it. And listen, we were really confident with our ability to go back out there and score if we needed to. Felt like our offense was functioning really well all game long. But I cannot tell you the elation that erupted on that sideline when that sack fumble happened, my brain. Still gets goosebumps to this. I remember most from that game, the strip sack that Brandon had, and then for some reason still the last pass, Hail Mary attempt to Gronkowski. Like, it felt like that ball took forever in the air. But yeah, that strip sack was definitely the culmination of like the finally the momentum had really solidified in our corner. So yeah, that was one for sure.
for us as fans, and a lot of people have said this today, and John, you expressed it, James, I think Rhea did as well. Like, that was the moment for us and I know, Jason, you had to go right back out there and be the center on the next play. But
yeah, we were focused on 4 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
We were focused on, as fans, we think the Eagles are closing in on winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, we think, Brandon, we think it's finally going to happen. Like, you delivered the moment. And, of course, there was still work to be done. And to Brady's credit, after the Jake Elliott field goal, he got the ball back to midfield. Jason, you brought it up. He got the ball into the end zone.
Yeah.
Like, the deal was not done. No.
Brandon almost had him sacked again
Oh,
on
my
the fourth
God.
down, and then they make that crazy completion. Like, he almost ended it again.
Man, that fourth down play, boy, he got it. He definitely he a competitor, man. He made us work for it, that first one. And so I'm thankful to have the person that took away his first read for us to get there. And I know that now, I mean, man, we standing here now, 2 wins, 2 championships.
World champs.
And so I always remember it for sure.
And
So,
I don't know what's more iconic, to be honest with you. The strip sack from the first Super Bowl, or coming back before you're supposed to be ready to play with an injury, going back out there and risking everything just to play in another one. Like, I thought that's almost more remarkable, to be honest with you.
no, I appreciate you, man.
After playing for 16 years or whatever, 15 years too. Yeah, you know.
I'm so thankful for that. I know that I wasn't ready, but I was ready.
Well,
Because,
you're
boy,
mentally ready.
mentally, I was like, whatever I got to do, I'm throwing it.
How close did you come back to trying to run it back for 2025, Brandon?
You know what? It was close. It was close because I was excited to come back and be healthy that was my whole thing in my head.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm coming back. I'm going to be healthy and I'm about to. But I was like, you know what? I'm good. I know I'm just a competitor. It just make you, I mean, I'm always had that inside me. But now I want to deal with these feelings of playing this game for a long time. And I'm ready for it. I'm excited. Actually, being in it now, knowing that they in OTAs, you go through their schedule a little bit, but you be like, man, I don't miss none of that. For real. For real. You don't miss that part.
No.
I know the season stuff is gonna hit me a little bit.
Bad.
But if we winning, shoot, I feel the same way. Like,
Have
we
you
all
guys
winning.
thought about the fact that, I mean, you both dealt with, I mean, maybe more than anyone player-wise in, Eagles history. You guys took some beatings from the fans.
Yeah, they were with Ben
And
Derrick.
you
From the
rose
fans. I'm sorry.
From the
we had
fans.
highs and lows
You
in
guys,
careers.
yeah.
Yeah.
Some tough times, people getting after you, and
I think it's
somehow
a-
you
yeah.
took that in.
That's a rite of passage in Philadelphia, especially as an athlete. You got to go through those highs and lows. And I think
Except if you play fullback and no one really pays attention to what you're doing ever.
Until you miss the block.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what,
don't really notice that.
people paid a lot of attention to Brandon, a lot of attention to Jason,
sure.
and they've had a pretty good amount of attention to John, of course, 20 years ago. And our next guest has overseen it all for the last 31 years. It's going to be phenomenal here to have Jeffrey Lurie on the program in just a moment. His time in Philadelphia has obviously been the pinnacle of Eagles football through the decades. You consider the 31 years. Jeffrey Lurie's teams have made the playoffs 19 times, 31 years, 19 playoff appearances, 8 conference title appearances, 4 times have reached the Super Bowl, twice have won the Super Bowl. And we were just talking a lot about 5 minutes ago about Super Bowl 52. Let's not forget, it was only 3 months ago that this happened.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
And rejoice, we always will. And appreciative, Brandon, of you on BG Day, one of 4 Eagles to win 2 Super Bowls.
Man, hey, I'm just thinking about this all the times that we had to straighten you out on this dang on place because he was so scared.
You're not kidding.
He was scared this year.
Well, let's talk to the owner of the Eagles, obviously one of the most important figures in the history of Philadelphia sports, the owner of the Birds, Jeffrey Lurie. Jeffrey, good morning to you, and welcome to BG Day here on WIP.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. Pleasure to be on, and BG, unbelievable.
Good morning, Mr. Lurie. Man, we appreciate you. Hall of Fame owner, baby.
I agree with that. That's right.
For real.
Well, Jeffrey, so much to get into regarding Brandon's, 15 years and all that. But before we do, let me just say to you and your whole organization, but to you as the guy that, is at the top, congratulations. I mean, what a spectacular journey it's been, especially these last 8 seasons, but really for the bulk of it, all these playoff appearances. And I congratulate you and I thank you as a Philadelphia sports fan for what you and your group has brought to our culture, because you have made a monumental difference in Philadelphia sports.
Oh, well, thank you for those nice words. But it's who you surround yourself with, and I've been so fortunate between players and everyone working in the organization, coaches, and everyone. I mean, really, honestly, it's just assembling a great group of people who are dedicated, focused, and talented, and it's been a joy, and we're just in the middle of it. That's the beauty of it. We're just in the middle of it.
I love that. I do. Jeffrey, when I say to you Brandon Graham, I ask you, what does Brandon Graham mean to you? What do you say?
Well, it takes a few seconds, but it's so much. BG, I think most people by now know we have an executive position, Director of Joy, and it's performed by a dog, and it's a very important part of the organization, Reggie. But Brandon Graham, more than anyone I can remember, is the giver of energy, the head of joy, the person who you constantly want to be next to, with, working with, talking to. He makes life around him better for everyone who is working with him or gets to know him. And that's rare in life. I mean, to be that much of an energy giver and so talented as, pass rusher, teammate, high motor, all the great things he does in the community. I mean, they're just off the charts. But that to me sticks out. Really, guys, that's it's every day at practice, every day in the building, every day, just high energy, joy, brings out the best in everybody around him. I mean, that's rare.
Mr. Lurie, thank you again for joining us. How has your relationship with Brandon grown and changed over the years? 15 years, probably a lot of growing and changing, I would imagine.
Well, I remember when we drafted him, and, we were all really high. Andy was, excited. We traded up. I know everybody was kind of hoping we were trading up for a safety who was also a very good player. And, Earl was a good player, but BG was just a huge, huge part of all of our success. And, such a dedicated kid from Detroit, and had to grow into what it was like to be a leader on the team, did early on. But, I mean, pass rush is a tough position in the NFL, as you know, with all those dancing bear tackles, and it's not easy. And, I think just got to know him early and often, and always wanted to be supportive. But he was his best own support system because he just gave to everybody, so everybody gave back to him. And Andy Reid loved him, and it was just it evolved because you get to know people, and that's true with most players on the team. It takes time. You develop the human connection, and you get the most out of each other.
What makes Brandon such a leader?
Well, I think it's his comfort with himself. I think because he's able to totally be natural, no matter what you're doing with him. It's genuine. It's honest. It's not, trying to be something he's not. He's just and understands football is such a team game that if you give more to your teammates, if you give more to your fellow defensive linemen, you're going to get more out of the whole roster, the whole team. So he's always been a person that epitomizes what we always talk about as an Eagles player, just a giver, and selfless. And, he made the greatest defensive play in the history of the franchise. But even if he assisted on that, he would have been just as valuable. But he was, obviously made the greatest play a lot of us have ever seen on defense, and won us a Super Bowl there.
Jeffrey Lurie with us here on WIP on BG Day. So Brandon, we asked, Jeffrey a few minutes ago what you mean to him. Let's reverse it. Brandon, what does Jeffrey Lurie, as the tremendous owner of the Eagles and someone you really care about, in part because he cares about you, what does he mean to you?
Man, it means a lot because I know that he was brought into my life for a reason. And, he changed my life with just the belief in that I can help his organization. And just to see the consistency of, his schedule. You see him on Thursdays, on, the pass rush days. You see him every week. He was connected to his organization other than, I hear other guys, owners, they don't be a part of, you don't see him as often. And so he tries to get to know us, the handshakes before the games, the talks, the building of trust that he's had in me over these years. He's been so much because, you strive to be at that level of, just the confidence he has walking around, knowing that, you trust who you got around you. Like he said, those people that you surround yourself with. If anything, that's what I've learned over the years, watching people in those in higher positions and seeing the consistency of their daily life and what they do. And you don't know everything, but he definitely has changed my life and means so much to me and inspired me in so many ways. Just from the, just the back and forth, man, Mr. Lurie talking with me, he know me, what I'm saying? Like that type of feeling, because it's a lot that people assume with us that, man, we so busy, but man, he takes the time. And so, if anything, that's what it's taught me. And I'm thankful to have come across it. And then even now, on what we're going to build in the future, because they ain't done yet. And I want to be a part of that for sure. And, we going to figure that part out too.
Mr. Lurie, how often have you seen the chemistry between a player and the city transform in such a positive way, like it did with Brandon, like it did with Jason? I mean, we were just discussing that. Both these guys, just this city, it's a success story. How do you best just relate that?
Well,
concept?
You said it well. I mean, it stands out. There's so many players you don't know. But the ones you do they're just so connected with both the community, their teammates. Jason, BG, they obviously epitomize that. Everyone aspires to that. But some, are just able to pull it off in such a human level. It was natural for Jason, natural for BG. Nobody ever questioned, what were they trying to accomplish? No, they were themselves, and they became so ingrained in Philadelphia and, the Eagles nation, and just so ingrained in it that you can't even imagine a team, without Jason or BG, a big part of it. So it was natural. It was a natural evolution of very special people.
Jeffrey Lurie here on WIP. Jeffrey, one of the things we touched on earlier regarding BG, particularly because he got injured in the final play that he played in Super Bowl 59.
Right.
I mean, it can literally be said Brandon Graham left it all on the field. I mean, all of it.
There
Gave
is
it
no
all.
doubt. And to watch him work to get to that final game, Super Bowl, I mean, it was monumental. Nobody had projected that he would be able to return from that injury and be able to play in that game. And one of the first things I thought of was when we won was Brandon. It was like, wow, this is how it's going to end. And I'm so glad he even got to play in the game and contributed. And it was really heartwarming.
Sure, unbelievable. And Jeffrey, Mr. Lurie, how sorry,
He said all of it. He said all of it.
You tried there.
That's great.
I'm so overwhelmed by the fact that you and this organization, you do it differently. You focus on character, and in today's NFL, where that's very rarely the case, it's just how do you do that and still win?
Well, I think it's a reason we do win. It's a grind. It's a tough sport. It's really it's not an easy life being a football player. It's easy to be the star and have it all kind of in front of you there, but it's a grind. So I think our approach and our philosophy has been for a long time, if you're going to grind together, why not grind with people that are top-notch people? And they're givers, basically, selfless. It's like when I, accepted the trophy on the stage. I meant what I said. It's a group of selfless, humble, very talented people. And that's our formula. And, I'm sometimes surprised that others don't prioritize some of those things. We do. It doesn't mean every person's going to be, the perfect human being. We're not looking for that. We're looking for people that are genuine and can develop as human beings. And that's the thing. They're 22 years old when we draft them or younger. And we put a lot into development. We put a lot into the creation of what we think a team that can sustain itself and win big contains. And it's a lot of high character people.
And Jason, I want to bring you in here. Of course, we got Jeffrey on the phone right now. Jason, the grind, the grueling process of being a player, how it beats up your body. You think about it, Jason, all the greats, and you got to be great to get 10 years and more.
Yeah.
The guy seated to your left, Brandon Graham, the most seasons in Eagles history.
Yep.
The most games in Eagles history. I mean, Lane's got a shot to get there. He's got a shot.
Yeah.
But Brandon Graham, in almost 100 years, it is BG with that distinction.
Yeah. I mean, it's a remarkable title to hold. I think really this entire era, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I think it's Brandon, me, and Fletch are all like 3 in the top 4. And like you said, Lane will be there eventually. And I think this speaks to what Jeffrey was kind of just talking about of, we went through 4 different head coaches. The fact that 4 guys stayed with the same organization for so long through really turnover and change and trying to reinvent, and the way a lot of other organizations would build that, they would kind of start over. They would move on, or they would, we're going to rebuild, right? So we're going to move on from these older players. And I think something that Jeffrey, it's really important to him, Brandon epitomizes this, is keeping these people around, whether it's us as players, the coaches that have retained. I mean, Deuce was there forever. Stout stayed through transition. And I think Jeffrey and the organization for years have done a great job of, through these changes, of keeping these important pieces and some semblance of that culture that has allowed the Eagles to have success and to feel like a tight-knit group and a family and connected to the city. And we inherited that from players that played before us. And I think that's one of the masterful jobs that this organization has done. And Brandon epitomizes who that person is to the organization, and the loyalty and the joy and enthusiasm. I think Jeffrey said it so well, of describing not just the player, but the person that Brandon was every single day in that building. And now who's going to be the next Brandon? It's going to be really hard to replace. Nobody's going to be the next Brandon.
But you're an example of the next guy behind you can be really good, be his own person.
But they need to be their own person.
Be his own person, and you can still win.
For sure. And I think that, again, like us as players, the only way we live on is through the players that come after us, right? Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that I certainly take great joy, and I know Brandon will too, is seeing these guys that you were there when they first got there, and they looked up to, like, how do I play for 15 years
Sure.
in Philadelphia? You know what I
Right.
mean? It's
Yeah.
so it's it's fun to see how that legacy and culture continues to develop. And there's countless of players before us that were there when we were there and before we were there, and it's just been really well done by the organization.
Well, Jeffrey, with everything Jason just said, we thank you for bringing that kind of culture, to our city, and really congratulate you on what you've done. It's and you said it earlier, it's far from over. There's another season obviously up ahead with great possibilities, and we congratulate you on all that you've built here, Jeffrey. Thank you so much for being a huge part of BG Day today. Because Brandon, when doesn't Brandon have a smile on his face? But with the owner calling in to pay tribute to him,
It's kind of cool because I didn't know it's been that so long since he called in. So I appreciate you. I want to thank you for that. I really do want to thank you for that.
By the way, has there ever been an athlete who is known by his initials, first and last name, and as a sort of amateur observer, I would say it's because everybody wants to be close to this guy. So BG becomes the way to be close to him, or kind of an informal hi to him. And have we ever had an athlete anywhere where it's just first name, last name, initials? I don't remember.
I don't know. Oh, AI. Yeah, there's a lot of AI.
AI.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
And
that's the level
coming
we're
through
talking
Philly.
about here in
Well,
Philadelphia is AI.
Yeah. And then,
You have to get to a certain point. I mean,
that's right.
to be just two letters.
Yeah, it's lofty. Yeah.
For
And
you
then
to just say
That's
two
true.
letters
Yeah,
and
that
everybody,
message for,
millions of
John
people
there.
know exactly who you're talking about, that's pretty crazy.
And then there's Dr. J,
Yeah, right.
which is a
Dr.
similar
J,
sort
great
of
one.
thing.
Oh,
And
man.
Brandon, you are in that revere. You're Brandon,
No doubt.
because Brandon, when the Phillies were in the World Series a couple years ago, it was you throwing out the first pitch with Dr. J, Bernie Perrant, and
Mike Schmidt,
Mike
wasn't it?
Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt,
Now think
yeah.
about that, Brandon. Bernie Perrant, Mike Schmidt, Dr. J, Brandon Graham, BG.
That was cool, man. That was so cool. Got to talk to all them guys. And Bernie want me to come out to
The boat?
Cape May,
Yeah,
Cape
the
May
boat.
to do the fishing.
Love it. Love it. Well, Jeffrey, thank you so much for being a huge part of
You're
BG
welcome.
Day.
I have a quick message for John. I miss you, but also, you know what? We're gonna try to quietly resurrect the fullback position. Kevin Turner, yourself, maybe Ben can do some things here. We're gonna try for it. How's that?
Thank you. And I really do think there's a place for the fullback.
Oh, me too.
It's coming back.
Me too. We all
will dominate.
We all do.
Yes.
And
I'm
Jeffrey,
excited.
I'll say this because John has said it to me many times privately, and I just want to say it to you on the air. He greatly admires you. Greatly.
Oh,
Absolutely.
no, I appreciate it.
Thank you
Thanks
so much.
all for your kind words. And BG, love you, and see you soon. And
Love you too, and see you
we're gonna
soon.
work at this and make it even better.
Let's go.
All right. Stay well,
Okay.
Jeffrey. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Take care, everybody.
All right.
Bye-bye.
There he is, Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie.
That was kind of cool.
Wow.
That was kind of cool.
That was really cool.
That was kind of
I
cool.
love the fact that he gave a little fullback hit there.
Me too. I didn't see that coming at all.
The fullback Easter egg?
Hey, he's softening y'all up. Like, yes, they ain't gonna go so hard on us no more.
You know what
For a while.
the irony is, so Jason, when you're doing that whole thing on passing it down, and it's so true, and the tight end position is one of the big parts of it when you consider it's gone from help me out here.
Selleck to Ertz to
Selleck to Ertz to Goddard, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So and it was a beautiful soliloquy 5 minutes ago, and I was about to jump in, Jason, but I didn't want to be a wise guy and say, yeah, and John's position doesn't exist anymore. And then Jeffrey's like, hold on a second here.
Yeah, right.
It was too beautiful for me to cut in with a snarky comment.
Been very good.
All right, let's get some calls in. We got Brandon here. We've got Jason here, and it's a special day. It's BG Day on WIP. Your opportunity to pay tribute, 215-592-9494. Something Andy Reid said to us last week that we're going to play for Brandon. That's coming up here in the next couple of minutes. Let's get to John in Manayunk right now. John, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. No one's going to talk about that Phillies bullpen because it's Cinco de Gramo. Listen, I'll tell you what, BG, this is one of the oldest cities in the country. We have almost a 250-year history, bro. There's an argument to be made that when you strip that ball, that was the happiest and most excited moment this city has ever felt at the same time. That is an all-time moment. And because, to be fair, we all thought it was over at that point. I was thinking of my grandma who passed. I was thinking of my loved ones who loved the game. That was such an exciting moment, and I love you to death, bro. I appreciate you. Now, here's
Does
the
that
other thing.
include severing ties from England?
Yes, and I just thought of it. I'll tell you why, John.
I think it might
because
be.
on
I love how
July
serious
4th,
Joe's about this. He's like, yeah, I'll tell you
I'm
why.
taking it serious because back then people were afraid if we lose the war, we're going to get killed. I mean, one of
And
the
also there
one of
were-
the founders
Yeah, so you
said,
got-
literally said, this is a quote: "We have to hang together, or we're
we'll
going to hang apart."
Yeah.
And look, like it or
Yes.
not, there were pro-British people there. Like
There were.
It's just Eagles fans
The
here. Like we
Tories.
don't mess around with
Brandon
anything else.
Graham, happiest day ever. You provided it.
You did, man.
We did. We all
You
did.
put so many therapists out of business that year, bro. Everyone was so happy. For a whole year, we were all so happy, bro.
Big
And listen,
pharma.
Joe, real quick,
Yeah.
the best five, I'm going to do it through BG's view of that game because I got your best five here. I want the
Okay.
Metallica tickets. I'm going to wear my Eagles jersey to the show. Cooper DeJean! All right, I promise you right now, when Brady hiked that ball, all right, BG could smell the blood in the water. He could taste victory. He could see the opportunity. He smelled it, and he touched that trophy. The five senses. Great time I love you, baby.
Five senses is a big answer.
It's a great call.
Hey, listen, five senses is really big,
Good win.
man.
Yeah, good win.
That
Yeah.
could win. All right, let me tell you something else that could win. It could win the hearts. It will win the hearts of kids throughout the Delaware Valley and, by extension, parents, because parents love when their kids take to reading. And BG, I know you have, because you got a lot coming up in retirement. And one of the early ventures for you, and I'm going to hold this up for everyone watching on YouTube right now.
Yes, that's awesome.
Brandon has written a book, and it's for the young kids. It's called BG's ABCs Tackling Football and Life. Congrats, Brandon. Tell us about this.
You know what? An opportunity came my way. Brian Wexbrook actually had a book out before, and then I came right behind him and wanted to do one. Wanted something for the kids to be able to, have. And, man, we've been reading it every night. But that was my whole goal, just to throw it out there for my kids to see one day. And, man, I'm just thankful that it was an ABC book, and I really took my time with what meant every word or every letter, and what word came to mind when I thought about just, how to motivate the kids.
Well, I can see what you did here. So just to give everyone a little insight, and parents, you're going to love this because it's to inspire the kids and teach the kids. So I see, Brandon, you've got A is for attitude, B is for bravery. These are all traits that are important to have. C is for confidence. D is for dream. And then you give a little bit on each page. That's some awesome
Well, yeah,
messages,
you should
man.
show us the book,
Okay,
Joe.
so I had to read it. I can't
you're
read it
reading
backwards.
like in the library. I love this.
Well,
where you
I
then-
also got to speak into the microphone.
C is for confidence. Confidence is key.
All right, John, give me a prediction for E.
D.
What's E going to be, John?
E is for
excellence, maybe.
I'm going energy.
That's what I'm feeling.
Energy.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Energy.
All right, here we
Of
go.
course.
E is for education.
There you go. It is a kid's
You know,
book. It is.
that could have been a good
That
one.
makes sense.
I
That's a
ain't
good
think
one.
about
That's a
that
good one.
All right, F is for family. Let's get G. John, your prediction of G.
Wait, do we
God.
go God?
I'm going God. Does Brandon go God?
Ooh.
He goes goals.
Goals.
Okay.
You're going non-denominational, Joe?
That's probably wise. Yeah.
So, Brandon, I understand, of course, this is, out there. On WIP social media accounts right now, people can see, because you got a lot of book signings coming up, events around town.
Yep.
Everyone listening right now, parents especially, because I think you got a better shot to drive there than the 5-year-old. Take the 5-year-old. WIP social media accounts have a listing right now of the spots Brandon will be at in the coming days. So get that knowledge and get out there and meet BG and get this book for the kids. Brandon,
The book looks really
beautiful.
nice. It
It's
looks
awesome.
really cool.
I
They
mean,
did a great job
They
with
did
that.
a great job. I mean, I love it, man. And it's
Congrats, man.
I'm thankful.
That's fantastic. All right, let's get back to the phones. 215-592-9494. By the way, we're not going to have Time's Yours today. Obviously, we want to maximize our time with Brandon and Jason both in studio with us. Unique day for us here on WIP.
I have a question for both of these guys.
Can I just do one thing before
Yeah,
you do
go
that?
ahead.
When we do Time's Yours, which we'll do tomorrow, Time's Yours brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. John, your question.
Do you, now that you're done, like when I first got done playing, I ballooned up to over 300 pounds. I was a mess. You look really slender. You look exactly the same, like
Well,
you're
yeah,
still
we've
working
been
out.
working out.
Yeah.
We've been
Yeah.
working out.
I
Yeah?
know we both been there the same, working out every day.
Nice. I mean, that's outstanding.
You got to stay ahead of it. 'Cause
I
you're right.
encourage that.
You got to. That's what people keep telling me.
And
And I see
BG
him.
is as unbelievable as a player. He would come back some of these off seasons,
Uh-huh.
but he likes the cookies.
Yes.
He will get.
I understand.
Tonight
I
we go
understand.
through all of the ups and downs.
Wait, so your weight would fluctuate a bit?
I gain weight easily for sure. And
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I know how it goes. And now that you're no longer working out with such, vigor, eating becomes problematic if you keep eating the way you always did, which was what I did.
For sure.
And now all of a sudden it was like, oh, and I can drink beer too?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not empty calories or anything.
Not
And I didn't
thinking
have a
about it.
scale. I didn't have a scale in my home because you only use the scales at work.
Yeah, the facility. Yeah.
So I didn't know that I was and I was wearing drawstring waisted sweatpants every day because I was now retired. I didn't have to do anything except water my yard.
Yeah.
So
And your position didn't exist anymore.
that too.
Yeah.
So 300
There's
pounds.
nothing to go back
and
to.
I didn't even know I was 300 pounds. But you guys are definitely a lot smarter about this whole thing. And you look slender.
He look good.
You look yoked.
Yeah. I'm trying to stay a little yoked. I don't want nobody to think they can try me, I guess. So yeah, he ain't as big as I thought he was. But no, I honestly I'm still rehabbing too, my arm, my tricep. So that's easy for me to kind of stay in. And that's what a lot of people told me anyway. If you don't do it now, you're not gonna do it later. So I'm just making sure that
Smart.
I got a plan.
Very smart. BG and Jason both in studio with us here. Rhea, you've been at WIP longer than any of us. This is one of the all-timers, right?
Hello, Jason.
Hey, Rhea.
Look, Jason, you see the jersey I got on? Got my BG jersey on.
I love it.
There we go.
Kelly Green.
It's the best. What Brandon has just a unique thing in that I have never met anybody who doesn't like him.
Yeah.
And for an athlete in this town,
There's people out there, trust me.
Yeah,
They don't like the positivity sometimes, and
but-
they think it's a fake, but it's like, hey, just stay consistent, baby. Like
And
I
it's
do.
who you are.
I honestly know that we gonna go one day, and I know that it's your attitude you bring every day. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff we go through, but I talk more now to my family and get it off my chest, other than just trying to build your own case in your own head that 9 times out of 10 not gonna happen the way you thinking about it. So,
Yeah.
but I gotta remind myself too, because it ain't easy. Sometimes I do. My kids take me to that level of get your butt over here.
Yeah.
What is you doing? So it's not like we not living. It's just I'ma choose to try to be to choose the hard right thing to do than the easy wrong thing. That's complain. And yeah, we all going through some stuff, and I mean I ain't got to show it, but I think that everybody just deal with those emotions and grow with those emotions.
Yeah.
And hopefully they growing in the right way. And so I'm trying to be better. It ain't perfect, but I promise you.
Joe, the two
What's
guys in
interesting
front of
too,
you.
I do want to say this because he brought up like positivity, and I think Brandon always has like this like optimism, like joyful look to him, but it also afforded him the ability to have conversations with guys that a lot of times guys might receive that information in a defensive mode.
Sure.
But because he's always so positive, and he just is like
That's a
genuinely cares
great
about
point.
you. He would say things sometimes where it's like
He's got carte blanche.
Yes,
He's got carte
yes,
blanche. He
yes.
can go anywhere.
Yes, yeah.
Wow. That's
Especially
a great
once
point.
once you became a vet.
For sure.
Because,
No,
you
you
know,
know what I've learned though? You know what's helped me? Learn to listen sometimes, as far as, some people at the time just want to complain, and that just let them complain and then it's over with. But I get that now. I always ask, like, man, what's this? Like, you just want to complain about it. Hey, just get it out.
Yeah.
All right, bet. I ain't gonna say nothing. Because some people told me, like, I don't want to talk to BG because he gonna come with this positive. I ain't trying to hear that right now. I just want to let him know how I feel. It's like, all right, bet. Now I knew how to grow, and I was willing to hear that instead of be defensive, like you say, and say, "Oh man, you just want to." Nah, we all have that right to complain, but it's not staying there as long as you want to stay there, because then it takes over.
Sure.
But I know I've learned that, and I've gotten better with that, because that's been my knock. That's what people have been saying about me.
Love it. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. And I'm going to fire this one at Jason. I'm really curious, Jason, what your recollection is. A Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together let's drive. Visit arminchevy.com. So, Jason, until a couple days ago when I saw a photograph of rookie Brandon Graham, I had no memory of this. Tell me if you do. Jason, Twitter poll. Do you remember that Brandon's first uniform number with the Eagles was 54?
I don't. Now that you say it, I can see it, but I don't remember that. Was that before I was here, though?
Oh, that's true. You get a pass. Yeah, that's true. You
I
weren't
think
here. That's
I
true.
think since I was here, Brandon was 5.
So you were 2012, Jason, or 11?
11.
So you're 11 and Brandon's 10.
Yeah,
And
so
then Fletcher was 12, right?
You might have been one
Yes.
year.
Yeah, 1 year
Yeah.
with you with 54, but then it changed after because Daryl Tapp had just took it in that second year.
Yeah,
And
Daryl
then
Tapp.
Daryl Tapp went to Seattle after, or went somewhere else, Washington, I want to say.
Did we just talk about leaders too? Like Daryl was like a guy, like nobody really remembers him in that way.
You see,
now
they
he's a
had
coach. Yeah, like
you could see it in people, man.
Yes,
for
yes.
real. And
Anyways.
he brought the energy.
John, I want to close out this Twitter poll. So what percentage do you think remember, John, that Brandon was 54?
Jeez.
I'm so happy you changed.
I think it's going to be
5'5" is so bad. Much better.
Ooh, don't say that because
Axeman?
Trotter was the reason why I had missed it because he had said something on Twitter. That boy better get out my jersey.
Oh my gosh, really? Oh boy, that's why
he
it
was
changed.
on me
You don't
because
wanna
of
mess with
because
Trotter
of
either, man.
that bus label, and I ain't wearing it good. I ain't looking good in it. So it's like, all right, I kind of get my number back. But Stuart Bradley had it when I first got here, and then he was only here 1 year.
Yep.
And then Daryl Tapp snatched it right before I could get it. And as soon as he was gone, I had already told Greg, like, I need that 55 back.
How about
One
that?
of my favorite things about your number is that it's on the craps table.
Oh yeah,
I could play BG on the crap, and I don't like gambling that much. But we
Yeah.
were out in Vegas 2 years ago at the Super Bowl, and Gilly's out there, and he just keeps yelling, "Brandon Graham 5'5," and we're all playing the hard 10, and
Yep.
he keeps hitting.
Ooh, I know that was fun.
That's my man BG taking care of me. It was a good time.
So guys, the answer is 44% remember BG being 54. I don't.
I don't know. I fat chance on that. I think people are pretending to remember 54.
Yeah.
Well, you know who might remember it because he was the coach back then is Andy Reid. So Andy was on the program with us on Thursday of last week. And BG, at the end of our discussion with Andy, we asked him for a message that we would play right for you on the air. Let's listen to what Andy said last week. Whatever you've got from your heart, a message to Brandon to honor him. We're going to play this audio directly for him on Monday upon his retirement. What would you say to BJ?
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, I love Brandon Graham. He is one of the all-time greats for the Eagles. And not only was he a great player, but he's a great person. I call him a kid, but I mean, he's past the kid stage now. So he's just a great person. And that part and his work ethic are going to carry him through the second half of his life and career and our new career. And so, but listen, Brandon Graham's, he's a great one. Love him.
You know, BG, you were very lucky to come up with Andy Reid. You know, I know things got bad there at the end, but you learned from one of the all-time greats in the very beginning of your career.
You know what I've learned too, when it was going bad, he stayed consistent. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you want. Be able to stand on whatever it is in those hard moments when you on the media. You know that I gotta suck it up. I gotta hear y'all talk y'all stuff. If I played bad or this person played bad and all that stuff. I mean, Andy Reid definitely was a guy that never really. He stayed even keeled. And even then, those couple words was nice to hear from him because those team meetings, 5 minutes, maybe 10, and then you out of there. That's how it always was. So I know that, you know, I'm thankful that he got to get his championship after we was done. But that's that perseverance. I mean, I think he persevered through so much. I mean, with his son, losing his son, we being there and going through that with him, going to a funeral, being right there for him, and then to know that down the line, like this was lined up for you. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm always thankful for him because he believed in all of us. And this organization for sure is top notch, man, on making sure that they take care of the guys that they bring in. And those guys got to want to stay too.
Sure.
Of course, because everybody's situation is different. Money is some people motivation. But if I could tell anybody that's drafted by the Eagles, if it's close, stay with the guys, the people, and this organization. If it's close, so that you can go, you can be loved in this city if you just keep you know, just stand true to it. And I stayed true. Kelce stayed true, and we figured it out, and we all worked well together, and we chose to handle those decisions that was hard in those moments. But that's how I feel like the next whoever, just make sure you standing on your decisions and make sure when those problems arrive, you handle them, because most of the time that stuff show up in the wrong way if you don't handle them out on the field, and then you lose, and then we talking about it all off season, and it's going to be a repeated cycle if you don't handle those. So that's what I would say to those guys. Handle your business always, and it's going to pay it forward one of these days.
This conversation with BG is going to roll on without us, but Joe and Hugh are coming up, and Brandon's staying for the start of their show. All right, BG, you get to, on BG Day, now someone's going to win Metallica tickets here. You get to give us the most notable 5 in honor of you and being uniform number 55. So amongst those said by the callers today, the big answers, which do you think is the best answer, Brandon? The Jackson 5, the High 5, the 5 senses, the Fifth Amendment, and the Empire Strikes Back, which is technically Star Wars 5. Jackson 5, High 5, Empire Strikes Back, Joe DiMaggio, Fifth Amendment, 5 senses. Brandon Graham, it's your day. Which one do you pick?
Hey, I'm going to go 5 senses because I talked to him. And he brought the energy. I'm sorry, y'all.
He did.
Hey, he brought the energy.
John and Manioc has won the Metallica tickets with the answer of the 5 senses. Well, Brandon, we'll continue, you and I, this tonight on stage in Phoenixville. Mm-hmm. It's going to be quite a night. You ready for tonight?
No, I'm ready, man.
It's going to be special.
I appreciate Kels coming in, man. This is a surprise for sure. I appreciate
I'm
y'all.
sure they got a bunch of surprises for you today.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. I'm excited.
I'll say this. I won't, because Brandon might not know. Well, I'll say this. Brandon's only going to be here for a portion of the next hour. So let me just tell everyone listening what's up later ahead today. Jason Avant, 10:45. LaShawn McCoy, 12:30. Brian Dawkins, 1 o'clock. Doug Peterson at 3. Nick Sirianni at 4. Chris Long at 4:30. They're all coming out to support you, Brandon.
Hey, wow, that's what's up.
And Andy and Howie were on last week. And Jeffrey was already on, and Mike Quick and others. And by the way, reminder to everyone listening, this is why you got to have the Odyssey app. This is why you got to go back and watch our show on YouTube. Because obviously it's hard to see it all live or listen to it all live. It's all going to be there for you to listen to later today. All right. Thank you to Jason for coming in, my man. Thank you very much.
Happy to be here. Happy to celebrate the legendary Brandon Graham and an incredible career. Can't wait to listen throughout the day.
Love it.
Appreciate
Joe and Hugh with Brandon starting out the show. Those guys are up next.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
The Truist Championship is coming to Philly. Watch top PGA Tour players including Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and more take on the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to see who is worthy of joining the city's vast list of sports legends. Kids 15 and under get in free with a ticketed adult. So bring the whole family to enjoy a variety of fan activities and excellence at every turn. Tickets are on sale now at TruistChampionship.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Our favorite legendary football players know the importance of being quick on your feet. And if bunion pain is slowing you down, it's time to call the pros. Phoenixville Hospital Orthopedics Program offers advanced bunion surgery and foot care to help you walk, run, or break into a touchdown happy dance without pain. With expert care and the latest technology, they'll help you bench that soreness. Score big with our award-winning experts with Tower Health Medical Group Orthopedics. To learn more, call 610-525-1000 for an appointment.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Gran Coramino, official luxury tequila of the Philadelphia Eagles, wants to congratulate our guy BG on an amazing career. Gran Coramino recognizes hard work, and BG epitomized hard work throughout his career. That's why Gran Coramino is proud to support BG as official spirits partner of WIP's BG Live on 5-5. Cheers, BG, for bringing 2 world championships to Philly, and cheers on your retirement. As Gran Coramino tequila founder and Philadelphia Eagles superfan Kevin Hart puts it, hard work tastes different. Celebrate responsibly.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-outs go to Aryna Sabalenka and Carlos Alcaraz. These 2 young Europeans have taken tennis by storm, folks. The 27-year-old Sabalenka from Belarus has won 2 Australian Opens and last year's U.S. Open. Spain's Alcaraz is only 22 as he attempts to defend his French Open crown, three-peat at Wimbledon, and win a second title in Flushing Meadows. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. an Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Boy, if the Eagles can come up with their one turnover of the game right here, that would be sealing. Brady back again. He steps up his head and falls forward. He fumbles the football, and the Eagles have it. It is recovered by... Yeah, it is recovered by Barnett. Barnett. Brady fumbles, and Barnett has the ball. They finally hit Brady.
Now that's the way to start this show off. Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494 on BG Day tonight. BG Live. And Hugh, good morning. And we got ourselves a special guest in the studio to start our show today, Brandon Graham.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. That's all I got this morning.
How about good morning, Brandon Graham?
Brandon, I was going to speak to Brandon. Good morning, B. How you doing, man?
Good morning, Hugh. What up, man?
Not much, man. Not much. It's BG Day, man. Happy to be here. Full disclosure, I had the days mixed up. I thought Cinco de Mayo was yesterday.
Yeah, when we
well, people kind of celebrated
now that
yesterday.
we're here, Brandon, when we announced this, we were like, Hugh, we're doing this on Cinco de Mayo. He's like, wait, we're doing it on a Sunday? And no, we're not doing it on Sunday. Cinco de Mayo is a Monday.
Yeah, I messed
So
up.
you're good. We're all here. It's BG Day. It's Cinco de Mayo. How are you, BG?
Oh, man, I'm feeling good, feeling thirsty.
Yeah, well, you're probably not the only one out there. What is this? I got to ask you just to start us off, and we'll talk to him. We're excited to have you for this segment. What's this like for you? Like, not just the retirement and the last few weeks, but today. Like, having today, because, I know WIP's here 24 hours a day, but we don't usually have special days like this. Like, this entire day is for you. What does it mean to you that we're doing this? And not just the hosts here, it's at the listeners. Like, we wanted to do this for you. What does it mean to you that we're having this day?
Man, it means a lot. You never know your impact. Even then, they doing this day, but it just inspired me to just keep having that impact. Others have their own impact and believe in it. Believe in what you bring to the table. And I think for me, it's been a bunch of times where I wanted to kind of take another role as far as being Mr. Positive, and that's my name, that's what they call it, but you kind of wanted to go against it to let people know I could be a little negative sometimes too, but it's like, no, I'm gonna be me. And so if anything, I want the kids out there to say, hey man, don't let nobody deter you from, who you are, be who you are. You never know your impact. Thankful for this moment right now, but it just motivated me to just make sure, even after this, to stay focused on what you bring in the next phase of your life. So just be me. I'm thankful to be here and thankful that they had this day for me.
You know what, BG? My question to you is this, because you've had a unique career arc from the beginning until now. So my question to you is, how do you stay as grounded as you are? Because like I said, when you started out, man, it was a little rough, and you got to the point that you're at now. How did you remain grounded in all of this time?
Well, in the beginning, it was people that I had around me. Then became my wife, and then my wife been that saving grace as far as making sure that she's there, talking with her, getting the stuff out, and then putting my game face on, my hard hat on, and get back to work. But I feel like for me, I had to own that and actually do it, because it's easy to say, oh, I'm gonna talk to this person, but you don't be as vulnerable as you need to be. It's not. It's no point, because you still thinking about it, you still worried. And I think it's the people that I had around me, man, because it wasn't easy, but you find the people that you can talk to and get some stuff out, where it was a safe place for me, and my wife has been that for me. Of course, everybody know, my faith in the Lord, praying and doing all that too. But at the same time, he brought the people in my life for a reason. So I try to maximize on making sure I lean on them and during them hard times, because it was tough.
Do you realize that what you've accomplished, and I'm not talking about the Super Bowls, but to be with one team,
man,
for 15 years, do you realize what you've accomplished? Like, I don't, because like when I talk to you we talk about it, I don't really think the gravity of that has set in for you yet. Because you look around this station. Everybody at this station has had another stop somewhere else. Every NFL player in their career has had a stop somewhere else.
Yeah.
You've been in one place your whole career. Do you realize how significant that is?
Not at all. I know It is, and it's rare, like you said, because I mean, for me, it's crazy how the guy I looked up to, Ray Lewis, he was with one organization, and I played linebacker before I, blew up and went to D-line. But it's all good. Like, that was my guy. But man, I didn't play 17, but boy, 15, I'm like, wow,
BG,
that's crazy.
15 years in the trenches.
In the trenches, man.
With one team.
Mm-hmm.
With one team.
And made it through Chip Kelly, because Chip Kelly, boy, he was if you wasn't in Oregon, boy, you was not on my team. It was people that in these moments in time, man, it was like crucial moments, because I definitely was going to bet on myself and go somewhere else when Chip was offering me, kind of lowballing me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ended up coming to an agreement. But yeah, that was the only time I was like risking to go. After that Super Bowl, though, I knew I wasn't going nowhere, and we was gonna always try to make it work. But I didn't know it was gonna be 50. Well, at that time, it was gonna be 8 more years later after that, at the year 7.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
BG, what would you like if I said to you 15 years ago? Let's take it. Go back to 2010, 2011, 2012, early in your career, and if you had either I was talking to you or you just turned the radio on one day and you heard me saying, Brandon Graham's going to be here 15 years. He's going to set the record for most games played as an Eagle. He's going to win 2 Super Bowls here. Like, what would you have thought if you heard that? Did you envision big things like that, or would that have sounded impossible back in the early days?
Really, it was only like 10 years. I was like, man, if I could get double-digit years, that'd be sweet. Not knowing if it was going to be here or not. And then, of course, man, if I can make this much in them 10 years, all the stuff to try to get you ready for your family and stuff like that. But I would have been, a big fan, like, oh, he believe in me like that.
That guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, let's go. But I got to actually put in the work. And at that time, boy, training camp was work. Man, I don't know if I could have
the old days.
If them old days, if it was 2 a day for real, 10 years. That's why I'm like, if I could make it 10 years, boy. Because that first year, I remember one time, me and Nate Allen, we was in the just a hot tub getting our legs ready for the practice. And man, all I know is he was like, man, I didn't know that it could be this hard in training camp. I'm like, man, I know. Man, honestly, man, it challenged you on how much you love the game, because Coach Reed was going to get it out you. And he didn't care. We was going for 3 weeks straight. It wasn't no off days like what we got now, and thankful for that. But, man, I'm telling you, I wouldn't have probably made it. I thought you would have been crazy for 15.
Most people think I'm crazy, so it works out.
That style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought about this as BG said it. This might be like Jason was just in here. We say hi to him. BG's here. We're never going to talk to players again, like current or players are about to be done, that know what that training camp is like. It's over now.
Yeah.
Because we're there now every year. And like, a couple years ago, we were doing shows from there, BG, and you guys were off the field in like an hour and 10. This past year was a little longer, right? You guys a little, but still, I remember those days in Lehigh. Like, it's nothing like that again. Those days are over.
Oh yeah, man, no question, man. I remember them days, and BG used to tell me, "Oh man, you would have loved to be in these training camps." And I used to get a little jealous. I'm like, damn, if I could have just came in a little bit later, I could have stayed a little bit longer.
You would have, for sure. You would have been dogging. I'm telling you. I know you was already a dog, but
man,
it's like,
I tell you,
man.
But it's like I remember when Andy Reid drafted you. And you probably remember this, but I came in the locker room to meet you because Andy was like, yeah, man, I'm drafting this kid from Michigan. He reminds me of somebody. And I remember meeting you, and I was just like, wow, like your attitude, your demeanor. And since that day, you have, throughout all that you've been through, you've never changed. You've been the same person since day one.
Man,
that's commendable. That is commendable. And when we talk, a lot of times, because it's still fresh for you, you're going to look back on these days, man, and you're going to look back and you're, because I really don't think you realize what you've accomplished. I mean, you're living in it, but I don't really think you realize what you accomplished, man. And I can tell you from an older guy that's played the game, a lot of us look up to you because it's something that we all wanted to do and have that type of career. We just didn't do it. So we commend you for that, man. That's a hell of an accomplishment. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I really, really do.
Appreciate you, Hugh, man. All the talks we done had, man. I thank you just for even helping me, just with a couple of those moments of, man, now I'm done. How you feeling? Like, how did I feel? How you felt during this time, and, just threw some ideas out there on something to think about. And I can appreciate that because, man, that's just a choice you made to try to help me. And man, I'm excited for what's to come. But it is something new.
No, you got choices, man. You got choices because you're here, and whatever you want to do, I would think that, and I'm pretty sure, Joe, sky's the limit for you right now. Sky is definitely the limit for you.
Yep.
Brandon Graham with us live in studio. It's BG Day here on WIP tonight at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. BG Live. Brandon, last week, and today a lot of people were calling in, former coaches, teammates. So last week, Howie called in. He was on the afternoon show last week, and they asked him about you and your guys' relationship. But he talked about a story back early in your career. I think he said it was in Miami, and you guys talked before a game kind of like, hey, if you succeed, I succeed. If I succeed, you succeed. I mean, you were his first draft pick when he became the GM. What's it been like, you and him together in this ride? Because you've both been here, and you both had some special moments together and some lower ones, right, in the beginning of both years. What's it been like doing this with Howie kind of on that same career track as him?
You had to be vulnerable in those moments because, I mean, with me, I used to get guys, man, don't trust the ownership. Don't trust this. Don't trust, because they are for themselves. And I understand. It's like I had to learn the business side, and it's like it's nothing personal. It's just they work for the organization. They're going to do what's best for the organization. So I got to make sure I handle my business accordingly. So sometimes it's the back and forth that you're going to have, even off the field, even when it's not your agent talking to him. It's sometimes you get cornered and he want to talk to you and be like, hey, man, let's get this thing done. Let's do this. And it's like, man, you got to have that. You got to be vulnerable in this. And so I let Howie in. Me and Howie definitely has grown, because at that time in Miami, I was so mad because he deactivated me. But it was like, you know what? All right. He pulled me outside. I remember he pulled me outside the locker room, and he was just like, look, you need to get your act together. Come on, man. Like, we ain't waste our first round pick on you for no reason. We believe in you. Like you say, we go in this together. You're my first pick, and I want nothing but the best for you. But you got to make sure you're putting in the work a little more and make sure you're taking this more serious. And I understood what he was saying, because it was more to that than what he said. But it's more. It was something that I needed at the time, and it was a good experience to overcome that, because now when we talk about it, it's just like, wow, man, remember that could have been that was a crossroad in my career where I could have folded, and I didn't, and I just handled it the right way I was supposed to. And man, Howie, for sure, we got a better relationship than what we had when we started.
That's pretty interesting, because Howie, I saw that in Howie, and how personable he is, and I commend him for that, because I was here with Joe Banner. And Joe, like, I like Joe, but Joe was not the type of guy that was very warm and fuzzy. That just wasn't him. So I commend Howie for that. But I have a question for you, BG, because I know you're about to leave in a minute. But I need to know. Okay, I'm gonna take you back in the time machine just a little bit.
Let's go.
Y'all won the Super Bowl, right? But I'm gonna take you back a couple months before that happened. You're getting ready to do a show at Chicky and Pete's with Howard Eskin at the time. So I need to know, what, like, driving in, what was the thought process when you said, you know what, I'm about to flame A.J. Brown. I'm about to flame him.
You talking about? You talking about this year?
Yeah. Well, technically last year.
Yeah.
What was that thought process like? Because before you tell me, I'm gonna tell you what happened. So I'm driving in, right? So I'm getting ready, because we do the show. Me and Ike do the show. So I'm listening to the show, but I'm not listening. I'm driving, but I'm not listening. And Ike texted me, dog, you hear BG? And I'm like, I hear him, but I don't hear him.
Yep.
So then when I heard you, oh, bruh, you took the governor off. You went straight, like you went in. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, wow. And so that's when I got there. And you said, hey, how did I said, yeah, it was bad.
I know you did.
You can't lie. Joe, I said, we're going to talk about you tomorrow. But it's cool. We're gonna be kind.
Yeah.
But we about to let you have it, dog. We about to let you have it. So my question to you is this. What was the thought process before that show? What was on your mind? What was going through your mind, man?
Honestly, it was just more of like, man, we know the passing ain't good. It was what he said to the media, and I wanted, it's like, as a leader, it's tough because you're going to have to answer to that and the back and forth with, the offense struggling. And it's like, my biggest thing was, All right, I kept talking to myself, hey, man, it's all good. It's good.
You keep trying to keep calm.
Because it's like, I've been through this before. It's
Uh-huh.
okay. And so, man, he just asked me at a time where I just wanted to just say, handle your business. And I tried to do it the best way I could at that time. Like, man, don't give him that ammo. That's all I was really saying. Handle your business with your guy. And that was it. But, boy, it didn't come out like that.
No, it was great. Great radio. Great radio. Listen, man, we rode that horse for a couple weeks.
Oh, I ain't listening to none of it either.
And you know what?
My
It
wife
worked,
was
though.
even like sick. Like we even wasn't listening to nothing.
It worked, though. I mean, everything was good. You guys won.
That's all I cared about. I was like, man, how we bounce back from this, it's either gonna help us or not. But I just wanted them guys to just, because I knew how special we was building to that. And so all those little distractions, just, you know how it is. You can't have that. You can't have it. And so it was like I did the best I could at that time.
Yeah, you was trying to be diplomatic.
Yeah,
but it was
didn't
not
work.
received that way.
It wasn't received that way.
I just want to say thank you for that, because that was great radio.
Oh man, but you know what? I know that I've said not to do that, and I did that myself. So I was happy to the way I handled talking with the team. Hey man, that was my bad. You know, two wrongs don't make it right. And so at the end of the day, I said what I said. With me and AJ talked, me and Jalen talked. Then I talked to the team, said my apology, and then we moved on from it. And boy, I ended up crying even when I was, you know, talking with the guys, like, you know, just letting them know, like, this means something to me, man. I want us to win this thing, but we can't do that. We gotta stay connected. And so that's what was my whole message. And I'm glad everybody, because that next game, boy, them boys was balling.
Oh, yeah.
And then look how it happened at the end. Everybody was balling. Like AJ, Devontae.
Yes.
I mean, they both, like, you know.
So it was neat.
It was, I mean, man, I'm looking forward to how they do this year, you know, with them being, now y'all the guys. Y'all the real guys now. So when stuff come up, now y'all gonna have to handle all that. And so that's all I ever wanted for them, man, is just to keep growing. All of us, even for myself, just that was a problem that we had to have. And so sometimes it got aired out, and it aired out the way people perceived it, and man, we ended up coming back from that and winning the Super Bowl. So I'm thankful for that. But yeah, I wasn't.
And now then, Joe, you gotta have a come to Jesus moment.
Man, we had that moment.
I mean, he was asking for that come to Jesus moment for a year.
I was like,
you did.
Sometimes you just need to have a come to Jesus moment.
Yeah, you do. And that was our moment at the time. And I mean, it was people mad at first, but I felt like they know my heart, and they know that it wasn't coming from a malice place. But I'm just saying, handle your business, man. Talk with your guy. Everybody don't need to be in it. And, you know, at the end of the day, if the passing is bad, well, let's spend a little extra on it, you know, after. So that's all I really was saying.
All right, so today's the day for all sorts of fun questions. I got a tough fun question, though, for you.
Okay.
At its best, better team, last year's Eagles or 2017?
Man, 2017, I can't go off my boy. They were the first team.
They were the first.
And then come behind them, though, man. I can't lie. This one was fun to be a part of, and this one was a dominating experience because going to those 3 Super Bowls, one, it was a back and forth where we make a play and then we win the game. Second one, we lose. It came down to the end, and we made a penalty that cost us the game. Then this one was so nice because it was like a dominating. Oh man,
it was just like enjoy it the whole time.
And it was the team that beat you the last time. So I'm thankful for those 3 experiences, but I got to go with my number 1 because that's the one that changed my career and my trajectory of my career, and it started going up as I continued to play the next 8 years. And so I was just thankful for that. It felt like those were my prime years, those 8 years that after that. So I got to credit that one.
Can you remember what you were thinking as you lined up for the snap that became the Brady strip sack? Like, can you go back to that moment? I mean, we all talk about the moment and the play and like how you made your move inside to make the play, but what were you thinking in that moment? Because that game is, it's one of the greatest football games I've ever seen. Just you said it, back and forth, and forth. But you needed a play on defense to finish it.
And so that's what I was thinking was, all right, I'm in the middle. Coach Schwartz had the turbo. He was thinking that it was going to be a pass on that play, so he called turbo. That's where I lined from outside to inside as a defensive tackle. And I knew Fletch was going to get all the attention, so I knew one-on-one at least if it was mine, but I I told Chris to cover me, and which means like if I go too high past the quarterback, he was supposed to fold inside to make sure that he doesn't escape through the inside gaps. And so when I got past the D tackle, the guard, I ended up, seeing Brady right there. I reached my arm, closed my eyes, and bam! When I hit it, DB, when I opened my eyes, DB already had picked it up. I ran to the sideline, went crazy. It was a moment like I never had in my career, and I was thankful for that because it took all of us for sure.
Well, you and millions were jumping up and down.
I'll tell you.
What an amazing moment. It really was. All right, BG, we appreciate. It's a long day for you, and you got BG Live tonight, which we're excited for at the Colonial Theater. But before we let you go with this segment, we need your advice. So Hugh saw that you wrote a children's book, right? BG's ABCs, Tackling Football and Life. I got it right here.
I want to try to write one.
Now Hugh wants to try. So I need you to give Hugh children's book advice. This is pretty awesome.
No, it is. It really, really is.
Yeah.
Nah, it's cool. You know what? I went with something simple as the ABCs, and I want to go through every letter on what it meant to me for A is attitude. You gotta, and I thought about football, obviously, because as a team, you gotta have those, what can I motivate, the kids on, and that's why we did it. And we went down. It took probably 3 days total out my life to come through with all the stuff, but it was like, it was worth it because they put that together. And
I like it, man, and I like the what is it, the pictures and everything?
Yeah, illustrations.
I'm gonna do the ABCs of petty though.
That might
I'm gonna do the ABCs of petty.
That might not be a children's book.
Because I was just I was telling Joe, I was like, man, like I commend you for being as positive as you are, especially going through what you went through. Because I told him I would be super petty. I said I would be telling people all the time, kiss my ass, don't be leave me alone, because I can't imagine what you went through, how that felt early on in your career.
Yeah.
And then to have the flip side with everybody that you've seen in the past that had mean and hurtful things to say about you, all of a sudden your face smiling and giggling. That would be a problem for me. And I would let them know, because my pettiness is like no other, BG. And I would let them know every day. I remember the mean and hurtful thing. I would have like little note cards for all them cats that be in your face asking for autographs.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this is what you said about me. Oh yeah, I'd be petty. So I'm gonna do the ABCs of petty.
Hey, I like that. You know what? I want you to be you, but I want you to do it PG style, where you can still get them.
Yeah.
But
I'm working on that, man. It's a work in progress.
And that's what I love to hear, man. Because for me, I had to work on some things too myself. Like I say, listening to people. People don't want to hear that positive all the time.
I don't listen.
People don't want to hear that positive. They want to hear. They want to complain. So sometimes I'm gonna let them complain. All right, you done? Now what we gonna do about it?
Yeah, you're right. I'm working on it. I'm still working.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go, but he's working. BG, man, we appreciate you giving us some time.
We all grow at different times.
Yeah, it's all right. We all are. Congratulations on an amazing career. We're excited for tonight for BG Live, and a lot of players are kind of respected, and you're loved, man. Just always remember that you're loved by this city. Brandon Graham with us here. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us, and everyone will see you tonight at Colonial Theater.
Let's go. And hey, this don't happen without the ones before me. So Hugh, I appreciate all y'all guys, ones before, because watching y'all, man, growing up, it's like we dream, we aspire to be here, and then you get here and you don't realize that you got to work for real while you here and to stay here. So thank y'all for that motivation. And man, when we won that first one, it was for everybody, because y'all boys was right there at the door too against them boys. They ain't do what they did.
No, y'all got the revenge.
I know we got the revenge. We definitely got
it
for y'all. And that's crazy how both our Super Bowls, we got revenge on the teams that beat us before. So
yeah, that's crazy.
Hopefully we out of that stage though, that phase.
You just win them now when they get there. All right, there he goes, Brandon Graham. We got a packed show today. We'll hear from a lot of former Eagles today. BG Day here on WIP. We'll get to your phone calls as well. Your chance to tell us why you love BG. Jason Avant joins us coming up next, and we want to hear from you as well. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on BG Day on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club is proud to bring you the best bargain in the city. $2 Tuesday. Gas prices, groceries, everywhere you turn, prices are up. However, the very popular $2 Tuesdays is still at Cheerleaders. $2 domestic beers, couch dances 2 for $25, and select cocktails are only $2. Join us for $2 Tuesdays, where we give you a high-end experience for a fraction of the cost. We have the hottest entertainers and the best value in the city. $2 Tuesday specials from 7 p.m. to midnight. Every Tuesday night only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
If you're in the market for a car, chances are you've heard all about those confusing 25% auto tariffs, additional costs added to both new and used cars, and ultimately passed on to you. But don't stress, because at Auto Lenders, we have a unique way of getting inventory without the tariffs. So you can choose from the finest one-owner cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're totally tariff-free, which means you're totally free to save thousands more. See for yourself at Auto Lenders, a tariff-free way to buy a car.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Brandon Graham.
May 5th is now BG Day.
94 WIP.
That one. Don't think I ain't gonna come get you. I'm coming to get you. Oh yeah, 75. I see you on film, boy. Don't worry, folks. I'm coming. You wait. You too small for me, man. You good dog.
He ain't blowing hot, I promise you. Now he gonna do it the whole game. Hey, next play. All right, so I get 3 and out. 3 and out right here, all right? Hey!
Yeah, I know, I got you. I'm with you,
Welcome back, Midday Show.
Me and you both didn't turn on.
Yeah, it's a different kind of start to the show.
You didn't in the opening segment.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
You caught that.
I had to turn it on for you.
It happens.
Lock in.
That's
lock
why
in.
Kyle's here. All right, 215.
No, it's Cinco de Mayo.
You started
was
early?
Cinco de Dos,
Well, I
by the
did
way.
Cinco de Dos.
That's not what it is.
Oh yeah, I hung out.
5
It was cool.
5 to 2.
Yeah, Cinco de Dos.
Yeah.
Then
All
I
right.
did Cinco de Tres.
Cinco de Trace, and then Cinco de Cuatro.
Quattro.
And
yeah,
then
Cinco de Quattro was jumping yesterday.
Was it? What'd you do?
Joe. My son wanted to go to Red Lobster.
You went to Red Lobster yesterday? I haven't
We
been to
got
Red
some-
Lobster in a long time.
Me neither. I thought they
Those
closed.
biscuits still jumping?
Cheddar Bay biscuits on deck.
Those biscuits are unreal.
Hey man,
That's the butter.
We
It's the butter.
We sprinted through them Cheddar Bay biscuits like it was a good. We had a good old time. It was awesome.
Kind of jealous, to be honest with you. All right,
Is today Cinco de Cinco?
Cinco de Cinco. Yes, it is. Special day, BG Live on Cinco de Cinco. All right, 215-592-9494. It's obviously a different start to the show. We appreciate Brandon being in here with us. We're going to get to some phone calls here and throughout the show. So just quickly, we have a lot of great guests that are going to join us over the course of the show. Jason Avant, a little bit. Rhea Hughes, as she always is every Monday in studio. Later on, we will talk to LaShawn McCoy, Brian Dawkins, and we'll let you hear again from Jeff Lurie, who joined the morning show first time on WIP in 30-plus years. So
30 of them things.
We'll let you hear what Jeff Lurie had to say this morning. Great interview on the morning show. It's a day to celebrate Brandon Graham. It's a day to take your phone calls, 215-592-9494. Hugh, before we jump into taking everyone's calls and talking here, it was great to talk to Brandon. And I think today is a day for us and the callers to just talk about why we love BG. And I meant what I said to him. Hugh, there's a lot. We talk to people every day on this show. And there's a lot of players in this town people respect, right? You respect their ability, talent. There's a lot of good players that have played here and still play here. And there's a lot of players people like, right? They're good players and they've done a nice job and they do it their best for Philadelphia. There's a select group that people love as players here. Brandon Graham became a player that is beloved. Like, you don't get a BG day. You don't get the Colonial Theater sold out tonight for any player. He's
special.
He's loved in this town.
Yeah, and you know what the thing that, and I know people are saying, I might say I'm harping on it, but he was never bitter. That's the biggest thing. Now, we've had examples of athletes in our city that, you know, the fan base could be a little rough. We know the fan base. I mean, we're here. We're part of it.
Yep.
And it could be a little rough. And for a lot of people, it's handled one or two ways. Either you just, you know, become a person that just resents the fan base or resents being here, or you become somebody who becomes indifferent. BG embraced it. I think that's what makes him as beloved as he is, because he never shied away from it. He embraced it. And I just find it fascinating that for a guy who his career, it didn't start out the way that he wanted it to start out, but he kept his nose to the grindstone, and now he is one of the most beloved Eagles to ever play the game, and there's nobody in this city that you could find that remembers those days. He remembers them. Him and his family remember them, But you can't find a person in the city who, if they're being honest or not, that would say that they've always remembered Brandon as the person that he is now. Nobody remembers that guy that first got here that they, were trying to label a bust or anything like that. And I commend him for that, because I can't imagine the 1 year I was in Jacksonville was the closest that I've ever felt to being, inadequate because of, the way it went down and how it went for me down there. But to be in a situation where the first couple of years you're in the NFL and people have doubted your abilities and there was talk about getting rid of you and all this other stuff, and you persevered through all of that to have and become one of the greatest Eagles to ever play the game, to be a guy who had one of the absolute greatest plays in the history of the franchise, and to come back in your last year, and to play at the high level that you were playing at before you got hurt and win another Super Bowl. I mean, that is a phenomenal career. That is a phenomenal career to have. And through all of that, still in here smiling, still in here being positive. That's the amazing thing to me about what BG has accomplished. The fact that, could you imagine? I'm pretty sure back in the day in Twitter and all this other good stuff, some of the stuff that was being said about him, but he rose above all of that. That should be a lesson for everybody that does what we do or has done what we do or in the media business or whatever. Don't let these people that have something negative to say about you, write your story for you. Write your own story. Don't worry about that. The people that have the most to say about you are doing the absolute least.
Well, and you're right about persevering. I mean, that's a great word to describe his career, because he persevered over those first few years. Hugh, when I think of BG and why I love his career, why he's a great guy, and why I think so many people love him. To me, Hugh, he and the Eagles, like, their stories are very similar, because to me, if you have a hard worker and they're talented and they're smart, eventually it's going to work, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
and they stuck with him.
They stuck with him
in a time in the NFL.
Yep.
See, that's not to cut you off,
No,
Joe,
go ahead.
but that's the most fascinating thing about this whole thing. How he stuck with him.
Yes, he stuck with him. And I always think hard work, talent, smarts. If you have those three, keep betting on that person or that team, and eventually it's going to go through. And Hugh, it took a while for BG, right? But I think his story parallels the Eagles. The Eagles have been one of the best teams in the NFL probably since you got here, right?
Mm-hmm.
25, 27 years, been a long time. But they didn't win anything until, 8 years ago?
Yes.
But everyone that was paying attention, underneath, knew, they're good. The Eagles are really smart.
They just got to break through.
They just got to break through. And that, to me, that was Brandon's story. Brandon was a good player. It just took a while for him to get healthy and to get his head the right way and to get with the right defensive coordinator. Because really, until it was Jim Schwartz, I just thought it was not right?
Yeah, they didn't know what to do. Like he said, when he made the joke, he got a little fluffy and he moved to defensive line.
Right.
So, and it is one of those things, man, where it was a perfect storm for him. Right defensive coordinator, right system.
Yep.
The smarts.
And patience.
And
very
patient. Very, very patient.
And now look, if I had told anyone in 2010 the Eagles, will one day be looked at as the best or right there as the top one or two organization in football, most people would have said, they got to win something first. Well, now they've won 2, and they've been to 3 Super Bowls, in the last 8 years. And if I had said Brandon Graham would go down as one of the greatest Eagles of all time, people would have laughed. I said that to him, and he kind of laughed. It would have been a laughable thing, but
it doesn't register with him yet.
But you know what? Patience with a hard worker, with smarts, with talent. You bet on those people, and eventually it works. And Brandon Graham worked in an enormous way, and he helped the Eagles become this. 215-592-9494. Kyle, I think when he retired, you said he's the greatest Eagle. Why do you love BG?
Yeah, he's Philadelphia personified in a football player. You guys both talked about it. It's been talked about all day, just from where he started and to where he ended. I truly believe that he put together the single greatest career in possibly Philadelphia sports history, all things considered. And now, trust me, I know, because I get pushed back on this when I've said it before. I know there have been better players that have worn the Eagles uniform, we've had Reggie White and all that stuff, NFL Hall of Famers, but nobody played more games in an Eagles uniform. No other Eagles, there's a few, but he's one of the Eagles who won 2 Super Bowls with the team, which has, not been done since before he got here. And he made the single biggest play in Philadelphia Eagles history. The strip sack of Tom Brady will go down in history, not just for the Philadelphia Eagles, but in NFL history, just in so many different ways. And like, I mean, we had him in studio earlier today, and then every other time that I've seen him, he's just like one of the most one of the nicest, most genuine guys ever. So just, I mean, there's so many reasons to love Brandon Graham, but just like as a Philadelphia sports fan, always craving that championship, the Super Bowl, and for him to bring 2 to the city the way that he did, like nobody better.
And always positive. Even Brandon was at times so positive he annoyed me. like seriously.
Well, we had fun with it, like when they were having their tough years, and there weren't many, but a few of them, and he always would be like, "Oh, we could get it together." But I think that's why he became what he became.
Yes,
he had that in. I mean, he talked about his book, right? He had that thing, that positive attitude helped push him forward. And Kyle mentioned those moments. I mean, the reality is you can't write the story of pro football without Brandon Graham's name somewhere in there. He had the strip sack on Tom Brady.
Yes.
That's one of the biggest moments in the history of the Super Bowl. And then 2, he just played on one of the greatest defenses of all time that just destroyed one of the greatest quarterbacks of all. Like, Patrick Mahomes is obviously one of the greatest quarterbacks ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Graham was on a defense that destroyed him. That made him look worse than maybe we've ever seen him play.
Yeah, and like I said, persevere through all that. Was always positive. I think back on Brandon when even last year, when they had the rough year, and he was like, "We're gonna bounce back, y'all will see."
Yep.
And I just remember that about him. And it's something to be said about, being in a position kind of like I am every day here. Like when you try to spew positivity and you try to teach people.
Trust me, I see how it gets annoying.
And nobody hears you, but you have to believe in yourself. Every day I work with 2 individuals that are just negative Nancy.
Are you trying to gain favor with the audience by saying you're our Brandon Graham?
All I'm saying is
this guy's unbelievable.
All
Make
I'm
us fight on
saying
BG Day.
There's some parallels between my positivity and Brandon Graham. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Oh yeah.
Brandon Graham was positive. You were delusional. There's a difference.
And happy birthday to Bear Brooks, because Bear's birthday today. It's probably gonna get lost in BG Day, so
it is.
So B, if you're listening,
sorry, but
happy birthday.
I didn't want to have to pull this card, but we were talking about the inflection point of this season with Brandon Graham and the receiver and the quarterback. You handled that a little bit differently in your time, Hugh.
What are you talking about?
Punch T.O.'s face in the locker room?
Well, see, first of all, I am growing, and I've grown since those days.
Sure.
And I'm taking a page from BG's book, his children's book right here, as a shameless plug right here, the children's book.
Show it to everyone on YouTube.
The ABCs.
BG's ABCs.
Talking football and life. I'm going to take my cues from this here.
You're going to write the adult version with Petty?
Well,
because it can't be for kids with Petty. You don't want to teach kids Petty.
Well,
little kids,
not
Petty?
little kids. Okay, there'd probably be a book for like the 12 to 13
There you
year olds.
go.
So
write 2 versions, one explicit and one for kids.
That would work for you.
Yeah, that would definitely.
All right, 215-592-9494 for this hour at 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane. With a Tree Card 94 only at Sunoco. All right, today, and it's a different show, but we do have a $100 gift card at Sunoco to give away. The best caller we get today with this. Why do you love BG? Why you love BG? Best one we get today is going to win this $100 gift card. Let's go to the phones. Chris in Middletown starts us off on BG Day. Chris, what's up, buddy?
Happy Brandon Graham Day, man.
Happy Brandon Graham Day. What's up, Chris?
You, Douglas, you're a damn liar.
What I lie about today?
You already wrote your book. I read your book when I first got hired and graduated from college. They handed me the company handbook and said, you got to read where all the rules are. I read your book.
Yeah, Brandon's positive. You're a company man.
No, I'm not a company man.
The whole audience knows it.
That is not true.
Said it right in there, written by Hugh Douglas, former Eagles. Great.
Not a company man.
Former Eagle great, current company man on WIP. That's his title. Go ahead, Chris.
Guys, here's why I love BG. BG... I share a similar walk with BG as far as my faith. And that his humbleness and growth with his faith is unbelievable. It's inspiring. The man continued to walk the Lord's path while he went through the fire. And it made him stronger. It made him better equipped to walk the walk of life. And that, at the end of the day, for me personally, is an example, because that's iron sharpening iron. That's an example for me to follow. So that's where I'm at. Now, as far as his career, it started off on the wrong foot when, he went the wrong Big Ten university. He should have went to linebacker at Penn State. But, you know, BG turned the tide. And I hope he stays true to what's important. Now that he's retired, he doesn't sell it, become a company man like some other people we know. And I don't think he's going to, but I love BG, and all I want to say to BG is just a heartfelt thank you. Sir, thank you for what you've done. I know you endured a lot, and thank you. Howie and Jeff, there's a job to be done. Hang number 55 from the rafters and retire that number. Nobody else gets to wear it. He is one of a kind. He is the only one. He is Brandon G-R-A-H-A-M, Brandon Graham, Eagle for life.
Chris, appreciate the phone call. We appreciate it. Hey, what do you think? That I've heard that idea a couple times. Retire 55.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right for what he's been to this organization, for how he's first draft pick. I can't see it being any other way. I mean, man, it's Brandon to me is if he's not the greatest Eagle to ever play,
he's right there.
He's right there.
And I think the way Kyle said it is accurate. When you're the greatest Eagle, doesn't mean you're the greatest person ever wear the uniform, right? Like
doesn't
Reggie
mean
White,
you're the greatest player,
right? Reggie White wore the uniform.
I mean, it's
but it's what he did here.
Well, I think it's hard for fans to fathom, because when I said it, the last time I said it, and it was on, they clipped it. A lot of people arguing about it, about whether or not he was the greatest Eagle. And that's the people who are just looking at it from a football standpoint.
Statistically, right.
Yes, they're looking at it from a football standpoint, and that's fine if that's the way that you want to look at Brandon. I tend to want to look a little deeper. I'm talking about Brandon as a whole individual. And I know I always say it tongue-in-cheek and I'm laughing, but to go through what Brandon went through, it tends to make people bitter. That is the first reaction that you have. That's the first human reaction. Nobody likes you. Nobody believes in you. You become bitter. You become jaded. And when you do have success, you tend to take, you do the Delco poop and you take dumps on people. You tend to
don't be the Delco.
No, but I'm saying that's
figuratively.
Yeah, figuratively. You internalize that hatred for certain things. And like I said, I said it jokingly, but I'm serious. I don't know what type of individual I would have been if I would have went through what he went through.
Yeah.
And then had to sit somewhere and look at all these people that looked at me and probably said negative things about me and smile and just act like ain't nothing happened. That would be hard for me, because I know that he's probably ran up on folks that has some mean stuff to say about him, but he handles it like a true human being. He rises above all that. That to me is commendable, because like I said, my first reaction would be, damn you, screw you.
So I wonder, and I don't know this, I just wonder if it's like a chicken or the egg thing. I wonder if he was more of a petty person, would he have been able to channel it the right way? I actually think because he's so positive and he doesn't think like that, he was able to get through it. Like it didn't burden him. He like pushed it to the side and it just kept going. He's a role model. I mean, on top of being a tremendous player.
All of that. And I don't think people realize that. And to me, it carries more weight, especially in these days that we're in now. The fact that, you went through what you went through and you're still a beacon of positivity. Like, there's nobody that can say, and even when Brandon had that moment where he flamed AJ, still was able to bounce back from that.
You know what? It's interesting you bring that up, because other players may have been ripped for that by fans. You're causing a wedge in the locker room.
Yeah.
But I think actually people's respect for him was like, well, wait, if he's saying it,
it must be something to it, because he doesn't say anything negative.
Right. Maybe that wasn't the best way to do it, but whatever. We all thought, hey, there must be something going on. He said it. Now let's fix it. 215-592-9494. Nicholas in Langhorne talking about BG. What's up, Nicholas?
Good morning, Joe, Hugh, Kyle. How are you guys?
Good morning, Nicholas. What's up, buddy?
Nothing, man. I'm celebrating 3 years of Cinco de Married today. Marital bliss for 3 years.
Oh,
congratulations.
Happy anniversary. Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you. I thought to myself, if I had to share a day like this with anyone or anything, BG Day would be absolutely perfect. So I'm excited to call and be online with you guys here today.
Well, that's awesome. All right, Nick, why do you love BG? What is it about him, his career, that made you love him as a player?
2 words come to mind, kind of echo some sentiments already brought forth here today, but 2 words are inspiration and relatability. Inspiration because of his career. I mean, all of us in life can relate now. Usually with sports and our passion for our teams, it's just that. It's the sport. It's the logo on the helmet. But we can relate to this guy and the name on the back of the jersey. Few guys have done that. Jason Kelce obviously comes to mind. But Brandon Graham, for what he's done in his career, the ups and downs, it personifies life in general. Like, we are not going to be perfect. We're not going to be the best. He probably knew that too. He wasn't going to be the best defensive end ever to play for the Eagles, but he worked hard every single day and came with that positive attitude, and he turned out to have what we know is a Hall of Fame career for the Philadelphia Eagles. And it's been a joy to watch his career.
It really has. And now we get to celebrate and say, Nicholas, good phone call, man. We appreciate it. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Yeah, he's an Eagles Hall of Famer for sure. And he had, really a career that was probably, and I say probably, one notch below Pro Football Hall of Fame, but boy, he had some huge moments. And
he had a hell of a career, man.
A hell of a career. He played on 2 Super Bowl champions. He won 3 NFC championships, and he made the biggest play in the history of this franchise. 215-592-9494. Rhea will join us next in studios. Your calls for why you love Brandon Graham. Best call wins the Sunoco gift card, $100 on BG Day. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. James Harden is a first ballot Hall of Famer, no debate there. But his career has been picked apart. Why? When it matters most, he disappears. The step backs stop landing, the turnovers pile up, and the urgency just isn't there. Elimination games have become his signature stumble. Regular season Harden can drop 40 in his sleep, but playoff Harden, that's the version people remember and the one his legacy can't outrun. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to BG Day.
I just want to thank everybody.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, BG, he's, I'm amazed by how long he's been able to play the game, and play it at a high level. And I think for him, he's evolved as a person as his career is going on, and as you expect for anyone. But the player he is right now, been pretty impressive for him to be playing at such a high level at this late in his career. And I think for him, as a leader, as a presence, I think that speaks for itself.
Well, it does. Well said by Jalen Hurts. Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio on BG Day. And joining us right now, Hugh, we have Rhea Hughes in studio.
Yes, and it's brought to you by Rhea City. And by that way, it's brought to you by the Mattress Warehouse with exclusive bed match technology to find your perfect mattress.
Rhea, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, I'm doing great. It's BG Day. I like your BG jersey.
Yeah, that's a nice jersey.
How about that? So here's how, how we have kids and they're at school and you get the phone call.
Yeah, you think something bad happened.
You think, but, Johnny forgot his homework and you got to bring it, or he forgot his egg to color.
You need to do something for the kid.
Yeah. So I get to work usually around 3:20 a.m. I get out of the car. I'm like, it's BG Day. That's cool. And I look down and I go, for goodness sakes, I forgot the jersey. So I had to call my son, who only goes to school a couple, he goes to Roman Catholic, only 5 minutes here. So I had him Uber the jersey here to me. Then I Ubered him there. So I had to call him because I forgot my homework.
The shoes are on a different feet
Oh,
now.
yeah.
It's reversed.
Believe me, he pointed it out to me.
Oh, you won't live that one down. But you got your jersey,
Yeah.
which is important. Rhea, this is, you've seen so many cool different days we've had here at WIP over the years. This is something unique and special. And I was thinking about it when Brandon was with us. You don't get many athletes here that are truly beloved. There's a lot that are liked, a lot that are respected. He reached that status at some point where he's truly beloved by this fan base.
The status happened with the strip sack.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But no, it's
that hit.
No,
That
it hit
happened
it.
at home.
He was playing, I've never seen anybody who started out. Jason Kelce didn't start out great either. We used to say too slow, too small.
Yep.
Those kind of things happen. But Brandon's first couple years were really bumpy. I was here for them all. I was probably, if you went back and pulled the tapes, one of the ones criticizing him. But what he's been able to, that's me. That's my phone.
Oh. It's always
I
me.
know it's always you. I can't believe it's me.
Hugh gets joy when it's someone else.
No. It's always
Last week
bad.
it was me, and he was like, it wasn't me.
No, I know. I heard that last week. And of course, then it's me. But I've never seen anybody who's been able to flip it like that. To just go from, we should have picked the other guy to, oh my God, Chip Kelly almost traded him in 2014. And that would have been another reason to dislike Chip. So I've never seen anything quite like that.
Well, the crazy part is, I remember those days when the Earl Thomas thing, right?
Yeah,
So you referenced
sure.
perhaps the safety from Seattle. Not only did he outlast him, you can make the case now he ended up the better player. Like in the beginning, it was so far the other way, right? Thomas was winning Super Bowls. He was a star safety. It seemed like Brandon could never catch him. And I think he passed him with the longevity and the 2 rings.
The 2 rings, and Earl's had some post.
Well, he's a little wild.
Yeah, he and his brother.
Yeah, they're into extracurriculars.
I was wondering how you're going to frame that.
I was concerned.
Yeah, the kids are this probably.
Yeah.
They're in the extracurriculars.
But yeah, I've never seen. And here's the other thing: the balancing act to be one of the most positive guys, one of the friendliest guys, and to be a legendary trash talker.
Yes.
I've watched the thing with him and Fletcher Cox. I think it was against the 49ers, probably 50 times easy, where he's running his mouth, and Fletcher finally tells him,
Lock
"Yo!"
in. Yeah, lock in.
He's like, I got you, Fletch. But a caller called in, and I thought it was a brilliant idea, and NFL Films is local. So if you're listening, he said if they put together an hour of Brandon Graham's trash talking, I'd watch the entire thing.
Every minute.
Yeah.
Yes. It's always
He
every time
trash talked Saquon when he was with the Giants.
Yeah, he's great. He's great at it.
2-6.
And you're right about the combination of positivity, smiling, but also trash talking at the same time. All right, before we continue the conversation, let's grab a special caller here. Jason Avant, a fellow Wolverine calling in on BG Day. What's up, Jason?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. No complaints, no complaints.
Jason, what is it like for you to watch the career and the player and the person that Brandon Graham became? A guy that followed you at Michigan and followed you here to the Eagles, and I've had 15 years in an Eagles uniform. What's it been like for you to watch him grow and become the man and person he became here?
Well, I'm proud of him, number one, being, from Detroit, going to Michigan. I was fortunate enough to play with him and see what type of young player that he was, but also just his ability, like you guys were just talking about, to overcome adversity. If you don't pan out right away in this city, it's pretty tough. And he weathered the storm, and he figured out his niche in the NFL, and he was able to respond and not listen to the outside noise and believe in the player that he was. So I would say that's one of the things that I can look at and say I admire the most about him. And, yeah, you talk about how big his personality is and how he smiles, but he's yet a fierce competitor. And it's tough to have the balancing act of both. Usually when you're a trash talker and you're a competitive person, you have, like this butthole persona. He doesn't have that. He's delicately balanced the line of being a media darling and yet a person that'll get in your grill on game day. So to see him flourish from being a part of that team at Michigan that lost to Appalachian State, I will never let him live that down.
You weren't on that team, Jason, right?
No, you weren't.
I said you weren't on that team.
No, I wasn't on that team. So to see how he's become, a beloved Philadelphia Eagle, one of the best players that ever put on a uniform, and it's great to see.
Jason, I'm kind of curious. How difficult, we talk about how BJ was able to stay even keeled through all this. But my question to you is this: how difficult is that for an athlete to do, especially in this day and age of social media, when you get on the internet and you see so many people that have so many things to say about you? How difficult is that to navigate nowadays?
It's harder because now the team has embraced it. You know what it's like. Back in the day, the media was like the devil in the coach's mind.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
it was like the coach always trying to like be a wall in between his players and the media, and he would like be this enforcer of, we're not doing this, or just answer one word, and like it was a whole structure on how to navigate the media. Now it's in your face, and the NFL has embraced it, and every organization has, right, in order to build a brand, and they understand the value of marketing and dollars and all those things. So it's tougher for players now. So I would say that I would be wrong to kind of, look into what the players are dealing with now. For us, it was kind of easier, and even Brandon to start, it was easier because you would not listen to, WIP. I'm not encouraging anybody in the college to not listen to WIP, but as a player, you would have to put your head down and not watch ESPN or watch any of these programs in order to stay focused. Nowadays, you're going to hear it, so you got to have thick skin, and that's what Brandon has had. He's had thick skin, and that's what you need, because you know that just like they are down on you for the moment, you make one strip sack or you make a game-winning tackle, or you
back up again.
Turn around your career like that in a flash. So you just got to stay the course.
Jason Avant calling in here, a special call-in for BG Day. Jason, what does it say to you when a player can play 206 games for one team? I mean, you had a 10-year career. I mean, you played for the NFL for a long time, but I mean, to play 206 games, especially on a line, as a defensive line, what does that say to you that he was able to accomplish that?
Well, he's a tough son of a gun, for sure. And you know what? The other thing that it says is that he's he's compromising. He's palatable, right? So he's a person that can get along with multiple coaching staffs. He's able to get on with the front office. Like, it's hard because there's ego involved in a lot of these relationships. When you're a guy that demands top dollar, or you're a guy that are looking at other teams and what they're doing, BG's one of those guys. I want to be in Philadelphia, and this is where I'm going to be. This is where I connect with the fans. And so he's put his head down and got rid of that noise as well. So yes, he's a great player on the field, but he's a great person to work with from organization standpoint, right? So I'm around the building a lot when it comes to the Eagles organization. I've done multiple events with him. Everything that you hear about him is true when it comes to the janitors, when it comes to the stadium crew, when it comes to the coaching staff and how well he takes information. It just speaks to the character of the person to be able to stay around the organization that long.
Jason, appreciate you hopping in today and giving us a few minutes here on BG Day. Take care, man, and I'm sure we'll talk soon. Thank you.
All right, you guys have a good one.
There he goes. Jason Avant calling in with fellow Michigan
Jason
alum.
does a great podcast, too, with Quentin Michael, another former Eagle. It's called the Q&A after Eagles. They're very informative, but they're fun.
Yeah, I like those guys. Jason's always been good when he's with us here at WIP. So just, on the longevity, Rhea, I mean, if I had told you in 2012-13 that Brandon Graham, you would have said you're crazy. I mean, you always tell me I'm crazy, but you would have said you're really crazy.
Especially when you go back the stories that I read, right after he retired. I don't remember that story coming out. Maybe it did. It's just been a while. That Chip Kelly tried to trade him.
Yep.
And that Jeff Lurie had to step in. I read that. I mean, I read that story, and I'm thinking, good for Jeff. But it happened, I think, on the heels of Deshaun and LaShawn.
Right, when the whole team was getting kicked out of here.
And it's like, all right, stop, enough.
Yeah.
There's enough of these players going. So yeah, you think about it, if he hadn't been here, just what he's been able to do. My favorite part about BG is this year, not him getting injured, but he gets injured and he keeps coming in with us. And it had to be like about a month after, I started to detect like a different vibe on him. And I remember one day I said, "You're going to play, aren't you?" And he just turned and he had a smile. And I went, "Oh, he's playing."
Yep.
I mean, it was never once we saw that, we couldn't say anything because, he wasn't, the Eagles weren't saying anything. We knew he was going to play. We knew literally if they taped his arm to his body, he was going to play in that Super Bowl.
I remember when the injury happened, Hugh, we started talking about like the timeline, and your thought was it's going to be hard to get back, right?
Yeah.
And then he did it, and he played in the Super Bowl. It really is an amazing exclamation point in his career because we were joking that it was his farewell tour before the season. He played well.
He played great. He played his best game when he got hurt.
It wasn't like he was just around for the season.
No.
Like he was their best pass rusher through November, got hurt, and then helped them win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and it's something to be said about the determination that he displayed to get ready to play that game.
Yeah.
And then in the game, tore his arm
Again.
Tore his arm again. Yeah, so it's like it's so many different layers to him that I admire about what he was able to accomplish, man. And that's why, for me, it's more than just what he's done on the field. I'm talking about BG as a person is the greatest Eagle to ever play the game.
Hugh, so I was asking you some questions before I came on, and I had heard on Chris Long's show, he had Milton Williams, I believe it was, and or was it Josh Sweat? No, I can't remember. I think it was Milton Williams. And he said he was asking him about BG, and he said he would come in the morning and be dressed for practice at breakfast. Because I said to Hugh, I said, when do you put the pads on? No, you got meetings, you got breakfast. No, he would be dressed in the beginning of every day.
He was ready.
Fully dressed.
Yeah, that's wild.
I mean, that's just...
That's wild.
I thought it was just a really funny little... Like, this guy loves his job.
Yeah.
Loves it. I love working with people who love their jobs.
I remember the stories early that he was always like the first one in the building.
Yeah.
Like when he was trying to like revive his career, 2013, 2014, that he was beating everybody in.
You always hear about quarterback. First one in, last one to leave.
But you heard it about him. And that's when I was like, maybe he's going to turn this around because he obviously had a great, head on him. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls as well. Let's go to Barbara in Philadelphia on BG Day. Well, hey, Barbara. Barbara.
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
Hey,
Barbara.
Oh, God. BG. Well, let me tell you something. He's the greatest guy. I met him in person. I went to a store, that's where he was, and he gave me a T-shirt and signed it. And it turned out I gave you the wrong size. I can't wear it, but that's all right.
Well,
it's the story. It's the story that matters.
It's signed. You don't want to wear it anyway.
Yeah.
So I try to wear it. I'm a real twiggy, right? But it's real big, but I wear it in the house,
I like that you pointed that out, Barbara.
And he's the sweetest guy, outspoken, down to earth. Because I'm kind of shy, but in front of him, he's just like outspoken. You feel so comfortable. He's something. He's really down to earth. It's hard to say about him.
No, I understand.
He's a great player.
I agree with the down to earth thing. It does. Sometimes you meet a player, especially a current player, and they're just like, they're different than you. He didn't come off that way.
He played good too.
He's a great player. Yeah.
And even then when he hurt his knee, do you remember? And he was still there going to the show, the games there. He sat there and he watched the games. And even that he had something on his brace or something on his knee. Do you remember?
Yes. I mean, of course, all of it. I also, Barbara, as you go through these stories, I thought about Rhea when COVID happened. He kept doing the Brandon Graham show.
Yeah.
He did it from home.
I know.
And he had like one of the obviously the Comrex things that we have to do shows from home when we need to. But at that point, he was doing it like from whatever he was in his house, and I forget how old his daughter was, but she would like
pop in,
climb on his lap during the show, and it was like very real because everyone else was going through that nonsense too at the same time, working from home.
We forget about what nonsense that was.
Yeah, it was, but it was just it felt real. Like there's his daughter on his lap as he's doing a radio show,
like everybody else in the world doing Zoom calls with their kids.
There's no question. Let's talk to Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
Hey,
What's going
Will.
on,
What's
man?
up?
All right, man. Listen, BG, man, something special, man. And I'm just going to say this real quick. I know he had a come to Jesus moment where in the beginning of his career, he was in the storm. God told him, if you weather the storm, I got you. And that's what he did, man. He weathered the storm. Through all the things that, the people were saying, he didn't let it discourage him. It encouraged him and it motivated him. And that's what God wanted him to bring to the team also, man. And that's what he did. Not only to the team, but for the entire city, man. This guy has done so much, and he's still doing it. And we love you as a fan base, and, it's just like, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be quick with it because I'm long-winded, and I know y'all ain't got time for it, but this man is the true definition of two things. Many are called, but few are chosen. You know what I'm saying? And he was one of the chosen ones. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. Thank you for bringing 2 championships and beating both the GOATs to Philadelphia. And you are the true definition of brotherly love.
Will, very well said.
That's
man.
actually a great point.
Yeah.
We don't talk about
Yeah,
enough.
good call, Will.
Beat Tom Brady. I mean, strip sacked him.
Yep.
And Mahomes. That I actually, it's funny. You don't think about it all the time.
Well, and we'll see where Mahomes' career goes, but there's a real chance by the end, the Eagles' 2 championships are over the 2 best quarterbacks ever. I think that's the way it'll be remembered.
That was one of the trash talking I saw. He was trash talking, and I don't know if it was a Super Bowl. Brady so bad it took Brady a second because I don't know how much. Is Brady a trash talker, Hugh?
He could be instrumental at times or demonstrative at times. He can be a little much.
Well,
but not so much a trash talker. I just remember him
like intense yell. I know the clips of him yelling.
Well, it was Brandon's just yelling at him, and finally Brady just turns around and he's like, "Is he trash talking me?"
He was.
It was classic. It was absolutely, and he's Michigan or
Michigan,
he's Michigan too.
Yeah.
So
that was Michigan on Michigan crime.
It was Wolverines against her. All right, so Will said something there. Like, I don't know what Brandon's going to do next. He could do a million different things, but to me, if the Eagles keep him around in some role, it's like to help young players navigate the city.
No, the NFL should hire him.
I agree.
Literally pay him millions of dollars to go around to teams and go, "This is how you." But you can say this is how you do it. You have to have the personality,
right? Yeah. But he could talk to them.
Here's the framework.
Yeah,
you can. Because Brandon said he was very sensitive in the beginning, and he had to learn how to not be. So but the NFL could reap so much benefit. Not be a badasseter like, Hugh Douglas was.
Yeah.
But
evolutionary Hugh. We'll call
evolutionary.
Him,
I like it. Is that a new name?
Yeah, it is.
I like that.
I mean, and if I'm being honest, that's kind of how I look at Brandon.
Yeah.
A better version.
Yeah.
A much better version than myself. It's one of those things because I look at him and there's some similarities, but it's like just like for instance, not picking on anybody, but the caller that just called and was talking about the shirt and then complained about how small it was.
Yeah.
See, that for me would have been a problem because, it's Brandon took the time out to sign the shirt. And then you get on the air. Yeah, because I'm just saying.
I just was watching Hugh's face when that was happening.
You get on the air and complain about a shirt that's too small that he got for you.
Well, it might have just been matter of fact.
But no, I'm just saying that's why God know who to make the better people. Like I'm here as a reminder what not to be, because that would have bothered me. Like, damn, lady, I gave you a shirt.
I thought you were the positive guy on the show.
Well, in this setting, I'm growth.
He's
I'm
talking about positive, real life petty. That's
I love real life petty.
Real life petty.
Real life petty is good.
Yeah. It's one of those things. I'm like, wait a minute, he bought you a shirt. It was the wrong size, but he signed it. That shirt's probably worth a lot of money right now because he signed it and he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion.
I love the things that get you.
Oh, I know the littlest things.
Yep. It's precious.
It's petty. It's.
There's nothing wrong with petty in the right.
You know what you need to?
I'm just like,
I have an idea for you to get rid of the pettiness. Read BG's ABCs.
I am. I'm gonna write my own book. I
attitude,
said the ABCs
positive
are
thinking.
petty.
No,
that not a children's book.
That's what I told him.
No, that's what they kept saying.
He thinks it will be. You can't teach kids that.
I got to get some I got to get a team of writers.
No, you don't.
Team of writers.
What do you need a team of writers
to clean it up? To use different words.
They have editors.
That's the good thing is kids aren't petty until around 14 or 15.
Yeah.
I think it
so
comes natural. It's just I would do called a young adult book.
Okay.
That
might
makes sense.
work.
Adolescent book.
That'll be more than like 20 pages.
How to be petty properly.
Okay. That'll work.
Yeah, we need a few editors for that one for you.
Need a lot of editors
need to
for that
workshop
one.
that a little.
All right, Rhea, before we let you go, and this is obviously a special BG day, where are you on the Phillies? 2 out of 3 over the weekend. They won 4 out of 6
Harper
on the
looked like he
homestand.
woke up a little bit.
Well, it's about time that Bryce did that. But you feeling good? You feeling?
Is this where I get to be petty?
Yes, I
Go
like
for
that.
it. I appreciate
He
it.
and Yup.
I would like to point out that when yesterday was breaking, as they're trying to come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good comeback.
And listen, the bullpen held it together for a long time until you can't bring Alvarado back out. But at that point, they really had nobody in there. I don't want to scream and yell at Rob Thompson. But sometimes they're a really dumb baseball team. They really are. You got the situation as they're trying to scratch back. Second and third, JT swings at the first pitch. That's over. Then JT gets thrown out at third. That's dumb. There was a bunch of situations where They're having a rally. Let's come up. The pitcher's on the ropes. Swing at the first pitch. I mean, it drives me insane.
They had the Diamondbacks on the hook. Like they had him in the corner, and they could have knocked him out.
Bryce swings it 2 out of the zone. I've seen. Here it is. Yes, they took 2 out of 3, and people are talking. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I really hate that. I literally, if I'm going to give you 3 hours a night every night to watch you, I'm going to comment on that game.
So
okay.
The difference between last year's team and this year's team is they would have swept that series last year.
They would have.
Yeah, and that's why they
early, maybe not later,
but early. And that's why right now they look to me, they're still good, but they look more like an 89-90 win team than 95-100.
You cannot win with Trey Turner at shortstop.
Oh my gosh! Even when he's hot, he bothers me because he's hitting lately. I mean, yesterday was 1 for 6.
Yesterday was a bit of a rough day,
right? But that double play's got to be turned in the 9th inning. I mean,
it must. And Bryson didn't help out tremendously.
But he's got to get him.
But he still has to get it.
That throw was terrible.
And I will just say, if you do not listen to games when LA is doing them with Fransky,
it's the best, ain't it?
He was going off about the umpires yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Saying to send them down, calling them bobos. I was almost as enjoying that as much as the comeback. But it's the size.
Yeah.
Like somebody, it might have been when JT swung at the first pitch.
I think it was. You feel it.
He says nothing. He says nothing. It's just a sigh.
Oh.
Yes.
It's like a disappointed parent.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. That's how I felt.
But yes, go again.
But yes, they took 2 out of 3.
Yes,
and they've won 3 straight series.
And that's good. Now they go on the road to Tampa and Cleveland. All right, Rhea, we appreciate it. You being in here. BG Day continues. All right, back to all your calls on Brandon Graham as we celebrate his career today. It's BG Day. We'll have more great guests throughout the show today as well. Plus, if you missed it, we'll replay Jeffrey Lurie from this morning on the morning show. His first call to WIP in 30 years. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get on the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Surge featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Surge to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Surge featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a House of Windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Now serving Bucks and Montgomery counties. 267-650-3418.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Find Mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Cloudy with some scattered showers through the rest of today. High 71.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is BG Day.
My love for this team and city will never fade.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Back goes Allen. Allen has time. Too much time. Now they've got him! They've got him! It's a sack! It's Brandon Graham in the record-setting day where he's played in more games than any Eagle in history. He's fourth in sacks all time, and it's BG taking Josh Allen to the ground.
BG on BG Day. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, JoJo, you guys with us. 215-592-9490 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat Card 94 only at Sunoco. Speaking of Sunoco, we have a $100 gift card today to give away to Sunoco. The best call we get, to why you love BG is going to win that one. Here we just we played that highlight of Brandon moving up the ranks of all-time Eagle sacks.
Yes.
We were joking before the show. You know, you were at one point really high in that list. You kind of fallen off a little bit.
Falling off. They got some good pass rushes over the last couple of years. Good for them.
Right there, buddy.
Well, I'm you
talking about Joe?
I'm joking, yeah. Getting choked
you
up.
all right, dog?
Well, I am.
It's an emotional day.
Yeah, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop when he said that, but I guess he got a little choked up.
To be honest, I choked on a pistachio, but we could spin it as I'm very emotional about BG Day.
Or you're trying to avoid another voice crack incident.
Well, no, you know what? You guys are in my head now. Yes.
Sign Ranger to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth it. A long-term deal.
The more I hear, the funnier this sounds.
It's actually worse the more you play it.
But you are in my head because now I know how Hugh feels where everything he says, you're in his head back there. Because I was going to try to push through the pistachio incident and just say, my voice will be fine.
The pistachio incident.
And
that
then I
funny.
felt like, you know what? My voice is going to crack.
Pushing through never works.
He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last year.
Excuse me. And it came back to me.
I just don't understand what happened. How did that happen again?
I don't know. I guess because I was about to burp and it just, it sounded like I had helium.
He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last year.
Excuse me. Got to play it again, huh? Thanks a lot.
Like, at least with mine, I got animated, I got excited, my voice cracked, right? That's happened to all of us at some point. Now, mine happened on the air, which is embarrassing, but
mine happened on the air, too.
There's no reason for yours.
No,
it was so good.
That was avoidable.
It was avoidable. All right, 215-592. What I was getting at is we were kidding Hugh before the show. Because when you left here, Hugh, where were you? All-time Eagle sacks?
I think I was like 4th or something like that. And then Trent came, then BG came, then Fletch came.
And then we looked up this morning. You were
like 9 or 10.
You're ninth now.
But
at
in
some
my
point,
defense,
you'll be out of the
falling
top
off, man.
10.
Yeah,
fading into obscurity.
In my defense, all of those cats got drafted by the Eagles. I was traded.
Oh, so you're blaming the Jets?
Oh, yeah. It's their fault.
Okay.
Because if you'd add the totals,
excuse maker,
if you'd add the totals up from my career, I'd have still been in the top 3.
So the headline from this segment is Eagles legend Hugh Douglas says they should have drafted me over Mamula.
They should have.
Yeah. Well,
they should have.
I mean, we know that, but just you saying it is.
Maybe you should have saved all your sacks from the Jets here. I mean, you wasted them on like a 3-win and 1-win team.
You did waste them.
It was, if they would have just not been afraid to draft a young player from an HBCU, we wouldn't have had all this.
Well, maybe they didn't think you were worth the 8th pick.
I'd have been number 2 on the all-time sack list. You would have been putting in work.
Yeah, you would have had more here, you think?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Definitely would have had more.
All right, 215-592-94. Let's get back to the phone lines here.
And I'm sticking to
well, we don't believe you, but that's all right. Dave in Bedsound. What's up, Dave?
Dave
going once, and Dave
Your
going
moment was
twice.
too big for Dave.
We'll get Dave back up. It's all right. Garrett is in Yardley. Hey, Garrett.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, Garrett. What's up?
Hey, so first of all, I want to thank you guys for giving us this chance to, recognize an amazing player. And my favorite memory of him was first off the strip sack, and when he got the Super Bowl for us the first time, my mom, she was a diehard Eagles fan, and her and I were crying because we never thought we'd live to see one. And the second time, my mom was home on hospice on her last days, and she got to see them win another Super Bowl, and she was crying after the game. We both were, and she passed away a couple weeks after this past one. And people like him, he worked hard, and that team gave her something to smile about. So it means a lot to me.
Well, Garrett, we're sorry for your recent loss, but your story there is similar.
Phenomenal.
It's similar to a lot of that I remember hearing the last 8 years, especially that first Super Bowl, right? Like the relatives people had in this area that either just missed it or did get to see it before they left. It was special to all those families.
Yeah, it was just, I am eternally grateful to this team that they gave us, my family something to cheer about, and especially for her to get to see that one more time. She held on, so. It's amazing. It's what this organization and what this city is. It's just an amazing place.
It is, and I think it's. I don't think it's a coincidence. He got to be part of that. Like, and he's one of those guys we all rooted for and watched for so long. And Garrett, good phone call, and he got to make that play. I remember this when the strip sack happened, and we asked him when he was with us, BG, what he was thinking as the play was going on. Hugh, I remember when he knocked it out of Brady's hand, and then I saw Barnett fall on it. That was probably the first time the whole game I felt like they're really going to win. Because the whole time it was back and forth, and I just was nervous because it's the Patriots, it's Brady. Like, who beats Tom Brady in a shootout? Where like and the whole second half, they couldn't stop him. I mean, I forget how many of the 500 yards came in the second half. It just felt like every drive he was going straight down the field. And every time Foles scored, they just matched it. So I was nervous. And then when they got the turnover, I was like, oh my God, they're going to win the game.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt, man. That was a great moment, and it was one of those things. Me and Hugh was watching the game, and after that, you start feeling like they were going to win. And I said, "Dude, we're going to Philly." I remember saying that to him, and I was like, "We're going to Philly. We're going to the parade," and that's what we did. And man, it was the greatest feeling. Even though I was not in the city, to see the city erupt the way that it did and to see the Eagles do that, I knew the city was going to be bananas, man, because it was a long time coming. And you know, as a former player, you wish you would have been a part of that win, but it's a great feeling because you feel like, you know, you helped lay the groundwork for them to be in the position that they're in now. And man, it was great to see them finally break through, man. And it couldn't have happened to a better group of guys.
Well, I feel like they felt that too. I mean, I've heard you speak about this. Ike speak about it. Like, you guys, in essence, laid the groundwork for the team and the organization finding itself and becoming really good. But even he said that when he was in here with us, Hugh, that, you know, he was thinking about the legends or the great players or the great Eagles teams before them. I think there's something to that. Like, even though you didn't play with Brandon, he felt your presence and other players from that team in 2004 when they won in 2017.
Yeah, because the Eagles do a great job of paying homage to the past. And a lot of teams are starting to do that now, but you really feel it with this organization with the fact that, you know, a couple years ago when Jalen Carter got here, and I remember Eagles called us in to have some conversations with the young guys and tell them what it is to be an Eagle. And for me, that meant a lot because, like I said, I wasn't drafted by the Eagles. I was drafted by the Jets. But being here for as long as I've been here and being a part of this family, you feel that connection. It's more of a connection here, if I'm being honest, than it is in New York. And so it's one of those things when the Eagles ask you to do something or be a part of some alumni situation, you feel honored to do it because a lot of teams don't do that. A lot of teams, you know, when you're done playing for the team, if you're not one of those elite guys, you're not really asked to come back and do a whole lot. And the one thing that I've seen about the Eagles, and I notice about the Eagles, even though, you know, I am, you know, in the Eagles Hall of Fame, is that they treat everyone with that kind of respect. Well, and that's a great place to be.
Yeah, well, we feel that during the pregame shows, right? When we always have the alum of the week, whoever the ex-player is. There's so many that come back here. 215-592-9494 as we celebrate Brandon Graham on BG Day tonight, the Colonial Theater BG Live. And we're going to be out there. By the way, the Great American Pub in Phoenixville, Hugh, that's where the afternoon show is going to be today. So if you're going out early, if you're making an afternoon out of it, you're going to be in Phoenixville for tonight and for the event, and you want to go and hang out before.
Yeah, it's a nice little ride, too.
Can't wait. You ready?
Yeah, we're gonna I'm gonna tell, I don't know if they're listening, we're gonna invade their show a little bit.
Oh, that's what we're doing. Yeah, we're heading out
their show
after our show to the Great American Pub in Phoenixville.
And we're gonna be loud and boisterous.
Yes.
Nah, you're gonna be sleepy.
No, I gotta be loud and boisterous because if I don't, I will fall asleep.
Yeah.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
It's my sleepy time. Sleepy time.
I mean, the weather's kind of sleepy today.
Yeah,
but
it is. It's like today.
This is an excuse.
I got kind of messed up.
Yeah.
No, because you know, like normally, get up and work out in the morning.
What'd you do? Not today?
Oh man, I overslept because of the weather. The weather. It was nice.
But traffic didn't get you today.
No, the traffic didn't get me, but I missed my workout, so I got it.
Traffic's been rocking you for the last 3 weeks.
No, man, it's bananas. It's not me, it's everybody else.
Oh. Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, they don't know how to drive.
You have no part in the traffic.
I got no part. I leave at the same time every day.
That might be the problem.
But normally, like, I left today and I made it to work on time. So it's like I need to leave. I leave to say it's the other people. It's their fault.
Definitely not you.
No, Friday though. Friday, some dude in the tractor trailer, they overturned the tractor trailer. And that's what happened with that.
So we blame that guy.
Yeah, that was Friday.
Okay, I got you.
Now Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, that probably was on me.
Okay, and now we're getting somewhere. I got you. All right, 215-592-9494. Karen is up next on WIP. Hey, Karen.
Hey, how you doing?
What's
Good,
up, Karen?
What's up?
Good. First time caller here, so a little nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous. You're good.
Yeah,
we
I wanted to
appreciate
share with you that first week of 2017. I was super fit, working out all the time, training for a half marathon, and I was struck down with a disease that attacked my spinal cord and paralyzed me from the chest down within 12 hours. So I spent most of that season either in a hospital bed or in a wheelchair. And that team inspired me so much. I thought, if they can do it, I can do it. And BG was such a big part. I'm going to start crying. BG was such a big voice in my head. His smile, just do the work, have a positive attitude. Attitude was everything for anybody who's had a disease that puts them in a wheelchair, whether you're going to get better or not. A lot of it has to do with attitude. And by the time they made it to the Super Bowl, I walked down that parkway for the Super Bowl parade. And the biggest person I was looking for on those buses was BG's face. And I smiled and waved at him, and he was such a big inspiration. My bucket list is to meet him someday and just thank you for being such a positive inspiration.
Karen, that is an amazing story.
Thank
I mean,
you.
you found inspiration from the Eagles. I think a lot of people that just heard you probably found inspiration from you. That's remarkable that you were able to accomplish that and then do it, to celebrate that team. That is really a great story. And I'm sure at some point you'll meet BG. I mean, he's around. He does things.
Ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, he'll be here.
I'll be there. I'll find him somehow.
Karen,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing the story. That's a great story by Karen there. Wow. I mean, Hugh, that's that. We always talk about like finding inspiration and having a positive attitude. That's like real life positive attitude.
Yeah, I didn't know where she was going with that, man. But then when she told the story, I was like, man, yeah. I mean, but we find motivation in different ways, and that's a heck of a story. I commend her for that.
Well, and then she found it from the Eagles. I mean, that's the and obviously Brandon was kind of the one that she pointed to and saw it the most. And again, Brandon not just had a great moment. He also was a big-time player on that team. I mean, he was their best edge rusher in 2017, and he had some clutch. I mean, he had a touchdown to seal the NFC East against the Rams. I mean, Brandon, I almost think sometimes, because we talk about his story, right? His story is great, and his inspiration is great, and the fact that he rose from being a bust to being a champion. I think almost we forget how good of a player he was. He was never a defensive player of the year level player, but he was good.
He was really good
for a long time.
Yes.
Like, there's something to being a really good player for 10 or 12 years. Like, that's
hard to do.
There's not many of those.
Man, listen. And the simple fact that he was having a hell of a career for 15 years. I don't think, I can't stress to you enough, because when I look at him, I know how my body felt at year 10. I was done. Put a fork in him. Back hurt. Slowing down.
Yeah, we know year 9 in Jacksonville. That was like.
That was terrible. But for him to still, know his body, train as hard as he did, and have that resurgence in year 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, that was phenomenal. Phenomenal. And I don't think people realize how hard it is to do that, because especially in the trenches, and they'll tell you, man, it's because you're being touched and beat up on every snap. Every snap. And for him to have that longevity and play at a high level for as long as he did, that's commendable.
Well, I just wanted to pull up the list, because you always talk about that longevity, how it impressed you, right? Especially at the position, because like you just said, you got 10 years at the same position. He got 15. Hugh, when you pull up a list of the most games played in the history of the NFL, you don't find many defensive linemen on there.
No.
There's a lot of kickers, quarterbacks. You get some offensive linemen. They tend to last a long time. But defensive linemen, there's just not many.
No.
I mean, it's mostly kickers and quarterbacks that play that long.
Yeah, and to play the physical style of football that he plays, it's unheard of. It's unheard of. And when I look at him and see the way that he played, I was just like, man, this cat is still going at this age. So.
Well,
commendable.
And he didn't just come back this year and play just to hang out like that. Because when this year started, I think we joked that it was going to be I joked it was going to be his retirement tour.
Yeah, he was balling.
He didn't play like that. I remember, was it after week 1? Was it week 1, Kyle, where they played him a lot of snaps, and then it was like, wait a second, he's not here just for to be part of this. He's their most snapped edge rusher.
Yeah, and it was kind of like, dude, is it more of a positive for Brandon, or more of like, is he our best defensive lineman this year? I mean, ended up kind of being both.
It did.
I mean, great.
Until he went down in the Rams game, Hugh, I thought he was their best edge rusher for the entire season.
Yeah, and he was balling in that Rams game when he got hurt. So, yeah, it was one of those things, man, where you look at it and you're just like, wow, he's really putting together a pretty nice career.
It's wild. I mean, and if not for the injury, I mean, look, I don't know what all went into the thought process, but he won. They won this. He came back. They won the Super Bowl. But obviously, if you take away the injury this year, he could have still played again. It wasn't like he was done as a player.
It felt like he could have.
Right. He made the choice for himself and for his family to move on now. But, sometimes players, their last year, you're like, there's not much left in the tank.
No, he still was playing at a high level.
Yeah. I mean, he could have went to year 16 if he wanted. 215-592-9494. All right. We got a $100 gift card today to Sunoco. Get the highest level of performance out of your car with 94 Octane. Now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. Let's make it a $100 gift card. They said 94, but I don't listen to that. $100 gift card here for Sunoco. The best call we get, and really the best the best reason why you love Brandon Graham. What BG means to you is going to win this gift card today. It's a special day here on WIP. Tonight, we get BG Live. Afternoon show is going to be at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. We'll go see those guys do their show and then hang out at the Colonial Theater tonight for BG Live. All right, 215-592-9494. Just to give you a sense of what we have going on the rest of the show. Coming up in a little bit. Next hour, we will replay for, if you missed it, the Jeff Lurie interview on With the Morning Show for the first time in 30 years. Jeffrey Lurie was on WIP. You're going to love a lot of what he had to say. We're going to bring that to you coming up. LaShawn McCoy set to join us. Brian Dawkins set to join us. We'll check in with you people. And how about this, Hugh? You talk about the legacy of defensive ends in Philadelphia. There was Reggie. There was Hugh Douglas. There has recently been Brandon Graham. How about Trent Cole, who joins us right now? We get a call here from Trent. Trent Cole on WIP with Hugh and Joe. Hey, Trent.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Pretty good. Still bitter you took my job. Trent got me cut, but I'm okay. I'm gonna get over it eventually. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Doing great.
Trent, what was it like to watch Brandon get here and start to become the player that he became, which is 15 years and the most games ever played in Eagles uniform? What was that like for you to watch him grow?
I mean, it's just like I said. I'm just proud of what he's done. I mean, it was a long road for him. You know what I'm saying? He has some. There's a bunch of bumps in the road, you know, on the way there to the top, and but he made it, man. He was patient, and he had a good head on his shoulders, and he's just an all around great person, and he went out there and showed his talents. And, you know, when he was coming in, I knew he was going to be a great player coming in. I mean, when I first seen him in practice, and like I said, just very proud of where he's made it to and what he's become.
So what was it like for you? Because he talked about how you really helped him out a lot. Did you see a young player that kind of needed your guidance when you were out there talking to him a little bit when he was going through that rough time?
Yeah, it was more of a natural thing. It comes from guys like you, Indy Kalu and Jerome McDougal, all the guys in front of me, the vets. You know what I'm saying? It just came natural just to come and help a guy like him out. You see him going through different things stuff that you went through, and I need to be, you know, this is what a teammate does and a leader does, and it comes to try to help a man that you know. When you in this game, there's a lot of things that, you know, saying that you go through, and you have tough times. I mean, I've had tough times and playing in the NFL, but you know, what I'm saying, I feel like I needed to, you know, to go say something to him, and just lend a hand and say, hey, you know, what I'm saying, this, you know, some of the things I would do, you know, saying if I was in your situation, and just encourage and it's just encouraging.
Trent, what was it like for you to watch Brandon make the play he made to help the Eagles win their first Super Bowl? I mean, Hugh always talks about it. Like there's like a legacy of the past Eagles to the current Eagles. And Hugh always talked about being proud of Brandon. I mean, you got to play with Brandon and watch him grow. What was it like for you to watch him not just become a good player, but then have that very special moment to bring a championship?
Surprised, because I know what type of player Brandon is. I mean, he's a game changer type player, and like I said, I remember talking to him and telling him, I was like, man, you are a legend. You are a legend here, man. You know what I'm saying? You just sealed the deal, and you're for a forever long legend here for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Trent Cole giving us a call on BG Day Live. Well, I got to ask you now that you're here, because we were just joking about the Eagles' all-time list of sacks. So, Trent, I got to ask you, like, if we needed to get a sack in the game, who are we putting out there, you or Hugh Douglas here? Who's going to get a sack?
I'm putting myself out there.
Taught that man everything you know. So it's kind of like I'm out there.
I'm going to do what you would tell me to do. I'm going to do what you would tell me to do. Okay?
No, Trent, my guy, man. Trent's my guy. Hey, Trent, I got to tell this story real quick.
I love you.
When I knew, like we were going through, we were doing the fitness test. Trent didn't make it. Trent didn't make it. So I thought I had a chance. Boy. Trent came back the next day.
And he made it?
Man, he made the test. Not only that, we would be in practice, and I would see Trent working. I was like, yeah, he about to take my job.
I'm done.
I was like, hey. So, hey, I'm trying to salvage something. At that point, I'm just trying to help out because I'm like, yeah, this man about to take my job. And then I knew it was a for sure gone. When remember we played the Jets the last preseason game.
Yeah,
Trent was on the sideline chilling,
and you were on the field.
And I was on the field.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Yeah. I have to say this though. Man. Hugh does, like this just goes for a lot. This is for other guys out there just playing ball and stuff. And I have to say this. Hugh came to me. He says, "Man," he said, "Hey, you got it." And I didn't know what he was talking about. So I was looking at him like, "What?" He said, "Nah, you got this." Did it click? I was like,
"Yeah, it's a wrap."
You know what I'm saying? Because I was just there for opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Because I had all these great players in front of me.
Man,
Hugh Douglas. I mean, I had some great players.
I knew. Hey, I used to go to practice every day, and my body, like as my body was breaking down, I saw Trent doing it. I was like, "Yeah, this a wrap."
Hold on. You know what told me, Hugh? Is when you put your hands on your hip and that leg caught me and you would leaned over to the right and you looked over.
I was done. Hey, I was done. Put a fork in it.
That's what they call passing the torch. He was passing the torch.
Hey, if you ever see when Hugh puts his hand on his hip and
it's
he
a wrap.
his waist back and he bends up like this.
This is a wrap.
It's funny. Trent, there's a documentary on Barry
stuff.
Sanders. When Barry was running right past him, he did the hands on the hip thing. I know exactly what you're talking about. Trent, man, we appreciate you hopping in and hope things are well with you. And thank you for being part of BG Day. Thanks, Trent.
Have a good one, man.
Thank you for having me.
There he goes. Trent Cole there telling us about his experience with BG and when he took Hugh's job back in the day.
Oh, man, that was funny. I mean, there wasn't nothing I could do about it.
You passed the torch.
Oh, yeah, I thought I had him. I was like, yeah, he I got a chance. He passed the fitness test. Came back the next day, and he aced that thing. And I'm like, yeah.
And then, from then on, Hugh Douglas was a talk show host.
Yeah, that's the day I crossed over.
The beginning of his transition.
Hey, I went in the like they say, went in the transition. I'm out.
You transition to WIP. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls here. Why you love BG, your BG stories. LaShawn McCoy joins at 12:30. Brian Dawkins at 1. And coming up, along with your calls, we'll replay for you Jeff Lurie's first call to WIP in 30 years. That's next, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner. Right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60-month special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian! Goldie is not dinner! Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Let's not kid ourselves. This wasn't just a horse race. It was a metaphor. Journalism nearly pulled off the upset in the Kentucky Derby, but sovereignty, yes, as in power, control, the whole system nosed out a win on Saturday at the wire. Journalism ran with heart. It didn't win, but it mattered. And in this race, that's the real headline. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
What up, Philly?
BG Day.
94 WIP.
Whatever you've got from your heart, a message to Brandon to honor him. We're going to play this audio directly for him on Monday upon his retirement. What would you say to BJ?
Yeah, no, listen, I love Brandon Graham. He is one of the all-time greats for the Eagles. And not only was he a great player, but he's a great person. I call him a kid, but I mean, he's past the kid stage now. So he's just a great person. And that part and his work ethic are going to carry him through the second half of his life and career and our new career. And so, but listen, Brandon Graham's, he's a great one. Love him.
Well, the voice there, you know it, of Andy Reid, who was the head coach, of course, when Brandon Graham was drafted. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. I mean, Andy connects you and Brandon together. You mentioned that when you spoke to Andy when they drafted BG?
Yeah, and he was like, he was like, yeah, we drafted this kid. I want you to meet him. He reminds me of somebody. And I met him, man, and Brandon was all smiles. He probably doesn't remember that. So I walked into the locker room when he was drafted. And I remember shaking his hand and just sizing him up because we were about the same height. And I was just like, okay. And he was a little smaller then. And I was just like, man, okay. And he was bright-eyed, man. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So, yeah.
I think we need more Hugh Douglas, Andy Reid impressions on the show. You got an Andy Reid voice.
No, the funniest, like, we a lot of people don't get to see the side of Andy that I get to see. But the one that cracks me up every time I think about it is when we went to Kansas City for the game, and I got a chance to see him. And he was driving a muscle truck, a Ram, and I was like, Coach, what made you buy that truck? He's like, oh, Hugh is so fast. He was like, it is so fast, and I just started laughing because I was just like, wow. Coach was driving a big ass T-Rex, and he was always a Cadillac Escalade, suburban guy.
He's more buttoned up, Andy.
Yeah,
but
nah, he let his hair down. You see him on commercials talking about Bundarooskis and all this other good stuff. So yeah, it was interesting to see.
Yeah, that is funny. I remember when you told that story. Let's go to the phone lines, and then we're gonna let you hear the Jeff Lurie interview this morning with the Morning Show. Jay in Philly is up on WIP. Hey, Jay.
My guys, what's happening, fellas?
Jay, what's up, pal? What are you thinking today?
Hey, man, feeling good, man. Thinking about BG, man. So it's crazy, man. He's just a Philadelphia guy. Like, you got, like, Ben Simmonses and guys like that came through here, and they just wasn't built or cut for Philly.
Ben Simmons.
And then you got him. What's that?
No, it was just funny that's the first person's name who came to mind when you're talking about BG.
The anti-Philadelphia, Ben Simmons, and the like.
I mean, I'm just laughing because I'm like, Ben, out of all the people you could have said, Ben Simmons' name comes to mind.
Well, you know what, Jay, if we say BG is one of the most mentally strong, Ben Simmons
was the polar opposite.
Yeah,
okay, I got you.
That's the opposite. Mentally weak.
So, exactly. Polar opposite, man. You got one who is built for Philly. And then you got the example of the opposite right there.
No, man. I get it now. It was just, me. I just didn't see the correlation right off the gate. And
when I say that, you got to remember, man, Philly's in between New York and DC.
Mm-hmm.
New York, they got Times Square and they got stars. DC got politics and money, and then you got Philly.
They got mambo sauce down there too in DC.
Who they got?
Mambo sauce.
What's that?
It's like a sauce you put on a chicken wing.
We in the middle, and that's us. Think about it. Before we won our Super Bowl, we the only team in the division. Not that everybody else had multiples. So we really was the little brother. So he went through, them talking about trading, injuries, a bust. Really looked down on, just like Philadelphia, and then he rose. So we love that story,
like
man.
Phoenix.
More than just being great from the beginning, we love when you're not great from the beginning and become great. We love to come back, the underdog, because that's us.
Kind of like Rocky.
So he represented that 1,000%.
He did. He embodied the Eagles. I mean, and then under the surface, like we knew, Jay, the Eagles were a good team. Like they were a good team for a long time since Hugh's been here, or Hugh was playing here, but they didn't win, right? Until Brandon Graham made it. Almost like the two paralleled each other perfectly, where Brandon made the play so the Eagles could be recognized, and at the same time we recognize, like, hey, he's turned into a really good player. Jay, we appreciate the phone call. What sauce are you talking about?
Mambo sauce.
You make it sound like they only have it down there.
Well, mambo sauce is put on the chicken wing. That's the only place I've known them to have mambo sauce. They got it somewhere else?
I've never heard of it. I mean,
could be exclusive. But you don't go to the places I go.
What's the sauce though?
It's like a chicken glaze, and they call the mambo
I feel like
sauce.
I feel like you're not answering the question.
Well, because I'm answering the best way I can.
Somebody
from
what's
DC.
What's in the sauce?
It's kind of like a. It's kind of like
say
duck
chicken
sauce
again. Okay.
No, like
hot
duck.
sauce.
It's kind of like duck
sauce. Like
it's
Chinese
like I guess that's the best way to describe it.
Okay. So it's like Asian kind of then.
Kind of.
Okay.
All right, we're going to dive more into this. I'm not sure if this came up on the morning show's interview with Jeffrey Lurie, but we can listen to that. Let's hear it. Jeff Lurie for the first time in 30 years. He was on WIP earlier today. Here was that.
It's obviously one of the most important figures in the history of Philadelphia sports, the owner of the Birds. Jeffrey Lurie. Jeffrey, good morning to you, and welcome to BG Day here on WIP.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. Pleasure to be on, and BG, unbelievable.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Lurie. Man, we appreciate you. Hall of Fame honor, baby.
I agree with that. That's right.
For real.
Well, Jeffrey, so much to get into regarding Brandon's, 15 years and all that. But before we do, let me just say to you and your whole organization, but to you as the guy that, is at the top, congratulations. I mean, what a spectacular journey it's been, especially these last 8 seasons, but really for the bulk of it, all these playoff appearances. And I congratulate you and I thank you as a Philadelphia sports fan for what you and your group has brought to our culture, because you have made a monumental difference in Philadelphia sports.
Oh, well, thank you for those nice words. But it's who you surround yourself with, and I've been so fortunate between players and everyone working in the organization, coaches, and everyone. I mean, really, honestly, it's just assembling a great group of people who are dedicated, focused, and talented, and it's been a joy, and we're just in the middle of it. That's the beauty of it. We're just in the middle of it.
I love that. I do. Jeffrey, when I say to you Brandon Graham, I ask you, what does Brandon Graham mean to you? What do you say?
Well, it takes a few seconds, but it's so much. BG, I think most people by now know we have an executive position, Director of Joy, and it's performed by a dog, and it's a very important part of the organization, Reggie. But Brandon Graham, more than anyone I can remember, is the giver of energy, the head of joy, the person who you constantly want to be next to, with, working with, talking to. He makes life around him better for everyone who is working with him or gets to know him. And that's rare in life. I mean, to be that much of an energy giver and so talented as pass rusher, teammate, high motor, all the great things he does in the community. I mean, they're just off the charts. But that to me sticks out. Really, guys. That's it's every day at practice, every day in the building, every day, just high energy, joy, brings out the best in everybody around him. I mean, that's rare.
Mr. Lurie, thank you again for joining us. How has your relationship with Brandon grown and changed over the years? 15 years, probably a lot of growing and changing, I would imagine.
Well, I remember when we drafted him, and, we were all really high. Andy was, excited. We traded up. I know everybody was kind of hoping we were trading up for a safety who was also a very good player. Earl was a good player, but BG was just a huge, huge part of all of our success. And, such a dedicated kid from Detroit, and had to grow into what it was like to be a leader on the team, did early on. But, I mean, pass rush is a tough position in the NFL, as you know, with all those dancing bear tackles, and it's not easy. And, I think just got to know him early and often, and always wanted to be supportive, but he was his best own support system because he just gave to everybody, so everybody gave back to him, and Andy Reid loved him, and it was just it evolved because you get to know people, and that's true with most players on the team. It takes time. You develop the human connection, and you get the most out of each other.
What makes Brandon such a leader?
Well, I think it's his comfort with himself. I think because he's able to totally be natural, no matter what you're doing with him. It's genuine. It's honest. It's not, trying to be something he's not. He's just and understands football is such a team game that if you give more to your teammates, if you give more to your fellow defensive linemen, you're going to get more out of the whole roster, the whole team. So he's always been a person that epitomizes what we always talk about as an Eagles player, just a giver and selfless. And, he made the greatest defensive play in the history of the franchise, But even if he assisted on that, he would have been just as valuable. But he was, obviously made the greatest play a lot of us have ever seen on defense and won us a Super Bowl there.
Jeffrey Lurie with us here on WIP on BG Day. So Brandon, we asked Jeffrey a few minutes ago what you mean to him. Let's reverse it. Brandon, what does Jeffrey Lurie, as the tremendous owner of the Eagles and someone you really care about, and in part because he cares about you, what does he mean to you?
Man, it means a lot because I know that he was brought into my life for a reason. And, he changed my life with just the belief in that I can help his organization. And just to see the consistency of, his schedule. You see him on Thursdays, on, the pass rush days. You see him every week. He was connected to his organization other than, I hear other guys, owners, they don't be a part of, you don't see him as often. And so he tries to get to know us, the handshakes before the games, the talks, the building of trust that he's had in me over these years. He's been so much because, you strive to be at that level of, just the confidence he has walking around knowing that, you trust who you got around you. Like he said, those people that you surround yourself with. If anything, that's what I've learned over the years, watching people in those in higher positions and seeing the consistency of their daily life and what they do. And you don't know everything, but he definitely has changed my life and means so much to me and inspired me in so many ways. Just from the, just the back and forth, man, Mr. Lurie talking with me, he know me, what I'm saying? Like that type of feeling, because it's a lot that people assume with us that, man, we so busy, but man, he takes the time. And so, if anything, that's what it's taught me. And I'm thankful to have come across it. And then even now, on what we're going to build in the future, because they ain't done yet. And I want to be a part of that for sure. And, we going to figure that part out too.
Mr. Lurie, how often have you seen the chemistry between a player and the city transform in such a positive way, like it did with Brandon, like it did with Jason? I mean, we were just discussing that. Both these guys, just this city, it's a success story. How do you best just relate that?
Well,
concept?
you said it well. I mean, it stands out. There's so many players you don't know. But the ones you do they're just so connected with both the community, their teammates. Jason, BG, they obviously epitomize that. Everyone aspires to that. But some, are just able to pull it off in such a human level. It was natural for Jason, natural for BG. Nobody ever questioned, what were they trying to accomplish? No, they were themselves, and they became so ingrained in Philadelphia and, the Eagles nation, and just so ingrained in it that you can't even imagine a team, without Jason or BG, a big part of it. So it was natural. It was a natural evolution of very special people.
Jeffrey Lurie here on WIP. Jeffrey, one of the things we touched on earlier regarding BG, particularly because he got injured in the final play that he played in Super Bowl 59.
Right.
I mean, it can literally be said Brandon Graham left it all on the field. I mean, all of it.
There is no doubt. And to watch him work to get to that final game, Super Bowl, I mean, it was monumental. Nobody had projected that he would be able to return from that injury and be able to play in that game. And, one of the first things I thought of was when we won was Brandon. It was like, wow, this is how it's going to end. And I'm so glad he even got to play in the game and contributed. And it was really heartwarming.
Sure. Unbelievable. And Jeffrey, Mr. Lurie, sorry.
He said all of it. He said all of it.
He tried there. That's great.
I'm so overwhelmed by the fact that you and this organization, you do it differently. You focus on character. And in today's NFL, where that's very rarely the case, it's just how do you do that and win?
Well, I think it's a reason we do win. It's a grind. It's a tough sport. It's really it's not an easy life being a football player. It's easy to be the star and have it all kind of, in front of you there, but it's a grind. So I think our approach and our philosophy has been for a long time, if you're going to grind together, why not grind with people that are top-notch people? And they're givers, basically, selfless. It's like when I, accepted the trophy on the stage. I meant what I said. It's a group of selfless, humble, very talented people. And that's our formula. And, I'm sometimes surprised that others don't prioritize some of those things. We do. It doesn't mean every person's going to be, the perfect human being. We're not looking for that. We're looking for people that are genuine and can develop as human beings. And that's the thing. They're 22 years old when we draft them or younger. And we put a lot into development. We put a lot into the creation of what we think a team that can sustain itself and win big contains. And it's a lot of high character people.
And Jason, I want to bring you in here. Of course, we got Jeffrey on the phone right now. Jason, the grind, the grueling process of being a player, how it beats up your body. You think about it, Jason, all the greats, and you got to be great to get 10 years and more.
Yeah.
The guy seated to your left, Brandon Graham, the most seasons in Eagles history.
Yep.
The most games in Eagles history. I mean, Lane's got a shot to get there. He's got a shot.
Yeah.
But Brandon Graham, in almost 100 years, it is BG with that distinction.
Yeah. I mean, it's a remarkable title to hold. I think really this entire era, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I think it's Brandon, me, and Fletch are all like 3 in the top 4. And like you said, Lane will be there eventually. And I think this speaks to what Jeffrey was kind of just talking about of, we went through 4 different head coaches. The fact that 4 guys stayed with the same organization for so long through really turnover and change and trying to reinvent, and the way a lot of other organizations would build that, they would kind of start over. They would move on, or they would, we're going to rebuild, right? So we're going to move on from these older players. And I think something that Jeffrey, it's really important to him, Brandon epitomizes this, is keeping these people around, whether it's us as players, the coaches that have retained. I mean, Deuce was there forever. Stout stayed through transition. And I think Jeffrey and the organization for years have done a great job of, through these changes, of keeping these important pieces in some semblance of that culture that has allowed the Eagles to have success and to feel like a tight-knit group and a family and connected to the city. And we inherited that from players that played before us. And I think that's one of the masterful jobs that this organization has done. And Brandon epitomizes who that person is to the organization, and the loyalty and the joy and enthusiasm. I think Jeffrey said it so well, of describing not just the player, but the person that Brandon was every single day in that building. And now who's going to be the next Brandon? It's going to be really hard to replace. Nobody's going to be the next Brandon.
But you're an example of the next guy behind you can be really good, be his own person.
But they need to be their own person.
Be his own person, and you can still win.
For sure. And I think that, again, like us as players, the only way we live on is through the players that come after us, right? Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that I certainly take great joy, and I know Brandon will too, is seeing these guys that you were there when they first got there, and they looked up to, like, how do I play for 15 years in Philadelphia? You know what I mean? So it's it's fun to see how that legacy and culture continues to develop. And there's countless of players before us that were there when we were there and before we were there, and it's just been really well done by the organization.
Well, Jeffrey, with everything Jason just said, we thank you for bringing that kind of culture, to our city, and really congratulate you on what you've done. It's and you said it earlier, it's far from over. There's another season obviously up ahead with great possibilities, and we congratulate you on all that you've built here, Jeffrey. Thank you so much for being a huge part of BG Day today. Because Brandon, when doesn't Brandon have a smile on his face? But with the owner calling in to pay tribute to him,
it's kind of cool because I didn't know it's been that so long since he called in. So I appreciate you. I want to thank you for that. I really do want to thank you for that.
By the way, has there ever been an athlete who is known by his initials, first and last name, and as a sort of amateur observer, I would say it's because everybody wants to be close to this guy. So BG becomes the way to be close to him, or kind of an informal hi to him. And have we ever had an athlete anywhere where it's just first name, last name, initials? I don't remember.
I don't know. Oh, AI. Yeah, there's a lot of AI.
Yeah. You're right about that.
And
that's the level we're talking
Philly.
about here in Philadelphia is AI.
Yeah.
But you have to get to a certain point. I mean,
that's right.
To be just 2 letters.
That's lofty. Yeah.
For you to just say
Doctor-
2 letters and
Yeah.
everybody, millions of
John,
people
yeah.
know exactly who you're talking about, that's pretty crazy.
And then there's Dr. J,
right.
which is a
Dr.
similar
J,
sort
great
of
one.
thing.
Oh,
And
man.
Brandon, you are in that revere. Brandon,
No doubt.
because Brandon, when the Phillies were in the World Series a couple years ago, it was you throwing out the first pitch with Dr. J, Bernie Perrant, and
Mike Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt.
Yeah. Mike Schmidt,
Now think
yeah.
about that, Brandon. Bernie Perrant, Mike Schmidt, Dr. J, Brandon Graham, BG.
That was cool, man. That was so cool. Got to talk to all them guys. And Bernie want me to come out to
The boat?
Cape May,
Yeah,
Cape
the
May
boat.
to do the fishing.
Love it. Love it. Well, Jeffrey, thank you so much for being a huge part of
You're
BG
welcome.
Day.
I have a quick message for John. I miss you, but also, you know what? We're gonna try to quietly resurrect the fullback position. Kevin Turner, yourself, maybe Ben can do some things here. We're gonna try for it. How's that?
Thank you. And I really do think there's a place for the fullback.
Oh, me too.
It's coming back.
Me too. We all
It
do.
will dominate.
We all do.
Yes.
And
I'm
Jeffrey,
excited.
I'll say this because John has said it to me many times privately, and I just want to say it to you on the air. He greatly admires you. Greatly.
Absolutely.
No, I appreciate it.
Thank you
Thanks
so much.
all for your kind words. And BG, love you, and see you soon. And
Love you too, and see you
we're going to
soon.
work at this and make it even better.
Let's go.
All right. Stay well,
Okay.
Jeffrey. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Take care, everybody.
All right, there was the Jeff Lurie interview on WIP this morning. For the first time in over 30 years, he called in
That's crazy.
for BG Day. How about the little nugget at the end? He said they're going to bring
back the fullback.
The fullback?
They should. That's a dinosaur position.
Yeah, it
They
is.
need to fossilize.
Well, they did use Van Sumeren a little bit last year. Then he got hurt.
Yeah.
Well, I got Van Sumeren come back, and then the Ty Robinson kid they drafted out of Nebraska, defensive tackle. He played a little fullback on short yardage
That's
in
a
Nebraska.
big-ass fullback,
Yeah, I would not
boy.
want to be
That's
in
a
that
that's
guy's
a
way.
low.
Yeah, I'd move out of the way quickly. 215-592-9494. That's a hot. We'll get to more of your phone calls as we celebrate BG Day, Brandon Graham Day here on WIP. Brian Dawkins will join us at 1, and coming up next, LaShawn McCoy joining us to talk about his former teammate, Brandon Graham. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's that time of year again. Time to take a break from talking about bacon to share some grilling wisdom. It's officially grilling season, people. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. Tuscan herb. I said herb last time. I got in trouble for that. So it's Tuscan herb, honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic.
Play with me?
There are so many flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for retail locations and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
and 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Auto Lenders is proud to support BG Live. After all, like BG, they know that when you focus on being the very best, success is the only destination. It's why Auto Lenders sells the finest one-owner cars, trucks, and SUVs at thousands less than a typical car dealer. And because they get their cars off lease, there's never a tariff to pay. So now you'll save even more on thousands of pre-owned vehicles. Talk about a winning formula. See for yourself at Autolenders.com or location near you. Auto Lenders, a tariff-free way to buy a car.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some features from our latest seasonal menu. Try our Southern California chicken sandwich, our delicious Southern glazed cutlet with avocado and jalapeno pineapple salsa, and our seafood pasta with our signature crab, mouthwatering shrimp, and penne pasta with our world-famous red or Sicilian sauce. Pair it with a seasonal cocktail like our Very Berry Cherry Martini or our Watermelon Shandy cocktail. Taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Boy, if the Eagles can come up with their one turnover of the game right here, that would be sealing. Brady back again. He steps up, he's hit, and falls forward. And he fumbles the football, and the Eagles have it. It is recovered by Fournette. Brady fumbles, and Fournette has the ball.
Ah, there it is. The play that defined Brandon Graham's career. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show on BG Day here, 5-5. Some call it Cinco de Mayo here on the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Coming up in just minutes, we'll talk to LaShawn Shady McCoy. At 1 o'clock, Brian Dawkins. Your calls throughout here. Of course, our Twitter question today, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Well, that's what we're talking about all day. Why do you love BG? Tell us why you love BG on BG Day. Don't forget, afternoon show today is going to be at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville, doing their show leading into BG Live tonight at the Colonial Theater. We're going to be hanging out. We'll go say hi to those guys as they do their show today on a special day here in Philadelphia as we honor Brandon Graham for what a career it was. 15 years with the Philadelphia Eagles. And some of those years, of course, spent with another young player at the time who came in a year before Brandon Graham. He was a running back. His name is LaShawn McCoy. You know him now as part of the facility on FS1, and he's kind enough to give us a few minutes today to talk about his former teammate, Brandon Graham. LaShawn, how you doing today, man?
LaShawn.
Oh, what's up, guys? I had to call in my guy, Brandon Graham, good friend of mine. So how y'all doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. So I'm curious, man, because what do you remember about Brandon in them early Chip Kelly years?
I remember this. I remember that when he first got there, we was booing because we wanted to get what's the
You talking about Earl?
Earl Thomas.
Earl Thomas. Stop it! No.
But BG, man, I'll tell you what, he's a great friend, man, great teammate. I don't know if you never got a chance to play with him, to any viewers out there, man, he was an ultimate teammate. Never had a bad day, man. Always kept a competitive nature great in the locker room and on the field. Tremendous career. I'm not surprised, man. Worked extremely hard, and always had a chip on his shoulder. And BG, one of my good friends. When I see him, I always tell him you're gonna be great on TV because you're real, you're authentic, you got that personality people love, and you're an Eagle for life. So that's BG for you.
LaShawn, we had BG on for the first half hour of our show today, and he was joking about those early training camp days. Because, you guys, you're like the last ones that had real training camp. They don't have that anymore. I mean, we're talking about Lehigh. We're talking about multiple practices a day. What was it like when you and him, both young guys, 09, 10, when he first got here, back when they used to do real training camp, the ones that Hugh participated in? They don't do those anymore.
Real training camp.
Andy Reid, man. Oh, my God. He used to kill us, But it was always good, though, because like I said before, you got guys in the locker room like myself, like Brandon Graham, when there's the hard days and everybody's tired and irritated and sore, you need guys to bring everybody alive. And that's what BG was. He would make everybody laugh and joke. Even when you're tired and upset and pissed off, he would find ways to make everybody enjoy playing football. And then when you make a game so physical like football fun, that's when you get the best results. And that's what BG was as a teammate. And that's why he's probably one of the most favorite Eagles because of what he did on the field, but also what he did off the field.
LaShawn, how long into Brandon's career did you know he was gonna figure it out? Because he had, it wasn't easy for him in the beginning.
He had a rough couple seasons.
Yep, he had some injuries, rough couple seasons. It took him some time, but did you see signs early on that he was going to be a really good player?
No, not at first. Not at first. Not at first. I think about his second year. I said, "Oh, okay, all right, here we go." Because he's short, right? And he ain't like some guys, like even myself, like you look at me, you like, this kid can't really play. He's small, got a little boy body, ain't real big. You look at BG, he's shorter, and then once he got going, he had a motor about him. And I remember our second year in camp, he started putting a lot of them tackles on their asses, right? Running through them, getting sacks, causing chaos in practice. And that's when I knew BG was going to be special, right? And the last thing is he's not only just super strong, he's smart, man, and everybody don't always bring it. We just watched the playoff series with the Clippers. A guy like James Harden who's so great, he had 7 points because he doesn't bring it, right? BG is different. He's going to bring it every practice, every game, right? If it's a Giants or Cowboys Monday night, or if it's the Jacksonville Jaguars who's not winning, he's going to bring it. And that's when I know that he was going to be a great player, man, and real impactful for our team.
What does it say to you when I say BG played 15 years all in one uniform, like for one team? What does that say when you hear that to you?
I think of a special individual. You look at like all the great players, some had great stats or some, played with the team forever. And you think about, you need more than just being a good player. You got to be a great person, not only just on the team, but in the front office and in the community. And that's what BG was. I look at one of my best friends, Aaron Donald and Larry Fitzgerald. Those are all Pitt guys. I went to Pitt. And they played on all the same teams. Not just because they were a great player, but they were great to the community. great to the team, great to the fans, right? You got to have all of them things to do in the same, team for 15 years. I'm not talking about 6 years, 5 years, 15 long years, right? Good and bad. He was there when we were losing games, winning Super Bowls, losing Super Bowls. He was there for all of it. And for you to be there for the same team, right, for your whole career, it shows you what type of special individual you have to be to conquer that.
LaShawn, what was it like to play against him? I'm trying to think back. I think you played against Brandon.
I did.
Yeah, the first year you were gone, right? You came back here with Buffalo and you played the Eagles. Brandon was obviously against you. Did he trash talk you?
Yeah. Oh, he don't never stop talking. I mean, God. Down 30, up 30, he's gonna talk trash the whole game. He makes it fun. I remember we played them and I got the ball to the left and I cut back, right? Because I like to cut back. And I made like a jump cut, and I shook him, right? I made him miss, and I slipped. And then somebody tackled me. And I remember he was like talking trash, yelling. And then he got close to me. He's like, damn, boy, you almost got me. So now BG was fun to play against, play. He was fun to play with. He was just special though, and I see his career and how it unfolded, man. I'm happy how everything unfolded for him. Getting hurt this last season and find a way to play and then win a championship and right off on the sunset. That's a storybook ending right there, man.
Yeah, no question about that. For real.
LaShawn, what was it like for you? I know you were still in the league at that point, still an active player. What was it like for you when you watched Brandon make that play to help the Eagles win the Super Bowl in 2017? I'm sure you probably had mixed emotions as being a guy that was here, but you a lot of your teammates, including Brandon, was on the side of that thing. What was it like for you to watch him have that moment?
That's the weird thing. Like when you're a real Eagle, man, you love your teammates. I remember times where I was cheering for them dudes, man, and hoping he would do well. Super Bowl, they played against Tom Brady. I'm cheering for the Eagles. And when Brandon Graham made that sack, I was so excited because, if you can't do it, you want your boys to do it. And I know how much that Brandon puts into his work and his craft. And to see that, man, Michigan, going against Michigan on that big stage, making that type of sack, that's what makes legends, right? And that's why we're having this conversation today about Brandon Graham, because plays like that. So I was always happy for him, even watching him, even playing with him. Like, this is some guys you really care about. Fletcher Cox, another guy. I can name a million of them dudes I played with that I had genuine love for, and he's one of them for sure. So I always rooted good for Brandon Graham. And another thing is, like, sometimes you play with players, man, they're good players, and that's just it. Like, after you take a shower and you leave the locker room, you probably won't talk to them. And he's not that. Brandon's the type of dude I'm always talking to. He had a great family, great kids, great wife. He's an all-around good person. And you always want to align yourself with people like that.
There's no question. He was. And it felt like every locker room he was in, every team he was on, he had a positive impact. LaShawn, and we were talking to him earlier about it. It was choppy for him in the beginning, and he had to overcome that. It felt like he was able to channel the negativity and make it a positive. Not every player could do that, LaShawn.
They can't. And he didn't start out very good. That's the truth. He wasn't like killing it like that. Oh my God, we got this bona fide first rounder. He had to really earn it and work for it. And some guys, there's two type of people I always say. There's guys that's like, hell yeah, things ain't going wrong, or they're not going right. Hell yeah, I'm gonna make it right. I'm gonna do whatever it takes. Extra film study, working harder, more weight room. And there's other guys like, oh damn, and he wasn't them guys where things ain't going right. They're always pouting and making excuses, and that wasn't Brandon Graham. So everything that he's getting, man, he deserves it because he went through all the bad to get to the good.
Well, he did, and he had a great career. Over 200 games, 2 championships, played in 3 Super Bowls. LaShawn, we appreciate you making a few minutes for us today. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be watching your show as we always do. And thank you for joining us on BG Day.
All good, fellas. Happy to talk to you all again, man.
Hey, have a good one, man.
There he goes. LaShawn McCoy, Eagles great, joining us about his teammate. And, Hugh, they did come up into similar times, right? McCoy was 09, and then Brandon was 10. So they were right at the end of the Reed era, and then they both got, you asked about the chip thing. They had to overcome that.
Yeah, that was crazy. Just to hear them talk about, like, LaShawn, and all those guys talk about Chip. Chip was a piece of work, man.
Well, it's interesting, the story that Rhea brought up, that obviously that offseason, Chip got rid of Deshaun, and he got rid of LaShawn. And then, according to the story Rhea was telling, that they were going to get rid of Brandon, too, until Jeff stepped in and was like, that's enough. Yeah, we're getting rid of too many good players and not getting much back for anything here. I mean,
what you got? Cato June? Was that the linebacker?
No. It was Cato
from
June.
Miami, right?
It was
Some weird name like that.
What was the name of the Kiko Alonso?
Kiko
Alonso, yeah.
He made the interception.
Cato June.
Cato June.
I was thinking Kiko, but it came out Cato.
Cato June.
No, Cato June was a linebacker too. He's on the right position.
Yeah.
But Cato June played in a different time.
Yeah. He played during my era, didn't he?
I think he was more, if I remember Cato June correctly, early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your time. Yeah, you went in a time machine there, Hugh.
You shook your age so
Dude. I knew
At least
it
he
was
had the right position. It wasn't like it was a running back.
Hey man, this is what you get when you get in your twilight. That's what happens.
I'm going to give you a pass on this one. Cato, Kiko.
Kiko is about the same.
Kiko had that sick one-handed interception.
Week 1 in Atlanta.
Week 1, yep.
And that was the last play he made as an Eagle.
Everybody thought that was a good trade.
Now,
Good trade.
if I remember correctly, Cato June and Kiko Alonso looked nothing like each other.
Nah.
Like if you did an opposite.
No, I just thought the name.
Yeah, the name.
Yeah, the name was the one that got me.
Cato was a Colt?
I think so.
I think he was. He actually might be a coach now, or he was at some point. All right, 215-592-9494. We appreciate Shady giving us a few minutes. Coming up at 1, we will talk
They
to.
definitely don't look.
I mean, whatever you want to say, they're opposites. One looks that way, one looks that way. Like there's a spectrum of the way they look, Hugh. They're on totally different sides.
Not your best work.
Yeah, no, it's not. Again, I'm going to give Hugh a little pass on this, but
I don't think I will.
Oh, is that surprising?
Well, Cato and Kiko sound similar.
Yeah.
And then
You want to put up a poll? Does Hugh get a pass for mixing up Cato
Oh,
June and Kiko Alonso?
You know what? Don't even waste the characters. I already know what
Just
that's.
put up the two
that was gonna
photos.
be-
Do these two people remind you of each other? Kiko Alonso, Cato
No,
June.
see, because when you do that and you don't have any context, people go like, "What's wrong with it?"
But there's no context on the internet. You know that. Just dumb things that we say.
We don't do context.
This
No.
is true. This is true.
Context. I mean, Kyle's playing us both with bad voice moments here. I mean, every cut we have of you is out of context. He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey. Yeah, excuse me. Sign Ranger to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth that long-term deal.
Yeah, we screwed up.
Yeah, that does not make us look good. All right, coming up at 1, we have Brian Dawkins. Your phone calls right now. Let's go to Rob in Delco. Tell about why he loves BG. What's up, Rob? Rob going once. Rob going twice.
Tough, Rob.
It's a bad look for Rob.
Bad luck.
Rob's usually better than this.
Hey man, all I know is this Eagles autism challenge. I got to beat you.
You still behind me?
Yeah, I'm still behind. So I need y'all. I just tweeted it out. I gotta be y'all help me.
So now,
I gotta beat Joe.
Now you're pandering to the audience.
Yeah, because Rob we had to fill some time because Rob's not prepared.
Okay.
so I'm just
actually,
saying.
as much as Hugh wants to beat me, I want to help him because this is for a great.
Yeah, the Eagles. It's for a great cause. Eagles Autism Challenge.
So
I just retweeted it.
Yeah.
So if you could just, if y'all could just help me out a little
Or you could just go to my page and donate to me, so I'd be Hugh. So this has now become personal.
No, I'm just saying because I just need a win today. I need to
Okay,
get a
so-
win. I just took an L because it's Cinco de Mayo, which I thought was yesterday.
It's still going to be a great day.
Yeah,
We get to go to the Great American Pub today.
Yeah, we do. We do that.
gonna
And
be
I
a
just
W.
need this Eagles Autism Challenge. I just need to beat Joe.
All right, Eagles Autism Challenge is coming up on May 17th.
No, you still have Rob up, right?
Rob, you there?
Oh, he ain't say nothing.
Oh, I'm just waiting for him to talk, and that's
We
fine.
just wait for him to talk.
Yeah, he could just
That's
hang
why
out.
I just preemptive strike and help me out. I need some help.
All right, Hugh tweeted out the link to his donation page. I'll tweet out mine too. I didn't realize we were in a competition. This was a silent competition until Hugh brought it to the air.
Yeah, I did.
But donate to either one of our pages because it's obviously for a great cause. Rob, I'm giving you one more chance. 1, 2. All right, Rob goes back on hold. Kev in South Philly. BG.
Hey.
What's up, Kev?
What's up,
What's
Kev?
going on, guys?
Hey, Kev.
What's up,
There's so many great things we could talk about with BG, right? Now, the one thing I think so awesome is, we talk about the strip sack. One year, I was saying this to Kyle. I forget what year it was, but Derek Gunn kept counting Eagles out. And after every single game, he would walk back to the locker room, Gunn standing there with the microphone. He turns the corner, Gunn, screaming at him, laughing the whole time. He's like, "Oh, you counted us out!" Like every single game, it was hysterical. I loved every second of it.
I remember it too. Part of me thinks it was 2021 when they started off really bad with a Sirianni and then they made the playoffs. I think that, Kevin, that might have been the year, or maybe 2019 when they struck. But they had a few of those years, Kev, where they got off to rocky starts, 3-6 or 4-6, and then they rallied to make the playoffs. I remember that. That was great. It was almost like I told you so. You doubted us too fast. Those were always fun to watch.
Now, on top of that, we were talking about, how great the story is of Brandon Graham. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Jeffrey Lurie like a movie producer?
Yes.
Why don't they try to put a work in to make some kind of Brandon Graham movie and all that? And then with that, start selling the "What would BG do" bracelets. They would make a killing.
They probably
Other
already
than
got that in the works.
You know what? I'd watch
probably
it.
right.
Yeah, and it's a good idea. I mean, it really is an inspiration for the next wave of athletes in the city. Like,
Yeah, I mean, just keep believing in yourself, keep grinding, keep a positive attitude. I mean, that's what I try to tell my kids, man. It's hard. It's always hard. I mean, we're always getting kicked, but you keep watching him, and you're like, hey, what would Brandon Graham do here? Yeah.
And he really is the opposite of some guys we've seen. Ben Simmons came up a few minutes ago with a caller, but like
he's a pansy.
Well, yeah, I mean he's the worst.
Pansy is strong.
But the idea is like a guy that has a bunch of talent and underachieves. Meanwhile, Brandon Graham, who's talented, obviously he was a first round pick, and Kev, we appreciate the call, but Brandon Graham got the most Hugh out of what he had. Like he got there's a lot of words you could use to describe players and athletes. He achieved, or you might say overachieved, but Brandon Graham at least achieved everything he had in his body. And then you have people like Ben Simmons, who's underachieved his whole career.
Yeah, and you talking about a guy that worked hard, man, and was always positive. And there's something to be said about that, especially when you talk about some of the seasons that he's had, where he could have taken a negative spin and got better, but he never did that. He never once did.
So he had less petty than you would have had?
Yeah, way less.
Well,
petty
that's why attitude, A is for attitude in his book. Have you read the book yet?
Yeah, I've skimmed through it.
A is for attitude. Attitude changes everything. C is for confidence, you. Just make
Well, I
sure
got confidence, but I got attitude, but it's more of a negative. Negative attitude.
A lot of this can apply to you. I is for imagination, which we hear about
I got a
Douglas.
vivid imagination.
Yeah, you do.
E for excuse making.
Yeah, I don't make excuses.
We're going to help you write your
E
book.
is for event planning.
No, it's for excuse making. If there's an ABCs of Hugh Douglas, E is for excuse making.
Yep.
I don't make excuses. I just have.
P is for petty.
What'd you say? Alternate facts.
S is for spin.
Spin.
Yep.
I do like the S in Brandon's book. Have you
What
seen
is
it?
it?
It's S is for swagger.
Swagger.
Yeah, he's got a little
That's pretty
swagger
good.
in that
Okay.
one. Yeah, swagger is
Is it
built.
dressed up?
He's dressed up in that one with his glasses. Yep. T is for team. Just making sure you
I'm
know
a
all
team
these.
guy.
You are. You know, you're
I'm
a
a
T.
team
You're
guy.
A
definitely.
T for Hugh is for tongue tied for sure.
Well, that maybe a little bit of that. A little bit of that. We're gonna work on my book. I would just need to figure out the age appropriation for it.
Yeah, I would say not 5s and 6 and 7-year-olds.
I got an A for you too, actually.
And the ambiguity. Yeah, I'll take that one.
I'm telling you, this book would sell.
So T is for tomato cans or canada pan.
Well, you could do
Canada
one. You
tans.
could do a T for tomato cans,
And then do a
C for
Canada
tomato
tans.
cans. Yeah.
That'd be a nice book. This might be a children's book.
Now, this book is going to help change lives. Your book would sell. I don't know how many lives your book is changing, but it would certainly sell. Mike in Downtown. What's up, Mike? Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, I'm trying to eat lunch, guys.
Oh,
You called us.
You know what, Mike?
Well,
That's on me. I'm sorry.
Joe, why would you go to Mike when
Mike,
he's eating lunch?
Next time,
How
I will
dare
wait
you.
until after
Unbelievable.
lunch to
Yep.
go to each caller who
Okay,
calls during
perfect.
lunchtime.
Hey, you guys already touched on it. For me, what I remember, I can still remember to this day with watching Brandon Graham being a number one pick. He's a defensive guy. It's a little harder to show yourself, in the media when you're on the defensive side. But, man, you could just see a spark in his game, the way he played. And, you heard the early doubts he wasn't big enough. But, man, you could just see the spark, the motor he had. And you just said, this is going to be a Philadelphia guy. And week in, week out, you could tell he was blocking out the media. And, he just grew on people. And that's why he's the favorite that he is today.
Well, he is,
and
he brought it every week. I mean, he every game you felt like you were getting max effort out of Brandon Graham.
Oh, man, what a motor! And then to cap it off with the strip sack, you can't write that stuff. Not in Philadelphia. You just can't write it.
I mean, it is a storybook ending. And then Mike, this year, I mean, to be a big part of a defense that was the best in the NFL in his 15th year of his career. I mean, it's remarkable.
Yeah, and then he breaks the career record for games, right?
Yep.
I mean, he's going to get out in history as one of the great defenders for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, there's no question. He is awesome.
And a sense of humor. You guys are riot. His trash talking, he's just an absolute riot.
I know that's the fun part is that Mike, good phone call, Hugh, because he is he's a nice guy, but he also has
He's
that
a trash talker.
Trash talker, yeah.
Yeah, he kept it clean. I mean, he kept it real clean. That's what I admired about him, is that he was able to keep his trash talk to the ones that we heard. It wasn't a whole lot of colorful language. It was ones that, like Rhea said earlier, you could probably play an hour of him trash
It's
talking.
actually a really good idea for NFL films.
Yeah.
I would watch that. If
Yeah.
you tell me like at 9 o'clock one night, the Brandon Graham trash talk hour is on, I'm in. I'm watching it. And we all know your trash talking story. You try to who'd you try to trash talk?
What was it?
Jumbo?
Brandon B Hop.
B-Hop.
Brandon Hopkins.
Hopkins from the Titans?
Brad Hopkins.
Brad Hopkins. How'd that work out?
Not in my favor. But I used to do that all the time. But see, you couldn't.
Willie Rofe too.
Yeah, with the teabag.
I called him a mean and hurtful name though. I worked the blue.
Did you think to pick your spots? Like maybe I shouldn't trash talk Willie Rofe?
No, after the
maybe
Brad
pick
Hopkins.
maybe pick on a tackle.
After
Not that good.
After that one,
Yeah.
I kind of started. But no, I would talk trash to anybody.
Yeah, and
I
then
didn't care.
Willie Rofe.
Willie Rofe, he did me bad. But hey, listen, I told him I ain't no punk. You ain't gonna take my Fruit Loops.
And then what'd he do?
I took the Fruit Loops, man.
They cleaned my clock. Oh my gosh.
You know,
it did set on my chest. That was the worst part about it. There wasn't nothing I could do about it. You know what? You gonna make me find Willie Rofe and swing on it. Like, I remember what you did to me. It was embarrassing.
it still hurts all these years later.
It's embarrassing.
You know how Rhea had the idea for the 1 hour of Brandon Graham trash talking? Would you watch 1 hour, Kyle, of Hugh Douglas getting beat up by tackles?
1 hour.
And now, in my defense, I ain't get beat up a lot.
No, but
it'd be more like 15 minutes. It won't be
I don't know.
Hey, we ain't gonna talk about that last year in Jacksonville. That might
be 15 minutes of the 1 hour. By the way, who was it? Who had the thing? It was a Trent. Trent. You know, that hands on the hips thing. You did that your whole career. Did you pick up on that, Kyle? Trent brought up to us. Trent Cole.
Oh no, he talking about. But this day was a little different.
You had your hand on your hips because you were cooked.
Oh yeah, I was done.
But if you watch the Bye Bye Barry documentary, when Barry runs past you, you have the hands on your hips.
Because it's like I'm thinking at that point. So I just stopped and said, well, ain't too much I can do about that. He about 30, 40 yards in front of me.
If we find an old scouting report on Hugh Douglas, they're already like, wow, high motor, good player, gets a lot of sacks, but when things go bad, hands on his hips, he gives up. It's like, the calling card.
No, it's more like, let's assess this situation here. How much energy are we going to disperse trying to catch Barry?
Yeah, well, you
That's
weren't
a lost cause. I mean, like seriously, who's catching Barry from behind?
I saw some teammates chasing.
They did, but because they were in the frame and they just had to keep it. They just had to make it look good.
Also, you didn't realize 25 years later there'd be a documentary.
I did not, but I was like, damn.
With that clip,
you don't realize like how you try to frame it for people. Barry was the absolute quickest and fast. Like normally you're one or the other. You're either quick or you're fast.
He's both.
He was quick and fast, and when he changed direction, man. It was a sight to behold. I played in the era where my first couple years in the NFL, I was a spectator. I had the best seat in the house. Dan Marino, best seat in the house to watch him work and just run that offense
Weren't
that
you
he ran.
supposed to be hitting him?
I was supposed to be. Bruce Smith, watch him work. Man, who else? Bryce Pop, I could throw him in there. Who else is in our division? Curtis Martin, Willie McGinn.
Sure.
Like Lawyer Malloy, Ty Law. Like you watch some cats. I played in a division where it was some dogs in that division.
Sure.
Marshall Faulk, man, it was crazy. Crazy time.
215-592-9494 for your phone calls. And joining us next, Brian Dawkins to weigh in on the great career of Brandon Graham. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Ike Reese here from our friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRUncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRUncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRUncomplicated.com.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Golden State Warriors advance, and Adam Silver breathes a sigh of relief. With LeBron James and the Lakers out, it's good to have at least one living legend like Steph Curry still playing. The NBA has some incredible young players, but they're not quite ready to say goodbye to LeBron and Curry. Eventually, other guys will fill that void. But for now, it's good for ratings to have the four-time champion Curry still alive as they go deeper into the playoffs. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is BG Day.
From the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank y'all.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard on BG Day tonight. BG Live at the Colonial Theater. We're going to be at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. That's where the afternoon show is going to be, doing their show before BG Live, and then obviously everyone meeting up for a great event tonight. And it's been Brandon Graham stories and Brandon Graham appreciation on the station all day long. And joining us next to talk about Brandon Graham, a guy that had a chance to watch him become a great leader in Philadelphia. And before him, he was a great leader in Philadelphia. Brian Dawkins joins the Midday Show right now. Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
All right, and you, man. How you been, man? I ain't talked to you in a while.
I'm good, dog. I'm good, man. Hey, you, what was the first thing that I asked you? Do you remember the first time I asked you about when you told me it's going to be a BG Day?
Oh, yeah, talk about us on Cinco de Mayo when we're going to do crack jokes or something. It's a roast.
Does he speak a lick of Spanish, man?
Oh, yeah. No, he does not. But I told you, remember I told you, I said we just changed because it's a play on 5-5, May 5th. 5-5.
Yeah, I can dig it. I can dig it. What y'all got for me?
Doc, what was it like for you watching the career of Brandon Graham and really watching him become a leader and a guy that moved up the charts all time in the most games played ever here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, if you go back to the post that I posted, when he decided to retire, I just talked about the story that's going to be told about a smallish defensive end that was considered to be a bust by many, who have gone on to be one of the legends to play in Philadelphia and to be known for the sack. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The script, the sack. So to me, that speaks the volumes to any of young people out there who are ascribing to be something that, just because you start off a specific way. And he also talked about in his own story about his mind changing. So his mindset changed about what he needed to do to be better than he was the first couple of years. And then that's when it happened. He became BG, the smiling assassin.
I like that nickname for him, Hugh. That's a good one.
That's pretty cool. But Brian, my question is this, because we know, and I was a part of when you left Philadelphia and you went to Denver, and I know for a fact you never wanted to leave. So what does it say to you, or how does it make you feel when you know that BG played here for 15 seasons?
Well, I love it for him. I absolutely, and that's the way it's supposed to be, in my opinion, when you have a person to play the way that he's played and love the city the way he loves it, and is willing to stay around and do what he needs to do from that standpoint in the community as well. That's the way it's supposed to be. And I wish it would have happened.
Me too.
A couple of years prior, but it did. But for BG, I'm just so happy that it's happened for him, because he's also such a good dude, man. Good dude.
Brian, what does it tell you about a player and you did it too, that plays that long? Like, what does it take? What did it take for you? What do you think it took for him? Because it's just so rare. I mean, obviously, Hugh mentioned he played his whole career here, but just the longevity, whether it's here or anybody anywhere else. What is that like to last in the NFL that long? It's so rare. I mean, the average career is, 3-4 years? I mean, you lasted 16. Brandon lasted 15. What does that say about a player when they can go that far into their career?
Wow. I mean, obviously, there's some gifts in there as well, right? We're gifted to be able to do things, play the game a specific way with talents and the like. But it also, you have to take care of your body, man. That's one thing that I was very keen on, taking care of my body. The way that I still lift today is because I took care of my body when I was playing the game back then. And BG's a similar way, man. He takes care of himself. And then also I would say that there's a routine that you get into that you know you have to do things a specific way in the off season. There is no off season for someone who's playing the International Football League, in my opinion, because you always in a mindset that you have to continue to stay working, stay moving. Even when you're resting, it has to be an active rest, the way that I see it. And to me, that's one of the things that you would see BG constantly working on his body, what he puts in his body for the most part. And to me, if you look at the guys who play long periods of time, that would be across the board. The guys knowing how to work, knowing how to recover properly, and knowing how to take care of the body.
Brian Dawkins joining us here on the Midday Show on Brandon Graham Day, 5-5. It is Cinco de Mayo. We're going to be celebrating Brandon Graham all day here.
He don't speak a lick of Spanish.
That's
either.
all right. You know what? Today we all do. we should ask him we see him tonight. Brandon, be real. You speak any Spanish? Brian, let's go back to this past year with the Eagles doing what they did and winning the Super Bowl. What was it like for you to watch the year that Brandon had? Because when the year started, I mean, we didn't know how much he was going to play. We knew he was coming back for his last season, but the Eagles had signed Bryce Huff, and they had drafted Nolan Smith and Jay Alexander. We weren't sure, was he just going to play a little bit? But boy, Brian, he was still a huge part of the defense. Then he gets hurt, and he comes back, and he plays in the Super Bowl. I mean, what a story in his final year on top of everything else.
Man, you couldn't have written it no better. Like, seriously. Drama right at the end. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, no, it's over for him. And all of a sudden, he rises back up, plays in the last game, and they win the Super Bowl. So now he rides off into into the sunset, right? I mean, you can't write it any better. But as far as the season is concerned, man, it would be one thing if we had seen Brandon not being able to, be BG, right?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see that. I didn't see. Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it. I mean, I was a little jealous because he was balling. Hey, against the Rams. Hey, he was balling against the Rams. Now I was like, damn, wish I could do that.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? So it was there, like, and you heard Vic even say it, like, I'm not. Yeah, I guess he was joking around. I'm not going to let you retire because you're still so productive. So again, it wasn't like he couldn't do it. So for him to get hurt, and I thought it might have been over as well, but there was some chirps that he would be able to come back. And so I'm happy that he was able to come back. And even though he tore it again, but it don't matter. They won the ring.
Brian, watching him both closely and from afar, what do you think made him such a good leader? Because everyone we've talked to today and every one of his teammates that chimed in the last few months after his announcement, they all seem to point to not just a really good player for a long time, but also someone that just made the team better just by his personality and being around. What do you think made him such a good leader?
One thing I would say is I don't think BG has ever had a bad day. Like, when you walk in, like his smile, and I'm not talking about the first couple of years. First couple of years, there are a lot of bad days, I guess. But after that, going into the transformation into the person that we're talking about now, like he's always upbeat, always smiling. Even when certain things are not the way that he would want them to be, he still have a positive mindset about it. And that's contagious, right? That type of person is contagious that you want to be around. And so he's also the type of dude in practice that, he jokes all the time. And somebody on this phone or on this call right now used to joke all the time in practice too. And what that does, though, it lightens the mood. Like, even though you're grinding and grinding things out, when you have guys around like that with those type of personalities, like it lightens things up, and you don't feel the pain quite as much as you would. And then he was also someone that's very outspoken as it pertains to stepping or asking someone what's going on, right? He's going to be the type of teammate that if he sees something going on, that he's going to, come sit beside you and want to talk to, see if he can help in some type of way. And that's always a great thing.
Well, it is, especially the light in the mood thing. I feel like you need that in the locker room.
Yeah,
sounds like you were the one doing that back in the day.
Well, no, we used to have fun, man. It was like, we had a very, very unique locker room. And You could tell stories about. See, Doc didn't say a whole lot during the week because he was too busy moving around like an old man. But boy, when he put that helmet on, it was like Jekyll and Hyde, boy. Speaking of Jekyll and Hyde, Doc, since we're here now. So who came up with the Hawaiian themed Brian Dawkins Impact Golf Tournament thing? Who came up with that?
That was me, man.
So you just want us to wear Hawaiian? See, we got to wear Hawaiian shirts, Joe.
You have one ready to go?
Yeah, I got a couple of them.
Okay.
Oh, listen, I bought Tommy Bahama shirts years ago.
Just for this.
So
Bring 'em out, brother.
listen.
Bring him out.
So when Ike told me, because you know I barely pay attention to my email. I don't even open my email here at work. Ike said, "Yeah, man, it's a Hawaiian theme." I said, "Get out of town." I bought these shirts about 30 years ago. I'm gonna go ahead and break one of these suckers out. Boy, I can't wait to this golf tournament.
So let me give you the inside scoop on that. So the reason why I did it, is because we who have gone to the Pro Bowl actually went across the water to the Pro Bowl, right? And I remember the feeling of that. I remember of going to the Pro Bowl and going to the Ihalani. And the feeling of it, the vibe of the whole thing, the feeling of the whole event.
Yes.
And so I said, you know what? I want to see if I can allow people to escape and feel, give people a little bit of feeling of what we felt going to Hawaii, going to the Pro Bowl. So that's really where the theme came in. And that's what the event is going to be about. We're going to try our best to kind of put things around the compound to allow people to escape from their daily walks, to be able to come experience what the food and the atmosphere was that I felt at the Pro Bowl.
So there will be a lay at the golf tournament?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get a lay.
Okay.
Get a couple of them.
All right, Hugh. You got the Hawaiian shirt, you got the lei, the luau, and you got the golf. Brian, it's coming up June 1st, June 1st and 2nd, right? The Penn Oaks Golf Club.
June 1st and 2nd. Yep. And there's still tickets available for the Island Field is what we call
the Island Field.
The Island Field.
The Island.
I like that. I like that. Man. Good stuff, Brian. We appreciate you as always. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you for being part of the Brandon Graham Day here on WIP.
Absolutely. Y'all be blessed, man.
Hey, have a good one, man.
There he goes, Dawkins with us, Brian Dawkins, about his golf tour. You were very mature. I mean, yeah, you vered off a little bit there.
And you see, he kept it focused.
Well, because he knows how to deal with you. I mean, why
are you looking at me like that, Kyle?
Because this is what we have to deal with every day.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna get a lay.
Just wondering what kind of eagle you would have been if Brian Dawkins wasn't there
to rein me in.
To keep the
Well, you saw what those Jets teams did. Yep. Same guy. Lost every week.
I just can't wait to wear my. Listen.
How old are these shirts you have?
Man.
Maybe you should refresh and get some new ones.
No, but let me tell you, these are vintage.
Yeah.
These are vintage.
That's what they call old.
They're vintage. And I got some that still have the price tag on them that I haven't worn. Because I went through this phase, right?
What year did you buy these?
Probably the first year I went to the Pro Bowl.
Oh, Hugh, that was the night.
Yeah. They're still in good shape, though. Have you ever seen the Tommy Bahama shirts?
Yes.
They are classics. These are classic shirts.
Kyle, where do you come down on Hugh wearing a 1999 Tommy Bahama shirt?
I guess it's better than the olive green sweatsuit they wore the last golf.
I got some golf pants too. I'm gonna dress up.
Golf shoes? What are you gonna wear? Jordans?
No, you know what's funny? I do have a pair of golf shoes that are they're J's that I bought when I was young in my shoe game. And I just wanted them because they were J's. So I got a pair somewhere. They're in there
I don't know what we're gonna do with golf Hugh. I mean, that's not like you don't scream golf when I
don't. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I just ain't brought myself to get them damn clubs though.
Well, that's the last piece of the puzzle
here. It's a Gripperton.
Yeah.
Well,
come on.
A Gripperton.
Yeah. It's an investment. 215.
How much am I gonna play golf for real though?
Well,
it gotta make sense.
Not much.
So I might just go get me some used clubs.
Well, you could do that. All right, 215-592-9494. For this hour on 94 WIP is fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will treat your car to 94 only at Sunoco. All right, we have a gift card today to give away. $100 to Sunoco to give away today. The best call we get to Why You Love BG is the winner of this gift card today. We'll give that away. We got you people coming up in a little bit as well on the show. 215-592-9494. Let's grab Joe, and then let's give a few thoughts on the Phils. Everyone's talked about the Phils all weekend. They won 2 out of 3 over the Diamondbacks. What's up, Joe?
Is that me?
That are you,
That
Joe?
would be you.
Maybe.
Well, it's either you
Yes,
or me,
that's
Joe.
me.
And no one needs to
That's
hear me
me.
anymore. So you go, Joe. You're up.
If yesterday was May the 4th be with you, today is May the 5th BG.
May the
So-
5th BG. You in that here? No.
Instead of be with you, whatever.
You guys are hard
Here's
on the
the
callers.
reason why Brandon is our favorite. In November of 2018, my son got diagnosed with cancer and had to have an amputation in February of 2019. And somehow 5 Eagles called. The very first one who left a voice video for him was Brandon Graham. And the best thing that came from it is it made my wife committed to the Eagles like nobody else.
I'm sure.
Oh, that's cool.
And we did get to meet him the next summer at training camp. He spent 5-10 minutes with us. It was a huge deal. It's not as huge as the biggest play in the Eagles' defensive history, but it's a pretty close second.
Well,
And
Joe,
so-
I can only imagine now. Here's as you're telling me the story. My first thought is it is special, and I'm so glad that he did that for your family. I'm also not surprised, which tells you a lot
Yeah, he's
about
a
the
special
person.
guy. Yeah, he's a
Yes,
Like
we're not
when you said
surprised
it, it
either.
wasn't like some athletes. You'd be like, wow, because they don't do those kind of things. They don't take the time. I'm not surprised, Joe. I'm
Well,
sure a lot of
it does-
people in the area have similar stories, it shows about him.
And I'm sure they do. And he knows because I got to tell him, and those other 5 players do as well. It means so much, even more than what happens on the field, because people who have cancer just feel alone. And for him to break through that, it just means so much. And, it's just a little thing. 1 minute that he took out of his day, it'll mean everything to us the rest of our lives.
Well,
And
Joe. Well, thank you.
thanks, BG.
Well, thank you for sharing the story. I mean, it shines a light, Joe. We appreciate
that's
it.
pretty cool,
on
man.
the guy he is.
Yeah, it really is, man. I mean, to hear that story and BG do things like that, it is pretty cool.
Well, especially, I always think when people tell these stories, sometimes these things are publicized, right? This becomes a story you'll see a clip or something, but sometimes they're not, right? Sometimes these things just happen, and then you find out about them after, like we did there. We appreciate that story. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the next caller here. His name is Derek Walton, and we know him as that, but Brandon knows him as his father. Brandon Graham's father, Derek, on the line with us right now. Derek, how are you today?
Hey, everything's going good. How's it going over there?
Hey, it's pretty good. We're celebrating your son's day.
Yeah, I heard.
Derek, let me ask you this, because I'm sure you're so proud of him and what he became and the career he had. Can you try to put into words first what it means to you that your son wasn't just a great Eagle, but he's beloved here in this city?
Oh yeah. He always been a beloved kid though. Everybody loved him. That smile tell it all. I guess my personality rubs off on him too. That's just how we are. Just people just cling to us like that. 'Cause we're just some good people. But he definitely is an awesome kid. I couldn't ask for no better son than him.
Well, he's a great guy and a great football player here for a long time. 15 years. I mean, Derek, when his career started, imagine if I had told you 15 years and he'd play more games as an Eagle than anyone ever. What would you have said if I told you that?
I really don't know what I would have said, but I said with his attitude and his hard work, I would have believed it, but to see it, to be so real with it is like, unreal,
Derek, was he, you mentioned he always had that positivity to him. Did he still have it early on? Because early in his career here, it was challenging, right? He didn't get off to the best start, and it was difficult for him. He told us it was difficult. Did he express that to you guys and you and his family, or did he even stay positive all the time, even when things weren't great?
You mean as an Eagle?
As an Eagle, early on, yeah.
Yeah. Well, for one, he was just really excited to get drafted, and we all was, excited to get drafted. But once he put them pads and stuff on to go through the professional and the NFL and people that's like better than him and up against the same kind of talent that he have, of course it's a little struggle. I'm sure everybody in college that come out of college have a little struggle sometime, but he got through it. He stayed positive, and just never let stuff get to him.
Derek, to take us through the moment, his best moment in the NFL, his biggest one. He has the strip sack on Tom Brady in Super Bowl 52. Take us through your moment there, watching your son have a special play like that. Were you in the stadium, watching at home with family? Where were you? What was your reaction when that moment happened?
Well, I was in the stadium, and when I seen the play, I almost jumped on the field from my seat. That's about the best I can describe it. I couldn't believe that. That's just how it was with any big play he'd make, through his professional career. I can't sit down. But that play made me really want to jump on that field, though.
I don't think you're the only one. I bet
you that everybody wanted to jump on the field.
Everybody listening wanted to do that. Derek, we appreciate you calling in for your son's special day. He was an awesome player, and he's truly beloved here in Philadelphia. Thank you, Derek.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
There he goes, Derek Walt. Well, he said it, and he didn't have to say it. I can hear Brandon in his voice.
Yeah.
I can almost
the bubbly nature. Yeah, all of that.
The laugh too.
The effervescence. Yeah.
Sometimes it's remarkable how you can meet someone for 10 seconds or 2 minutes, talk to someone, you feel like, that's Brandon Graham's father there. 215-592-9494. All right, one segment left on our portion of the Brandon Graham special day here. BG Day 5-5 Cinco de Mayo. I didn't think about that till Doc said it. We don't even know if Brandon knows any Spanish.
He don't. I would venture to say no, I probably don't know Spanish.
I mean, maybe Joe puts him on the spot tonight.
We know Hugh doesn't.
¿Cómo se llamas?
We haven't tapped it. This is an untapped market we haven't gotten to.
Muy bien, gracias. Muy caliente.
Kyle, we just stumbled into something.
Save yourself, buddy.
Hugh speaking different languages is the next iteration of this. What other you bilingual, trilingual? How many languages you know?
He's barely
He's fairly lingual.
I barely speak English. Let them people on the YouTube tell it. What is he saying? What?
You're the only American talk show host that barely speaks English.
The only one.
Douglas.
And the
ambiguity. I like that one.
A is for that. All right. 215-592-9494. Your phone. It's our last shot to get in. Your phone call here. Why you love Brandon Graham. Best call we get today. I'm assuming we're excluding his father. I don't feel like he's eligible for the prize.
No,
because
he's not.
That's his dad. All right, you have a story or a favorite moment or just why you love BG. 215-592-9494. Best call today wins our prize. We'll get to you people. Plus, we'll get to some Phillies takeaways from the weekend. They win 2 out of 3, but the only time today that I teed up the Phillies, Rhea was annoyed at them. Our takeaways from the Phillies winning, but dropping yesterday's series finale. Chance at a sweep, they didn't get it. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. On the Diamond today, we love the under 8 total in the Tigers-Astros matchup in Houston. A great pitching duel between Jack Flaherty and Ronald Blanco. Flaherty allowed just 2 runs in his last start, while Blanco allowed only 1 run in his last appearance. On top of that, these are the 2 best pins in the AL, with each bullpen posting an ERA under 3, so we're going with the under. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to store bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus.
Why? It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonades. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at FWGS.com. Please enter responsibly.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
Hey Google, cool down my car.
and,
Hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Brandon Graham.
May 5th is now BG Day.
94 WIP.
Play balls.
2 strikes. Beeks delivers. Swing and a hot shot to first, picked by Naylor. He'll run to the bag, and that will end the ball game. Kyle Schwarber smoked it, but on one hop, Josh Naylor takes care of it, and the Diamondbacks avoid the sweep with an 11-9 win in 10 innings today.
That was a wild game yesterday. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to your phone calls on BG. Final chance to hop in for today and compete for the $100 gift card to Sunoco. Your favorite BG story, and really why for you BG is a player you loved here in Philadelphia. But Hugh, the Phillies win 2 out of 3 over the weekend. They have had a few opportunities this year, though, to sweep a series, right? Especially at home. They win the first 2. Mm-hmm. They did this with Miami. I think they've done it like 3 or 4 times now, where they win the first 2 games at home in a series, and then they drop the last one. And again, 2 out of 3 is good. You keep stacking 2 out of 3s; those are good.
Yeah, but that was a winnable one.
Very well. They came back. I mean, they got the game in extra innings. They were down 7-1. It looked like a clear loss, but then they come all the way back, and then it just was frustrating the way they lost because the defense gave out. And they gave out pitching-wise, and then they just couldn't get a big hit in the last inning of that game.
Yeah, and, one thing that jumped out to me from this weekend is that Sherbert, whatever you want to call him, Sherbert.
11 homers.
We need to go ahead and figure that out. I know that normally you don't want to do anything during the season, but I would definitely let him know that you are a big part of what I want to, factor in to this team in off season. I would definitely let him know.
Well, the home run Friday night got them back to where they could win that game. And then yesterday, he gets the game within 1. And I mean, sometimes I watch their offense, and I know they had a pretty good weekend overall, but I watch their offense, and I'm like, if not for him, they just wouldn't score a lot of runs.
He's the only guy that when I look at this team, and you talk about making adjustments to this season, that he's done it and has not batted an eye. He's the guy that, wherever you want him hitting the lineup, that's what he's going to do.
So his OPS now after yesterday is 955, Hugh. He's the only guy over 900 right now in the lineup. And you look at the other players that are even over 800. Sosa, but he doesn't play much. And Kepler, who's been on a nice streak. I mean, everybody else is in the 700s or the 600s. That includes Trey Turner and Harper. We'll get to in a second. Castellanos, Real Muto. I mean, he's been by far, Schwarber, their best offensive player. Defense wasn't great yesterday, but all right, they win 2 out of 3. But Hugh, we had a conversation on Friday about Bryce Harper and what's going on because he just hasn't been great so far this season. Now, he did hit a home run, which is good this weekend, and hopefully it's the beginning of something. But it was interesting. Friday, we had a discussion on our show about Bryce Harper. Afternoon show had a discussion on their show about Bryce Harper. And then Friday night, City Connect night, Scott in L.A. on the broadcast had a conversation about Bryce Harper and where he's at right now.
Seems to be this narrative about town that Bryce Harper isn't having any fun, isn't enjoying playing baseball. And I think the folks down at ground level will tell you differently. He's not happy that he's not hitting the way.
That's what it is.
Yeah. But you ask around and what kind of a teammate he's been and all that. The pitch is up high. And they say Harper might be the best he's ever been as a teammate in terms of being supportive of others and staying engaged on the bench, even when things are not going well for him. The 1-0 pitch. Schwarber swings, hits a comebacker. Kelly's got it, throws low to second. Perdomo fields, falling down in the bag, and his throw to first is not in time. I mean, he literally did a belly flop on top of the second base bag to catch that throw from Merrill Kelly. And Kelly upset with himself for botching that potential double play.
Oh, that was you're not going to get much of an easier double play than that.
So it'll go 1-6 to put out at second base.
Well, what was it Harper said? When I was a jerk, I hit great. Maybe I should go back to being a jerk. Now I'm trying to be a nicer guy, and I'm not hitting. I'm going to go back to being a jerk.
Here's Castellanos, big swing, no contact on a breaking ball. It's 0-1.
Something, I don't know exactly, but something along those lines. Yeah, he's not going to be jumping up and down. I don't think there's too many players who are going to be all thrilled and excited about struggling. Not that he's...
0-1 pitch, and that's down low. He lays off.
Not like he's struggling for the whole month. He's not where he wants to be. And he's not happy that he's not there.
Hugh, what'd you make of that? That was interesting that Scott, the way I understood it is he kind of asked around, right? He asked around the team, and his teammates, or at least people around the team, seemed like they're saying the teammate stuff is fine. He's just upset at the way he's playing.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where I mean I get what they're saying.
Yeah,
and they're trying to say that he's upbeat, but it's the body language.
Yes.
It's for us that don't know. Just like when I asked Scott last week about the certain things that are going on in the locker room, he said, "Hey man, it's not." He was giving me the inside scoop about the people that are sitting on the bench or whatever, on the couch or whatever. The unfortunate thing about it is that we on the outside looking in, that's all we have is those little mannerisms of body language and things of that nature. Just like, perfect example, and I'm not trying to draw attention to it, but the perfect example is of this weekend. A.J. Brown got engaged to his fiance.
Which was
an event within itself.
Yeah, I was going to say a pretty high-profile kind of event.
Yes, John Legend, singing and everything.
Setting that bar high.
Set it super high. I'll never get married again because I can't live up to those expectations. But
that'd be a lot of planning for you, yeah.
It was noticed by a few people how, in his wedding, his fiance's, his engagement party, I should say, that there were certain individuals that were missing. Now, that could have been anything. It could have been a scheduling conflict or whatever. But when you're when the public eye like that, and you're the face of the franchise or whatever, the point that I'm getting at is that you leave it open for speculation.
People go off of what they see.
Yes.
Yeah.
You leave everything open for speculation.
Yep.
So the Phillies aren't playing well. Bryce Harper's power is not there. Well, it wasn't there. We had the conversation. So it leads us to speculate. And, when you're short, it means, because even Dev talked about it. Devin, you're a little short and you're not doing well. People notice that. And so now they're wondering why it's like that, regardless to what anybody else says inside the organization. That's inside the organization. Now, the people outside, we're trying to figure out what's going on with Bryce.
Yep.
Is he okay? I mean, is he hurt? Because you even said, is he hurt? Because normally when he's trying to bunt, that means he's not confident in his swing or something
off.
like
Yeah,
that. So, and then when you get in the press conference and you're asked questions, that you're being short. But I will say this: somebody's listening, because he wasn't as short in his last press conference that I saw.
Let's get to that. So yesterday, he did have a better day. If you just look, I mean, obviously yesterday was a better day. He had 2 hits, hit a home run, his first home run since April 18th. Unfortunately for him and the Phillies, he didn't get those hits late. He struck out in the 9th, and then he had to fly out in the 10th when the Phillies were trying to win the game. Obviously, in both of those innings, he couldn't do it. And he was, I mean, you could hear it. Bryce is frustrated after the game, and he expounded a little bit yesterday on those frustrations.
Kind of what are you feeling at the plate, and what do you kind of make of how it's gone for you so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just frustrated on a bigger level. Just want to come through for the team and play well. And obviously, I've been through ruts in my career and gone through ups and downs, and worse than what I'm on right now. But just frustrated for the fans, frustrated for my team. Even that last moment right there against Beeks, just not coming through, just super frustrated for that. So just want to play better, got to play better, take better at bats and all that kind of stuff. So just got to be a better ball player.
And you know what? The unfortunate thing about that, Bryce, is that we just want to know, as fans. It sounds so simple, but when you say stuff like that in the simplest way, people get that. But we want to know, so you don't want to be left for the reckless speculation that we like to do.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah. Hey, oh my gosh, Bryce is really, really short today. Is he okay? Things like that. It's a small thing, and I know sometimes, as professional athletes, you don't feel like talking, but you got to say something, because you have to know that your nonverbal communication speaks volumes sometimes.
Right. Well, and because he's a guy, and you said this last week when we had the discussion, when things are going well, he's demonstrative. He talks. He'll do he'll rip open the Superman chest on his jersey. He likes to he likes to have fun with the crowd when he's doing well, which is great. But when he's not, then we don't know what's going on. If he was a player that didn't ever show emotion, I don't think we talk about it much.
No. But
he does.
When it's going bad or it's going sideways, I should say, not bad. You look at him as the compass, the moral, I guess, like better way of saying, the moral compass, or like the steadying vibe in the locker room.
What's Jalen's thing? What was Jalen's thing about the thermometer and the temperature?
Detect the temperature. Yeah.
Be the thermostat,
Right.
or something like that.
Jalen sets the temperature. Yeah. That Bryce at times obviously sets the temperature. Now, look, let's hope yesterday, although he didn't perform in the 9th and 10th, let's hope it's a jumping off point. He did have 2 hits, and he did a home run the other way yesterday. So that's a good sign. Phillies don't sweep the series, but 2 out of 3. Day off today, and then we get Tampa and Cleveland tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, they're playing in a minor league park the next 3 nights.
Is that right?
So Tampa, they had the hurricane.
Okay, so they had to move. They had to change the venue.
They're playing in the Yankees spring training site for the season. So we're playing games the rest of this week in a spring training stadium.
Gotcha.
Eric is in Middletown, is up with a BG story. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy 5-5 day.
Happy 5-5 day, also known as Cinco de Mayo, Hugh. 5-5.
5-5.
Quick story of my kid played Little League football. We used to go to the NovaCare Center for the junior day and get to throw some balls, hit some pads, catch some passes. We did. I dreamed of it, but I didn't. I was too big for it. But long story short, you'd go into the NovaCare and it'd be, number 5-5 be sitting there holding court, and you could wait. The kids could wait in line and chat with Brandon Graham, and it was really cool. Like, my kid did it 4 years in a row. And the last time he won was the year after the Super Bowl. And when he got off, I said to him, what'd you say to Brandon Graham? And he's like, great strip sack, bro. So that's my Brandon Graham story.
Well, I like that one. I'm sure Brandon's heard that in a lot of different ways, but that one might be one of the more unique ones. A kid will always just tell you what they're thinking off the top of their head. Great strip sack, bro.
Yeah, that's what kids do, man. They're awesome. They're awesome. They're the best.
Yeah, there's no filter on a kid.
None whatsoever. Sometimes that can work against you, though.
Yeah, like what?
When they talk bad about you. Or tell you,
You getting roasted by kids?
Oh, all the time.
Kids are rent-free in Hugh's head.
I know.
With the hot dog thing.
I like the brutal honesty of children. Because
Do you?
I do.
I feel like
I do. I know it just gives you something to think about, though. It definitely does. But
and you think about it.
Gives you something to think about.
Sounds like we might need to bring some kid callers on it to give you their unfiltered takes on you, Hugh. Here's what I think of your show and your takes.
Ain't that what we do when we talk to you people?
Well,
like, talk to unfiltered.
But they're not children. I mean, I guess they could be children.
They?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the YouTube chat.
They could be. But there is a level of childlike, glee when they talk bad about us.
They also own space in Hugh's head.
I told you it was going to happen as soon as we went on YouTube. He's going to think about what he's wearing. He's going to think about his appearance.
Well, I have started, try to wear clothes as much as I possibly can now.
Yeah.
You started thinking about the cameras as soon as they put them
Totally. We knew it was going to happen.
I'm okay. I've adjusted well.
Yeah.
I'm adjusting.
I think for the most part.
For the most part.
Now, did the voice thing with Hugh happen post YouTube when he?
Oh yeah, the helium incident.
Yeah, he's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey. That was like a day or two before it happened, and I like how you just set that up, knowing dang on well that it did happen before we.
I don't know if it did. We've been on YouTube for over a month now, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that was April 15th.
Oh, we were on YouTube.
Definitely on YouTube.
We were.
Yeah. So people saw your voice leave you.
They saw it. They saw it leave me. It was an out of body experience.
Totally. Let's go to Larry and Jake, and then we'll check in with those you people. What's up, Larry?
Mitch and Green.
Green.
He ain't make it. He ain't ready.
Jenkintown 19046.
Wow.
Maybe.
Maybe
she goes.
that's.
What do we
That sounded like somebody's address. So.
Oh yeah. Well, that's. Is that on us or is that on Larry?
Well, I mean, it's on Larry, but it was on me to dump it as I did. So.
I do enjoy when we have someone at work call in and then we hear their work. Obviously, if it's something like that, we can't let you hear that. All right, can we hear from you people? Well, we can't hear from Larry. We can check in with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Conflicting comments about Giglio's looks today.
Okay.
Someone said you needed a haircut because you got some 5 o'clock shadow on your head. How often do you get haircuts?
Well, do we call them haircuts?
Well,
there's not enough hair to cut. I just shaved my head.
You just shave your head?
Every other day. So it's going to be tonight. So,
all right. Well,
so I think they're onto something.
Especially because they called out the 5 o'clock shadow. Yeah.
Is that what it is for a head?
I've never noticed.
I thought it was an interesting phrase for it. So.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go with that.
Fine.
Sure.
But somebody then replied and said your head looks so shiny that it can tell the future. Think it's a crystal ball.
It needs to be a little bit more. The ball head jokes. Come on, can we be a little bit more creative?
Well, I mean.
Also, I'm not recently bald. I mean, this has been a thing for a while.
Well, I'm just saying, but it's just like is crystal ball when that's
recently on YouTube, yeah.
I guess it's still new for those people. And we could have newer YouTube people who just got in and they're like, I didn't realize he was that bald.
Look how bald he is.
Again, I mean, I shave my own head. I don't run from this. It's not like I have a bald spot. I don't admit it. Like some people are like that. But
you experimented with the cul-de-sac reason.
I did, but it then.
What happened to that?
He bailed instantly.
Speaking of kids, my son was like, "What are you doing? Cut it off." He was distraught.
So you got bullied back into being full bald?
I got bullied.
Yeah, you can't embarrass the kids.
But I will say, I think the light above my head in here accentuates the reality.
Yeah, it does. It makes you look really, really white.
Yeah. Well, I'm very.
I'm
very
just saying,
white.
but not as white as it make. Because I'm looking at the thing. You look really, really.
I look
really white.
whiter on YouTube than I really am.
And it doesn't help because you got on the Eagles autism thing.
Yeah,
too.
I thought today was a good day to wear this. But
as I tend to wear darker colors like on a daily basis.
You're wearing dark on dark. I'm wearing light on light.
Yeah,
that's the midday show.
Speaking of what he was wearing, somebody wondered why you couldn't be bothered to wear a green shirt today for BG Day.
Why wouldn't I be bothered?
I don't know why. Some people fixate on really odd things. Yeah. Like, why isn't Hugh Douglas wearing a green shirt today? Like,
what you mean? I'm supposed to wear like a BG?
I guess.
A BG shirt?
I know. Look, those people.
It was in your email. If you read it, you would have seen that.
It was?
No, I'm kidding.
No, because I ain't read my email in a
You
while.
got back into his email today. It was
Did he?
big,
For the first time.
Congrats, man.
Yeah.
Suspended from it for a while.
The reason why I didn't wear it because I didn't put that much thought into what I was wearing. Seriously, all jokes aside, you know what I thought about? Because this is what I have to wear tonight when we go to the meet and greet.
Yep.
So I want to look presentable.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's a presentable shirt.
Yeah, and so, I let everybody else do that. I wear, I'll just wear what I want to wear.
Yeah, well, look, it's BG's day, not your day.
No, it's not.
But your day was 5-3. How did you celebrate 5-3? For people were wondering.
Oh, they wonder how to.
What'd you do on Saturday?
The trace?
Yeah.
Well.
Anything good on Saturday?
Well, about like every other Saturday, we had me a gummy and drank some bourbon.
That's a big celebration.
Big time.
I mean, look, it's your day.
I had me a gummy and drank some bourbon and watched some TV.
Yep. All right, we were talking about you on the golf course and getting you a set of clubs. Mm-hmm. Somebody pointed out it would probably behoove you to get custom fitted clubs because of your alligator arms.
Well, I was thinking about that. I had some, but I haven't hit them in so long. I need to get some new ones.
To be fair, does Hugh have short arms for regular people, or he has short arms for a defensive end?
I have short arms for defensive.
It's just morphed into.
We have now created a world where you have tiny arms, where that's not really true. Compared to most of our listeners, you probably have longer arms.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just the narrative that we
like to.
Go
We like to be dramatic.
We took some liberties. Okay, so Hugh has T-Rex arms.
Yes. Good for Hugh being so professional today while talking to his eventual replacement, Brandon Graham.
Well, that's the way it works for every Eagles defensive end.
I'd like to clap back at that one, though. I'm okay if Brandon wants to work here. I can always go back to Georgia. I mean,
wow.
I did.
Is that a threat?
No, I'm just saying. I mean,
threatening the bosses at WIP.
No, I'm just saying. I did. I did radio in 2 major markets. So,
this is.
I like it. No, it's a good flex.
You should.
Good.
Also, there's plenty of room here. If
Brandon wants to come, he'd be more than welcome.
Well, Brandon's been a part of WIP for a while,
forever, and it would be silly to think that he wouldn't be.
Right.
For the foreseeable future.
Right. I don't know what his future is, what job he's going to do, or what he wants to do, but I imagine he's going to have a role on this station.
Well, look, I mean, you were able to keep it together while talking to your actual replacement in Trent Cole earlier today.
Yep.
Yes.
So,
even told the story of when he realized Trent was terrible.
I do well. Like, I know how things work. Yeah. Big old dinner table.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Speaking of knowing how things work, people saw me laughing during the Jeffrey Lurie replay, and it was because Hugh was in my ear
whispering
to me.
Just to give everyone a glimpse. So
with your mics
all right, so we have a button in here. You might see this if you watch on YouTube or you see clips. So Hugh and I have a button, right? So we could press a button and talk to only Kyle, right? So like it doesn't go over the air, it's not on the microphone, but we talk into the microphone to do it.
Yeah.
So but typically if if I have to, I want Kyle to find a piece of audio or something, and Hugh's talking or a caller's talking, I'll press that button and I'll whisper to Kyle.
Keep it down a little bit because
Keep it
Hugh's
down.
mic is on and can
Right.
pick it up.
So I'm not yelling, but Kyle can hear me. So I think we're used to that. So we were replaying the Jeff Lurie interview. Obviously, no one can hear us. The Lurie interview's on the air, and he was like, Kyle, what do we think about this?
I even said, I'm like, you don't have to whisper.
And then he kept doing
And I
it.
proceeded to whisper. Because it just felt like the right thing
It's a
to do,
habit.
man.
No,
it just felt like the right
I
thing
think it's
to
better
do.
you stayed in that habit rather than start to
So,
scream
yeah.
into the mic to Kyle.
You did once yawn loud enough so that Joe's mic can pick it up.
And you know what my
We
biggest,
can't live that one down.
fear is? Sometimes, when we're off the air, I like to work a little blue.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
it's-
yeah,
and that's the biggest fear. So that's why I was kind of whispering because I was just like I don't want to say nothing crazy.
Well,
because every now and then I'd be real close.
And actually, to add more context, the button that's only to Kyle is right next to the regular microphone button.
Yeah, so I'm just
So if you
trying.
don't pay attention, you could have one of those moments.
Well, I mean, you've worked blue with your mic on before.
Totally
on the show.
true.
Yeah, I've tried.
Why has Hassan Reddick been on 4 other
No.
freaking football teams?
Y'all don't understand. Boy, sometimes it gets blue up in here, bluer than this shirt I got on. It gets dark blue.
Well, that's why when you say you forget where you are, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I definitely forget where I am.
Can't forget.
Gotta remember.
You got to remember where you are at all times.
Good job by you today.
Yeah. All right, we
Hey,
appreciate.
dudes, no cuss words.
We thank you people for chiming in
Thank
and
you. Yes, we do.
watching. Yes. All right. Those you people should continue to watch, of course, because the afternoon show, they're going to be next after us live from the Great American Pub in Phoenixville tonight. BG live in Phoenixville. Let's end today with Mike and Berwin, who's got a Phillies take. Hey, Mike.
Mike, hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Mike. What's up?
You know what? First of all, I wanted just to mention with Brendan, he is amazing the way he handled his career. If you look back at 5, he held the chip because everybody wanted Dane. You know what? Everybody wanted Earl Thomas, and Brendan just kept going with it. I think that was amazing how
It
he
really
did not allow that to affect
It's what
him.
made Brendan Graham as good as he is. Mike,
Yep,
we
it's so
appreciate
memorable.
it. Yeah, that's
Brendan? Brendan.
His name is Brandon, but Brendan.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's all right.
Yeah, it's not, but we have to go, so we can't.
It's a great way to honor him.
I'd like a 5 called her straight at the end of the show.
I know. He ended it way better than 5. Brendan and 5. All right, we got to pick a winner today. What was Kyle, we had a call earlier.
Karen.
Karen told the story of she was a runner and then she had an injury and she was able to get herself back with the inspiration of the
Yeah, the
Eagles by the
motivation.
parade.
Yeah,
Yes, the
that was pretty
motivation.
cool.
All right, Karen.
Motivation from Brendan.
Yes, from the legend in Eagles history, Brendan Graham. All right, Karen,
About to
you
take my
win
job,
the $100 gift card. All right, he's in his feelings. $100 gift card to Sunoco, now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations, of course, is
I'm not leaving.
94 octane. Well, we are leaving. We have to.
I'm
We have to
not
hand it off to the afternoon
Yeah,
show.
we do, I guess
We're
we
going to Phoenixville. You guys have a great yesterday. BG Live tonight. Afternoon show next from the Great American Pub in Phoenixville on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds!
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
If you're in the market for a car, chances are you've heard all about those confusing 25% auto tariffs, additional costs added to both new and used cars, and ultimately passed on to you. But don't stress, because at Auto Lenders, we have a unique way of getting inventory without the tariffs. So you can choose from the finest one-owner cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're totally tariff-free, which means you're totally free to save thousands more. See for yourself at Auto Lenders, a tariff-free way to buy a car.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join LifeSurge to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to LifeSurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. LifeSurge, featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit LifeSurge.com today.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
When it comes to Mother's Day gifts, pretty candles and mugs, she's seen them all. This year, rather than something pretty, give her something pretty amazing. A moment to relax and recharge at Hand & Stone. Right now, get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. So no more mom gifts. Visit your local Hand & Stone or purchase at handandstone.com today. Offer valid at participating spas.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Knicks enter the Eastern Conference semis as major underdogs. No one gives them a chance against the defending champion Celtics. But remember, we haven't had a repeat champion since the 2018 Warriors. Something always gets in the way. Usually it's injuries, and the Celtics have had some health issues of late. The Knicks might need some help, but in today's NBA, even the biggest favorites aren't always a guarantee. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show on a Monday. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz live from the Great American Pub in Phoenixville for the TV Live Free Party. Stop out, say hi, Miller Lite specials all day. Ike Reese.
I'm feeling good, brother. It's Monday. We're out here. What the hell are you smiling about?
Do we have to work overtime? I mean, can we put this on our timesheet? It's 1:58. Like, what midday shows want to get out of here? Yeah, they broke it, what, 150?
You're asking me?
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I'm sitting here with you. I'm 3 feet away from you.
I mean, holy cow. Short work day for the midday show?
Are we going to start our show, or are you waiting until 2?
I don't know.
Oh.
We should be working overtime. Just kidding. All right.
All right. Well, we have a big show today. Doug Peterson joins us at 3:00. Doug has not been on the station since Doug left the Eagles, right? I mean, this is the first time.
Yeah. He certainly hasn't been with us.
Yeah,
so,
I haven't think of it. So Doug Peterson joins us at 3. Nick Sirianni joins us at 4, all to talk about Brandon Graham. 4:30, Chris Long will join us. Then at 5:30, Merrill joins us right here on site. Merrill Reese will join us. And at some point, Elliot Shore-Parks will join us as well. And we'll talk about the big weekend series, Phil's win over the Arizona Diamondbacks.
The important things.
Another series win.
Yeah. We couldn't have gotten a sweep and just making us all excited at the same time. But they made it interesting, at least on Sunday. So, we talk about Brandon Graham today. It's funny. I felt this a little bit on the day he retired, and I feel it a little bit now as we are paying tribute to Brandon Graham. And if you've got a Brandon Graham memory, 215-592-9494, it almost feels like we're eulogizing him a little bit. Like Brandon Graham's still here and still with us. But we're lucky to be able to look back on an amazing career that got to a point that you never thought it would get to based on the way that it started. Ike, when you think about BG and his career and his time here, what is the thing that you think of?
Well, I mean, listen, I think about his longevity. This is a sport that longevity doesn't go hand in hand with. And particularly when you're talking about a player staying with the same thing, staying with the same team throughout his career. And BG, you're talking about a decade and a half. In this sport with the same team, you just don't see that. It's very uncommon in today's sports world, particularly in football. And you're not talking about a quarterback. You're not talking about a kicker. You're talking about a position that is very demanding of you physically. And for BG to have carved out the career that he's carved out as a Philadelphia Eagle, being the longest tenured Eagle ever, being no one's worn that Eagles uniform, played in Eagles football games more than Brandon Graham. When you think about his journey, it's been talked about all throughout the day. It's been talked about since BG announced his retirement. He's been celebrated. So this is just an opportunity for us to continue that celebration of one of our favorites, when you think about his story as a first-round draft pick coming in with high expectations, struggling early in his career, some injury concerns there, lack of productivity, those sorts of things early in his career, and to be able to persevere through that. It's what the city is about. It's what the fabric of the city is about. When you talk about overcoming obstacles and adversity and being an underdog, Brandon Graham, is rare that you can be a first-round draft pick and be viewed as an underdog, right? But Brandon Graham, through his journey, came from being someone with high expectations and underachieving to being someone that people didn't expect much of, and turned himself into a Philadelphia great, an Eagles Hall of Famer, a two-time champion. Man, like I said, it's been great listening to everybody talk about BG all day. A lot of the stories have been told, but it's always great to rehear them. It's great to hear former coaches, former players come on. We got some great guests coming on to talk about BG. There's a reason why. There's been a lot of great athletes that's played in this town, right? I don't know how many of them have received their own day here on this station, and then have the amount of people that want to take part in this and contribute and give their testimony about Brandon Graham. It just goes to show you how great of a man he was, how great of a teammate he was, how great of a player he was, how great of a person he is. And so I look forward to it all day. We're going to celebrate him some more. We're going to celebrate him later tonight right up the street here at the Colonial Theater. So we're out here in Phoenixville. We're at the Great American Pub. Listen, I went long-winded. I tried to make it easy for you two. I tried to make it easy for you two, especially my man here who's short on words, because I know he's not going to give us a whole lot.
I ordered lunch before everyone. And it's been tight since.
Yeah,
it's been tight since. I
has.
sat on the end seat. Also, there's a lot of aggression right now on this afternoon show.
Well, yeah, I mean, you ordered lunch. You didn't even offer to order for anybody else. That's the moment. That's
the Fritzy way.
Yeah, nobody blames you for ordering lunch, buddy. Nobody blames you for ordering lunch. It's like you knew Ike wanted something.
Well, everyone takes care of themselves.
Yeah.
We'll be all right.
The thing when thinking about BG, and we'll, as Ike said, we'll talk about BG all day. 215-592-9494. Any memories if you ran into him, which it seems like everybody in Philadelphia has like some BG story, and we'll get great stories today from Doug Peterson, from Nick Sirianni, from Chris Long. The thing that's amazing to me is he's such an interesting. We think Brandon's almost always in a good mood, right? Even when he's not in a good mood, he's still in a good mood. It's interesting to me because the fans here are, we have roller coasters. We have our ups and downs with the team. And for him to be here so long and still be so integrated with media and fans and not like his tolerance for all of this is just very high to me. Like a guy who went through it, who originally was the guy who we had instead of the guy, right? Like there were years where you couldn't say Brandon Graham's name without also saying Earl Thomas's name, right? And for him to go through all of that with the fans, which by the way is a lot, and still be as integrated as he is with everyone, right? Like to have nobody have a bad Brandon Graham story, to have nobody say I ran into him and he was sick of it. Like just his ability to stick with it, not just on the football field, but with it with all of us, I think is amazing, right? I mean, like a lot of times you have a player here that long, I don't know, I guess they can keep themselves, but BG is a guy that's always out. Like BG is a guy injured himself, 2 games into the season during the COVID, and still did the BG show every week for an entire year, like still did his morning show appearances every week. So I don't know, his commitment, not just to the team and not just to his career, but his commitment to all of us in media and fans, to me has been something amazing that I've never seen. I've seen great players before. I've seen players play their entire career for a Philadelphia team, but I've never seen a guy be able to package all of that and be able to, like, honestly stomach us and all of this for 15 years. I think is
Put on
absolutely
a smile
amazing.
with us?
Yes. Well, I mean, like we're difficult to put on a smile with, sometimes. I think when things haven't gone great the entire time it's been here. He's been on some teams that have not achieved. It hasn't been Super Bowls every year for Brandon Graham. So for him to be here through the tough times and this as well, this part is easy for him to go through. Being celebrated, all those things.
Yeah.
But going through the time where the team's not doing enough and the defense isn't doing enough and he's not doing enough and still be around to tell the story about it at the end, I think is amazing.
Yep.
Jack, anything?
I got a lot.
Okay.
Got a lot to say. So I think the thing in preparing for this day, obviously, I think the thing that always hits me with Brandon Graham is he's probably the most human being athlete I think I've seen. Like just he's just a regular human. Even though he's a fantastic player, he's made $100+ million. He made the biggest play in Eagles history.
Second biggest.
What's number one?
The
dagger. I know.
No. Number one's Philly special, but the strip sack is number 2.
Sure. The cute little strip sack. Yep. That decided the game. But I just think that.
Well, it didn't decide the game. It decided a play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. No. So that's the thing that really hits me when I think of Brandon Graham is he's just a regular human being, and I think he treats everyone the exact same, and we're lucky to have him. Now, he's not going anywhere. Again, it's not a eulogy. No. Still very alive. Gonna be celebrated tonight at the theater, and I said it, but he deserves all of it. He deserves all of it. He's a unique individual, and we're not gonna have another Brandon Graham in this city.
By the way, may have saved this season. I know he won't talk. Maybe he'll talk about it on stage tonight. But his Brandon Graham show appearance, where he talked about AJ and Jalen this year, we don't know if the conversations that happened internally after that whole thing happened if it's not for Brandon Graham. And I know he is not somebody who will talk about that again, at least not, soon. But who knows how this season goes if that stuff isn't aired out, And I know it made people uncomfortable at NovaCare, and it probably made players uncomfortable, but it was a necessary thing to happen, and he knew it was necessary. And without him doing it, who knows if they win the Super Bowl this year? I know it sounds crazy, but there are butterfly effect moments that who knows if the Eagles win the Super Bowl this year if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, listen, it was a pivotal moment in the season. Things that we aren't privy to that they are dealing with behind the scenes internally, discussing and working their way through. And who knows how contentious that may have gotten behind the scenes there with those guys. And Brandon obviously feeling that it came to that boiling point that he felt he needed to say something. He said what he felt he needed to say. And whether anybody else acknowledges that or not, I mean, listen, it's not something to be proud of, and I'm sure they don't want to hang their hat. They're not going to pin their season on Brandon airing out stuff that's going on behind the scenes. But it's not even really needed. I mean, anybody that's following this team and understand that sort of dynamic, then you kind of understand that's sort of what took place. And to me, it got everything back on the right track. They had to basically confront some issues, talk them out, work through them, and then move forward. And they were able to do that and not miss a beat and go on to win the Super Bowl. So, at some point, that story will be told whenever someone decides to write a book about the 2024 Super Bowl team. It will be.
Yeah,
still no books, by the way.
Yeah, no books so far.
That's good. I'm talking about when all these guys are retired.
Yeah.
I always feel, as players, you shouldn't be writing books anyway, right? Because quite frankly, unless you're like a Dennis Rodman or somebody whose life is just that interesting, you can talk about just you without talking about everybody else.
Right.
That's my whole point.
Without airing dirty laundry.
Yes, you don't
of
talk
other
about
people.
somebody else's business.
Right.
Just because you know it. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about yourself, go right ahead.
When we have Doug on, you going to ask him about the book?
About?
His book.
His book. What was? Oh, Doug's book was Fearless.
Yeah.
Well, Doug's book was about coaching, right?
Mm-hmm. And how he's sitting there.
Yeah, I don't think he told any stories about anything.
No.
Yeah.
Sitting there in the AFC Championship game, he's watching Bill Belichick, watching who was the Jags coach? Was that Gus Bradley?
Doug Moreau.
Yeah. He's like, I would never do that.
Yeah.
If I ever get my opportunity, I'm going to go for it. And he did.
215-592-9494.
I know.
I think that was.
I know. It's like 350 pages. That was the big takeaway.
It is BG Day on WIP. Call up, talk about Brandon Graham. Leading us off, Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
What up, boys? BG
What's up,
Day.
C?
Hey, man.
What's up, Corey?
BG. Hey, man, it's like you don't know where to start, man. It's like when you have a career like this, the way it started out wearing number 54, a trash number, you get your college number.
Whoa, hold up, man.
What?
Trash number.
54?
The 54 kind of is a trash number, right?
Are y'all serious? Whose number is 54?
It ain't 58. It
Jeremiah
ain't 55.
Trotter.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, that's
My bad. Yeah. I'm gonna take the L on that
Trash
one.
number.
Yeah, I'll take the L on that one.
Hey, I never
Yep.
said-
I'll take the L on that one.
I
Yep.
never said it was a trash player. I said the number
It
was
said it's a trash number.
You're smarter than that. You're smarter than that. You knew who wore 54. You knew who wore 54, and the player makes the number. You decided to go, hold up. No, you hold up. You decided to go 54 as a trash number, which I've never heard anybody say.
It wasn't
Okay.
a hot take.
I'm just saying it's my opinion.
But you know who wear the
I'm not
number.
taking
You
no
know
shot-
who
I'm
wears
not
the
taking no shot
number.
at no player. I'm not taking a shot at no player. I'm not talking about the number.
All I'm telling you is it's hard to differentiate. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying.
I
You
mean-
wouldn't
I
say
mean, like-
one is a trash number, would you?
But it's not a trash number.
Well, consider a lot of kickers wore it before quarterbacks made it popular.
But the number, I'm just talking about the number. See, you trying to put the two and two together. I'm not doing that. You know
That's
what
what
I'm
most people do, Court.
saying? Okay, I'm just saying me. I'm just my opinion. I'm just saying me. Then he get the
No, you hate
5'5".
Trotter. We got it. Yep.
Yep, the 5'5" that he wear in college, and then the man took off. Like it's like yeah, we had the game. What was it? The Jets game in 2019 where he had the 3 sacks or the 4 sacks. You know what I'm saying? Then you go to the strip sack in the Super Bowl, which was the biggest play in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? To help to deliver the win. It's so much. So when you look back over the career of BG, it's so much stuff you could talk about. Like Jack talked about, it's just him as a person, like where he is. If you can send a message to BG on any of the social media platforms, he'll respond. I went back and forth with him about Michigan and O State. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just such a likable guy, and like I said, he on my Mount Rushmore of Philadelphia Eagles. Not mine. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying mine is the right one. I'm just saying he's one of my top 4 guys all time as an Eagle, just for the longevity that he's been here and what he's done in his career. I love BG. I'm pretty sure every Eagle fan loves BG. And it's like, it's so much you could say about it, and we don't got a lot of time, but it's just like, when you sit here and think about it, all the stuff he did, Spike bring up the situation with Jalen and AJ this year. Like, that was necessary. You know what I'm saying? People probably walking on eggshells in the locker room, don't want to bring stuff up. BG said, nah, man, y'all going to handle this. We try to win. We here for one goal, and I'm going to address it. So he tried to walk it back. We don't know what's his mindset, but he said it for a reason. Sometimes you got to have somebody put it out there on the table, and that was the guy we did it. He was a captain ever since we started putting C's on chest. I think he's been a captain the entire time, right?
Yep.
So it's like, man, BG, it's too much, man, to go through. Like I said, not a lot of time to talk about it, but I love BG 5'5", you know what I'm saying? And once again, I gotta say, because Ike trying to throw me in the trash can, I was not taking a shot at no player, none.
No, hold on. You keep saying no player. Say his name.
Trotter?
Yes, exactly. Who else? Well, who else wore 54 that you would recognize?
I wasn't even.
But I think that's the point he was making, right? That there's not a lot of 54.
Exactly.
54.
But what I was saying was, I honestly wasn't even. I just thought about it. Like, I didn't even think like, oh
yeah. So now I got to question your Eagle fandom. When did you become an Eagles fan?
That's fine. Do that. That's you. That's okay.
Well, I'm just saying.
Hey, listen.
The more you keep talking, the more you keep letting me know how much you don't respect Jeremiah Trotter as an Eagle great.
Disrespected him.
Yeah, you actually did just disrespect him. As far as I'm concerned, you did.
Okay.
You came, Corey. You could have said anything. Hold on, see. You could have said anything before you came on. You had time to think about what you were going to say. You decided to say he got rid of that trash number and switched to 55. Like, you said that. I didn't bring that up. You said that. So you had time to think about that. And for you to think about the number 54 and the words trash to come along with it and not think about Jeremiah Trotter, I got to question that. Because you could have said he switched to a great number in 55. You could have said anything without associating trash with the number 54 in an Eagles uniform. That's my point. That's my point.
Okay.
Yeah, we ain't gonna disrespect Jeremiah Trotter around here. Now he's a 4-time Pro Bowler, all-pro linebacker.
I wasn't disrespecting Trotter, but okay.
Okay.
Or Bradledge. Or Bradledge.
I wasn't.
You know I got love for you.
Nobody.
You know I got love. Listen, I got love for you. Listen. That's my teammate. That's part of my brotherhood there. So I can't let it just go. I just can't let it go. If you hadn't said trash number, I wouldn't have said anything.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, I wasn't disrespecting nobody. You can say how you want. I was just speaking my opinion as a number. That's all.
I got you.
All right, Corey.
Your opinion got my reaction.
Yep. Okay, and I ain't mad at you. Keep bringing. Right. That's why you make the big bucks.
All right. Well, all right. It's all good.
All right. We okay? We all need to.
I'm good.
All right.
Yeah. I'm good.
He said, Brandon, one of the 4 greatest Eagles ever. Mm-hmm. So that, 4 greatest, talking about Mount Rushmore. That's what 4 greatest are. So we would say Brian Dawkins, automatically on. Reggie White, automatically on. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are you Elliott today?
Well, listen.
Well, you're asking him like who cares what his opinion is, really?
Well,
if he's not going to say Reggie White,
okay.
how many do we really
right.
have to?
Well, I know, but we're not going to say Chuck Bednarik then either. I mean, like, some people would, some people wouldn't.
I think it probably.
Okay. He asked you Reggie White.
Okay, Reggie White.
If you want to say Reggie, if you want to say no, then say no.
I would say yes.
I think you probably say Bednarik. Say Reggie. You probably say Brian Dawkins, and then you have to pick one player from this era.
Right.
And then it ends up being the nominees end up being Kelce, BG, right? Fletcher's a great player, but I don't think we would put Fletcher on it. We don't put Jalen on it yet. We don't consider him because he hasn't finished his career yet. Nick Foles has been brought up previously because he was the quarterback of the team that won the first Super Bowl.
Well, he's definitely off of it.
So do you pick BG or Kelce? I mean, do you say Bednarik? Yes. Kelce? Yes.
I say Bednarik,
okay.
yes.
Okay, so Bednarik, yes.
But I'm one who feels like an era
that
needs
era.
to be represented.
Right.
Yes.
So that era.
Some people may not represent who may not care about the championship era.
Yeah.
We do have 3 championships before Super Bowls.
People forget that.
Yeah.
48, 49.
48.
47, 48. 48, 49.
60.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I should make sure I get my first the 40s right.
So Bednarik.
Where's Pete Pius?
So we say Bednarik, yes. We say Reggie, yes. We say Dawkins, yes. And then for the fourth one, do you say Kelce or do you say BG?
I say Kelce. But I love BG.
Right.
I would say Kelce.
Right. Ike?
We can't put both?
No.
There's only 4.
we did do a whole week on Mount Rushmores. Yeah.
You can't put both Kelce and BG.
No. Well, you would have to take somebody off. You're not taking Dawkins off.
No, I'm leaving all 3 of those guys on there.
Okay.
Those 3 are on.
No, then those
3 are on.
You got to pick one. I think if we had taken the vote a year ago.
He certainly can't take both of them.
No. I think if you had taken the vote a year ago, it would have been Kelce. I think if you took a vote now of Eagles fans, it would be Brandon Graham.
Is that in the moment?
I think it's a little bit in the moment. I think Kelce in a couple of ways. First, I think the Chiefs stuff. I think there's a little bit of, if I'm just talking about how fans feel, I think there's a little bit of maybe they're exposed so much to Kelce. And I think there's a little bit.
Kelce fatigue?
I think there's a little bit of Kelce fatigue in that way. I still think they love him. And there's also the moment now with BG, also him getting the second Super Bowl. Now, BG getting the second Super Bowl does give him an advantage over Kelce, who does not have the second Super Bowl.
That's true.
So Kelce, a better player. I think Kelce is a Hall of Famer, and BG is not. But BG also has both Super Bowls, which Kelce does not. That I think the edge that BG has, if we don't take prisoner of the moment, if we take that out of it, if we take prisoner of the moment out of it, the advantage that BG has over Kelce is that he won both Super Bowls.
Yeah, that's a pretty big advantage.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
You're not committing?
You sure you can't go both guys,
No.
like half and half? Remember that movie Face Off?
Have a little Siamese
With
twin?
Travolta and
No.
Nicolas Cage?
You cannot.
Well, it seems like we can take Reggie off, right? We can do that? No? You want a Super Bowl with the Packers?
Even if we take Reggie off, I still don't like having both Kelce
and BG.
BG on there.
Yeah, I think it's one or the other. I think it's one or the other, especially if you're only taking one from your era,
Right.
one from the Buddy era,
Right.
one from pre-Buddy era, which is Bednarik. I think you got to have one from this era. All right, 215-592-9494.
Where'd you go? And you didn't answer. Where'd you go? You almost got out of there without giving an answer, did you? Yeah. Where'd you go?
I think it's Kelce.
Kelce? What'd you think?
I said Kelce. I think it's Kelce, Bednarik, White, Dawkins.
I think it's Kelce. Can I say here's why I think it's
yeah.
Kelce? He is a better player than BG, but the other thing is that, and time has sort of dulled this a little bit, the Super Bowl speech is like maybe the most iconic off-field moment in Philadelphia sports history, and Kelce has that. And it was the first Super Bowl, and I can't think of another moment, right?
Yeah.
And there's the Utley, curse word, but
that was way overplayed.
Yeah, but his Kelce speech.
Everything that Utley did now is just Scrub Rollins better, unbelievable.
Kelce's speech was
a ripoff of Chase Utley. I know.
I just did that for him.
Yep. Everything Utley did, we're going to dump on his legacy. That's what we do today. Yep.
That's why I have
these kids.
That's why I have Kelce. So you can pick BG,
man,
but I have Kelce.
Yeah.
All right, you think about it. 215-592-9494.
We'll get an answer at 5:50.
Yeah. And he'll say both again.
5:55.
He'll say, and he'll go, you know what he'll do? His place will be packed, and he'll go, it's BG, and everybody will go, yeah, and they'll cheer Ike walking out the building over to the Colonial
He'll
Theater.
get carried out of here.
Yeah.
He'll get carried to the Colonial
Yeah.
Theater.
I hadn't even thought of that.
He'll say
That's
BG,
great.
he'll do an Eagles chant, and then he'll lead like the Pied Piper of Hoagie Mouth over to the Colonial Theater. Ike Reese, ladies and gentlemen. All right. 215-592-9494.
Pied Piper, a hoagie.
Yeah. This is BG Day. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're the Great American Pub in Phoenixville for the BG Live pre-party. Miller Lite specials all day long at the Great American Pub. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know, I was thinking we are kind of in Colonial Hyundai area, Downingtown, not too far from Phoenixville. Colonial Hyundai, if you haven't been there recently, you have to stop by. First of all, you're going to get a great deal on a new Hyundai. I'll tell you about that in a second. But they've got this brand new dealership there, which is beautiful. And not only does it make you feel better when you're in there because it's so nice, they've designed it in a way to make the experience even better in the way that they like making things better. Faster, easier, better. So John Ashdale Carzar and the team at Colonial have over 200 brand new Hyundais in stock, and they're ready for you. You got the Palisade, which is sometimes hard to find, but Colonial can get it for you. The Ioniq 5 and 6, the Kona, the Tucson. No matter what your challenge is, whether it's your budget, whether it is your financing, whether it's your trade, they will figure it out for you. Whether it's getting a great deal on your trade, whether it's finding a car that fits right in your price range, or whether it's getting you as low as 0% financing, Colonial is going to figure it out. 24/7, every moment of the day, you can go to colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The winning Fightin' Phils have been the AA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies since 1967 and played America's classic ballpark in nearby Reading, PA. An R-Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. Take your family to an R-Phils game and see Phillies' top prospects like Aiden Miller play in Reading. The R-Phils are home May 13th through 18th. May 16th features fireworks. May 17th features a drone show. And May 18th is a belated Mother's Day Hawaiian shirt for mom. Tickets online at rphils.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. turn to the experts.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Back to BG Day.
I just want to thank everybody.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wow. Yeah. It's an inspirational song, though.
Is it just those two?
Yeah.
Is Rizzler on it?
I don't think so.
Wow, are they separating from Rizzler? Is there beef there?
Oh, this is
AJ and Big
AJ and Big Justice?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you see Julie Louise Dreyfus was with Rizzler over the weekend?
Louis.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And said, no offense to that nice child, but I didn't know who he was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about the Rizzler.
Wow. She doesn't know who he doesn't know who she is either.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville for the BG Live pre-party. Miller Lite specials all day. Talking about BG. Before we, by the way, the Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a gift for your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Is BG on the Eagles' Mount Rushmore is the question. Ike, what do you think the response is so far?
Well, I think it's yes. It's just simple yes or no.
Just simple yes or no.
I would say yes, and it's probably 63% yes.
I think you nailed it, actually.
Really?
63% yes.
Wow.
There
Boom.
he is. He's back.
Boom.
Now.
And, what do you think?
Well, yes.
Well, let me ask you this.
I just have my reassurance right there. The public agrees with me.
Well, I think if you were to, it's a very easy yes if you don't have to answer for the other three.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
So, Jack, could you put the question out again and say if there was only one spot left on the Eagles' Mount Rushmore, who would get it, Jason Kelce or Brendan Graham?
This is BG's
No,
day. Why are you trying to
divisive Spike. There he goes. There he goes.
Look, if you could put Randall Cunningham on that, and you would get more than 50% yes. I'm just saying, without the other choices.
What about Donovan?
He's on some people's.
He's on some people's. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing about the Mount Rushmore. See, I'm showing respect to Chuck Bednarik. You don't want to put him on there, and that's fine. So, like, if you're asking individuals about their Mount Rushmore of Eagles, you're going to get generational type picks. So I do believe people would have BG on their Mount Rushmore of players. Fans that didn't see the Eagles in the 70s or the 80s, aren't going to have the same respect.
Well, I think in part,
like you, Fritz.
Well, it's in part why
I respect that.
It's in part why Elliott, like not to bring up an Elliott thing or.
That Mike Schmidt thing is ridiculous.
No, that one.
The worst of all time.
Just to keep it on the, I think he knows deep down he made a mistake there. That's why he says what he says about Reggie. His argument about Reggie not being on it, I understand. Right. I get it. But his feeling about the Reggie thing is because he didn't He's not
He
old
didn't-
enough
yes,
to experience
exactly.
Reggie. Like that's the only reason. I don't think anybody who is Elliot's 37. I'm 48. I don't think anybody my age or older would say Reggie's not on it. He's a Packer.
Right.
If you're in Philadelphia, right? But I think a little bit of it is age for sure.
That's some of it is that. Yep.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Angry Ted, you're on WIP on BG Day.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
This is a throwback call right here.
Hey,
Throwback,
man, you know I had to
What's
call
up, brother?
man, to honor one of the Philly greats, man. Hey, BG, man, if you're listening, you know what I mean, appreciate you, bro. And you don't know what you did for this city, and that team did for this city when y'all won it in 2017, bro. And this latest one is just icing on the cake. God bless you, man. Thank you, and enjoy your retirement, bro. You deserve everything you get, bro. Everything. And as far as the Mount Rushmore, yes, he is, man. And Ike, you're also on the Mount Rushmore too, man. I'm not just sucking up beef, bro.
Ted, we was doing well.
Okay, so
who else is on it?
So we have BG.
How long's your Mount Rushmore? You know
Yeah.
it's 4, right?
Yeah, we have BG, Ike.
I got Randall Cunningham, who inspired me to become an Eagle fan when he got drafted in 1985.
Okay.
I got Reggie White, and I got Jerome Brown, bro. And also Brian Dawkins. I can't forget B. Dawkins.
And also who else?
Anybody else?
No, that's it. That's it, man. Because and you know why?
But that's 5.
That's like 6.
Yeah, it can only be 4. But it can only be 4.
Listen, man. I'm making up the rules here, bro. I'm putting all.
Make a hard decision, Ted. Make a hard decision. We all are doing it.
Can I do something real quick, bro? I gotta do this, man. I gotta do this. BG, if you ain't heard it all day, man, one last time. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Something tells me that's not the last time that Brandon will hear an Eagles chat.
Let me ask you this real question.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't even want to go down this road.
All right.
Look, y'all like, let's
yeah,
go,
well, that
let's
means
go.
I want to hear it. Yeah.
The Reggie question. How many people do you think in today's Eagles fans would actually leave Reggie off the Mount Rushmore list? I think there's an age limit there that includes Reggie, and then there's a point where there's a cutoff where younger people.
Can I say that's why I include Bednarik now? Is because the young people,
right?
Because of the I don't want to be the guy who's like, I didn't see it, so it didn't count.
Exactly.
And
that's why I include Bednarik. Yes,
right. Like,
that's why I include Bednarik.
Oh,
yeah. Just stop it.
I want to respect. I've gotten miscast, I think, on this station is not respecting the
when
greats.
I'm trying to think. When was Reggie?
When did Wilt?
Wilt notwithstanding. Wilt notwithstanding.
But that's where it starts.
I think the Reggie thing comes down to, obviously, you look at the numbers and you say, what a great player.
Yeah. Maybe the greatest player of all time.
Is he a great Eagle? I think that's the when you put the term Eagle on him. That's where you start
but he was such a great.
I totally.
Dude, like, you don't know.
Okay, well, I won't talk about Reggie White ever again.
Well,
I'm just saying.
he played 8 years.
The greatness
But he's I think that's where the disconnect happens. Is that he's a great player. He won 1 playoff game here. He was a part of the team that won 1 playoff.
Yes, but he did play almost a decade for the Eagles and was drafted by the Eagles.
I know.
Yes.
All right.
It was a great player.
All right.
He's arguably the greatest defensive player ever.
Right.
I know.
So his last season with the Eagles was 92.
Yep.
And that was 33 years ago. So you would have to say that anybody 42 and under doesn't have a lot
real
of memory
appreciation,
of watching Reggie White.
Yeah.
And that honestly, it's one thing that sucks about getting old, and it is why I'm starting to appreciate my elders more, because I don't want young people telling me that my childhood and the people that I watched didn't exist.
The greatness that you watched didn't matter.
Right.
And I'm just getting there now.
Yeah.
I'm 31.
Yeah, you're starting to appreciate it?
Yeah, these kids
Yeah.
trying to tell me about certain things
That's
right
what I'm
now.
saying.
It's a
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah.
Guys,
Wait till they tell you that A-Rod wasn't
Yeah,
great.
wait till they tell me that. Well, the Utley depreciation's already currently happening.
It really is.
Yeah,
by
I
the
can't.
way.
Well, I'm gonna die on this radio station arguing about Chase Utley.
Yep.
That's gonna be my final breath.
215-592-9494. It's BG Day. We are remembering the career of, or not remembering, paying tribute to the career of Brandon Graham as we tribute him tonight at BG Live at the Colonial Theater. Speaking, a quick thing about a current. Congratulations to A.J. Brown, who got. We don't know when the engagement happened. I didn't know the video was online.
Right. We heard about it over the weekend.
That took a lot of production.
Yeah.
That could
Bro.
have happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you had to have the whole
know.
team edit it and have John Legend's team approve it and all those things.
John Legend came out of nowhere in that video.
Yeah.
Like, it's a normal, mostly normal engagement video, which I've never seen an engagement video. But
Yeah.
it was mostly like, all right.
And
a
you
rich
hear
guy
the John
thing.
Legend
Yeah.
song.
I was
Yeah.
like, is that John Legend?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I wouldn't even show Renee the video.
No.
Because A, we didn't have an engagement party. Like, so what if that's the engagement party, what is the wedding gonna be like?
That's what I'm saying. You got John Legend for the engagement? Does that mean who are you getting for the wedding? Is it going to be like an all-star cast? Is it going to be a?
My man didn't spare any expenses.
No.
Man. I'll tell you that.
No.
He went all out.
I was so proud of how when I proposed to Val. I thought it was a really good idea, and then I saw that, and I'm like, well, I didn't have.
That puts you to shame. Like, oh my goodness.
All you kept thinking about was, well, what if she said no?
Yeah, something tells me he knew she was getting.
Let me tell you, that looked better than my wedding.
Yes.
And I spent a pretty good penny on my wedding. That looked better than the wedding that I had 22 years ago.
Absolutely, dude, it was incredible.
3 years ago.
Nailed it. Yeah. Dump that audio.
So, congratulations to AJ Brown. Now,
was there anyone not there?
Well, there were a bunch of teammates.
Oh, would you stop it?
The quarterback was not there.
Oh, God.
They're best friends.
Maybe prior commitment like the White House.
Yeah. Scheduling conflicts.
Scheduling conflicts.
Scheduling conflicts happen.
He's had a lot of scheduling conflicts recently.
Anaya Smith was there, I believe.
He was?
Yes.
I think Jahan Dotson
How would
was.
you know he was there?
Because I saw the tags on.
I was going to say, I need a name tag. To
Oh
know
yeah,
who Anaya Smith
trust me,
is.
I could run over Anaya
Yeah, I
Smith
would have
leaving
an
here. I
idea
wouldn't
who
know.
he is.
Yeah.
And people were saying that DTR was there, but I don't think he was there.
Who's DTR? Oh,
the new quarterback?
Yeah.
No, was he there?
I don't know. There's people on Twitter said he was there.
I saw Danny Garcia. Shout out to Danny Garcia, champ.
Kyle McCord was there.
Was
No, I don't think AJ Brown knows who.
You
Kyle
almost
McCord
had me
is.
with that one. I'm like, what? Cal McCord was there.
Devontae was there. That's good.
Oh, Smitty was there.
Yeah.
Was what's his name? Tanner McKee, was he there?
Every quarterback but Jalen. Is that where we're going?
Randall was there, Mike Vick, Nick Foles.
I didn't see Saquon.
Dude, Saquon's at a weekend, man. I think he was in Miami.
Was he?
Oh, Saquon was down at the Grand Prix.
He was partying with Timothy Chalamet last night.
Was he?
Yeah.
Where was he?
don't
Was it Met Gala? Wasn't the Met?
They got
Gala
that thing in Miami. That big
Grand
race.
Prix?
Yeah.
Oh, the F1.
I think that's a big weekend. Yeah, in Miami.
Let me look. I'm not going to hate Saquon.
They did that over the Derby.
Yeah, because Coop was at the Derby.
Because some people went.
Yeah, he saw.
Hold
Coop.
up.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Okay.
Delegation.
Oh boy.
Be proud of our brother, Cooper DeJean. He was on fire Saturday. Did you see that Sony Adams?
Oh, was he?
Did you see that Sony
Well,
Adams?
you have to do that at the Derby.
Yeah,
you
but
gotta come
everybody,
for real.
but everybody don't know what the hell they doing
Okay.
when they do that.
All right.
I'm looking at it and I'm giving him a compliment on. He put that thing together. It was simple, but it was nice. Yeah, nice,
And-
a little white and gold. It was nice.
Kay Adams said she wanted to party with him.
I bet she did.
Yeah. 215-592-9494.
And Coop.
Summer of Coop.
BG Day.
Let me tell you, Coop, hang in there, Coop. Hang in there, Coop, man. It's gonna get rough out here for you, man.
Q in Center City.
Coming from everywhere now, Coop. Hang in there, man. Hang in there.
Q, you're on WIP.
Now, Spike. Let me go into the Mount Rushmore. Your Mount Rushmore to be different than your top five. Like the Chuck McNair thing, I think the impact of the organization in its entirety. That's what we talk about when we talk about the Mount Rushmore. So even and maybe you got to be of a certain age group to put somebody on the Mount Rushmore. You can't be a young man putting somebody on the Mount Rushmore because you got to think about the people before you. So, you can have people on your Mount Rushmore, and then your top five might only got one of those guys. I think the impact is different for top five Eagles and Mount Rushmore Eagles. What do you think?
So, okay, just to clarify, Q, when you're saying top five Eagles, you're talking about the best five Eagles players? Is that what your top five is?
Absolutely. But Mount Rushmore is different.
And Mount Rushmore is representative of the Eagles franchise. Is that what you would say?
That's my
Okay.
opinion of it.
Okay. So what would you're you think I'm all for age limits. I'm all for saying somebody has to be 40 to give an opinion.
Wow.
I think everybody should shut up before 40.
Gatekeeper spike.
Yeah, absolutely. Fran, get out of here. Don't care. So what would your Eagles Mount Rushmore then? What would it be?
It would be Chuck Bernard. It would be Reggie White. It would be
Dawkins.
And I got to say BG. Now, this is the thing. My reason for saying BG is this, and I'm going to get into my whole BG thing. In this city, BG was known for a few years, for a while, as the pick that wasn't Earl Thomas. So let's be honest about that. We was grinding him up at a time when Philly fans was the grinders of grinders. We'll put you in a grinder. And he was getting it all. His grit and his resilience to outdo all that and show up the way he did. He's an all-time Eagle because of that. Because of that alone. Yeah. Because we ran a lot of people out of here. Everybody ain't tough enough to take what we was giving out. And BG took it, understood his failure, and we forgot about he was the one. Because I remember for years we kept saying we could have had Earl Thomas. We could have had Earl Thomas. And that was BG. But he didn't listen to none of that. He kept getting better and getting better. So, just to had that kind of grit. Nobody had that in this city. And he showed it. For any other young player that's coming in Philadelphia, got to look at BG and see, because it might not hit right away. But if you stay to it and put your best foot forward, it might. And at that time, BG wasn't one of those who was talking down on the city, on the fans and all that. I don't remember that.
No,
I don't remember him
blocked
really
Twitter.
he was on his hard. If anybody,
I respect it, by the way.
If you remember,
You're on a blocking spree.
I am on a blocking spree.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah. Well, who needs to,
I don't care.
You wake up every day. Who needs to look at the internet and being told how much you suck?
Yeah.
Go somewhere, tell somebody else they suck.
Yeah, pound sane.
Yep. Thank you for the call, Q. 215-592-9494. It is BG Day on WIP.
And Mount Rushmore Day.
And Mount Rushmore Day. The kickoff of July's Mount Rushmore week.
It's a nice preview.
Yeah. So, quick thing on Saquon.
Yes.
Now, I, of course, want him to have the greatest offseason ever. And which he is. He is taking advantage of every, opportunity afforded to him. I did think just for a second about the Cole Hamels offseason of 2008.
Yeah.
And came back the next year, did not have a great season because he did not have the same focus on getting better and achieving and all those things. Yeah. And I'm not saying Saquon or anybody else in the Eagles but this is the challenge, right? This is the challenge, is that Saquon had not only had so much to prove coming into this year. Not to.
He was locked in.
He was
year.
locked in
he was
on
locked in.
On proving everything to everyone.
Yes.
And it just shows how hard it is. Now, if you ask me, do you think Saquon's going to show up in shape and blah blah? Yes, but having that,
we hope.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Listen, let's
get
straight to it.
Yeah,
he's been enjoying the offseason more than any other Eagle.
Absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
Let's hope he comes to training camp ready to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of time,
and certainly let's hope he's ready by the time the season starts.
Yes.
Now, I would personally, considering the offseason he's had,
yep,
I would ease him in through training camp. I mean, Nick, he doesn't need to be out there. Now, he can be here, but I don't need Saquon in training camp practicing, right? I can slowly get him going. He's certainly not touching the field in the preseason. Don't need to see him in the preseason. And quite frankly...
So he was going to have a longer ramp up anyway.
Yes, quite frankly, I would use the first 4 to 6 weeks of the season. He wouldn't get the ball more than 15 times a game. It would be 10 to 15 times a game that he gets the ball. I just gave this dude $40 million.
Yeah.
I need to get him for 3 more years. I don't need him to be the best running back in football in September. Right? He's coming off a season where he's touched the ball more than any time in his career. He set a record
500
for yardage last year. Yeah, he set a record for yardage last year. Y'all won the Super Bowl. He's 27? Right? 27?
No, I think he's 28 or 29.
Oh, is he 28? Or is he even older than that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not 27. That's even more of a reason why I'm
He's
slow.
28, and
Yeah.
he will be. He just turned 28 in February.
Just turned 28.
Yeah, I'll be slow rolling this thing with Saquon. Yeah, Will Shipley and A.J. Dillon, yeah, get ready because you guys, and we're throwing the ball early in the season. I'm not leaning on Saquon the first 4 to 6 weeks of the season. I need Saquon November, December, and January to be the best running back in football.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. Well, the challenge for the Eagles is it's so easy to say all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then in game 2.
No, and that's
You know
why
what I mean?
and that's why
Like-
the passing offense matters.
100%.
Because if they can do those things, then they can lessen Saquon's load. You're right, but if those things are struggling and they're not throwing the ball and moving the ball well, then of course they're going to resort back to what they know, which is give 26 the ball. I'm just saying, and I'm not knocking him for it. He earned it. He's enjoying his offseason though. You can say he's still working. You don't have the type of events that he's attending and distractions that he has without and then say I'm as locked in as I was last year.
Right.
No, last year the Giants let him go. The Eagles picked him up. He was highly motivated last year.
He might have been the most locked-in player of all
Yes.
time last year. You know,
which he went out and had the best season of his career.
Yes. Yeah.
Had the healthiest season of his career.
Yep.
That's why when you brought up the Cole Hamels thing, I think it's appropriate to bring up because you just don't know. He may think he's doing the same, but you're not doing it the same.
All of a sudden, you got, the year before you had 0 commercial shoots. Now you have 7.
Yes.
You have one every other week.
This award show wants to bring you and make you a guest. And
Yep. And by the way, everywhere you go, now they want to buy you beers.
Yes.
Everywhere you go,
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
When Jalen goes to something, Jalen is smile, point the finger,
Get
take
out.
a picture, I'm back home.
Yep. Yeah.
Saquon?
No.
He's the life of the party.
Pre-party, after party. He'll be. Wouldn't be surprised to show up tonight.
Yep. Half in the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's also why we love him. But I'm saying, though.
He's really the only one, though.
I'm saying, though, he's enjoying his
Cooper's-
off season.
Cooper's having Summer of Coop.
Yeah.
Eli Ricks.
Cooper's having it.
Well, Eli Rick's looking for a new wife. Yeah, trying to break
I
up
have seen Coop
Ivanka's.
everywhere. I've seen Coop a lot of places, too, man.
Yeah. Coop needs to lock in. Because Coop, you're not safe on.
Dude, it's almost Seattle season.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we haven't even got
We
to
even
the
get to
summer.
beach season. Come on, man. Coop down the shore? It's gonna be
Coop and
Carter-
Avalon?
It's going to be Carter and Richards all over again.
Yeah. Oh, you kidding me? Yeah. No, we don't see Reed. We don't see his brother in paleness
Right, yes.
anywhere.
Is that what we call ourselves?
Yeah. Brothers in pale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's Reed at? Hey, Reed's like, hold on.
Well, Reed wants that contract.
Yeah, Reed's like, I was undrafted. I don't know what you're doing.
Yes.
My signing bonus was in the 100,000s.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got a career to have. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it'll.
That's why everybody does not repeat as champions.
Dude, what if we get? All right, so they have training camp, and Elliott's at training camp, and before he tweets anything, he sends us a text. He's like, "Yo, I think Saquon's 300 pounds."
Saquon looks like A.J. Dillon.
Can't tell them apart.
He does the Jason Peters walk out halfway
Oh,
through
man.
stretching.
We're laughing now, but yeah, I do not want to see that.
Hey, you see that guy on the street? He looked like if Saquon Barkley was 60 pounds heavier. No, that is Saquon. All right, 215-592-9494. BG Day on WIP.
BG Day.
We're at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. For the
We got
BG Live
55 right
pre-party.
there.
Oh, there it is. There's a 55, not a 54.
Not a 54 trash
Yeah,
number,
but
yeah.
a 55. Miller Lite specials all day at the Great American Pub. Joining us next.
Y'all think Corey's feelings were hurt?
Yes, he didn't know what he had coming. But can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
So when he first said it, let's put Trotter to the side for a second.
Mm-hmm.
He said the number 54. I was with him. I got the number 54 doesn't scream big number in NFL history.
But why?
But no,
Brian Urlacher.
well, here's the thing.
Okay.
So he says it. You say Trot, and I say, oh, I screwed it up. Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
But he was still, like, there was something in Corey's voice where he still
Well, he was being
wasn't.
defiant. He didn't want to.
Yeah, he was.
Like like, it's my opinion. I'm like,
yeah, he wasn't back. He didn't go, oh, I forgot about that.
Right.
He was still on it. And that was the interesting, that's what I think you sniffed out about Corey, right? He wasn't, he didn't give the, oh, you're right.
Exactly.
I gave the, oh, you're right. Now, forever, I'll be the guy that forgot about Trot, but still.
No,
yeah.
You just had a brain cramp right
Just
there.
didn't
That's
think
all
about
that
it.
was.
Just
yes.
thought about the number. That was all I thought. All right. Coming up next, the first coach to ever win a Super Bowl as coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Doug Peterson,
Dougie P!
joins us next. We'll find out what Doug's up to and his best memories of Brandon Graham. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Guys, defend your hairline. I wonder if I'm supposed to say that like that. Like I get in a defensive stand. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Now, did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men have already experienced hair loss and thinning? Now, Glad Hair's got you covered like a blue chip first round prospect. With cutting edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair that you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Give them a call at 610-980-4000 or visit gladhairmm.com and tell them Ike sent you. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a House of Windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Now serving Bucks and Montgomery counties. 267-650-3418.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads? No. T-shirt cannon? I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids, no matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No matter what happens with NIL and the future of college athletics, I hope we always have nonsensical punishments. Vacating wins will always be the dumbest, but maybe a close second is cherry-picking games for a coach's suspension. Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore expected to get a 2-game ban this fall for weeks 3 and 4 so he can work week 2 against his alma mater, Oklahoma. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
So WIP Afternoon Show, I'd like to invite for BG Day, the BG Live Free Party at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville, brought to you by Miller Lite. Joining us now, the first coach to ever win the Super Bowl as coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Coach Doug Peterson joins us now for BG Day. Coach, thank you for giving us some of your time today.
Oh, you bet. You bet. I'm honored to call in and talk a little bit about BG.
Dougie P, what's up, brother?
What is going on, man?
You know what, Doug? Jack and I were talking earlier. We never think about the fact that you and Ike were actually teammates for a year. Do you have any? Before we get to BG,
oh my God.
Well, do you have any Ike memories as the player, Ike?
Ike was a stud, man. He was obviously a great linebacker, good special teams player, just an all-around great teammate, man. We had some didn't have a great year that first year, but man, we had some fun times.
We did, Coach. I appreciate the kind words. Don't let them bait you into telling you anything.
Well, you never know. You know.
I'll keep it above board.
Yeah, for now. So, Coach, do you still, you as part of the legendary team, the first Eagles team to win the Super Bowl, do you still run into Eagles fans here and there? And if so, what is that experience like for you?
Living down here in Jupiter, Florida, there's a ton of Eagle fans around this city and around this part of the country down here, and whether playing golf or just out in the community having dinner, you're always going to run into an Eagles fan or somebody that's visiting down here, and they're very appreciative of that first Super Bowl, and they bring up a lot of great memories. In fact, my wife and I were just in Philadelphia this past weekend for a wedding, and we stayed downtown there, and it was fun. It was fun to run into a lot of fans, and people remembered that first one, and you feel proud, you feel honored to have represented that city and that organization to get them that championship, and it's very special to me.
What was it like for you, Coach, to watch this team this past year? Obviously, they went to the Super Bowl a couple years ago and lost to Kansas City. But watching this team this year, Saquon being here, watching Jalen have the year he had, did you draw anything from watching this team this year win it to the way you guys did it back in 2017?
Yeah, obviously I brought the Jaguars there, I think, in week 3 this past year, and played an Eagles team that we felt early in the season, if you're going to beat this team, you got to beat them early, and they ultimately won that game that day. But I saw the improvement watching them all season long, and how Jalen really, I think Jalen took that team from a leadership standpoint on his shoulders and led that football team. Now the addition of Saquon was tremendous, and having that type of run game that they had, I just think they learned from the Super Bowl that they lost a couple years ago, and those guys were hungry. They were determined. Nick did a great job of just leading that team as well, and just the right guys had the right guys there, and obviously today is BG Day, and he was one of those guys that could lead that football team, and just like he did in 17-18 when we won the championship that year.
Yeah, and we'll get to you with BG. I want to ask you one quick thing about Jalen, because you just mentioned him. You guys drafted him back in 20. Watching Jalen develop from his early days as a rookie to you seeing where he's at now, he's been to the Super Bowl twice and now has won the Super Bowl. I guess I'm trying to figure out the right way to phrase the question, but I know you got to be happy. I wanted to say proud, but how happy are you to watch his development at the quarterback position and what he has become since you guys saw what you saw on him back in 2020?
For me, there's no surprise. There is no surprise for me that he's been able to lead that team, that organization. Obviously the success they've had to win a championship. It's the same things we saw and what I saw in him coming out of college, whether he was at Alabama, Oklahoma. He's got a pedigree that is a winning pedigree, and he's the type of guy and type of player that's going to put in the hard work, the things you talk about as a coach. He's the one that does it, and the guys respond. The guys respond to that, and they appreciate that from him. And just watching him grow the last couple of years, and again, let's just talk about Saquon and Jalen Hurts together. I mean, that's what a quarterback wants, right? A quarterback wants the running game where you don't have to put it on your shoulders to win it every game throwing the football. And that's what the Eagles did this past year. And it took a lot off of Jalen, but at the same time, when the plays needed to be made, he made them. And that's what champions do. That's what winners do. And that's who Jalen is.
Talking to former Eagles head coach Doug Peterson on BG Day. Doug, to talk to you about Brandon Graham, I want to ask you first about the player on the field, and then we can talk about what he was like, as a leader off the field. On the field, what do you remember best about Brandon as a player for you?
I think the biggest thing for me as the head coach, for the 5 years that I was there, was the fact that he was available every single day. Meaning he showed up to work every single day, ready to practice, ready to get better, ready to lead his football team, and would do anything you'd ask him to do. If we needed somebody to play special teams, he could play special teams. That's what he did early in his career. If he had to play, a 3 technique or a shade, he could do that. If you put him out on the end, come off the edge, he could do that. I mean, just a selfless individual, put his teammates first over himself, and that's who he is. That's the type of type of player you want to build an organization around, and BG epitomized that, and that's what I appreciate about him, was the fact that every single day he was the same guy, and he had a smile on his face. I mean, you guys know him. He had a smile on his face. He was, joking around. He was having a good time at practice or during games, and he loved to talk, and that's who he is, and that's what I remember the most about him.
The funny thing about BG is he'll have a smile on his face even when he's mad.
Yeah,
exactly
like that.
Right. There will be opportunities where he is pissed off, but he's still doing it with a smile on his face. So he has figured out the way to deliver that. It does seem too, as his career has gone on, he has taken on more and more of a leadership role. Not just with his contemporaries, but with young players as well. Did you see that developing in the half a decade you were here?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the type of player that he is. He was always teaching and leading the young guys. We had Josh Sweat as a young player, coming in, and Derek Barnett was a young player at the time, the year we won the Super Bowl. These guys like that, and just over the course of the 5 years that I was there, just watching BG really embrace these guys and lead them, and showing them what it's like to be a professional athlete, and what it takes, and the sacrifice it takes, and just a great person that way, with some of those young players that you bring onto your team, and watching his career, obviously close up, and then again from afar, he's the same. He's the same person day in, day out.
And Doug, you got to see BG from when they drafted him. So you saw him early in his career, as you was a part of Coach Reed's staff back then. You got to see him young and develop into the player that he became when you got a chance to coach him. His maturity level and his leadership and that development from a coach's perspective, the importance of, I guess, those are some of the qualities you see in a player when you draft them. But I would imagine being able to stick with a player and believing in those qualities and traits in a guy is a little bit rewarding for a coach when you watch those things develop in him the way they did in BG. BG had some traits in him early that I'm sure the staff saw in him, but to watch him those things develop as career went on, I'm pretty sure that had to be rewarding as a coach to see.
Yeah, Ike, it was great to see as a coach. You remember early back in his early days too. I mean, there were days when sometimes you wouldn't think he was going to make it,
Yeah.
And things were stacked against him a little bit early in his career, and but here's a guy that continued to work and really, as you mentioned, mature and grow as an athlete, grow as a person, not only on the field but off the field as well, with the leadership, obviously there, and then I get a chance to come back as the head coach and coach him as a head coach, and just see the growth and the maturity and the level of professionalism that BG, brought to the team. And the 5 years that I was there, just watching that, and then just continuing to watch. And then I've had, when I was in Jacksonville, we had 2 opportunities to come back and play the Eagles, and to see him from the other sideline, he's the same guy. And he's battled adversity, You don't get to the top, you don't win championships without adversity, and he's battled it physically and obviously mentally and emotionally and all that. But again, he's worked himself into that type of player, and so his career is just, to me, it's what the city of Philadelphia is. It's what the Eagles organization is, and he's been great at it his entire career.
Doug Peterson with us, former Eagles head coach. Let me take you back to the Super Bowl and the strip sack itself. Now, I remember the first time I was on an NFL field during the game on the sideline. I was stunned at how little you can see, like on the sideline, because you don't think, when you're watching on TV or in the stands, you see everything. But when you're on the field, everything's flat. It's very hard to see, across the sideline or whatever. When the strip sack happened, Did you see it? Did you just know what happened based on the result, like the reaction from everybody? What was that moment for you?
Well, initially, I didn't realize that BG had jumped inside and got over the guard. That was the first thing. I did not see that. I was obviously hearing the defensive call and making sure the guys were, in the right spots and all that. But then when the ball was snapped and being an offensive coach, you kind of watch kind of the offensive team and how the play kind of develops against the defense. That's just where my eyes typically go. But there was a flash in the backfield, and next thing I saw, I looked back and Tom was getting hit, and it was BG that got the strip sack. A great move on the guard and was able to get himself back there and get his hand, get his hand on Tom's arm and knock that ball loose. And then Derek Barnett was able to pick it up and big turnover, and obviously, helped us win that game. But huge play. I mean, huge play in that game where BG was able to use his athleticism, his strength, his power, his size at that time to really, push the pocket and get an edge and eventually, get the ball out of Tom's hands.
A regular debate on this show, Coach Peterson, this is very important. Is the regular debate on this show is what is the bigger play, the Philly special or the strip sack? Now, if I had to ask you, Doug Peterson, Coach Doug Peterson of that team, what was the bigger play?
Are those
what
the
would
only
your
two
answer
plays
be?
I get to pick?
Well, those are the only two. We're only giving you those two.
I would throw in a third. I would throw in the other 4th and 1 at like the minus 35-yard line.
Yes, big decision, buddy.
Where we hit Ertz for a first down. That went on to score that drive and give us the lead. But I would honestly, the Philly special is a great play, and it's going to go down in history as one of the greatest plays in Super Bowl history. And I'm very proud of that and the way the team rallied and the way we executed. But really, I think in the biggest moment to really ice our game in that moment, you gotta look at that strip sack and what happened. It led to a field goal, which put us up 8 points, and so with under 2 minutes to go in that football game. So to me, as coaches, we talk to players all the time. You never know when the play is coming to you. Make the plays that come your way, and BG made a play that came his way. Now, the Philly special, those guys made a play as well. So I'd have to go BG, strip sack 1, and then a close 1A Philly special.
I like it.
I have the other side. I have the other side, Coach.
That's the quarterback.
I got a defensive guy sitting in the room there, so I have to go with the defense. Come on.
I like it.
Coach, just a quick question personally. The NFL coach lifestyle seems absolutely excruciating to me. I mean, it is just it's just a constant cycle of coaching and tape and preparation, and it never ends. Are you able to take this time and breathe a little bit, not being in that cycle for the first time in a very long time?
We just came through the NFL draft, and I wanted to put on tape and watch college players and this, that, and the other, but I was able to also just kind of pull away and relax and just kind of enjoy it, just look at it from afar and just watch everything kind of unfold and probably look at it more from a fan's perspective, I think, than anything else. You're right. The coaching profession is not easy. The hours are long during the regular season, and you put in a lot of time to try to win a football game, and then obviously coach the guys, during the week, and get them prepared that way as well. And and the biggest thing too that I can appreciate with the teams in Philadelphia and even the teams in Jacksonville for me is that players can see through coaches, right? And I always wanted to be one of those coaches that was very honest and open and transparent and roll up my sleeves and go to work with those guys. And if they can believe in that and you give them a constant message each and every day, they're going to fight for you. And that team in 2017-18 to win that championship, it was a great football team that way. They fought for each other. They fought for me. They fought for that coaching staff, the organization, and much like the team this past year, you could see it, with that Eagles team, how they pulled for one another and played for one another and ultimately won a championship again. So it is a grind, but this time of year has been good to just step away and spend time with family and enjoy our grandbabies and see what comes next for myself.
Now that I think there must have been a
grandbabies.
Yeah, you're not old enough for grandbabies. Come on, man.
Well, hold on. I got
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah. Easy over there.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Welcome to the Granddad Club.
Yeah.
There you go,
Coach.
We're getting old.
Yep.
If you don't mind me asking, when Carson got hurt that year, there must have been some doubt inside of you that you guys could still achieve that ultimate goal. How do you get past that? Like, how do you move on and just say we still have a job to do?
That was a tough moment for the football team because Carson was playing extremely well that year and was having a heck of a season, and was obviously in the conversation for MVP and all that year. And I think that was like, I think it was like week 12 or 13. I think we won that game in LA, and I think we went to 11-2 after that. But you know what? It's part of the, for me, why that team is so special, how they rallied around each other. And it was always, as you know, you've heard that before, it's always the next man up mentality. And the guys, we lost Jason Peters that year. We lost Chris Maragos that year. We lost Darren Sproles that year. Jordan Hicks that year. We lost, and then Carson Wentz. So we lost five key players that season, and still go on, to win a championship. And the guys rallied around Nick Foles. Nick did a great job coming in and controlling the offense and leading the football team. But it wasn't about one guy. It was about the entire football team. And we had some great leaders that year. And I think that's what makes it so special for me as the coach, being around a team that just gave of themselves, for each player, and we were ultimately able to get it done.
Well, Coach, it was a great moment. I oftentimes tell this story. I was lucky enough to be at the ring ceremony because my dad made me his +1. And I think it was after the rings, there was a line for ice cream. And I'll always remember seeing you in line, because I was in line as well for ice cream, and looking at you and saying, that is the happiest guy in the world. He just won the Super Bowl. He's in line. He got his ring. He's in line for ice cream. What a moment. And I don't think I've ever seen anybody happier in my life, Coach, than you were at that moment.
Two of my most favorite things, right? Ring and ice cream.
Yeah.
And I was happy that night. That's for sure.
That is for sure. Well, Coach Peterson, we appreciate you coming on today, talk about Brandon Graham and that year. And you're always a hero around here, man. So we appreciate it quite a bit.
You bet. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Coach.
There he is.
Take care.
Doug Peterson. Man, I feel like I could talk to Coach Peterson about that year forever. You know what I mean? Because of all that happened that year, even him bringing up the other injuries, and it was just a year that, much like 22, by the way, a year that people did not expect.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that team to compete for a Super Bowl, and then all of a sudden they're the best team in the league.
Yeah.
It was just a crazy evolution, and just such a moment. I thought it was.
Yeah, and listen, Doug, man, Doug, my quarterback in 1999.
Yep.
He was the starting quarterback for Andy Reid's first career win.
Yep.
We beat the Dallas Cowboys. I believe we beat them 14-10, I believe, in an ugly game. For Andy's first win in 1999, and Doug was the quarterback. Doug was our quarterback then. And then to come back to give us our first ever Super Bowl win, man, Dougie P. And always, I don't say this a whole lot, but his wife, my wife, pretty cool. His wife is still generous every year. Sends my wife school supplies
Oh,
every
really?
year for her students, because these teachers out there that may be listening, they know the state does not fund you enough to actually get the things you need to teach proper in class, all those types of things. And so it can become expensive when you're coming out of pocket to get all the things you need to be an effective teacher. And Jeannie Peterson, as well as some other wives, Connie Dawkins, some other wives, Tam Trotter before she passed away, those were annual contributors to my wife and her aid of helping teaching and helping her out. So I know his wife sends school supplies every year. So I want to throw that out there. That's the familyhood of this thing of ours that we do, that goes past the years that we played the game together and those connections that remain.
That also prevents him from giving us any good Ike Reese player stories, by the way. Couldn't even give us one locker room story. Ike walks around without a towel. Like, couldn't get that,
No, here's the one thing I appreciate about Dougie P. He wasn't going to make up a story.
Nope.
And we only played together for a year.
Right.
So he only got to see me for that year in 99.
Yep. Jack.
I don't think I was doing anything wild at that point. I was just happy to be on the team.
Second
still.
year.
Yes.
Well, Jack mentioned it to me. We were talking on the way over, and he said, we never talk about Doug being on the same team as Ike. I was like, you're right.
Yeah.
But he didn't give us anything. Come on, Coach. Give us something.
Well, he did give us a big answer. Officially on the record.
Well,
when we overrate the Philly special. That was Doug's word.
There was no way. It wasn't his words.
Doug said overrated.
There was no way he was going to pick his play
on BG.
First off, it's Foles' play.
Well, hold on. I like the fact, he slid in his play.
The Zach Ertz
the decision to go for it on 4th and 1.
It's the most underrated play in Philadelphia sports.
Big balls.
He brought it up.
Big balls, Doug.
Yeah.
Big balls, Doug.
4th and 1 to Ertzy? Come on, man.
All right, 215-592-94.
God, that game was awesome. That game was awesome. This last Super Bowl, wasn't close enough.
It wasn't close enough.
But it was nice to not have a close game.
Wouldn't it have been better if it was close? 215-592-9494.
What did you revert?
Yeah. It is BG Day. We're at the Great American Pub in Phoenix for the BG Live pre-party brought to you by Miller Lite. Miller Lite specials all day long. Coming up next, we will take your calls on BG and your BG memories, and we will talk about a team that's a little bit hot. Heating up a little bit. That's the Philadelphia Phillies. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, golf season is back, which means I have to get my swing ready for the Surfside Invitational. Now, that's next week, March 13th. Not March 13th, May 13th. Yeah, get the months right. That'll be at Ramblewood Country Club. Now, there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka. Now, it's light, refreshing, made with real premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, and YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
When it comes to Mother's Day gifts, pretty candles and mugs, she's seen them all. This year, rather than something pretty, give her something pretty amazing. A moment to relax and recharge at Hand & Stone. Right now, get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. So no more mom gifts. Visit your local Hand & Stone or purchase at handandstone.com today. Offer valid at participating spas.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is BG Day.
My love for this team and city will never fade.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Damn. Jack, a bunch of Twitter questions.
Yeah.
All right. First one, who's more famous, the Rizzler or Julia Louis-Dreyfus?
Huh?
Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yeah, I would imagine she won that
73.9%.
Yes.
Yeah, I tag her in it. You got to tag her in it next time. And is Reggie White on the Eagles' Mount Rushmore?
Uh-oh.
What do you think the vote is here?
I would say yes, 75%.
There he goes. Look at that guy. He's back, 76.3%.
Wow. good.
Because people know.
I can't wait till Eagles Mount Rushmore time during Mount Rushmore week.
Let me
by the
say,
way. Yeah.
Here's the other thing. He obviously is remembered as an Eagle here, right?
Yes.
I get the whole national Packers nonsense that some of you guys like to spew out.
Not me.
Not you.
Yep.
But to think Philadelphians wouldn't consider Reggie White an Eagle, it's the most outlandish thing I've ever heard in my life, man.
To be honest with you, I don't even think nationally he's maybe it's bias, but I feel like I see as much Reggie White stuff as an Eagle as a Packer.
Yes.
Like when I'm watching TV, watching NFL Network or ESPN or whatever, it's not just like Reggie White, all-time Packer. His Eagles history is definitely noted.
People who know Reggie White was in Philadelphia first.
Yes, for almost a decade.
Yes, they know how great he was as an Eagle.
We got to get rid of Jack in
I'm
LA.
telling you, between him and
boot
Lawrence,
those guys.
between him and LT, like that's your argument for the two greatest defensive players ever.
Mm-hmm. Come on. All right.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Dawkins.
Well, listen, I love Dog.
He's not as great as
not the greatest.
Oh, here we go.
He's not Reggie. As a player, he's not. No offense, Doc.
No,
he's not
we don't
Reggie.
have to do that. Yeah. We don't have to do that.
All right. We'll get to the High Hopes baseball report. High Hopes Jackie baseball report. Sorry, in a moment. Warren and Cherry Hill, you're on WIP on BG Day.
Afternoon, boys. Got to tell you, it's always
yeah.
good hearing the coach and stuff like that. As much as I want to talk about Brandon Graham, I heard you talk about this Super Bowl compared to the last. Let me tell you something. While the game's going on, I want that blowout. Doesn't matter. But that first Super Bowl, that was the most unbelievable game I've ever seen in my life. Forgetting, say, next man up. Like, you've played. How many coaches have said that to you, next man up? But that is the first time we're glossing over the fact that how many guys got hurt. Forget our main quarterback. You got to give this coach any statue they put up of him. You talk about Reggie and other places. Doug Peterson's nothing but an Eagle to the day I die, at least. That was an unbelievable coaching job, what he got these guys to do. They would run through walls for him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah,
It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Absolutely.
I actually, until you said it, I didn't even remember he was here for 5 years. It just seems so much shorter when I'm looking back on it. But, he was
not only that, he was here 5 years, but he was also on Andy's staff.
Right, as quarterback
earlier.
coach.
Yeah.
Right, yep.
Tell you what, it's real funny it's not so funny anymore when you hear them say it's a gold standard. Remember that? What we used to get grief over there? Gold standard. We are the gold standard. I got to do this with Brandon Graham. I'm sure you remember hockey and the Flyers. The funny thing with Brandon, as beloved as he is, and he deserves every second, Flyers had a guy named Keith Primo we brought in. Nobody liked, nobody wanted. They thought it was a bad trade. You remember when we drafted Brandon? They weren't real happy with the pick. He made himself one of the most beloved athletes ever play in this city.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, he did.
It's an incredible
you remember
turn.
when he got drafted?
Yes.
It wasn't happy.
Yes.
They thought, what? Got to tell you, no matter what.
I was there at the draft when all the boos rang out. We were we were at the link. I was
You
there.
remember this?
Yes.
Dude, it's like, could you
Honest to
imagine
God.
if Evan Turner had become one of the greatest Sixers of all time? It's like, it's insane to think about,
No, but as I said, it's funny how it turns out. And, you could say Kelce and B-Dog, but I got to tell you, this man's been there for both parades. This man's an Eagle through and through. God bless him, man, what he brought to the city. We should have more class acts like him around, and you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Warren.
Great call, yeah. I tell you, man, I go back and forth with Kelce and BG. Love them both.
On Mount Rushmore.
I always call it my core four. The core four, Kelce, BG, Fletcher, and Lane. But Kelce and BG would be the face of the core four.
Yeah.
Both great stories of perseverance. We forget, Kelce was on the trading block too.
Yep.
We forget that whole speech he did at the parade was in part to some of the naysayers here.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Like, so that was like Kelce also has that sort of trials and tribulations, overcoming adversity, undersized, right? Like Kelce has that going on with him as well.
100%.
So and he was a 6th round pick.
Yep.
He was a 6th round pick. That's why I go back and forth.
So Kelce on the Mount Rushmore.
With he and BG. For me, it would have to be a different type of Mount Rushmore. If you're saying the face that represents this era of Eagles football, it's the core 4. I can't pick one.
Oh.
Yeah,
what do you want me to do?
I know.
Well, look,
what do you want me to do?
All I'm doing is
it's all 4 of them. What do you want me to do?
Bro, you can play these games on BG Day. I'll let you play these games on BG Day. When it's Mount Rushmore week, we're holding you down. Yeah, I won't go to break for 3 straight hours until you answer the freaking question. I'm just being honest with you.
And he is being honest.
I'm being honest.
Yes.
Nick Sirianni joins us at 4. If you missed Doug Peterson, he was with us at 3. You can do the rewind on the free Odyssey app. We'll get to the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report right after Jackie Baseball tells you about our friends at National Appliance Warehouse.
Emphasis on our friends.
Our friends.
Yep. You were in the house for the first time, like full over the weekend?
So all of my appliances in my kitchen, National Appliance Warehouse. I did dishes in the dishwasher. I got National Appliance.
Oh, what a dishwasher.
Dude. And I was playing with the drawer-out microwave that I got at National Appliance.
Yep.
Wait, last thing.
Playing with your dishwasher, huh?
Yep, that last thing. The water thing on the fridge, it's got an auto thing, so you just put the glass there, and it fills up the water. You don't even have to hold the thing
Does
down.
it have crushed ice, or do you still have the cubed ice?
I haven't tried the ice yet.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm sure it has it all.
Yes, National Appliance Warehouse. Anyway, tax-free Delaware. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the best. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows National Appliance Warehouse is the best. Spike's currently living it. My parents got a dishwasher from there. I mean, National Appliance Warehouse, they're heating up. And they're down tax-free Delaware. Obviously, that means you're going to get a great price. That's also guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. So you're going to get that. Also, they have great savings events going on, but you're going to get the right appliance. I mean, Spike had to narrow down his choices to only 2. Don't worry.
Yeah, they've got tons.
Over 100 brands.
Tons of brands.
15,000 square foot showroom, so they have the right appliance for you. And on top of that, you're going to get a knowledgeable, friendly, family-like atmosphere at National Appliance Warehouse. That's something that they fully believe in. We talk about culture with the sports teams. Culture matters here as well. And on top of that, installation, delivery, and a whole lot more. They do it all at National Appliance Warehouse. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Tell them Fritz sent you. That's what I did. They rolled out. They were like, Fritz, he sent you?
Our guy.
Got to give you a special Fritz price. Yep. All right.
That's a good voice you just did there.
Fritz price. Let's talk a little baseball.
It's time for the
late.
Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Buzz, what could you possibly be doing back there to where you're
coming off a good Friday.
I know.
Buzz.
Well, Buzz wasn't even producing Friday, so
he wasn't producing Friday.
That's why the show was so good on Friday. You realize that?
Yeah,
I have the
I
bill.
was producing Friday.
It was Justin.
Justin Morgan.
Yeah,
That's right. It was Justin.
Yeah,
oh damn, my bad, Buzz.
Nah, Justin. I mean, look, Justin. Look, he's got it together more than Buzz does. I love Buzz.
Wow.
But can I say, Buzz is too busy worrying about his friggin' weekend show when he's producing us.
He's worried about his jolly, make fun of him for a segment hour.
Oh, yeah. He's like, I got to get my tweet out reminding everybody about the show. I don't have time to produce the show. Whereas Morgenstein is just dialed in. But whatever.
Wow.
Yep.
Everybody's got different priorities.
My bad, Buzz.
Yeah. I was setting them up.
Yep.
Setting them up. I would say there's some big audio from Bryce Harper in here. Phil Stick 2 at 3 from the Diamondbacks.
There we go.
3 straight series wins.
Yep.
And, yesterday could have been a great comeback.
Oh, man, would have been all time.
It would have been fantastic. Ranger was dominant early, and I think he just got tired.
Do you think he's got tired? So
Got a little tuckered.
Kruk was bringing up
Dominant for 2 innings.
He's dominant.
2 2/3, right? Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he struck out the first 2 guys.
Basically
right?
the whole game.
Yeah.
It's the first time they've seen him all year.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, too. Kruk made a point during the broadcast about it happening when he moved to the stretch.
Yeah.
Is there anything there? Or
It can.
no?
I think his stuff was kind of flattened out as he was getting further into the start.
Back to the bullpen.
Nope. No, he's going to build up. Taiwan's in the bullpen.
Oh, great.
Right.
Yeah, he's not going to exactly. Yeah, they have another long man. Him and Joe Ross are just going to be eating up innings out of the bullpen.
Taiwan's been looking good.
Joe Ross been looking good, too.
Yeah.
So how long do we stick with Ranger?
Well, more than one start, all right? Jeez. Elliot texted me in the middle of the game yesterday. Is Ranger cooked? And I wanted to
Ranger
jump through my. It's fine. He might eventually. He's quick on the cook meter because he likes seeing how revved up we can get.
Because he got one more guy right. He jumped on the MB thing, and now everybody's cooked.
Well, by the way, I will reveal his Eagles Mount Rushmore that he just tweeted out in a moment.
It was sickening.
Yeah, it's just like it's
4:30. 4:30.
Yeah. Put Nick on it.
Put Nick? Why should Howie? Why Howie?
Yeah. Is Cooper on it yet?
Now this is very exciting for Ike.
Yes.
Where we at on Knowles?
Listen.
Come on, man.
Come back.
Come on, man. Talk to me.
We're trying to keep quiet.
That's all I'm doing.
Don't let people pick up the scent that he might be back.
Yep. I need one more start.
Listen.
I need one more. I need to get through another one.
Knowles might be back, though.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I mean, Knowles, the team
finally gave him some run support.
Yeah, Knowles might be back.
Well, you know what helps? Going from 89 to 93 on his fastball.
That does help.
Weather warms up a little bit. Stuff starting to look a little bit better. Either way, I mean, the rotation is shaping up very nicely. Luzardo was really good again on Friday. Wasn't totally dominant, but grinded his way through it. Nola, Sanchez is healthy again. Ranger, we'll see. Give it a couple more starts, but overall, you feel good about that. Also, you feel good about the trio of Dave Dombrowski signings this offseason. Slowly but surely, Max Kepler. Come on. Big home run on Friday, home run on Saturday. Oh, Kepi.
And by the way, thanks to Rob Thompson for resting him on Sunday.
Well, I gotta get Weston Wilson as the bats.
Yeah,
Weston Wilson went yard.
He did, but he also struck out in a big at bat, and then
I know. Thompson got a little cocky there with the second time he let Weston Wilson hit against the righty.
Yep.
I was like, all right. It worked one time. Wasn't exactly thrilled when he hit the home run.
And then, by the way, why is he? I think we all knew putting. I don't know where they were from a bullpen standpoint, but sending Alvarado out there for the second inning again.
Yeah, that was just day off today.
Okay.
He's your best guy out there.
We've already won the series.
It's that or Carlos Hernandez. Like, who would you rather have?
Right. Okay.
A second inning of Alvarado or Carlos Hernandez.
All right, that's fair.
So the one that I do find the most interesting, though, is what Harper said after the game. Obviously, a lot was made on Friday. You know, I think Morning Show talked about Harper's leadership. Midday Show talked about Harper's leadership. And I think I talked about Harper's leadership.
Thank you.
Easy over there, Killer.
Well, it's just like, we say things, we throw matches, and then we run away.
Here we go. I was going to say that we talked about it as well.
Yep, you brought it up. Yep.
And that's fine.
Okay.
But I think he got the hint. I think he knew what the temperature was like in the city. And he talked yesterday after the game, and I really think that it was an interesting quote from Bryce, and I think he kind of got the message.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not where I want to be. Like I said, I mean, I've gone through stretches like this in my career. It's going to happen. I'll come back and come back out of it and be totally fine. But it's just a frustrating moment, just not being able to come through and realizing I got to be better for my teammates and the fans, and they expect that. This organization expects that. So I think I hold myself to a really high standard, and my teammates do as well, and everybody else. So I gotta be better.
He's frustrated. Yeah. I mean, and he's the people, and you can see it in his eyes. Like you can see it in how he's carrying himself. You just think about last year. It's not like he was doing this just to paint a picture of last year versus this year, and not like he was doing this every game. But when they're in London, he does the whole goal celebration in London, and this year, like, you don't really see any emotion out of him at all. And I think he's frustrated, obviously, but I think when he's letting Jack, you brought this up on Friday, when he looks tight, it can make the team tight. I think so.
Yeah, I'll say this in hearing those comments. This is why he doesn't get criticized like some other athletes.
Yep.
Because I don't know if every athlete holds themselves to that standard. I don't know if every star player is going to come out and be as honest about where he's at right now and knowing the expectations and things of that nature. He's not looking to blame anybody. He's not making any excuses. He's not ducking the media. And I believe that guys like that in his position, the Jalen Hurts, even Embiid, when he's going, well, like, if they're going to handle their rough times in a first-class manner, in a stand-up manner, they do deserve a little bit more rope. I'm not saying they are above criticism, but I think they should be above the over-the-top criticism, right? They should be above they should earn that because, A, they carry the weight of the franchise and the expectation, and they're compensated. Don't get me wrong for that, but I can appreciate the guys who don't run from that responsibility.
Yep.
Who embrace it, they accept it, and when they aren't playing well, they don't run and hide then. And I think for Bryce, for the most part, he's been stand-up. He's been a stand-up guy even when he's not struggling. He does his little playing well, but he's not running and hiding from this right now.
No, and he never throws teammates under the bus.
Exactly.
He can be critical, but he doesn't like Embiid does. And he – I appreciate that.
Yes.
Whatever he's thinking, I don't know. I appreciate his outward energy on it. It has made me appreciate him more that he takes that responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think getting it from the standpoint of how teammates look at him as well. I thought that's what the comments were interesting about too. Because I got to be better for my teammates as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was good. Buzz, do you happen to have the Fransky audio from Friday night as well?
I heard that Friday.
Yeah, because I
heard it.
That was also interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that was my bad. I should have.
He was talking to you.
Well, it was
Well, but I don't want to talk about it till we play it. There we go. All right, go ahead, Buzz.
Seems to be this narrative about town that Bryce Harper isn't having any fun, isn't enjoying playing baseball. And I think the folks down at ground level would tell you differently. He's not happy that he's not hitting the way.
That's what it is.
Yeah. But you ask around and what kind of a teammate he's been and all that. The pitch is up high. And they say Harper might be the best he's ever been as a teammate in terms of being supportive of others and staying engaged on the bench, even when things are not going well for him.
Well, what was it Harper said? When I was a jerk, I hit great. Maybe I should go back to being a jerk. Now I'm trying to be a nicer guy, and I'm not hitting. I'm going to go back to being a jerk. Yeah, he's not going to be jumping up and down. I don't think there's too many players who are going to be all thrilled and excited about struggling. Not like he's struggling for the whole month. He's not where he wants to be.
All right. Well, it's Scott.
Yep.
First of all, your partner, Larry Anderson, was on our show on Wednesday. Larry said when he was watching it, he didn't see. I asked Larry Anderson, when you watch Bryce, is there any? Just ask him about performance. Is there anything you see? He immediately jumped to, they don't look like they're having any fun out there. It was the first thing he jumped to. And he said, I haven't been there, but people have mentioned it to me, and when I watch it, I don't see it. The only thing I would say, Scott Fransky is aces to me as a broadcaster, as a guy. Can we not do that? There's a narrative. Can we not? Like, everybody who watches the team and watches Bryce Harper could see him acting differently. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's inside of him, but we see him for 3 hours a night, every night, more than we see family members. If you're watching every Phillies game. I just hate when we do this thing where there's a thing being made up about, and we need, you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty clear when you watch Bryce Harper that he was not as outwardly, happy, whatever the word is.
He's a little mopey.
So that's all. I just don't think it was being made up. And I also don't think there was anybody publicly saying, I know for sure that Bryce is X, Y, or Z. I think people were just talking about what they saw.
It's the biggest thing that fans were thinking, I think, watching the Phillies the last week and a half.
Yeah, that's all.
What's going on with Bryce?
Yeah.
He did make a nice swing adjustment on Saturday. I'm sure you saw it. I'm sure you're thrilled.
Wait, what's that?
He made a nice swing adjustment on Saturday.
I didn't notice.
His bat was just up higher. He didn't do any of the motion a little bit.
Yeah,
and then Sunday got it back and went, yeah.
There you go.
I don't ever want to watch baseball that close.
Well, you know where the bat is?
Yeah.
I'll do it for you, buddy.
And I know you notice it, because you watch those.
Do you want to talk about Lazard changing his slider grip on Friday?
No, remember when I was like with Romano? Yeah, Romano.
Whatever.
Yeah, about the tipping of the pitches.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, what do you mean?
He's just tipping.
It's baseball.
Is what it is.
It's the greatest of baseball.
Sometimes your glove flares out a little bit. It's fastball versus.
There's not one sport that I hate the nuance of the sport more than baseball.
Oh, that's what baseball is.
The unwritten rules.
It's all nuance. Yeah.
That's sports.
If Scott didn't use narrative, if he just skipped the word
narrative's the one that drives you crazy.
Leave Fransky alone.
He'd leave us alone.
He didn't say us.
He was talking
we know what
about
he was
us.
listening
He's
to.
on his way to the ballpark.
Yep.
Throw a rock in the crowd and the hit dog will holler.
Narrative.
Right now we're hollering.
The narrative.
He didn't say us.
Speaking of the narrative.
The narrative.
Hey, you ought to know not to mess with Fransky.
I'm not messing with Fransky. I thought the audio was interesting. And, the big narrative, is he ever going to work again?
Oh, who knows? I don't comment on that. All right, coming up next, Coach Nick Sirianni joins us to talk about Brandon Graham on BG Day. Speak of BG Day, we are at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville for the BG Live pre-party. Miller Lite, thanks to Miller Lite specials all day long while we're here. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I know a little bit about great defense and special teams. And I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. Now, I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you've been looking for a roofing contractor, then look no further than my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Give them a call today. Give Emmons a call today, at 855-4-EMMONS. That's 855-4-EMMONS, or check them out online at Emmons.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Golden State Warriors might just win the whole damn thing. Their Game 7 victory over the Houston Rockets is a stark reminder for the rest of the West and the rest of the NBA that when Steph Curry has a Jimmy Butler and a motivated and highly functioning Draymond Green and a guy like Buddy Hield hitting shots and the history of excellence that he's always carried with him, they can beat anybody anytime. Watch out. The Warriors are coming. I'm Bill Ryder.
Streams are where our kids play. And dogs splash. Many provide the water we drink. But are those streams clean and safe? For most local streams, no one knows. That's a problem. One the Isaac Walton League of America can help you solve with the Clean Water Challenge. To learn more and get involved, visit iwla.org. That's iwla.org.
One day, I'll teach chemistry to kids.
I'm going to be an architect.
My dream is to be a chef.
At the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Federal Student Aid, we provide more than $150 billion each year in grants, loans, and work-study funds, making higher education possible for anyone at any stage of life.
I can go back to college.
I can change careers.
I can make a difference.
Federal Student Aid, proud sponsor of the American Mind. Learn more about money for college at studentaid.gov.
Think fast. In the short time it takes to listen to this message, a small flame can turn into a big fire. Several minutes more, and thick, poisonous smoke may have filled your lungs and reduced your ability to respond. Give it 5, and your entire home may be filled with flames.
Keep breathing, we got you.
Don't let your world go up in smoke. Have working smoke alarms and keep children 3 feet away from anything that gets hot. Learn more at usfa.fema.gov because fire is everyone's fight.
3, 2, 1. Oh no. Which button am I?
When every second counts, you can't wing it.
Guys, a little help up here?
In a home fire, you may have less than 2 minutes to get out. So make a family home fire escape plan. Then practice home fire drills at least twice a year so everyone knows what to do when they hear. Prepare your family at ready.gov/fire drill. Brought to you by FEMA, the Ad Council, and Make Safe Happen.
As a doctor, I see patients every day who are losing their vision to age-related macular degeneration, also known as AMD. If you have blurry vision or blind spots, they can be symptoms of AMD, and if untreated, could lead to blindness. The good news, AMD can be managed with effective clinically approved treatments that may reverse some vision loss. For free AMD information, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness at 1-800-BLINDNESS. That's 1-800-BLINDNESS. There is a cure in sight.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's BG Day. We are at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville for the BG Live pre-party. Joining us now to talk about BG Super Bowl champion, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni. Coach Sirianni, so glad you joined us today. Thanks for giving us some of your time.
Wouldn't miss it. How y'all doing?
What's up, Coach? How's your off-season going?
How you doing?
How's the off-season been going for you?
It's been going good. Been going good. Yeah, getting back into it with the players being back in. It's always exciting to get them back into it and just trying to find ways how we can get better.
That's what I'm talking about.
Coach, was there anything, now you won the friggin' Super Bowl, man. Was there anything you did for yourself that said, you know what, I deserve this? Like, did you go somewhere? Did you buy some little treat for yourself for winning the Super Bowl?
No, shoot, we had to get right back to work. I had a coordinator to replace with Kellen Moore, and then a couple of guys that he took with him. So we got right back into it. So, shoot, when you're at this spot and you're just thinking about all the ways you can continue to get better, and because I know this, everybody we play this year is going to be. Hey, if we don't protect the ball against the Philadelphia Eagles, or if we don't tackle good against the Philadelphia Eagles, if we don't break tackles against the Philadelphia Eagles, it's going to be hard to beat them. So we're trying to find out ways that we can get better at tackling, and we can get better at taking the ball away, and we can get better at, making yards after catch and things like that. So, that's where our mindset's been from. Yeah, we enjoyed the parade. All right, so then on that, then it's just that mindset to get back to work and try to continue to do good things.
Well, we saw you at the parade, Coach Sirianni, and your speech, honestly, I was like, this guy means business. I like this guy. He means business. In, out, thanked everyone. It was great. So great answer. Great answer.
Thank you.
So, Coach, talking about Brandon Graham today, when you became head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, how important was having guys like BG in there as leaders and as veterans there to help you sort of set the culture that you wanted to set as head coach?
Yeah, I think you guys have heard me talk about that an awful lot. Like, I was different than a lot. Like, I was in a different scenario than a lot of other head coaches, right? I had four guys with Brandon and with Lane and with Jason and with Fletch. Of guys that, what first-year head coach has four guys on the offense and defensive line that have played 10-plus years? And so, obviously, those guys and Brandon were just so important to that, and they know how to win. They know the things that it takes. So, and then to have those guys, preaching what you're preaching, and, that's huge. That's huge for any coach, and just still so appreciative to them. On those things, and man, what a great core group of guys I was able to inherit. It's just awesome. And BG's, as we know, we're doing this. You guys are doing an awesome thing for him today, and the whole day devoted towards him. And couldn't say enough good things about him as we're about to here today.
I tell you, Coach, listening to you talk about the importance of having those guys as players. When you came in as coach and throughout your tenure, it had me reflecting back on your run here as head coach. And there's been up and downs. Your first year got off to a little bit of a slow start. Then, I thought you made an impassionate speech and plea about your team, talking about fertilizing and planting that soil. No, I'm not to poke fun at it. I mean, being legit, thinking about it now. Because you had veterans like Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelce, Lane Johnson, that I really came out in support of you and have always sort of had your back. And I think having those type of veterans sort of echo your message, I think helped us as fans and those of us on the outside sort of at least try to be patient and understanding with the type of coach that you were, because your players were clearly saying how much you meant to them. We just didn't understand it. And it's guys like Brandon that I think helped a lot of us come along to appreciating you as a head coach and what you mean to that locker room and to your players. So hearing you talk about Brandon and some of the other vets, I think it's big when a coach comes in and those veteran players are there to support him.
Yeah, no doubt. And that helps with not just on the outside, who's not there every single day, right? But on the inside too, like on the inside of the building, right, with all the players, like you know. And so it was dual important for both sides, you know, the outside world and the inside world to have the support of those guys. And you know, again, just unbelievable people. Unbelievable players, obviously. You know, there's so many times I wish people knew on the outside what good people we have too. You know, because you know we're in a business, you know, a results business, right? And I get that, but like, man, to go to, but you know, when you win and when you win big, it takes more than talent. It takes, and I say this about BG all the time, like. You don't play, like, you know, this, like, you don't play in the NFL for 15 years on talent alone. That just doesn't happen, right? It takes all the special stuff. It takes the guys, you know, exactly the guys that we were looking for in the draft, the guys that love football, the guys that have high football IQ, the guys that are tough, the guys that are selfless, right? Those are the guys, God willing, reach their full potential, and that's exactly, you know, I've said it so many times. Like, I remember putting on tape. One of my favorite, you didn't ask me this, but I'm going to say it anyway. One of my favorite BG plays, maybe my favorite BG play. And I get it. I wasn't here in 17, so I can't say, you know, the Super Bowl sack, right? Yeah. But it was a heck of a play. But my favorite BG play was in Dallas, against Dallas at home in 2023. It's a 2-point conversion. We're up 23-28, and Dak breaks the pocket. And here comes BG, he was inside on a stunt. And here comes BG flying, relentless effort on his pursuit, flying to stop Dak from scoring. Now, it appeared that he scored, and the referee gave him a touchdown, but he stepped out of bounds, if you guys remember, on like the 2-yard line because of this pursuit by Brandon. And long story short, right, they get the ball back. They're driving. They need a touchdown to win, and we end up keeping them out of the end zone. Where a point they would have been able to kick the field goal had they got that 2-point conversion. And so, and I, you know, that's my favorite play that Brandon. You know, I could have picked many sacks that he had. I could have picked I could have picked the Super Bowl sack that he had against Tom Brady. But the one I'm thinking of is this effort play that I just explained, and why? Well, one, it was a big time play, but for every guy to be able to, for me to be able to put on the tape and say and slow it down and be like, guys, you don't play 15 years in the NFL on talent alone. Watch the extra stuff that makes it happen, and for everybody to see that and for it to, you know, show up and end up helping us win a football game, like I have no better. Like, I'm a guy who likes to show a lot of different athletes, like making plays and why they made the play and this and that. But I got Brandon sitting right there, you know, BG sitting right there in this film session watching this, and the guys are able to see that. Like, what a great thing to be able to teach the entire team on, hey, man, this is how it's supposed to be done, and it helped us win a game. And shoot, what a great example to all the guys and coaches and players in that room.
Coach, we've talked about BG, and so many people brought up different plays and different moments that they think.
Has anyone brought up that one yet?
Nope. Nobody's brought that one up.
Oh, good. That was original.
Yep. That was original. And
how many guys brought up the Super Bowl sack?
Well, yeah, just about everybody.
Yeah.
That's certainly one. But I wanted to get your thoughts on coaching BG and being around him behind the scenes, right? Not on game day. I'm talking about throughout the week, practice every day. Now, I played with a guy who I work with now in Hugh Douglas. Like, Hugh was our energy rabbit at practice. He brought all the excitement. He was the guy who had the energy every day, said stuff to keep people laughing.
This is what you did, Coach.
We're in a bar right now.
Yeah.
But I know BG off the field also had to be great for you to coach and have as a player of yours. How much are you going to miss having him out at practice every day to keep things lively and keep things going?
Yeah, if you're, I've said this, right? I've said if every company, every business, everybody needs a BG because, man, one of my favorite things to kind of explain to you guys how ready he was every single day is anytime we had pads on, right? Anytime we had pads on, if it was a Wednesday in the season or training camp, he's at that team meeting first thing in the morning with his pads on his lowers. He had his thigh pads in, he had his hip pads in, he had his knee pads in, he had his butt pad in. He had it all. I'm like, man, this guy's ready. I love this about him. He is ready to go. Like, don't be around him and not be ready to go. He's going to be ready to go. And, man, and that's just a quick story about that. But, like, he's always, you can't have a bad day around him. Like, he's always smiling. He's always, and on top of that, he's always bringing people up. He has a great sense about him of, hey, this guy's going through a hard time. Hey, this guy's, going through a struggle, and he's talked about it, right? I've been through that struggle. Let me help you, and let me tell you what helped me when I went through that. Like, what an example. What an example that he was for the entire building in that aspect because, shoot, we all come in and have a bad day here and there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. Hey, even football players, you guys are playing football and coaching football for a living. Yeah, I know it's awesome. But there's times that you come in, you're having a bad day, and man, it's just as if, he never did, and I know he did, but he was able to, have that smile on his face, and what a humble leader to be able to lead guys when they're going, and that's what I always will remember is him going, guys going through a hard time and him really trying to reach out and help those guys. But the main thing, like when you asked that question, was him coming in the morning with his pads on, and I love that. I love that about BG. He had a long time before practice would start too, and he still had them damn pads on.
I feel like you might wear him to the event tonight. You never know. Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni with us. Coach, so BG comes back for what this past year, for what we all felt like would be his final year, and I don't think any of us, at least from our perspective, looked ahead and said, BG's going to play half the snaps. And for, the first half of the year may even be the best edge on the team. Were you surprised, I guess, at how good he was this year until he had that injury?
No, because, I know who he is, and I know the work that he puts into it. And, no, nothing that he does on the field ever surprises me because, like you said, like I get to see him every day. Like you guys get to see him on Sunday and a little bit of practice, right, when the media's out there. But I get to see him on a daily basis all day, right? And so when you got a guy that's putting in the work that he does and is the type of leader he is, and, that doesn't surprise you because, what you do in private's going to be seen in public, good or bad. And he always brought it every single day. And, man, Coach Walsh always says you got to earn the right to pass rush, right? What does that mean? That means that you got to stop the stinking run on first and second down to earn the right to pass rush. And man, does that guy earn the right to pass rush? Like the way he played, and that's what I think really sticks out to me. The way that he played this year is, man, how awesome he was against the run, right? And and pushing a tight end back. That matchup never worked out for the guys when they put the tight end one-on-one with BG and he walks them back, or the guard pulls, and he crushes the edge. Like that man earned the right to pass rush every single game, and that's what from this season, really stood out to me is the way he, did that, and Nolan Smith, right, obviously had a great year. But when Nolan's seeing, hey, this is how this guy plays the edge every single time, and you see Nolan do it, like, what a great example for us as coaches to be, hey, watch how BG sets the edge, and then boom, hey, now look at it. Now look how Nolan's setting the edge. Like, I mean, and so that's what really sticks out to me with how he played this year 15. And shoot, man, when he, sometimes, obviously injuries happen in this game, and it takes a lot. We're so close to these players, right? We focus so much on team, and so when a guy like BG it gets hurt, and it takes everything for you as a coach, like in that LA Ram game, to not break down for him, right? And I ended up running in the locker room just to, be there for him for a second, but so I know that was tough that he had to go through that, but man, he got himself back. That's the type of guy he is.
Well, he tears the triceps, and everybody has Google, and I look up the recovery time, and there's just in my head, there's no way, Brandon Graham is ever coming back. Did it ever sneak into your head that there would be a point at which Brandon Graham would return this season?
I knew if somebody could do it, it'd be him. That's what I will say. We try to take everything. I know this sounds cliche, but we try to take everything game by game, day by day. But when they said, and I didn't really think about it until a couple weeks into it when they said, if we make it this far, you got a chance. And I know BG told me about that a couple times after that, a couple hundred times after that. And if anybody had a chance to do it, it was going to be him. And shoot, what an unbelievable story. And then, that's the other thing. You talk to guys about being able to play through, bumps and bruises that happen through. You don't as a player, right? You're never going to feel as good as you feel day one of training camp. And to be able to play through the bumps and bruises of things and being able to put that tape on and go, hey, this guy had this, and now look, he's playing this many weeks later, this many months later. He said he gets you so many examples to be able to show the team, and I'm hoping all the coaches over the entire country are showing Brandon Graham clips because. Man, what great example he can be to all the entire youth playing football.
Well, Coach, I know it's been a short off season for you. You've been back at work. Seems like you guys are focused and getting ready for the 2025 season. I know you guys want to move past last year, but for us out here, we're still enjoying it, being two-time champions, and we haven't had the chance to congratulate you personally from this show and thank you for the job you did all year long as head coach of this football team and bringing the second Super Bowl title here, man. So congratulations, well deserved. You've had a wonderful career so far, man. We're looking forward to a bunch of great more years with you as head coach.
I appreciate that, guys. I do. And I know you're not asking me, but I'm going to give him my last BG. I came in with some BG stories.
Oh, yeah, come on with it.
I'm going to give
for
them.
Sure.
I'm going to give them. The other thing about him, is he always found a way to celebrate other people's success with him, right? Whether that's, Sweaty getting a sack and him wiping off his brow like Sweaty does. You put on a Sweaty sack, I guarantee you BG's doing that, as he's talking trash to the other team. So I guarantee you that's happening when Sweaty, whether it's Nolan and his celebration, he was just always there for his guys to celebrate their greatness. And what gives me goosebumps for even saying this right now, and I got goosebumps because I love this stuff, is that anytime he would get a sack, you saw everybody also celebrating his greatness and do his BG dance, which I'm doing. I know you can't see, but I'm doing it right now in my office as I sit here and think about it. But we could go on and on all day about BG, but that I always love that about him and the way he brings people together.
Well, Coach, what's even better than having 2 Super Bowls, 3. So we're looking forward to next season, man.
All right, guys. Hey,
thank you, Coach.
All right, Coach.
There he is, Coach Nick Sirianni. It happened at some point midway through last year. I don't remember when it was. I'd have to go back to the shows. But, man, I'm a Sirianni guy.
It did happen. I don't know I forget which game it was, but it was I don't know what moment it was.
It might have been week 7. I think
it was somewhere around 7 or 8.
When they came out of the bye, and just everything.
Was it after the Bengals game?
It was like every controversy that they handled, every potential, and it was really BG in my ear too on Mondays, like telling me even off air.
I'm going to tell you what I think it was.
Okay.
After the Jacksonville game,
Yep.
he had a lot of questionable decisions in that game.
And I did defend them.
You agree with a lot of them.
Yes. I did.
He just seems so comfortable now.
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously, when you win a Super Bowl, you have some grace. You have a grace period for sure. But he sounds confident. He doesn't sound cocky.
No.
He sounds confident.
Absolutely. And you ask him, what is he doing this offseason to celebrate? He's like, you kidding? I'm grinding.
Yeah, but hold on. Again, like we mentioned with Coop.
Sea Isle.
It's almost Sea Isle.
Avalon.
Yep. He has 1 week down there.
They get that month to sort of let their hair down before the season starts, before training camp starts.
Yep. All right, so coming up next on BG Day, we'll be joined by Chris Long, former BG teammate.
Long Cox.
Yeah. Whoa.
Well, I meant like
Fletcher
Cox.
Cox.
Yep.
We're at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. It is the BG Live pre-party thanks to Miller Lite. They have Miller Lite specials going on here. BG Day continues on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, moms are special, right? They support us and they stand by us no matter what, and their love for us is unconditional. Now, this Mother's Day, Mark's Jewelers is offering something special to honor mom, a gift with any gift purchase for mom or your wife. That's right. When you purchase something for your mom or your wife, Mark's Jewelers is going to give you a gift for purchasing a gift. It's simple. Come in and sing or say, I'll always love my mama. She's my favorite girl. Okay, you don't need the she's my favorite girl part in there, but that extra touch gives it a special touch. And you'll receive a gift with a gift. Available now at Montgomeryville, PA, or the Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's showrooms, marks-jewelers.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated, and you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane, or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. It's BG Live Day for the it's BG Day. BG Live is tonight. We are at the BG Live pre-party. Brought to you by Miller Lite Specials. This food looks serious here.
It's good food.
By the way. Yeah,
Good
like
food.
you can tell,
eats.
you know.
Justin's here.
Justin's always here. And joining us now for BG Day, former BG teammate. And I'm sorry, man, you're a podcaster now. You're not a former player. Chris Long joins us. How's it feel to be one of us, podcaster guy?
Man, you guys had it harder than I thought. This is this is not as easy as it looks. So yeah, you know.
Well, you seem to be doing a pretty good job at it, brother. You're doing a great job at it.
I appreciate it. I'm hanging in, man. You know, this time of year, it's nice to have a BG day because there's not much to talk about, is there, in the NFL some of these days? But yeah, man.
Learning that too.
It's been good. Thank you.
Chris, you only played here a couple years, but you do feel like when I think now I'm in Philadelphia, but I think about Chris Long, I was like, that guy's an Eagle. Like, definitely an Eagle. Like, what do you think it is about you and about the town that, like, sort of connected in a way that you are remembered here and you identify with the place as if you were here longer than you were?
Well, a couple things. I mean, it's hard to fake loving a place the way I just love Philly, like, from the minute we pulled up. It's also right place, right time, too, you know. There's a number of us on that team that are going to be remembered a great deal for our contribution to the Eagles, and they might have been small contributions or they might have been quick stops. You know, there's a lot of legendary Eagles that I look back on and think are way more Eagles than I am. But, you know, I was just lucky enough to be there for a couple years when things were going well. And we just had a special team, man. You know, I think back, you know, I was just looking at the team last year, winning the whole thing, and, you know, people ask us who's the better team, and to me it's not even a conversation. Like, that team was so talented this year. It made a lot of sense that they went out and won the Super Bowl. And you know, you think back to our team, and, you know, I don't know if I would have been able to call that. It was just such a magical ride, and it all came together, and it was about the people, man. And I think also I was just so lucky. It's one of the biggest privileges of my life to be able to share that experience with people who have been waiting a lot longer than I had. You know, I had been waiting to be on a winning team before I went to New England the year prior for, you know, 8-9 years of my career, and now I'm getting a chance to win, and it felt like an eternity. But for Eagles fans to wait that long to win a Super Bowl, right? Haven't seen all those amazing players, guys that were way better than us and way more Eagles than we were. We were just lucky to be there, right place, right time, and I love the city. And for me, you know, 8 years in St. Louis, we don't have a team there anymore. So naturally, I think I needed a home base, and it's not like I tried to make it my home base. It just kind of became the home base for me and my family.
Chris, you also did some great things. I don't want this to go unnoticed, or people just may not remember because we're far removed from it. But besides what you did on the field, contributing, you were also impactful and significant off the field during that time. We're talking about social injustice going on during that time. You certainly supported that cause arm in arm with your teammates. Also, what you did with charities locally, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you played a year where you donated every game check. Like, you may have played a year for free, right?
Yeah, I did, man. And you know how this is, man. Yeah. I mean, money
That's
drives
awesome.
you to a certain, well, thank you so much. And money drives you to a certain extent. Like, certainly there was very early in my career, like, getting drafted, old CBA, being top 5, that sort of thing. Like, you know, I worked really hard for that. And when I came on the scene, my mind quickly shifted to, like, cementing a legacy, trying to be the best I can be on the field. Like, it wasn't really about the money for me. I was extremely blessed and fortunate to be, you know, one of the guys that got paid early, and then I got my second contract, you know, played really well in St. Louis and got my second contract. And then to me, I'm like, listen, how much money did I really show up to this thing trying to make in my life? You know, like I'm not playing for money at this point. I'm playing for fulfillment, a chance to win. And that's why I always took less money later in my career. Those two opportunities I had when I finally got to free agency at 31 years old, you know, it was all about handicapping, getting a chance to play somewhere that was going to give me the best chance to win. And that's why I went to New England. And then once I won a Super Bowl, it was like, okay, now I'm really playing with house money, where I've fed my family, I've provided for my family, I have a ring. I want to go somewhere and have fun and play the style of football that I'm accustomed to playing in a 4-3, pin your ears back, attack, play physical. And what I quickly found, you know, when I showed up was not only, hey, there were a lot of real conversations going on that I was involved in, but also it's just a city that, like, it's a magnetic place where you want to do good for the city, and you want to pay it forward, and you want to meet the fans halfway on that stuff. I mean, for me, I kind of went back and forth on, do I want to publicize playing for free, giving up my game checks, because I didn't want to be the look at me guy. But, you know, I was able to donate my salary, and the fans in Philly, and this was so cool about it, who had just met me, you know, they decided to meet me halfway and double our investment in educational equity. And, you know, we're still working hard in that space. And I like to think it kind of started, you know, officially in Philly. And so I'm just so appreciative of the opportunity to do that, and also the fans kind of getting behind it and making it, you know, I wouldn't have been real excited about it if it was just me donating my money. But we turned it into a fundraising opportunity, and fans doubled our investment. So it was a no-brainer doing it. And it kind of was one of those things where I wasn't sure that I wanted to play anymore. It was like I was getting to that point in my career where I was like, well, let me give myself something to really motivate myself just in case I show up and I don't love football anymore. Because, you know, every summer is different when you get in your 30s. You're like, I don't know what it's going to be like. So, you know, I showed up to camp and fell in love with the place and was able to donate the salary. And it was just a magical year, man.
Former Eagle Chris Long with us. No, this is we're in May. Did you hear that? This is just May.
Yeah, it
in a
doesn't matter.
sports
It
bar.
doesn't matter when it is. Yeah.
So, Brandon Graham, what do you remember about BG just as a teammate?
One of the best teammates I ever had. And, like, still one of those people, I called him, like, maybe 10 days ago just to check in, and he pick up the phone, second, third ring, whatever it is. Like, he's just the same guy. Like, he doesn't change. He's had a lot of success in the 6 or so years, I can't believe it, since we stopped playing on the same team, and just watching him and guys like Kelce and, like, just enjoy this elevated level of fame and notoriety and success. They don't change, which is so cool, and that's why I think, like, Philly loves BG, is because he's the same guy. Like, he's always the same guy. He was the same guy every day when he showed up to work. Consistently joyful, consistently brought the positive energy. Like, even when he was talking trash to people, which he's well known for, like, there was a tinge of, like, I'm having fun, and guys would be like, I don't know how to take this guy, like, he's kind of funny, but he's telling me he's going to run me over. And that was just the kind of guy he was. And, man, like, my favorite thing, like, if somebody's always like, hey, what's the thing you remember most about BG? I remember that he used to put his pads on and his football pants on, like, at 7 a.m. Like, we'd have an afternoon practice. And, guys get in at 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m., get breakfast, film, tape. You've got meetings for hours before we go out. We're going to be in the we're going to be in the lunchroom, the whole thing. Most guys get, dressed for practice an hour before practice. This dude was dressed like it was the first tryout of his life for Pee Wee football, sitting in his locker, eating, of course, at 7 a.m. With some big breakfast, and he's got all his pads on already. And we're like, BG, what are you doing, bro? But, like, he was not only just a quirky, funny dude, but he was just a great teammate. And in my experience, like, if there was no BG, there was no Chris Long those couple years. And, like, and for me, I was a small part of the story, but it's a huge part of my life playing in Philly, and I don't have that experience if it's not for BG saying, hey, I'll kick inside because I know you can rush the edge real well. Even at my age, I was a left end, and, so is BG, but BG's a really good inside rusher as well. So BG was willing to kind of be the team guy and move around for, a veteran who came in, and I'm a good player in my own right, but a lot of guys might not want to do that. And, it wasn't just BG. Like, playing next to Fletch was amazing. Like, those guys were all just unselfish people, and BG was second to none. The only time me and BG ever got into it in my entire life, I tell this story a lot, was when we were arguing over who had to rush over Tyron Smith in Dallas. We both wanted to rush over the right tackle, and there was a key moment in the game late where we were both lined up over the right tackle, and it kind of turned into a chicken situation where it was like, are we really, when the ball snapped, both going to be over here? Like, and at the very last minute, I think it was BG or maybe it was me, I just sprinted over and got a rush in on Tyron Smith, but that was the only time we ever kind of, like, argued over anything. He was just that kind of teammate, and we laugh about that to this day, like two guys standing over, Terrence Steele or whoever it was. But that's how good Tyron Smith was. And BG was a great teammate, man. Just moved up and down the line to accommodate whoever it was. And he was a great football player because he really could do a couple jobs on the defensive line. Like, and what I loved about his game was, he might not have been the guy who was going to lead the league in sacks, but he was the guy that was going to get consistent pass rush wherever he lined up, and he was going to get consistent negatives in the run game. He was one of the most disruptive run players I ever played with, and yet he's very strong, but he's really crafty, and obviously great energy. And, like, there's nothing I respect more than a guy playing late into his 30s, right? Like, it's the hardest league in the world to play in as you age, and he found a way to play, honestly, some of his best ball down the stretch this last season. I think the game he got hurt in, the Rams game, he was playing the best game I've seen him play since we played together, I thought. Yeah. And he's played some good ball. So just went out on top, was able to battle back, play in the Super Bowl. Like, what a legend, man. I mean, he's just one of a kind.
Chris, I think sometimes, right, we play the game and we play the game because we love the game. And fans, they watch us play and they all wish they could be in that position and playing as long as anybody could ever play. But talk about playing this game when you do get into your 30s and the motivation you have to have. I know when I turned 32, 33, I was already thinking about radio. I was like, man, guys. But for him, and even you played long in your career. I mean, to be a defensive lineman and still have the energy and the drive to want to do it. I'm not so sure he doesn't still think he can play, Chris. Hey, he may still in the back of his mind feel like I got another year in me at least. But
we got to talk to BG and say, hey man, like even the great ones give it up at some point. But,
right.
But like, you know, it is hard. I retired at
the physical
34.
demand. Yeah, the physical demand on your body.
Yes, it is a big demand, and you know, like, I don't know, everybody's body changes different times in the NFL. Like, you know, I got IR late in my 20s 2 years in a row, and I lost a couple steps, and you know, I could still play at a high level, but I wasn't going to be the guy I was anymore, and you know, there's a learning curve to where you have to tailor your game to the current set of circumstances. And a lot of that is dictated by what do you have. And, like, BG's game aged really well because he played with power, right? Like, we all played with power. Like, I played with power, but, like, BG had great leverage, played with power, played with technique. So his game was able to age, like, well into his late 30s, like 36 or whatever he is now.
Yeah.
You know, and having experience, like, playing at 33, retiring at 34, like, I think I could have gone a few more years, but it's not easy day to day. And BG, to actually go out and do it, and, like, there'd be days I'd be sitting there on a Wednesday, like, just with my feet kicked up, like, man, I'm glad I'm not doing a Wednesday practice right now. And I would think about BG and his old ass. And I'd be like, dude, I cannot believe he's out there right now. He's probably got his football pants, you know, he's probably got his football pants on at 7 in the morning, you know, with a smile on his face and hyping the young guys up. And you know, like, you need vets. And I don't know that I mean, obviously he contributed on the field, but they definitely don't win a Super Bowl without that veteran in the D-line room. Because the D-line room turned out to be a real showcase spot for them this year, and there were a lot of young guys on that group and guys that needed development and needed to understand how to rush together, how to play together, how to be pros. And when you looked at that room, there weren't a lot of vets. So he did some heavy lifting, man, to be able to get those guys where they needed to be. And so not only the physical part of it, you know, waking up every day being in pain, you know, waking up every day knowing you're not fast anymore, knowing you might have lost a step, knowing that, like, hey, everything hurts. But then there's also the, like, in the midst of all that, to be able to bring the energy and the juice and the leadership as your snaps are getting cut into, as you're having to deal with the politics upstairs. And I don't mean, like, I'm talking about just, like, NFL politics where, you know, there's younger players that want to push them along, you know, the whole thing. So you got to be patient. You have to have a great attitude, and you have to take care of your body and be a hard worker and be a technician. And he's all those things.
Well, we can confirm Coach Sirianni, about less than an hour ago, we had him on, and he told the same 7 a.m. fully dressed BG story still went on this past year. So in his 15th season, he was still doing it.
There's no fixing BG, bro. It's too late.
All right, Chris. Well, we appreciate you. Congratulations on your transition over to one of us as a podcaster.
I'm trying. Thank you. I'm still working on it. But I appreciate y'all having me.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us,
Thank
bro.
you. There he is.
Anytime.
Thanks, Chris. There he is, Chris Long. That was great, man. That was great.
And like you said, played here a short time, but was a fan favorite.
Yep. We'll always be an Eagle. Eagle to us. He didn't play for any other team. You know, I moved into my new house this past Thursday, and man, this weekend I found out why I called Gaida for new windows. They're not in yet, right? It takes a little while for them to come in. You could hear my dogs barking 3 blocks away with the old windows.
Are you talking about your feet?
No, my actual dog. I was 4 houses down, and I was like, is that them?
Good. Not bad, right?
Yeah, yeah. But you can't hear my feet. Yeah.
You'd find a way.
All right. I called Gaida because I needed new windows and a new front door, and I'm getting them, and I'm going to be thrilled with them. I know I am. I know I've been super happy with the process. It's springtime, and that's when you start, you know, getting the jobs you've been putting off. Now's the time to call Gaida. They're going to give you 20% off, like literally everything. Every expertly installed replacement window, 20% off. Every door. So it's a insulated front door. It's a sliding patio door. I get both of those. Maybe you need a garage door. God is going to hook you up there. You can start your project without any money, no money out of pocket, no money down, and you can have up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. This is great. Not only are you not going to be able to hear your dogs barking from 3 houses down, but your energy bills are going to go down. The value of your home is going to go up. It's awesome. There are restrictions, and this is a limited time. So what you got to do is call 877-GO-GUIDA, and they will explain to you all of the details. Then you can get a no-obligation free in-home estimate, or just go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. By the way, on Chris Long, too, you can hear just when you're talking to him, it's working with you. Now, I listen to you, Ike. Now I listen to players who have moved over to media, and just sort of like he's sort of natural in his ability to talk about things. You know what I mean? Like, you can hear why he's been successful doing it, because he tells stories in a great way. You know, Chris Long does, and he's an Eagle. So sorry you played in St. Louis, but you're an Eagle forever. 215-592-9494. Bob in Florida, you're on WIP on BG Day. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. By the way, just a great interview with Chris. He absolutely killed that interview, so that was really enjoyable to listen to. The two words come to mind when I think of Brandon Graham, and they are disruptive and relentless. And I remember the first time I laid eyes on him, he was playing against Ohio State, nationally televised game. He was a sophomore, I believe. He was unblockable, and he just created havoc in that game. And I said, God, I'd love that guy to be an Eagle one day. And he reminded me a ton of a guy by the name of Alan Page, who's in the Hall of Fame. So anyhow, I kind of threw that out at you.
Wow.
Maybe you pass a comment on that.
It's part of the Purple People Eaters.
Yeah, man.
It's Carl Eller, Alan Page.
Fran Tarkenton?
No, he's on the team that's the other side of the ball.
He's
People
the
Eaters.
worst.
He's a quarterback. Do you think he'd be one of the People Eaters?
I know. I'm just making a
He's
joke.
on the defense. Yes, Elliot, you can't hear the show. No.
Yeah. We're talking about you, Elliot. Look at how low those pants are. The guy's almost 40.
I know.
Yeah.
And they're like kind of tight, too.
Yeah. He's almost 40.
Yep.
Sorry, Bob.
Pull your pants up.
Yeah. Sorry, Bob.
All good, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bob. Elliot took over our conversation. No, they're too tight.
No worries.
They're
But
100% too tight.
Obviously, if you look at Alan
People
Page,
aren't doing that anymore. Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, sorry, Bob. Hold on. Elliot's pants are too tight. Everyone's talking about it.
How do you get that phone in there?
Continue,
Dude, I know,
Bob.
I know,
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
Oh, yeah.
They're low riding,
Yeah.
too.
Well, the iPhone's going to crack.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Skin
Bob.
tight.
Sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, if you looked at Alan Page physically, I mean, there's some similarities. He was undersized to a certain degree, but just with a relentless motor and a football intelligence. And, you can have your college combines and who runs fastest 40 and all that nonsense. Your eyes don't lie when you see great football players. Brandon Graham was a great football player in college. He was a little unlucky with injuries, and he turned out to be a great professional.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
That's all I got, guys.
All right.
That's
Thank
more
you,
than
Bob.
enough.
Yeah, it's
Appreciate it,
perfect.
Bob.
It's
You
perfect.
just,
yeah.
you don't get a player, especially that's not a quarterback,
Yes.
to play as long as BG played and for the same team.
It's crazy.
Now, Calais Campbell, he's going to play 20 years, but he's also played for 9 teams.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? So
Still good.
Well,
Ish.
he still gets in the way.
For
Yeah,
30
he's
seconds.
6'9".
Yeah.
But, so BG did something that was rare. And I agree. I think his second half of his career was better than his first half of his career.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Almost like Kelce.
Yes.
Like Kelce's second half of his career is much better than his first half of his career.
He made All-Pro every single year after 2016. That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
he
That's
didn't-
when it took off. Yeah.
He didn't make one before it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you look up, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
He's going to
well,
be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, and the fact that BG got through the injury stuff. I mean, like, you look at the knee, and I've brought this up before, but microfracture isn't a thing that's usually a last resort. It doesn't work.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They're just trying something. And for him to get through that and then play another 13 years afterwards.
Well, he tore his Achilles.
Yes, 3 years,
5 years
for
ago.
5 years. Yeah, it was 2020, right? When he tore his
It's amazing, especially prior to 2016. And we asked Howie this last week. But there had to be some moments in those first 3 or 4 years where they were saying, do we cut bait and just move on?
Right.
Right? Like, because maybe, I guess, in the last year of his deal, he played a little bit better and they decided to bring him back. But there had to be some conversations as to whether or not you want to keep Brandon Graham here. Man, it was the best decision they've made with him and Jason Kelce. Best decisions they've ever made outside of drafting Jalen Hurts.
And Howie not leaving when he was put in the broom closet.
Well,
that too.
Well, that's one of the what if, the
Yes.
great what ifs of all time.
Yep.
Jack, top 5. Now, Merrill Reese joins us. If you missed anything
Uncle
today,
Merrill.
it's been a great day on WIP.
A lot of good interviews today.
A lot of great interviews. The best ones on this show, but a lot of
Always.
great interviews today. You can go on the free Odyssey app or subscribe to the Afternoon Show podcast. We had Coach Doug Peterson at 3. We had Nick Sirianni at 4, and then Chris Long at 4:30. Merrill joins us at 5:30, but the top 5 at 5 is next. Jack, what do we have for the top 5 at 5?
Well, it was going to be the biggest plays, best plays in Eagles history.
But now it's just Elliot's pants.
Now it's just about Elliot's pants.
Yeah, the 5 things Elliot can't fit in his pants.
Like, they're so tight.
Yes.
They're so tight.
Yep.
And we're talking about the one thing. Never mind.
Yeah.
But no, what I have for you, legitimately, it's time to rank the 5 best plays in my lifetime in Eagles history properly.
There we go.
The 5 best plays overall, not just BG plays.
Not just BG plays.
Okay.
Not BG plays.
Where's the dagger? All right. We are, sorry. We're the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. BG Live pre-party brought to you by Miller Lite. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep up with your family's needs. Don't worry. Horizon Services is available 24/7 to service your existing system or install new heating and cooling system. Plus, Horizon has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon always works with you, so the job is done according to your schedule and budget. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phils fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know to keep your business moving at full speed. Steph Curry had 14 fourth-quarter points. Buddy Hield finished with 33 points and tied a Game 7 record by sinking 9 three-pointers. And the Golden State Warriors just avoided fully blowing a 3-1 series lead to the Houston Rockets by beating them in Game 7 to advance to the second round of the NBA playoffs. Now, as for the future of the Rockets, all eyes will be on them this summer to see if they can pull off a trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo or Kevin Durant. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
What up, Philly?
BG Day.
94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz, the BG Live pre-party from the Great American Pub here in Phoenixville, brought to you by Miller Lite. A lot of Miller Lights around here. It's been cool. Everybody having a good time getting ready for BG Live. Joining us for this segment, Elliot George Parks and his pants.
And my pants, correct.
His pants.
Tight as always.
Always
tight.
Always.
The song never lies. Kendrick in Philly tonight, by the way.
Oh, great.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Big night for Broads.
Broads
Yeah.
gonna be there?
Big night for hip hop, too, yeah.
Kendrick and SZA.
I know, yeah.
Wow.
I was looking at the
Where are
merch
they at?
online. The link.
At the link.
What do you think they're playing somewhere?
Well,
Yeah, you think they playing at the Met?
Well, I thought Wells Fargo, but I feel like they're bigger than Wells Fargo.
Yes, I would imagine.
Just
yes.
sucks at raining.
Yeah, Drake
Yeah.
really helped him out with that, so.
Yeah, well, he put him on the map again.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, let's get to everybody's favorite part of the WIP afternoon show.
Each the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
Well, I wasn't planning on doing this today, but listen, we got into a debate before the show, and it was time to properly rank the 5 best plays in my lifetime in Eagles history.
In your lifetime.
Yeah, in my lifetime.
Not in Eagles history, in your lifetime.
In my lifetime of Eagles history.
No, not Eagles. Just take out the Eagles history.
It's a good way to get around not including any of the old plays.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It's directly that.
Eagles plays of my lifetime.
Because I don't want to disrespect the elders,
Right.
unlike Elliott, which
Yeah.
we'll get to his.
So you're not going to have like the
Rushmore.
Randall punt.
No.
Yeah.
Dude, come on. Randall didn't win squat.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Number 5. Number 5. Oh, who could forget it? But I think this is the proper place to put the 5th best play of my lifetime in Eagles history.
Moves to the right. It goes directly to Clement. Clement reverses it, and the pass goes into the end zone.
To Nick
And
Foles.
it's a touchdown by Nick Foles.
Listen, a little razzle-dazzle by Duck.
You're a moron.
Such an idiot.
You're a moron. The 5th best play
Dude, that might be a top 10 NFL play
of all time.
Of cute play design, sure, but like when it comes to
The backup quarterback
winning,
caught a touchdown pass in a game against Tom
again,
Brady.
A cool play. Cool play.
Cool
the
play.
first half.
Let's let him get through the rest of the
There's
game.
a statue of the play.
And you were too big of a coward to ask Doug what play he was going to run.
Oh, I missed the spot. I didn't want to go back
No, I
to
know.
it.
Right.
Yeah,
I know.
it was late.
I was thinking in the middle of his answer to the Philly special, I was like, you know what? It'd be funny to ask Doug what he.
That fullback dive.
Yeah, what he was going to
You should have chimed in, told him it was a bit of an overrated moment.
Well, he did say that. We'll get to it.
Okay.
We'll get to it.
Well,
We'll
he
get
didn't
to it.
really.
Started
No,
number
he
5.
did. He
Hey,
did.
number
He did.
5.
All right,
The
okay.
Philly special.
Yeah. Number 4. I don't care that it happened last year. They don't win the Super Bowl without this play.
3rd down. Back again. They got him. They sack him. It's Carter, Jalen Carter.
Can't block him.
Yep. Jalen Carter getting to Matthew Stafford.
Oh, my
It's
God.
the only reason they won the Super Bowl. He was wide open for a touchdown.
Well, I mean that is a. I mean, I was sure they were scoring a touchdown. I was sure they were losing that
Yeah,
game.
when Puka Nacua caught that ball in the press,
was
in the
over.
press box, I was thinking everything I just got for postgame is going to be deleted.
Right,
Yeah.
it's over.
Everyone
Yeah.
got so tight.
Yeah.
Yes.
So tight.
Yeah.
Well, because with this after the Saquon run, I literally I was like, this game is over.
Yeah.
And then 90 real seconds later, it was actually they might actually lose this.
And let's forget about the fact that it cost me potentially thousands of dollars in my Rams futures bet.
Yep.
Yep.
You've been on the Rams for years.
I have.
You're gonna go down swinging with the Rams.
I am.
The 3rd best play of my lifetime in Eagles history.
Nope. 3rd best Eagles play of my lifetime. Will you just say
I
it
love
like
the specificity
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I don't care that it was the regular season. No one is ever gonna forget this moment.
14 seconds to go. 31-31. Matt dodged the punt. Gets a high snap. Gets it away. It's a knuckler. Jackson takes it at the 35. Fumbles it. Picks it up. Looks for running room. He's at the 40. He's at the 45. Midfield. He's at the 40. He's going to go. Deshaun Jackson. I don't care if he jumps, dives. He's running around. And he is in the end zone. And there's no time. And the Eagles win. The Eagles win.
This is Miracle in the Meadowlands number 2.
That's right, Mike Quick, number 2.
Number 4, but
Yeah. Who's counting?
I think if you remove the fact that it wasn't a playoff game, you could argue that might be the most exciting play in franchise history. Like ends
Yes.
the game right there in a way you don't normally see games ended as well.
I think it's the only walk-off.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
in
consider-
NFL history.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And considering the comeback, like that it was
Yeah.
the exclamation point on the comeback of the game.
I'm sure it's not the only walk-off.
Well, he's
No,
only
yeah.
walk-off. I
Yeah.
think it's only
Somebody will
walk-off
text us.
punt return?
Yeah, somebody
Punt
will
return.
tweet
Nah.
us that, yes.
Yeah, I think it's only a walk-off punt return.
So Jack, real quick, you think the Jalen Carter sack is a better play than the Philly special?
More impactful, yeah.
Okay.
More impactful.
All right.
More
okay.
impactful.
All right. See, this is what I was saying
That's what I'm
beforehand.
saying. It's his personal list.
Well, it's his Wentz. It's
No, it's nothing about Wentz.
It is.
You're
though.
lucky. You're lucky. Philly specials even in the top 5.
Any Jalen plays coming
Oh,
up?
don't even worry about it. There's no mention.
There's only 2 plays left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
there's only 2 plays left. And number 2 is from the Super Bowl. Is it the dagger? It sure isn't.
It is 3rd and 16 for the Chiefs. Facing The staunchest defense of the season. Back goes Mahomes. He's rushing. He's looking. It's intercepted. It's intercepted. Running with the football to the 25. Down the far side is the Gene. And Gene is in for a touchdown.
Happy birthday, Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean with a pick for a touchdown.
Calling DeJean.
Yep.
Cooper DeJean, a pick six in the Super Bowl on your birthday. Happy birthday, kid.
Second best play in our lifetime in Eagles history?
Yeah, it wasn't even the best play in the game. The
Well,
dagger's better than that. The dagger's better than that. The team itself said it was over after that play.
It was over regardless of that play or not.
Maybe it would have been, but it was what, 17
Cooper DeJean pick six is the play of the game.
The dagger is the play. The dagger is the most memorable play.
No, it's not. Just because you guys want to prop up Jalen.
It's not about Jalen. We're
It's
talking about
100% about
Jalen.
You put Jalen on the
agendas.
Eagles Mount Rushmore.
He is on the
weirdo.
Mount. He is on the
He
Mount
hasn't even
Rushmore.
retired yet.
He's already the best quarterback in franchise history. The best quarterback in franchise history.
Yeah, but you don't know
goes
what
on
could
that.
happen afterwards.
It doesn't matter.
You don't
He's already
put people,
number one.
You don't
He's
put
already
people
number
on the
one.
Mount Rushmore until they retire.
That's how
idiot.
good his career has been already.
No.
I agree. I wouldn't do it 3 years into a
He
rookie
didn't make the Pro Bowl this year.
Well, he got Super Bowl MVP and won a Super Bowl, and he's been to 2.
Josh Sweat should have gotten Super Bowl MVP.
But
Jack,
he did,
what's
but
number
he didn't,
one?
But he didn't.
Jack, what's number one?
Number one. I mean, it's the reason we're celebrating today.
That was big of you to put this
Yeah,
one.
It's a big take. It's a big take. But the best play in my lifetime in Eagles history.
Boy, if the Eagles can come up with their one turnover of the game right here, that would be sealing. Brady back again. He steps up, he's hit, and falls forward. And he fumbles the football, and the Eagles have it. It is recovered by, Barnett. Brady fumbles, and Barnett has the ball.
They finally hit Brady.
There it is. Now, I don't know if you heard it. No, we asked Coach Peterson what was the bigger play, the Philly special or the strip sack. He called the strip sack one. He called it 1 and 1A, but he did note that the strip sack led to a field goal, and I think that was his way of saying
the touchdown.
The touchdown
Philly
is bigger
special.
than the field goal. Yes.
That was his way of saying it.
Yes, yeah.
If there's one downside to the last Super Bowl being such a blowout, is it didn't no moments like that happened. Like, I remember being in Minnesota in the press box, and like the stadium when that play happened was one of the crazier stadium reactions I've ever seen. Just like the complete change there. It was wild.
Dude, seriously, I mean, listen, nice list. It's going to be hard to get 5 plays and have everybody agree on those 5 plays in Eagles history. But one of the 5 greatest plays I've ever seen in my life is the Saquon Barkley play.
Yeah, so there's a couple that I think the Patrick Robinson pick six should have been on there.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
I think over the Jalen Carter play.
Well, the only thing I'll say about and I know I've said this before, but the stadium for the Patrick Robinson interception was insane.
Yeah.
Like truly insane.
And the Saquon runs were great.
It's almost like there's too many Saquon runs.
Was the backward hurdle?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I think you got to take off Jalen Carter for that one.
I mean, you just said that like you.
Well, I just like it's.
I've never seen that play.
I know we've never seen it. But it's like, come on. There's some all-time plays on there. It was an 8-yard gain.
What about?
First of all, it wasn't an 8-yard gain. It was a 14-yard gain. It might have been the greatest 14-yard gain in football history.
Okay.
I'm not saying it deserves. I'm just saying consideration. Sure. 4th and 26.
Most impressive thing I've ever seen a Philadelphia athlete do.
4th and 26.
Yeah. See, I think that's dead. I do. I think that 4th and 26.
So the other one
dead
too
to
is
you.
The McNabb.
Well, I know it's not dead to you. I'm well aware.
Ike Reese erasure from Jack Fritz.
I mean, for 20 years, 4th and 26 was one of the staple plays of the organization.
Well, and by the way,
it's dead.
Well, we've won 2 Super Bowls and been to 3.
By the way, Jack said the 04 team was the best team in Eagles history.
And that game was in 03.
Well, I'm just saying that era of team, you only have one play from that era.
What about the?
Well, that's not even our play. What play is from that era?
No, I'm saying 4th and 26.
Oh, yeah, 4th and
right?
26.
Yeah, he doesn't even have one play from that era.
That's even just grabbing there.
What about the McNabb scramble versus Dallas?
Thought about it.
That's another play.
It's a good
Great
one.
regular. Well, I mean, I guess the play for the postseason. I mean, the hit on Algie Crumpler.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of good ones.
There's a lot of good ones.
It was going to be tough. You were going to leave something off the list regardless.
He just did the list to put the Philly special 5th.
Yeah.
That's the only reason he did the list.
He started with 1 and 5 and then figured out 2, 3, and 4. Yeah.
Typical Jack mail-in in top 5. Just
Wasn't mailed in?
Yeah.
Making my case. Lucky to even be on there.
Just like Buzz pointed out, the work ethic recently.
Yeah, well, it's a good point from
It's like
Buzz.
doing the greatest plays in Phillies history, and they're all from 08.
They're all Bryce, yeah.
Well, the only one
Oh, 22, yes, they're all Bryce.
The bunt last week, number 4.
The only one that would probably be on there is Bedlam. I mean,
well, Bedlam definitely.
No, the Reese play.
Yeah, I put that on
the
there.
Reese bat slam. Or
Yeah.
Now we're going through it. Hold on. Hamill's no hitter in 2050.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com. Elliot, just real quick, we were talking about our Eagles Mount Rushmores, and Elliot, and one thing we were talking about is the tendency for people to only pick things they've seen for Mount Rushmore. So Elliot's Eagles Mount Rushmore is Brian Dawkins, Jason Kelce, Brandon Graham, and Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem.
You could talk.
3 of them played on the team. Just
one of them has
right.
only played 5 years.
Okay, well,
and isn't retired.
Can I explain my?
Yes.
I guess.
So first of all, the reality is the Eagles.
He also called
the Eagles
Brandon Graham a better Eagle than
He is
Reggie
a better
White.
Eagle than Reggie White. He
Yeah.
is. He's not a better player. He's a better Eagle.
Okay.
Brandon Graham is a better all-time Eagle than Reggie White is.
Okay.
But for the top 4 here, the reality is the Eagles only started being really good from 2000 on. They were good players, but they didn't really accomplish much before the year 2000.
Well, they were in the Super Bowl in 1980.
They were. That was
Okay.
impressive, but
Yeah.
they lost, and it was
And
one
they're the
time
best
in 30
defense in
years.
football.
Right, okay. But after
Okay.
2000, they've won 2 Super Bowls. So if you want to talk about the best players in franchise history, I think it should represent the best stretch in franchise history. And there's no question these past 10 years or whatever have been the best stretch. I think when you make the Mount Rushmore, it starts with 2 players. It starts with Jason Kelce and Brandon Graham. If there are not 2 more players for this organization that have accomplished more, represent the team more,
More.
They won 2 Super
No,
Bowls.
their teams won 2 Super Bowls. Brandon Graham, God bless him, was in 1 Pro Bowl.
Yes, but his team won 2 Super Bowls. He had the biggest play in one of those Super Bowls. He's played the most games in franchise
So why is
history.
Lane Johnson not on it? Lane Johnson's a more accomplished player than
Lane
BJ.
has an argument for it, but I think that Brandon, also when you talk about the Mount Rushmore, it's why we're here today, you have to take into account as well, off the field. And Brandon Graham, Lane is awesome. Lane would probably be 6th or 7th on my list of Mount Rushmores. It's no shot at Lane, but Kelce and Brandon have attached themselves to this city probably more than any 2 athletes of any sport in a lot of ways in this city. So when you take into account what they mean to the city, the accomplishments, and they were both great players. Let's be honest, Kelce is one of the best centers of all time. Brandon is arguably the best defensive end to ever play for this team. They're not role players.
No, he's not.
He is.
No, he's not.
Okay, why
he's
not?
He's not
Why
arguably
not?
the best defensive.
Why not?
Because Reggie White, you said see, this is where you slip up. You said Brandon Graham is arguably the best defensive end who's ever played for this team.
Yes.
And Hugh was better.
See that guy sitting over there?
Yeah.
That guy sitting over there was pretty good.
Hugh was also arguably.
Reggie White is the greatest defensive end of all time.
I would have
Brandon
probably agree
Graham,
with you on that.
if you want to, well, then he's not a better defensive end than Reggie.
You cannot just
You
Reggie
said player.
went and played for the Packers.
Okay.
So that matters to me. When I'm talking about the best defensive end, you're right. I said right off the jump, Reggie White.
Had more sacks in one year than Brandon had in his entire career.
Reggie White is a better player than Brandon Graham.
I don't know, probably.
He's a better player than Brandon Graham.
2 years.
He's a better player. I agree with you. He's not a better Eagle. And so with Brandon 3rd all time in sacks, it's not like he's 10th or 11th in sacks.
So who's ahead of him?
Who's
Trent
second?
Cole.
Isn't it Trent Cole?
And who's first?
I think it's Reggie.
Okay.
No.
Oh, sorry. But he only played. He didn't
Clyde
play.
Simmons.
It's
Yeah.
Clyde Simmons. Okay.
Yeah.
But Schmidt
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
matter because he didn't play his entire career.
Yeah,
anyway.
You guys love this Schmidt tape.
It's horrible.
Okay, fine. Put him on. I don't care about the Phillies Mount Rushmore that much, honestly. So, but when we're talking about the Eagles Mount Rushmore, I cannot have a player up on there where when I'm looking up, I'm going to go, who's that? He goes, that's Reggie White. He's maybe the best defensive player of all time, but he also played for the Packers.
So real quick,
It
you
matters.
put Jalen Hurts on.
Yes.
Who, by the way, isn't it possible Jalen Hurts plays for another team?
It's very unlikely. unlikely, but it's possible.
Is it possible?
Yes,
okay.
it's unlikely.
Well, nobody would have guessed that Carson Wentz would have played for another team.
I agree with that.
Okay. So what?
But is Jalen the best quarterback in franchise history?
He's played fewer years.
No, hold on. Yes. Is he?
Most
he
accomplished.
Is. He is.
Most accomplished.
Yes, he's the most accomplished. You cannot have a Mount Rushmore without a quarterback if you're a real franchise.
Oh, sure you can.
The quarterback is the most important position. He's won a Super Bowl. He's done something no other quarterback has done for this franchise. Start and finish a year.
And he's
gone to 2. He's almost won 2
So
MVPs.
you're not giving Reggie credit for his 8 years as an Eagle, but Jalen, who has only played 5 years as an Eagle and could play for other teams, is going to be on the Mount Rushmore.
Yes, because
even though you have no idea what's going to happen in the future.
Because Jalen has already accomplished something for this franchise more impactful than Reggie did. It's just an unfortunate reality. And we're talking about guys on Mount Rushmore. They're all great players. All these guys are great players. So what differentiates them is the off-the-field stuff, the resume, the accomplishment. Reggie's an awesome player. The guys on my Mount Rushmore have to be more than an awesome player. They have to have another
Oh, so
reason.
Reggie didn't do anything in the community for Philadelphia?
He did good things, but I'm saying, like,
It happened before you followed the team.
Hold on.
Just say it.
Of course
Just
it
say
happened
it out
before I
loud.
followed the team.
No, but say that's why.
No, but you're dismissing
say
the fact.
that's why.
I'm telling you, the reason why is
Is
people
because
view
you
him
didn't
as
watch
a Packer.
it.
People view him as a Packer.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
yes,
don't.
They do.
No,
he
they
is
don't.
remembered as a Packer.
They view them. He played more years for the Eagles,
He
Elliot.
won the Super Bowl with the Packers.
Elliot, just say it out loud. I didn't watch Reggie, and that's why I don't have him on
I
the Mount
didn't watch
Rushmore.
Reggie, and he's not on the Mount
Rushmore.
Rushmore
I don't have him
because
on the Mount Rushmore.
He didn't win. Did he win a single playoff game here?
You put one.
One. Okay. Brandon Graham won 2 Super Bowls. You cannot just dismiss that. You can't. You can't dismiss team accomplishments and the fact that he was one of the best players for the best stretch in franchise history. Reggie's an awesome player. Everyone in consideration is an awesome player. It has to be about more than that. And Brandon Graham and Jason Kelce.
It is about more than that for Reggie, but you don't even read, so you don't even know what he did.
I'm telling you, I acknowledge I didn't watch him play. I wasn't even born when he played. I agree with that, but I'm not dismissing him as a player.
Of course you are.
How I said he's a
You
better
just said
player.
Brandon Graham is a better defensive end than Reggie was.
I said,
you said
no,
it.
no.
out
That's
loud.
not what I said. You have to
Buzz,
listen to what
pull
I
the
said.
audio.
I said he's arguably a better defensive end when you consider.
No, he's not.
When you consider what he did for the team,
But
he
nobody
absolutely
would
is.
argue that he's a better
I'm
defensive
arguing
end.
it right now. I'm arguing.
You're the only one.
I think he should be on the Mount Rushmore. Reggie White is a Packer. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you can ignore it because you were alive when it happened. Just because you were alive doesn't change the reality of what it is.
Anyone who thinks that Reggie White does not deserve to be on the Eagles Mount Rushmore, cheer.
There we go.
Now everyone who believes that Reggie White should be on the Eagles Mount Rushmore, cheer.
All right, now ask him if they want to kick Brandon Graham off the Mount Rushmore.
Well, you have to kick out somebody. Well, how about Jalen Hurts, whose career isn't even over?
Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl for the franchise. You can't just ignore that. And he's the
I'm not
quarterback.
ignoring
You
it.
are ignoring it by kicking him off the Mount Rushmore.
What if he goes in and wins 2 Super Bowls for the Packers?
Well, then we'll reconsider there. But
No, you
as of
can't
right
reconsider
now,
Mount Rushmore.
Oh, yes, you absolutely
It's
can.
in stone, you idiot.
All right, so you're
It's
saying
literally in stone.
Have you ever changed your Mount Rushmore? You've had the same Mount Rushmore your entire life. No,
I
of
haven't
course you
thought
change
about
it.
Mount
You
Rushmores
change-
my entire life.
Okay, that's a lie. I know you too well to know you don't think of. Come on, you're Mr. Mount Rushmore. Yes, of course things change, but right now Jalen belongs on. And by the way, I will bet, like whatever you want to say about Carvin,
He does not belong on a Mount Rushmore.
He does.
Right
He's
now.
the best quarterback.
But he may be there.
Yeah.
But not right now. It's like.
I think he is there right now.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I do.
I'm just saying he would be the one I would argue not yet.
So if I had to take one person off and replace, and you'll like this since you love old stuff, Chuck Bednarik, I would be the one I would put on. I'd put him before Reggie.
Wow, that's a shocking revelation.
And I'd even see Chuck play.
Well, none of us did.
Because you're doing it to be a troll.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Chuck
you are.
would be the next one, or Howie Roseman.
We're talking about players.
We're doing players.
Well, I didn't know there was a rule.
All right.
I didn't.
We're talking about
Mount
players.
Rushmore could be different.
We're talking about players.
Yeah. All right, if you do just players.
Well, then you should put Jeff Lurie on the Mount Rushmore instead of Howie.
That's
it's
an
not even
interesting
close.
argument.
Well, it's not interesting. It's a fact.
Okay, well then I guess Lurie's on yours. I wouldn't put him on mine. But I'm saying like
2-1-5.
Lurie does. If you want to say
Most accomplished
yeah,
quarterback.
Yeah.
Not the best quarterback.
Fair.
Most
Fair.
accomplished.
Although
franchise.
honestly, like, no, you're right.
He's not the best quarterback.
He's not the most talented. But
Yes.
again, all these guys we're talking about are talented. So that what differentiates to me is the Super Bowl.
No, it matters. I
Yeah.
agree with you there. I think in the end he'll be at the top of that list.
I think
you got him there already.
I think it's his spot to lose. Put it that way.
Sure. Okay.
And I don't think any of the former quarterbacks are obviously because they're not playing. But like he's already passed those guys. So, but I'm saying like he's already accomplished things that those guys did.
Yes.
Yeah. So it'd have to be someone else.
I've never
like
seen
Kyle
Elliott
McCord.
I've never seen Elliott yell.
I know.
Well, Spike was yelling.
He saw the crowd in front of him instead of showtime.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the crowd was on my side, but that's okay.
Yeah, but
whatever.
It's a happy day.
Me versus Elliott, the crowd's on nobody's side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're all on Ike's side.
Yes.
Ike makes the most sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Say anything.
That was a good point by Ike.
Oh. So Merrill's going to join us next. Are we going to fight with Merrill?
I bet you Merrill has Hurts on his
We
top.
don't argue in front of company.
I bet he also has Reggie on his Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, we need Merrill's Mount Rushmore.
I guarantee you Reggie's on his Mount Rushmore.
I guarantee you.
Well, I'd be shocked if he
No,
if he
Reggie's
isn't.
definitely on it.
Yeah. Doc is definitely on
Doc.
it.
Chuck for sure.
Bednarik's on
He
it.
respects Bednarik.
What about like Van Buren? Oh, Merrill's here in person.
Yeah.
Van Buren. So I guess I'm off stage.
Yeah, you got Steve Van
Well, I
Buren.
feel.
Yeah, we can get Jack out of it. He's the only non-football guy here.
That's a good point.
He already took offense to that earlier when I said it.
Well,
yeah.
a little different.
Jack might be more of a football guy than I am, to be honest with you. In deep down.
Oh man, don't let me start talking trenches.
Me, Ike, and Gilio, football guys. And Hugh.
There's the great
I
one.
almost broke a blood vessel listening to
There he
Elliott.
is. All right. Merrill,
We gotta get out of here.
Merrill Reese joins us next at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville for the BG Live pre-party brought to you by Miller Lite. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fitz.
Now I got to do a live read in front of Merrill.
You got
Man,
to. Well,
FanDuel.
you better be at your best.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In partnership with Valley Forge Casino is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with a new performance trends. Now you want to see if guys hitting over consistently? How about that? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I cried out, oh, heaven save me, but I'm down to one last breath, and really let me say, hold me now, I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking, maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Louder. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. I'm so far down.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Great job. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville for the BG Live pre-party, joined by Merrill Reese himself. Merrill,
Hi.
you weren't singing.
We missed you on that
Well,
one.
I don't know those words.
Okay.
It is a deep cut of theirs, that's fair.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Oh, man.
Oh.
Can you hear us now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Thanks
There
for
we go.
turning the ears down, Jack. Appreciate it.
That was just a little past me.
Yeah. Merrill, it's BG Day, and obviously like one of the greatest Eagles of all time. You, I'm sure, interacted with BG hundreds and thousands of times over the last 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. What is it, when I say Brandon Graham, what is the first thing that pops into your mind, just about him as a person and a player?
Sure, that's it. I smile. Because I have always told people say to me, who's your favorite Eagle? So I start with Ike Reese. But you know, and Ike is a great guy. And there have been so many great guys over the years. But I will say this, there has never been a greater person than Brandon Graham. And if I'm in the facility in the morning and I bump into BG, my whole day just got better. And that's the truth.
Yep.
He is so uplifting. It could be after a loss, after an injury, it doesn't matter. He's the same. He's always upbeat.
And the thing I loved about him, real quick, Spike, Uncle Merle, you know this, you're around him enough. He's been here 15 years, and he's always been the same.
Yes.
Like, and he's had some tough times. He's seen some adversity. He's gone through some tough seasons. But like you just said, he seemingly always has the same disposition.
Yeah.
He seems to always want to uplift everybody around him.
Right. I mean, the writers nominate and vote for the 3 best people in the locker room every year.
Yeah.
And this year it was Jordan Mailata,
yeah.
Saquon Barkley, and A.J. Brown. But the reason they don't vote for Brandon Graham is it would be him every year.
Yeah. Right. They should just name it after him.
Yeah.
At this
They
point.
should call it the Brandon Graham Award.
Right.
The BG Award.
I think too.
Which I won a couple times. I won that award.
I feel like I can picture you into that. He also talks into tough times, though, Merrill. Like how many times, after a tough Eagles loss, and I'm in that locker room, and guys don't want to talk. Like it's not fun. Brandon, this year he tears his tricep. We get in the locker room. He's already standing there waiting to talk. So, for all this, I agree. The smile's a positive energy. He's also always there through the tough times.
That's how he is.
Yeah.
And it's sincere. It just comes out of him that way. That's the kind of individual he is.
Is there, outside of the Super Bowl play, we know we've been talking about that all day. That's obviously the greatest play individual that he had. Is there another game or a play that sticks out to you when you think about BG?
No, because he made so many big plays over so many
So
years.
long, yes.
And the Super Bowl, because of its significance, that to me is the most important play in Eagles history. Even more than the Philly. Because the Philly, you had a whole half left.
Yeah.
But that was down near the 2-minute mark. That changed the game.
Well, and I don't know how you felt in the booth, but I know watching it, I wasn't sure we were winning that game. I mean, you get Brady the ball back in that situation. Brady usually comes through.
By the way, I
wasn't
sure we were winning the game until the ball fell in the end zone.
Nobody was.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, and I don't mean to compliment myself, but the thing I said when you hear the call, the thing I said is the Eagles can really use a turnover here.
I remember that.
That was it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just felt it.
Yeah. No, you spoke it into existence.
No, I didn't do that, but I did. I just felt it. They needed it. That's how big that play was.
Do you ever think you'd be sitting here having called 2 Eagles Super Bowl wins? I mean, we talk about it sometimes, the fact that we have a couple now, and this felt like prior to the first one, it would be something we would never have. Do you ever just take a step back and say, wow, I was able to call 2 Super Bowl victories?
I do, but I can honestly tell you before the first one, we didn't know. They were playing the Patriots. It could go either way. There was a big reception at the hotel in New Orleans Friday night before the game. And I went over and talked to Nick. And I don't know if Nick would like me saying this, but he actually turned to me and he said, "We're going to win this game." And I never saw such confidence in a coach. He just looked at me. He said, "We are going to win this game." And conversely, I was back and forth tweeting with Andy throughout the playoffs, and he kept saying to me, the Eagles are a really, really good team. I think that Andy felt going into the game, if you looked at the comparative lines, that the Eagles were going to be very tough for them to beat.
Yeah, I tell you, not until they won that conference title game in the Super Bowl did they start to really get recognized for being a dominant team. But you're calling every game. They went through a 16 out of 17 stretch.
Yeah.
That's a pretty impressive run, the way we played football this year, defense and running the football.
Absolutely. But you know what? I keep thinking back to that Rams game when Saquon scored late in the third quarter.
Yeah.
I said, there's the dagger. And all of a sudden, I never take out my phone, Spike. I never take it out during a game. I just concentrate on the field. But the phone's on silent, but it's buzzing in my pocket and buzzing in my pocket and buzzing, but I'm ignoring it. So, as you know, they came within one Matthew Stafford touchdown pass of losing that game, and that's game, set, match. So the game ends, and I pick up the phone, and it's my wife, Cindy, who had called 6 times and wrote, "Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it." And thank goodness Jalen Carter made the play that stopped it.
It was real. I actually got nervous when they mixed the extra point. I'm like, oh no, this doesn't feel quite over to me.
But you know what? They missed it as well as he's kicked in the Super Bowls. Jake Elliott missed an extra point at the start of Super Bowl 52.
Oh no, I remember. Yeah.
Do you have, as a broadcaster, and you look back at you calling the Super Bowl in 2018 and then you calling the Super Bowl this year, do you have a game that you liked calling better, or you liked how you did in that game better?
I never judge myself.
Really?
I mean, I judge myself in the summer when I replay tapes and say I like this, I didn't like this, I used this word too much, I should have been quicker here. But when the game is on and it's a great game, it's a great Eagles win. I don't think about the broadcast. I've got great scripts. You give me a script like the end of Super Bowl 52. Well, I could have messed that up because before that last play, I was scared to death. Now, I wasn't afraid of the Eagles losing that game because I felt, number one, I didn't think Brady had the arm like an Aaron Rodgers who specializes in Hail Marys. And number two, it wasn't one touchdown pass wins the game. It was one touchdown pass and a 2-point conversion.
Right.
But I was scared because we were in the corner of the end zone in Minneapolis, and we were 110 yards away from where that play was going to culminate. And I didn't want to be known as the broadcaster who screwed up the end of the Super Bowl. And, I mean, I was really far. And as that ball went through the air, for some reason, inexplicably, the whole thing slowed down like an NFL film. And I could see it, and I could see Rodney leap up McLeod and touch the ball, and I could see it hit the ground. And then I said whatever I said. I never planned it. But then I just let it all come out. Now, this game was fun. For the rest of the country, this was not a very good Super Bowl.
Right, if
you're an Eagle fan, you love it.
We enjoyed it.
And by the way, going back to the fact that at the first half, the end of the first half is 24-0, my son Nolan was our researcher, flew in from California, and he's up in the booth, and as the first half ends, he hands me a sheet of paper, and it said, "Dad, don't forget, the Patriots trailed the Falcons 28-3.
Yeah.
So I didn't presume anything, but you know what I knew they won? When you have the halftime, which lasts 2.5 hours, and then they come back out for the third quarter, and the Eagles shut them down 1-2-3. And I said to myself, Andy doesn't know what else to do.
Yeah,
they're beaten. If Andy can't scheme up a decent first drive in the third quarter, they're dead. And I really felt it.
Well, we look at all the points that we scored in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, but it is really that the defensive performance in the Super Bowl and really from a getting to the quarterback perspective, which was not what they really hung their hat on all year, but watching Patrick Mahomes just running for his life as much as he was, it was just the word that I would use for it is inspired. It felt like they were out to prove a point on that day.
Yeah, he wanted to go home.
Yeah.
And you know what the funny thing is, Spike? The Eagles in Super Bowl 57, Jalen Hurts outplayed Mahomes in that game. Then the Monday night game in the rain at Kansas City, he came from a 10-0 deficit and outplayed Mahomes left and right. And in this case, it was everybody combined, but of course, Hurts was the superior quarterback that day. A lot of things involved, of course, with a great offensive line.
So I remember, I can't remember if it was 2021 or 2022 training camp, but me and Merrill are standing on the sideline. And at that point, I think there was still a lot of questions about Jalen. And I remember Merrill was one of the first people to say to me, like, no, Elliott, Jalen's going to be very good. So it seems like you were always sure that maybe he wouldn't win a Super Bowl, but you thought he would turn into a guy that they could at least compete and win with.
I thought he was a franchise quarterback. I loved him at Alabama.
What made you so sure? Yeah.
Well, because I followed him at Alabama and I followed him at Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. And I also did a lot of talking with Doug Peterson during his rookie year. And Doug Peterson kept telling me, he said there's not a throw he can't make. I think people vastly underestimated his arm strength. He said he can hit anybody at any point of this field. And also I watched him develop, and I loved his demeanor. He was never way up after a game boasting, and he was even after a loss. He was unhappy, but he never wavered. He never went down in the dumps, or he was so steady, and he is such an even force, and he's so professional about everything. And then I knew how and Doug would say he's the first person in the building and the last person to leave. He studies. He is so dedicated. You know, the most talented quarterback I've ever seen in my 100 seasons was probably Randall Cunningham. From a sheer standpoint of arm, athletic ability, leaping ability, everything else. But Buddy said to him, go out and make 3 big plays a game.
Right.
And that was it. And one time, Sid Gilman, who was the great offensive guru, gave him a tape. And it had 3 of the best quarterbacks of all time. And he said to Randall, it wasn't a tape, it was film then. He said, I want you to go home and put this on your projector tonight and watch the way the quarterbacks make their projection. They're progressive, the way they progress through their reads. And he brought back the film the next day, and he said to Sid Gilman, boy, this was really great, Coach. But what he didn't know was that Sid had put a little tiny piece of paper a third of the way through the film. And when Randall handed it back to
It was in
Sid,
the same
it
spot.
was the same spot.
Okay. You don't think that happens with Jalen?
Not with Jalen Hurts. No way.
Merrill, we can't let you go without asking you this, and it's been brought up a few times today. Is the Eagles Mount Rushmore, which would be 4 heads in Eagles history, players. Who would you put on yours if pressed?
See, if you're telling me Eagles history, I couldn't do it with 4, because you could not take Chuck Bednarik and Steve Van Buren off of that Mount Rushmore. They were great for that era. You could not take Reggie White off of that Mount Rushmore. You really couldn't. There were so many great players over the years. I mean, there's a whole list of Eagles Hall of Famers, but I mean, the running backs that they've had. Now, I do believe that if you are going into the season for a career, I think Shady McCoy was the best of the bunch, and the record books say that. But then here's Saquon Barkley, who had the best season of any Eagles running back, including spectacular plays. And as a matter of fact, he didn't have to do a lot to win the Super Bowl, because he was such a force that he created the mismatch when they said, okay, Jalen, go beat us.
Yeah.
And Jalen did. But there have been so many great players over the years. I mean, how can you take those guys off of it? How can you look at Lane Johnson, who has been an amazing right tackle for so many years. I mean, outstanding. Great play. Jason Kelce.
Hall of Famer.
The best,
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
I think he should be on it.
Of course.
Yeah.
So if the Mount Rushmore is 4, I could probably give you 8.
You build a multiple.
That sounds like me. I like that.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's hard to pin Ike down. Ike gives us 4 different ones throughout the show.
Yeah, well, I would do that too. Listen, if you want to know, I'm a little boy at the time, but I was sitting in the end zone at Franklin Field the day after Christmas in 1960, and the Eagles had a quarterback then by the name of Norm Van Brocklin, who had to do more than the quarterbacks today because he was the offensive coordinator.
Wow.
He called the plays. He yelled at the players. He was the coach on the field. And that's why I say, he was amazing for 1960. And there have been others over the years. I mean, Ron Jaworski was the player of the year when they went to the Super Bowl after the 80s season. He had an amazing year too. So but to say 4 players, I couldn't, honestly, and I'm sure the names that I'm forgetting too.
Well, Jalen's certainly working his way up that list.
Well, he's on the way.
Yeah,
absolutely
on the way.
He's on the way.
Sir, I think into the top 4. Yeah, I think he's
on
on the way.
On the way.
Yeah.
Well, only because Jalen probably has 10 more years left.
Right.
Right now all the quarterback records are Donovan McNabb.
Yeah.
But one day, unless injury plays its role, Jalen Hurts will be the best and most productive quarterback in the history of
Yeah, I
this
mean, with
team.
the Super Bowl ring, he might already be.
Well, Elliott didn't put Reggie White on
interesting-
his.
Yeah, I
so-
didn't put Reggie.
You didn't put Reggie White?
No.
Well, I view him as a Packer, Merrill. Like it's
No,
unfortunate.
no.
Well, look, we can't say it's special. BG and Kelce spent their whole time in the career with the Eagles, and then ignore the fact Reggie didn't. I can't have a Mount Rushmore with somebody that's known as a Packer. He's a great
not
player.
known as a Packer.
I think he is known as a Packer.
That was the epilogue. He was for chapters 1 through 10. He was an Eagle.
But I think Reggie might be best known for
He's not
leaving
gonna
the
stop.
stage. And
He's
saying,
not
yeah.
gonna stop.
Look, I love talking about
Oh,
this
no.
with Merrill. It's a great debate.
Reggie was the greatest defensive player in Eagles
I
history.
agree. Yeah,
No doubt about it.
I agree. Yeah.
He was to the Eagles what LT was to the Giants.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was that good.
But LT only played for the Giants, right?
Well, yeah, but there are some things you could say about LT off the field. But
Yeah, okay.
But Reggie was everything you wanted. Reggie
I agree, he was a great player.
He was a dominant player.
Merrill, just tell
Dominant.
Elliot to shut up.
It is.
We'd all feel so much
It
better.
is BG
Yeah.
Day though, not
But,
Reggie
but,
Day.
you know what? BG had an amazing career.
Amazing career.
And you know what? I have to tell you, on Thursday, I'm lucky enough to be the commencement speaker for the communications school at Temple when they graduate.
Awesome.
And the one word that I'm going to talk about more than any other is a word that applies to BG as much as any player who's ever put on an Eagles uniform. And that word is resilient. This man has been resilient from the start of his career, throughout the injuries, throughout all the things he does. Resilient. This guy has had an amazing career, and he did it with a smile, and he loved the fans.
Merrill, can't thank you enough for joining us today. It's going to be a special night over
The
there.
GOAT.
It should be fun.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Great
you,
to meet
Merrill.
Yeah, thank you.
There he is, Merrill Reese.
Great Merrill Reese.
The greatest Merrill Reese. You know, this weekend, my dogs got to enjoy their brand new backyard, which will come with brand new toys from Dogs and Cats Rule. The only place, if you want to treat your pets like kings and queens, that's what you got to do. You got to treat your pet. Oh, go ahead.
Two more from my Mount Rushmore.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Harold Carmichael and Mike Quick.
There you go. All right, there it is. There it is. Cannot allow them.
Don't leave out quick.
Can't. And with your dogs and your pets being outside more, you head over to Dogs and Cats Rule. You'll learn about natural flea and tick prevention because the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule, thanks to the lead dog, George Perendi, can inform you about it, can teach you more. And, you know, toys for outside, all that stuff, but where they really shine is pet nutrition. The top stuff, the best stuff, even the new fresh diets, raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, all that. Supplements, Dogs and Cats Rule, and the best staff ever. There are 7 locations, 5 in Pennsylvania. That is Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope. 2 in Jersey, Pennington, and Princeton. DogsandCatsRule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Uh-oh. Now, first of all, Elliot debating Merrill on
So
Reggie.
is that what I was listening to?
Yes. It was one of the greatest things of all time.
I was looking at his Ike's face.
Yep, it was so
like,
good.
uh-oh.
Well, I had to point out because, look, I wasn't going to do it, but Elliot started on the Jalen Mount Rushmore thing.
Yes.
And I said, Merrill, he doesn't even have Reggie White on it. You should see Merrill's face.
Yes.
Yeah. The text line, a special live text line, is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
All right, we get it. BG on his way to the Colonial Theater.
I think BG's been listening to the radio all day.
Oh, come on.
He was in the morning show, the midday show, now he's going to go tonight.
Yep.
I got enough is enough.
What's next?
Ike was right. You can't ever disrespect Jeremiah Trotter. I would never disrespect either Trotter, especially if we were to all get together. Ike, Herb in the Northeast.
Always trying to get you and
still waiting
hang
to
out
the
with
Trotters, yeah.
Yep. And I'll always go, which Trotter? He's like, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, all of them.
I actually ran into Trotter on the golf course this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
There was a lot of us out there this weekend for some reason.
Oh, yeah? Playing the Eagles out there?
I mean, Eagles, Phillies.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You saw your crush out there.
Well, I saw Jack's crush.
Yeah. Well, I saw how you were looking at him at spring training.
I forgot. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep. He kept looking at his pipes.
Yep. You're like, you're a fine-looking guy.
Good-looking man.
Yep.
Yes.
What's next?
Forgot about that.
Kids, don't forget that if you want your allowance, you need to take out the bin that holds all the things that we throw away. Corey in Columbus, now terrified to use the word trash.
Well, I tell you what, if I got that accomplished, then job well done.
Yep.
Don't ever speak about Jeremiah's number like that again.
Poor Corey. I
And
felt
Brad
like
Lidges.
I felt like I could see Corey as it was happening. What's next?
Just don't ask me about Carson. Just don't ask me about Carson. Just don't ask me about Carson. Doug's inner monologue during the phone call.
I thought when you brought up the Carson thing, I was like, oh, where's this going to go?
Nah,
And like Doug was like,
Yeah, I asked a good way.
it was fine. It was fine.
Come
Man,
on.
I was just like,
But if we had 10 more minutes with Coach,
we would have got there.
Yeah, we
eventually,
would have
yes.
got there.
Doug live?
Yep. Oh man, I'd love a Doug live. What's next?
Peterson live?
Eagles beat Whiters? Check. Scott Fransky? Check. Watch your back, a la Abdel Nabi. Triggered spike.
There you go.
Sorry.
All right. I was waiting.
I scrolled down too quickly on my phone.
Well, it's true. Don't you use the word narrative to describe what we do.
You've been
here, Doug.
anti-narrative for a long time.
Yeah, the
Boy,
narrative.
You talking about somebody nervous? I was nervous when
Yeah.
Spike started talking. I'm like, oh Lord.
I
where we
love
going?
Scott.
I know.
Okay.
But I know you.
Yep.
I know how you feel about
Yes.
what we're doing.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you handle that well.
I consider Scott